Okay, all right, friends. I think all the streams are live. Let me double check. Looks like TikTok's up. We should be live on the horizontal stream. Do me a favor, if you're watching on the vertical stream, throw a vert in the comments. Let me know vert's working. I see a whores are already in the comments. Good to see a whores. Thank you for letting me know that the horizontal stream is up and running. TikTok should be up and running, and Twitch should be up and running as well. So we should be ready to rock and roll here, and hopefully we'll get some good faith, linear, robust discussions going on tonight. There's a bunch of people streaming right now. I saw Joel's live, Ian's live, probably some other people that are live right now. It should be a fun one. See a lot of whores in the comments, and Verts coming in now too. Good to see you, Verts. Welcome in, friends. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to open up the guest box before I forget. There we go. The TikTok guest box is open, and the YouTube guest boxes are open as well. Before we do any guesting up, thank you for the super chats already. I really appreciate that. Oh, fucking, we got an Ian raid as well. Good timing. Ian, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome everybody coming in from the Ian raid. It's Friday, so 2 more days actually. Only 2 more days we'll be doing Unapologetic again. Speaking of Unapologetic, I talked to Ian and Blitz, and I'm going to see if I can workshop Unapologetic into a 3-on-3 debate. Let me know if you guys think that would be interesting to see a 3-on-3 debate, like the Unapologetic team versus 3 apologists. If you think that would be a fun format for like a large, big stage in-person debate, let me know. I think it would be a lot of fun. At least personally, I think it would be able to play on all of our best skill sets. And of course, it gives the apologists, say, like a good opportunity to make a case as well and bring 3 people that they think have strong assets in the apologetics game. But some thoughts. Our Wordja, thank you for the super chat, friend, says I posted a link to the Zoom for Tuesday on the Discord, but mods might delete it without your approval. Mods, if you see a link from our Wordja or Robin, if you do see that in the Discord, please do not delete it. There's going to be a stream. I'm going to be on with was it Atheist United? Let me double check my calendar. It's not spam. It's I have a real calendar event with, let's see, make sure I wrote down the name of it on Tuesday. Yeah, it's going to be with United Atheists, and I forget which town though. I should have wrote down which town it's going to be for. But if you see a link for that video in the Discord chat, please don't delete it. In fact, once it's up there, somebody, if you could pin it, that'd be great, because I think there's some people that might actually want to watch that. And mostly Gizzards, my friend, thank you so much for the $666 super chat. And hail Satan and Sagan, and also Nero. Jumping over from Kip Vashanti McClellan, discussing a video about the Shroud that has, oh God, not Johnston again, Jeremiah Johnston. You might really enjoy the banter. Hilarious. I didn't know they were live streaming tonight. I would love to see Kip, Vashanti, and McClellan destroy the Shroud nonsense. Absolutely. I think that would. I don't think that the Shroud stands a chance against that lineup. So, nevertheless, it is what it is. I got a message from Dr. Blitzo real quick. Let me read this so I don't miss it. It says, Oh, well, that is true, Dr. Blitz. I gotcha. All right, now, give me a second to get through these super chats, Dr. Blitz, and I'll send some information over to you. Texas Panhandler, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Hope you're doing well. Let's cook. Happy Friday, fam. Well, listen, the fam dam is all together here. We should have some opposition in the box shortly, and we should be able to get some good faith linear discussion going. And still attacks. Good to see you, friend. Says there are sea plugs, aphids, and spotted salamander that incredibly use photosynthesis, living evolutionary links between plants and animals. I didn't realize salamanders did. I did know that there were like bacteria and things along that form of life that still did photosynthesis. I didn't realize salamanders did. So now, give me a second. I need to check this out. I need to type this in. Salamander photosynthesis. I wonder how they discover this, by the way. The yellow-spotted salamander is the only known vertebrate to exhibit photosynthesis-based symbiosis. I'm going to have to read more about this, but I'm curious to know how they discovered it. Maybe they just had one and they didn't feed it for a long time. And Helping Mega, good to see you, friends. Says, are we barbecuing late? Rock hard for Doug, Simply Wet for Sharon, and Whores for Life. Well, as far as I know, on my calendar, I don't have a super early event tomorrow. I can sleep in if I want to. So if the conversation is really good and the audience is still here, like if midnight rolls around and the audience is still building rather than dwindling, yeah, I'll probably go later. If we get to midnight and the audience had been dwindling for the last hour, which happens sometimes, then it's usually not worth pushing, till 2 a.m. But if we have a good audience in here and it's late and we got good conversation, I don't mind going later. Also, Simply What for Sharon, Rock Hard for Doug, and Horse for Life. Good to see you over on the horse stream. And R.W. Urja, or Arwerja, says, our name is Atheist United San Luis Obispo. Can't wait till Tuesday. Listen, I'm excited for it, friend. And if you give me just 1 second, I want to update the event on my calendar with that full name. So it's going to be Atheist United. I did United Atheist, so that's on me. So let me fix that. Atheist United San Luis Obispo. That is a super Latin or Spanish sounding city. I'll have to look it up. Thank you for the reminder. And Dr. Pizza says the Shroud has a dry cleaning tag that says Jesus, case closed. That's the evidence we needed. Thank you for that. Which, if we know anything about Jesus still has a toe tag. So this might check out. Also, Ashley, thank you for the super chat. Says, love the topic board. Nice change up. Well, thank you, Ashley. I did the stream with John yesterday, and I was like, I kind of like having a topic board. Even if you don't stick strictly to the topic board, it does kind of serve as a good conversation starter. And I like a good conversation starter. So I like that. So I think that's fine. Now, we also, give me 1 second, our friend Adam, Skepticus, is joining us here. Give me 1 minute. I'm going to bring Skepticus in. And I just have to double check my video settings. And we should have them in a moment. I need to duplicate something real quick. I'll explain later why I'm doing this. It's not critical right now that you know why, but it'll make sense in a second when I can't actually talk. I don't know if you guys know this about me. You should know this already. I can't actually talk and do things at the same time. I will fuck it up every time. So give me 1 second. All right, that's updated. And I'm going to add Adam to scene number 2. Perfect. All right. So the reason why I made you wait there, friends, is because when you import a guest on Video Ninja using a scene rather than a direct link, it'll import the name of the individual. So I don't have to type it out on the screen. Y'all can read the name of the channel coming in from Skepticus. So welcome in, friend.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm just learning the Video Ninja stuff myself, so I totally understand this.
It's a powerful tool. I'm looking to set up my own Video Ninja server in the future, so I don't have to use their servers, but we'll see about that. There's a lot of work that remains to be done on that end. But anyways, it should be a lot of fun. I think we have one guest, one opposition in the box already. So If you don't mind, let me read the super chat, and we'll get. It looks like the Oopla in here. House 70, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says Jesus toe tag, maybe bone tag. Fair. Hey, thank you, Bertram, for the galaxy. So this is fair. I was making a joke because I ran a live stream a couple months back. Said that Jesus is still dead or Jesus isn't coming back or something like that, and I put a toe tag on it, on his toe. I thought it was kind of funny. It might be time to go back to that. We'll see. But I kind of don't use backgrounds anymore. I've just basically got my shelf behind me, so I might have to devise of a floating window to do the thing, a floating Jesus body with a toe tag. And last super chat, thank you so much, Ryan, for the $50 super chat. Huge W, says happy Friday. New to the channel, just wanted to say I appreciate the great content. Well, thank you, Ryan. I appreciate you supporting the channel. The channel only exists because we've got supporters like you who make the channel a reality. So a big W to everyone who supports the channel via super chat, watching videos, sharing, liking, and commenting on the videos. Every interaction helps the channel tremendously. All right, let's grab it in the Oopla, and we'll have some conversation. How you doing, Oopla? Oopla, I think your hardware's muted still. I show the mute button on your hardware. There. Now your hardware is not muted, but let me see if you have anything properly plugged in and routed. I think your audio device is properly selected. You might have some issue routing on your computer though. I can't hear you. Can y'all hear him? I can't hear you, Oopla. I suspect your device might be routed to the wrong location, your microphone. Oh, there we go. Now I can hear.
Better?
Yeah.
Guys, about that.
That's all right. It happens. Oopla, are you at least 18?
Oh, I am about to turn 42.
Awesome. And
so
are
life, the universe,
you
and everything?
okay? Cool. Oh yeah, well yeah. From not Guardian of the Galaxy. I mean, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right? 42, the answer to the. Anyways, Oopla, I'm gonna arrange some boxes real quick now that we got
I
you up
wanted to
here.
ask a question.
Are
I have
you
an idea that
are you a believer
I
or a
wanted to know if
non-believer?
I have a belief that fascinates me, but I don't actually believe it. I wanted to know if you would mind me steel manning that, or if you'd like to make, or if I should move on.
So typically we don't do devil's advocate here. But I am running a Q&A on the 19th, whatever that Sunday is, the weekend of the 18th and 19th. I've got a Q&A. You're more than welcome to come up during the Q&A, and you can steel man any argument and do whatever devil's advocate you want. We can do the whole thing.
All right. Well, thank you for your time, and you have a great live stream.
Hey, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. So, friends, I have been trying to do at least one Q&A every month, and so hopefully this will alleviate people wanting to come into the debate live stream to ask questions. I actually really enjoy answering and taking questions, but people, they come here to watch a debate, so we kind of want to keep the main thing. But we do have another guest in the guest box. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, the link to join is on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ Live. There's a clickable version of that link that's in the description of this video. If you're watching on TikTok, you don't have to use any links. You can just hit the guest request button on TikTok and it'll dump you right into the guest queue as per usuals. But let's bring in a guest named Christianity. Should we call you Christianity, or do you have a name? Christianity? Christianity? Do you have headphones plugged in? Sounds like according to the audio routing on your hardware, you don't have any headphones plugged in, which is why you can't hear me right now. Oh boy.
Well, we have one more piece of evidence for the problem of hiddenness.
Yes. God's like, not only am I gonna hide like a motherfucker, I'm gonna make sure these people's microphones hide as well.
God's going to call into your talk show and then not say anything, but you just have to have faith that he's talking to you right now.
It's crazy. All right. Well, I guess God's not sending his best warriors at the moment. Christianity, I'm gonna dump you for now. You're welcome to come on back. Just when you get back into the guest queue, make sure you've got your proper hardware selected so you can hear me. I'm baffled by people that don't like. They get into the Video Ninja queue and they didn't bother to select a microphone and an audio source for listening. Like when the entry page loads up, it asks you what camera and microphone and audio source do you want to use. You just have to pick one. It already knows what you have on your device. You just have to pick what you want and hit go, and you're good to go. It's just like it's like a Zoom call. Not hard at all.
Will
but
it let you move on having selected nothing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know that's. I think there's a way to decode it so that it doesn't do that. I'll have to look into that. But we do have another guest in queue on the TikTok side, so we'll try the TikTok guest and see if that goes any better. But how you doing? Is it Braille or Brell?
Yes.
Oh, hold on.
Braille.
1 second. All right, there we go. I can hear you in the right place now. It says BRL.
Sure.
Well, I mean, I'll call you whatever you want. What do you want to be called?
Yeah, it's BRL. You got it.
BRL. Okay. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Sure. And do you believe in God?
Yes.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in the one and only God.
Okay, so Vishnu,
What's Vishnu?
the one and only God.
And which language is that?
I don't know what language it is. It's just the name of the deity is Vishnu.
Oh, sure. I don't know what that means, but yep.
Okay.
Is that
Marduk.
like an insult towards God?
Nope. It's the name
Are
of
you
a
sure?
god in the Hindu pantheon.
I'm not a Hindu.
I
They
know.
believe in gods.
I'm aware.
They believe in gods. You know
Yeah.
what S means behind the word gods?
Yeah, it makes it
God.
plural. Right.
Yes.
So what I was
believe
doing
in
was I was
one-
naming gods that I assumed you didn't believe in because you didn't tell me which god you believe in.
Yes.
So
I believe
which
in
god do you
the-
believe in?
and I believe in the one God, and I follow the Quran.
Ah, you're Muslim. Why do like when Muslims come up here, I have to pry it out of them what their religion is? What's up with that?
No, because like when we talk about the God of the Bible, right? When I read the Bible, I view it in a Unitarian way, and it would be the same God as Islam, right? So
Well,
the
that's what
God
you
is
think.
so.
Christians would
What?
disagree with that. Christians disagree, but that's neither here nor there. So,
A Unitarian? Yeah, I mean, I don't care. I'm not asking for their opinion.
well,
My
I'm not.
opinion, right?
They're not asking for your opinion either, right? So that's why I'm asking
I
you,
mean,
like,
you are.
who your God is, because it actually is going to
Yes,
depend. Like,
you're
if you
asking
don't,
me, right?
if you don't believe in the biblical God, it's going to be useless to quote Bible verses to you, right? That's why I'm asking you. So, what do you think is? Well, first of all, we have kind of two options here tonight. I've got some conversation starters on the screen, which you're more than welcome to pick from, or you can just give me your favorite argument for why you think God exists.
I can address. First of all, I want to address something. I assume you're atheist.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So God hates woman. God is a sad. So let me tell you, you as a spineless atheist, I don't think you
Spineless.
really.
What makes an
Yeah,
atheist
yeah,
spineless?
You guys are spineless, but
Why?
if you allow me to finish, then
Well,
you can ask me.
What
why.
about atheists? Well, I don't
If
have to
you
allow
allow
you
me
to
to
finish. I don't have to allow you to do anything. You're on my live stream. So
Ross,
why are atheists
I-
spineless?
Yeah, you're spineless.
Why?
You have no objective morality. So
Oh, neither do you.
you're just a being
Where
who
do you know what
acts
objective morals
on
are?
its emotions.
Do you know what
You're
objective morals
programmed.
are?
You're a programmed
You
robot who
don't.
acts
Okay, so
upon
you
its
don't know what
emotions.
objective morals are. I can explain it to you if you want to know what they are.
I know about objective morality.
Cool. So what are they?
Well, do you don't understand it? Do you want me to explain
This
it?
can be
Like,
painful.
it's
I do understand it. I know that you don't, which is why I'm asking you a question. I'm waiting for
so
you to give
since
me
you're
the wrong answer so I
spineless
can
and
correct
you're a
you.
man who acts on his emotions. God hates
sounds like-
woman.
Sounds like you're
God
acting on
hates-
your emotions right
I'm
now.
a little spineless atheist.
I mean, you got
I
a
have
nice
no
falsetto
opinion.
voice. You ever listen to the Bee
Yes, I know,
Gees? That
thank
might
you.
be in your vocal range.
Yeah. God hates woman like you. We have to treat woman exactly the same as men.
I've got tissues if
I'm a
you want.
cuck.
Do you want tissues?
I'm a cuck.
Imagine
God hates
crashing
woman.
out before the debate already started.
Yeah, because you won't let
That's
me finish.
crazy. I asked you a
That's
very easy
crazy.
question. Do you know what objective morals are?
Yes, I get my moral from a thing that doesn't change. It's objective. Yes.
That's not what it means for morals to be objective. You want to try again, or do you want me to give you the definition?
Yeah. So what's your definition of it?
My definition is the same as Plato, Aristotle, and everybody else in philosophy. Objective morals are things that exist independent of any mind. It's stance and mind independent, which means it would exist even if your God didn't exist. That's what it would mean to be objectively existing. If morals depend on your God's mind, that means that they're subjective. Just like if morals depend on my mind, they're subjective. So both of us are dealing with subjective. Hold on.
If my morality is dependent on something,
both of us are dealing with subjective morals. The difference is I believe my subjective morals come from human minds. You believe that your subjective morals comes from a God's mind. But I don't see any reason to believe that your God's objective or your God's subjective morals should even be followed. Why do I care about your God's subjective opinions?
Let me add to that really quick too, and just say that even if we agreed on a given objective moral that exists outside of anyone's mind, it still becomes subjective when every person actually has to bring that moral into through the filter of their own mind. So even if there was a perfectly objective standard, the fact that you have to bring every one of them into your own mind and interpret it then renders it to be a subjective moral.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
we would say it
guys,
operates.
You have spoken a lot.
Objectively.
If you allow your guest to speak, it would be nice.
It's wild that like when you think it's your turn to speak, it's always in the middle of like when I'm saying something. Listen, I want you to speak.
You said something, then you said something, then you said something.
Yeah, it turns out he's allowed to talk too.
No,
so
but when am I allowed?
I know that like wherever you're from, you're probably used to
like
you're like just used to forcing women around, but we're not women. You can't do that here. So like you're dealing with the Western world now. You're dealing with the Western world now. So
Western world.
You're gonna have to get used to it. Yeah, we treat women with equality here. You don't get to push people around
equality.
just because you have a God that says so.
Right. All right. Can I speak, or you want to be more emotional?
Are you gonna address what I said about morals?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, go for it.
My morality, it has the being who gave my morality doesn't change his mind. He has sent the scripture which I follow, which doesn't change. Therefore, it's subjective. Second of all, spineless.
That's not what objective means.
Atheist,
so again, you're confusing.
You're interrupting me for the third time.
Words.
Go ahead, atheist boy.
I'm interrupting you because you just patently said something false, which I already.
Spineless cuck.
Do you want me to show you in the dictionary where like objective morals are defined? Like, did you just not like learn English properly? Like all you have to do is go back and read some of the earliest like philosophical dialogues. Like the Euthyphro dilemma was the first piece of philosophy I ever learned. It was in my philosophy 101 class. That's how easy this is able to access. And the Euthyphro dilemma is very easy, right? The idea that either morals come from outside of God or they come from God. But if they come from God, then that means they're moral just because God dictates it. That means you have subjective morals. They're just divine command theory, right? If they exist independent of God, and God can only do what is moral because God can't do immoral actions, meaning he's bound by morality, well, then you would have objective morals. That's what it means to be entirely mind independent. There's no mind
Dude,
that they
spamming
depend
mute.
on. So what that means is that if your God has morals that he dictated, whether they change or not is irrelevant. Them changing isn't relevant to whether or not they exist independent of a mind. So if they exist from your God decided what they would be, then they're subjective.
All right. So, thank you for the ChatGPT session. So now let's talk. Allow me to speak. So, you as an atheist, right? You are a little good cock. You say women are exactly the same as men. I'm
Amazing
spineless.
coming into a debate and just crying that like in the Western world we don't let you just abuse women, and then
You
calling me a
sexualize
cuck,
women, bro. You
because
sexualize
you feel
women in
like
the West.
no, I mean everybody sexualizes women. If you look at the rape statistics, they're
Stop
just as
muting
bad
me.
in your country as they are in any
Stop muting me.
country. Well, you're in the cuck chair
Stop
now. I'm
muting me.
sorry, you're gonna have to deal with it.
Stop
So
muting me.
if you come in and you act like a clown, you get treated like a clown. Like, you could have came in and acted like a mature adult and you would have been treated like a mature adult, but you didn't. You came in and immediately starting saying all kinds of bullshit, calling me names, saying I'm a cuck. And so this is the treatment that you're going to get. It sounds like you're the emotional one, right? So I came in to this debate not knowing anything about you, just assuming you were going to have a good faith linear dialogue, and it turns out that what you actually want to do is just cry that I don't believe in the same bullshit God you believe in, and I won't allow you to like denigrate women on my live stream. What it sounds like to me. But listen, you can get the fuck out of here. I think we have actual adults waiting to get in, and we're probably going to actually hopefully get some real discussion. I don't think anyone's here for a 20 to 30-minute back and forth of you just calling me a cuck and me cussing you out. As exciting that is for 5 minutes, it's not worth filling a whole 20-minute slot with it.
I can go get one of my cats to put on the mic. It'll be more entertaining and intellectually stimulating than what he just did.
It certainly would be. Certainly would be. All right, welcome in. Is it Casa?
Yeah, Casa La Home.
Casa. All right, Casa. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm 27.
And which religion do you believe in, or what God do you believe in?
So I would say, so just to be transparent and set the foundation of the conversation, I grew up culturally Christian, I would say, between Catholic and Baptist as the denominations.
So you're like Baptist.
Now that I'm a little bit more older, 27, obviously when you go your own path as an adult, you start, questioning things. I would say I still hold on to that belief because it's comforting and because it comes from my background. But I would say I'm more agnostic than anything. So,
okay, so
yeah.
Tell you what then, I had some points on the board, but these points on the board are kind of for people who have more firm beliefs in God. It sounds like you might not. These might be too specific for you. So how about if you believe in a generic God, which is fine, go ahead and tell me, what do you think is a good reason to believe in whatever God you believe in, or whatever God concept you believe in?
I think my ultimate reason is just because it really provides a lot of comfort. And I think for me at least, I can be truthful and say, for me, it makes me feel the weight of existence can be heavy sometimes when you live life, facing the cold hard reality of truth and fact, facing the cold hard reality that this is probably just the one time experience you get, and then after that there's nothing. At least for me, it's kind of sort of a hard thing to do. So God, more or less for me at least, I recognize truthfully, it's more of a comfort thing. For most people, I think they like to make the argument that it's more than comfort, because I think if if you are truthful with yourself and say that it's for a comfort thing, then a lot of people can essentially, it's easier for a lot of people who
True.
don't believe to say, well,
So,
your reason isn't valid enough.
well, I don't think it's valid to believe something just because you want to believe it or it brings you comfort. What we're interested in here is what is true, right? I agree that
Yeah.
believing in God might bring you some comfort, might even bring me some comfort, but I'm interested in what's true. So, what would you say is a reasonable argument or piece of evidence that would lead to the truthfulness of God existing?
Yeah, so again, I know this probably will cause my end on the live in a premature way, but I don't have a valid, solid reason besides just that it makes me feel good. But I've had this conversation a lot of times with people who don't believe, and often, I don't know if you fall into the same spectrum or what your beliefs are, but often they like to source that their beliefs are based off of how they can utilize how much utility it brings. And a lot of the
What?
times when
Well,
I
I
am
don't know.
not
I don't
necessarily
know about those people. I can only tell you about me, and I don't
okay, so
believe things just based on utility.
okay, yeah, I guess why do you believe things? Like what would be the reasons you believe what you believe?
My beliefs are formed on evidence. I believe things that the evidence seems to be pointing towards, and if the evidence changes, I would adjust what I believe.
Let me add
Okay.
something there. If I have a possible belief that I truly believe is wrong, it's absolutely incorrect, and yet it brings me a ton of comfort to think about that belief. And yet I have another belief over here that I know is absolutely correct, and it brings me a ton of discomfort. Maybe I know that I've been diagnosed with a terminal disease, which brings me, of course, a lot of discomfort. But does it do me any good to deny the truth of the terminal disease? And does it do me
Uh-huh.
any good to cling to the belief that is demonstrably false?
In that example, I would say for the person who's terminally ill, I think that for them to believe in something that brings comfort, because I mean, eventually, in a terminal ill case, essentially, their life is going to end. Uh, if there's something that gives them a positive emotionally, I think that's a greater position to come from, to reach out for something that could possibly give your life in that moment, right? Because we're having the decision to decide between the negative and then the positive. I'm not saying which one. Well, I guess in this sense, I am making the claim that believing in something that is not necessarily helping your case, but makes you feel good because it gives you some positive in your life, that would be my decision. I would say that is good, right? I mean, to answer your question in a short form, uh, you can acknowledge the fact that you're terminally going to pass away, but in that moment, I wouldn't blame the person to want to reach out for a belief that is going to make them feel better in that moment, because I guess maybe I'm interpreting the question wrong, but in my mind, it's the decision to face the reality that you're going to die, but at the same time you could choose to face the reality that that is true, but there might be a possibility that there's something more to the situation that you're in, by believing something outside. I don't know if that makes sense or if I'm explaining that correctly.
Well, to me, it only makes sense from the perspective that you see belief as malleable. And
Ma-
belief to me is a spectrum, meaning there are things in life that you might be unsure of. Okay, like you're on a scale of 1 to 10, you're a 5. You're not sure. You said agnostic, right? But if
yeah.
I truly, like for me personally, and I think Justin is the same way. I do not believe a God is there at all. I'm a hard atheist, a strong atheist, whatever term you want to use. I don't just
Okay.
say, well, I haven't seen evidence for a God. I literally would tell you that I have no reason to believe in a God, and the God, as far as I'm concerned, is not there. So from that perspective, what good does it do me to feign belief if I truly don't believe in it?
Yeah, I guess to answer that question, in the particular instance that you give, for somebody of your, obviously of your paradigm, it'd probably be better to, I mean, it would just be a waste of time not to believe in God, right? It'd probably be better for someone like you in your position to actually have that position that you are going to die or you're going to pass because you're terminally ill, which gives your life more purpose because I mean, your life matters more because there's less time of it, or you have less time on the earth to have your experiences and whatnot. Um, so
Well,
yeah, I guess in
that's
your
one of my
case,
problems with religion as a whole, is that I think that it devalues the human experience, but that's probably going off on tangents.
okay, yeah, I can see that. I think, yeah, I can see that. Like, I would agree because I think that to a certain extent, a lot of people who believe, from my experience, who are believers, they don't necessarily give a lot of credit to human as a whole in terms of what how far we've come. They give credit to God, and I mean, I understand where they're coming from, obviously, because I was coming from that cultural background as well. But I mean, there's a lot of examples that I think we should give, credit to humans. Surgeons when they do 24-hour heart surgery, or brain surgeons when they do long surgeries. After they're done, they saved the person because of how far humans came, not because of God, but because of science, because of our ability to question and stuff like that. So yeah, I would agree with you on that point that kind of religion somewhat diminishes the human experience. Yeah, I would agree with you in that sense.
So, Casa, these are intriguing conversations, but we're here for debates. And while I agree with Skepticus that just believing something because it makes you feel good isn't a worthwhile endeavor, I don't know if our audience really cares about that debate, unless I'm misreading the audience. So I don't know if I want to keep this conversation going.
Well, can I say something really quick? Sorry, before you let me go. I know this is probably, I mean, there is a topic I do want to have a discussion on because I have thought about this, and it's kind of aligns with one of your points here, which is God is a sadist. It's kind of sort of this idea that I have, and I'm assuming I want to start this off from the position of, the POE, the problem of evil, right? The fact that, if God is all good, why would he allow all these evil things to happen? There's
Wait,
a lot of
what?
arguments for why.
That's not my argument.
No, I know it's not your argument, but it's a lot. I'm assuming because, okay, so let me ask you this: God is a sadist. Where does that come from? Where does that?
He enjoys
that
harming others.
position come from?
From the Bible, from Deuteronomy 28:63.
Okay.
He says
Okay,
in Deuteronomy 28:63, he speaks through Moses and says, "Just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction." God takes delight in bringing you to ruin.
Before we continue this conversation, I just want to make sure it's okay with you. I'm not too familiar on a lot of Bible verses, so
well, you don't believe in the Bible God. That's just why I didn't bring it up.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure before we continue this conversation, if you're okay with me not being familiar with a whole lot of Bible verses.
Well, I don't expect you to. It's not a requirement.
Okay, perfect. Okay,
if you're a Christian, it'd be relevant, but you're not a Christian.
This is going to sound rude, but I'll say it anyway.
No,
agnostics, while I respect agnostics' viewpoints because they're very similar to me as an atheist, agnostics in a call-in show are boring.
I understand. I'm no offense taken at all. I think when it comes to having a conversation between agnostics and atheists, it's more on a like a definitional basis and more on on actually inspecting the ideas. I get why these shows exist because it's more fun to see actual hard believers get completely. I don't know what to say, but I mean, every
Well,
time I see them,
I think the problem
they
is
get
with
completely.
agnostics is basically it's always going to be an agnostic nearly doing apologetics as devil's advocate. Because if you're an agnostic, typically you don't really even fully know what you're referring to when you refer to God. God has this kind of amorphous concept. And so it's very, if you don't actually have a formed opinion on whether or not you actually do believe in God, it's just kind of a weird thing to debate for. And like if you were willing to give an argument,
Yeah.
if you wanted to give me an argument for why God does exist, that would be a real debate.
Yeah, understandable. I guess just to cut through all the bread, just to get to the point, I wanted to talk about the problem of. I know it's not on the topic, but I assumed that Goddess of Sadist was downstream from the POE, and my point was going to be the opposite. Was to say, well, if I can understand why people would make that, this, I guess like would hold that position from the problem of evil, of God being evil and then being a sadist. I'm not saying this is your position. I'm just saying I'm getting to the point in the sense that I would like to flip that on its head and say, if it is the case that you know God is all knowing, and people say is evil because he lets all these evil things happen.
Buddy, I don't
Why is
say
it
that. I've never
No,
said
I
that.
know, I
I
know.
don't know.
Okay.
If you want to debate the problem of evil, at least ask me what my position is, and we can debate that.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm aspiring a position to you. That's my fault. So I understand. You guys don't want to have this conversation. That's fine. I guess I.
All right. Yep. We're just gonna move on. Sorry. Yep. Way too much. Can't have it. We're gonna grab a couple super chats, and we're gonna get Christianity back in here from the YouTube queue, and then we'll get BRJ in here next. Anonymous Undead, thank you for the super chat. Says, did you ever think the rag of Turin was legitimate when you were a Christian? Nope, not for 1 second. My family swears on it, even with the mountains of evidence against it. Well, no, never once. I never believed in Marian apparitions. None of that stuff was convincing. I did look up the science for the Shroud of Turin back when I was in Catholic school. Didn't find it convincing at all. And it didn't make any sense to me why God would go through all this trouble to have a rag demonstrating that he was murdered, but not demonstrating that he rose from the dead. What a nonsensical thing. We already agreed that he was murdered. We know he was crucified. The rag doesn't prove anything. You don't have to prove to us that he was crucified. We know he was. So the rag will never demonstrate the validity of Christianity. It can only demonstrate that there was a dead guy, maybe, that was wrapped in a rag. That's basically it. And Mr. Chris says, do you find it risible when you say the name Biggest Skeptic? That's a good line, actually, from The Life of Brian. Thank you, Mr. Chris. Yes, I would find that risible, actually. And Travis says, what do you think is most dishonest version of Christianity? For me, it's Catholics or the Catholic apologists. They seem to be allergic to the text. I think there's a good reason for that. I don't think it's because they're being dishonest. I think it's because early on they had to switch their authority to something that was moldable, because the Bible is too rigid. You can just open up the Bible and say, well, there's some bullshit, right? So if you include the church authority in there, it at least gives them some wiggle room. But I don't know if modern Catholics look at it that way. I think modern Catholics have just accepted that there are two different authorities. And so I'm not sure if they're being dishonest. I would say, to me, the people that are most dishonest are probably going to be the Eastern Orthodox Philbros. Now, the Catholic Philbros, they'll do some fun stuff, but the Eastern Orthodox have read the Bible even less than the Catholics. The Catholics I've debate will do some Aquinas bullshit, but at least they're kind of familiar with the Bible. The Eastern Orthodox people have not even cracked open the book. They don't even know where it's at. Like, they inherited like their father's family Bible 20 years ago and never even opened it type of Bible readers. And Skeptic Derb says, Skepticus, love the shirt, although the combo with glasses is giving Kent Hovind. You're like the anti-Kent Hovind. It is a Kent Hovind vibe.
Oh man, that's not a good feel. But the shirt is Adventure Time, so I will defend Adventure Time until they put me in the ground.
Love it. And the Oopla says, thank you for having me on. Well, sorry we couldn't move forward, Oopla. It says, I wanted to steelman the idea that the belief of an evil God is rational. Oh, Well, listen, Upla, this is actually a topic I'd be really interested in talking about. Please come by when I do my next Q&A so we can workshop it, because I'm really curious as to whether or not you could make a case in either direction. And Keiko says, would you agree Christians should know and value the Old Testament over the New Testament because we know Jesus taught and advocated for Old Testament and he never signed off on New Testament? Yes, that was my position as a Christian. The foundational text for your religion must be the Hebrew Bible. That's the original revelation from God. So anything that comes after that must agree with it. And that was the reason why I deconstructed, because what came after that, the New Testament doesn't agree with it. And clearly it couldn't be all authoritative. Bacon and Bush.
Frankly, Christians take the opposite approach, where they try to do everything that they can to throw out the Old Testament and tell you that the New Testament supersedes it.
Right. Yep. Bacon and Bush says they're just hiding their godly shame. Be courageous, theists. Pull your shame out and show us, but not. Be careful which shame you pull out. And turn your camera off too. And David says, if atheists are spineless, then where does our spurting fluid come from? Oh, fuck. Amazing Islamic joke. Thank you for that. I got 2 more super chats, and we're going to get Christianity back in here. Bacon and Bush, thank you for the additional super chat. It says, Justin Skepticus, stop interrupting the beginning of the guest sentence with the middle of yours. I'm sorry, Bacon. That's my fault. I need to know the future so I don't actually speak already when he wanted to speak. And Dylan, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, do you ever have that urge to slay your friends with a sword after having too much wine? I haven't. No, well, I've got a wise bodyguard that says otherwise. Source from the good book, 1 Esdras 3:21. That is case. Or when God sends an evil spirit, he almost impales David with his spear. Let me grab 1 Esdras, though. I haven't read the 3rd chapter in a while. I was reading through 2nd Esdras not that long ago, but it's been a minute since I was in 1 Esdras. Let's see, 3:21 is the story. Oh, yeah. Then the first who had spoken of the strength of wine began and said, gentlemen, how is wine the strongest? It leads astray the minds of all who drink it. It makes equal the mind of the king and the orphan and the slave and the free and of the poor and the rich. It turns every thought to feasting and gladness and forgets sorrow and debt. It makes hearts feel rich, forgets kings and satraps, and makes everyone talk of extravagant sums. When people drink, they forget to be friendly with friends and kindred, and before long, they draw their swords. You know what? This isn't actually bad information, I think. I've seen a number of people turn to violence because of some intoxications. So it might actually be onto something, but Christianity is back with us. We got Christianity in the box now. Can you hear us? Christianity.
If we can't hear Christianity again, I'm going to swear that this is actually Yahweh on the line.
Gotta be. It shows that your microphone is your actual internal hardware. Your Realtek audio array microphone is either the internal hardware on your laptop, or your laptop microphone just doesn't work anymore, my friend. It's possible that your laptop microphone, that's usually what those Realtek mics are, it just doesn't work. You're gonna have to get a plug-in mic or something. But let's get BRJ in here from the TikTok queue, and hopefully we'll get some good faith linear debates going. How you doing, BRJ?
Hello, doing good. 32 TOS. Hi.
Are you at least 18?
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Sometimes, but I like all the topics you had.
You know we're doing debates, right?
Yeah, that's okay.
Do you agree or disagree with the proposition that God exists?
I agree.
Awesome. And which God do you think exists?
I don't think that's really up to me. The closest I found is maybe the tension between creation and destruction.
What does that even mean? I asked you what God you believed in.
I guess I don't care.
Well,
Whose
then neither
beliefs
do
are-
I.
Yeah, it's up to who. Like whose beliefs?
It's crazy. I guess I don't care is wild. Why would you get on a live stream debating the existence of God only to say I don't care?
Yeah. And
People
then
are
he
wild,
said,
y'all.
it's not up to me. It's not up to me what I believe in. Like, what?
Well, there might be a case to be made there if you're a determinist, right? If you think that all of your beliefs were in all of your mental states and everything were predetermined, you might be able to get to a point. But I think I'm a determinist, but some days I question it. I had a conversation a while ago with my friend Ophelia on this, and she made a really good case for determinism that I couldn't really fight against. But I'm still open to the possibility that determinism might not be the correct view. But
determinism would be an argument for I guess the cause of your beliefs, but you could still report on what your beliefs are. I could still say I believe in Vishnu, and maybe because I'm a full-on determinist, it wasn't my free will to believe in Vishnu. Maybe it's just a pure act of determinism. But I could still say to you, I believe in Vishnu. It's like you can do that. You can articulate your beliefs even if they are the result of determinism.
True. I think one of the questions I have, or at least one of the questions that I ask myself is, if it's true that determinism is the lay of the land, then am I actually making any choices at all? And it kind of seems like no, I wouldn't really necessarily be making choices. It's like the illusion of choice. And that's satisfying enough of an answer. It's a logical answer. But it is interesting to think that actually all the choices I've made weren't actually my choices. I think that's the hurdle that people will struggle to get over with, but we'll see.
Well, to me, it comes down to, and maybe this may not be an obvious connection, but the question is, do you believe in such a thing as true randomness? Can randomness truly exist?
I don't think so.
Because for almost every decision in your life, there's, we can even just logically say why you made that decision. Like, you brought that to your mouth to eat because you're hungry and you need to snack on something. But if you think about something that truly doesn't have any reason, and actually keeping with the food metaphor, I've thought of this before. Like if you had a bowl of M&Ms you're going to eat, and they're all the same color, let's just say, this, because to take even that variable out, like maybe like the green ones over the orange ones or something, but no, like they're all the same color, and you're going to eat the whole bowl. But which one you grab at any one point in time is that a choice? I mean, to me, it feels almost random. But if you believe in full-on determinism, and I'll shut up because this goes into a bunch of rabbit holes that people probably would get bored to hell with. But if you believe on full-on determinism, even that is not a random decision. But if you believe that randomness can occur, then it starts to break down some of the constructs of neural determinism.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, maybe we'll get to have that debate sometime. MindWiz, thank you for the super chat. It says, Raz, I'm truly happy to see you here. Well, I'm sure Raz is happy to see you, MindWiz. Hope you're doing well, and rock hard for Doug. And also, Rachel, welcome in. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I don't think that Muslim kid has ever met men. No. Well, I could say things about him, but he's not here to defend himself, and I don't want to get my TikTok channel banned for like the 15th day in a row. Oh, Raz is in the guest box now. I guess Raz is here. Maybe we'll get to talk to Raz. Design, thank you for the super chat. It says, the Shroud, a dead guy that looks just like Michelangelo's boyfriend, no less. Oh, I've heard this story before, where like the artist for the Shroud was like the lover of Michelangelo. My understanding is that this isn't as valid of a claim as people think. This is like urban legend type stuff. But it's been so long since I looked into it. I have to look into it. But I would be weary.
I mean, match up.
I forget the whole story, but there is a whole story behind it. But I do remember when this first became a popular talking point in our circles, looking into it, and I remember that there was a problem with it, but I just don't remember what the problem was. But nevertheless, I mean, yeah, interesting stuff.
There's an interesting aspect too on the Turin piece. I mean, I can't believe that people are still flogging this very, very, very dead horse on the Shroud of Turin. But I think it's funny that there are a lot of evangelicals in the United States, at least, who really love and want to cling on to this idea of the Shroud of Turin. But you know what the Shroud of Turin really reminds me of? The veneration of holy objects that Catholics do. And like if you go to Italy, for example, you can go into a temple, a church or whatever, and they'll have the knuckle bone of some saint, right, in this glass case or something. So to me, they're very analogous. Like a lot of Protestants will say that's ridiculous to have these holy relics, but they will glom onto the Shroud of Turin as though it means anything.
That's a crazy juxtaposition. I did check out the Shroud. The dating of the Shroud actually dates from prior to Michelangelo. Michelangelo lived like 100 years after the carbon dating of the Shroud. So it seems like it might not be a great match, but never know. There could be something connected there. I find it doubtful though, because we don't know much about its creation. Base of Share though, good to see. It says mathematical, and I suspect that was in response to something.
That's in response to Adventure Time. Mathematical.
Okay, I didn't realize that was a slogan.
I believe that's what they're saying because Finn and Jake often say mathematical.
Okay, that makes sense. I appreciate the heads up on that. And UOFL fan, thank you for the super chat. Says if Jesus is 100% God and 100% man, but God cannot sin, that means Jesus could not go against God or God's own will, so his sacrifice was a foregone conclusion. It was all predetermined, and it was a charade. It was theater. Jesus couldn't have sinned, and he couldn't have not fulfilled the scriptures. Oh, Raz left. I was going to bring in Raz, and Raz dropped out. I guess Raz didn't want to talk. That's a shame. You even had some super chat. Someone paid a super chat to get you into the chat, Raz, and now you're already gone. Oh well. Eric, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. It says, in my opinion, determinism is entailed by the fact that the mind is a result of the brain, and your decisions can be seen on scans before you're aware of them. You can't control your neurons, but they control you. This is fair. I've read the studies on people's brains making decisions before you're aware of what the decision is, and it's super interesting. To me, I think that's the best evidence for determinism. I know that there's a question that people will ask, which is like, if I say I'm going to go to the store and then I decide not to go to the store, did I change my mind? Well, I think technically, yes, that is the case, but it wasn't necessarily a free will change. It just happened to be that the neurons firing in your brain caused you to rethink going to the store, and it wasn't because you made an actual choice. You had the illusion of choice. And I think that's where some people are going to get hung up. But Terrifier, good to see you, says, just paying penance for missing the Kent Hovind vibe. Rock Hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Terrifier. And I think Raz is back as well. So let me grab the super chat. We'll get Raz in the conversation. A cat with Ebola. Hope your cat's doing better. Says, I'm back. Should the Bible be taken literally or figuratively? Some like to twist words to suit their needs, it seems. Well, I think that's the wrong question, because every chapter in the Bible might have a slightly different genre, right? So, for example, when we're reading something that is strict poetry and they're making a lot of metaphors in it, well, that passage might be best translated metaphorically. But when we're telling like history, like so such and such king went and fought against another king, or you're just telling a narrative about like Noah's Ark or whatever, there's no good reason to think that those are metaphors. Those are just stories. And Jesus's parables, remember, you can tell they're parables. Like he tells you that they are parables, and then quite often he gives you the meaning of the parables, so you know that his parables are not literal, but they map onto a literal reality. But nevertheless, Raz is back with us. Let's see if we can get Raz into the conversation. Raz, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Can you hear me all right?
So I assume that's a yes?
I can hear you if you can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, I can hear you. Raz, are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yes.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
Yahweh.
So you're Jewish.
No, I'm Christian.
Oh, so you believe in Jesus. Gotcha. Okay. What do you think? Well, we're going to do two things tonight. Either you can use a talking point from the board, which I'm more than happy to, or if you have a specific argument that you wanted to run for the existence of your God, I'm more than happy to hear it.
Well, to be honest, I didn't really want to come into the debate today. You might have seen my friend sort of shout me out in the super chat there because he just showed me your channel and asked me to pop on. So I'm my first time viewer and all that kind of thing. So just to preface this, I don't want to waste your time. But what I was really looking for is maybe like a 60-second breakdown of each of those points and where you come from on those and cite some verses and stuff. So I can
Yeah,
get to grips with
Jesus
your
was
argument.
a liar and
If
a
you prefer me
fraud
to go in,
because he claimed to be the
okay.
Messiah, but he didn't do a single thing the Messiah was supposed to do. He said he was coming back within a generation of his believers, and he didn't do that. Hell is ridiculous because it's punishing people for finite crimes with infinite punishments, and also it's a false dichotomy. God doesn't have to send anyone to hell if he gets to make the rules. He could send you to an infinite number of different punishments that are proportional to whatever crimes you have committed. God hates women because in the Bible and in Islam, the women are subjugated and treated like property. In fact, women in the Bible are literally raped as punishment for other people's crimes. God is a sadist because Deuteronomy 28:63 literally states that God enjoys destroying his people when they turn sinful. And also because anyone that would create this world for us to live in, where people are randomly maimed and killed about 200,000 a year by natural disasters, could only have done that if in fact that's the world that they wanted. And if that's the world that they wanted, well, that just means they want carnage. The last thing is the crucifixion fixed nothing, is deadpan literal. Nothing that Jesus did, you need. Everything that you get in Christianity, you could have already had in regular Judaism. Jesus didn't have to die for anything. You already had forgiveness. You already had the Yahwistic God. You already had a direct connection to him if you wanted to. So Jesus' death did literally nothing. It was pure theater.
Right, yeah, thank you. As much as that does want me to sort of open up the topics a little bit, I am not prepared, so it wouldn't go well for me, to be totally honest with you. But
Fair
I
enough.
will I will go and look back at the stream because obviously you reeled all that off very quickly.
Okay.
So I'll have to go back and look into those things. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate your you know, indulging me there. But I'll hop off and let you get some more proper conversation.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
All right, cheers. Interesting. Well, at least we got some, what would we say, future opposition, perhaps, that'll be coming into the box, even if they're not prepared today.
Planting seeds.
You know what, though? We'll give them some credit. Someone that knows they're unprepared is much better than someone who comes in thinking they're prepared and is completely not prepared.
Oh, yeah. Easily.
Yeah. Well, friends, we for some reason, our guest box is still empty. We usually have quite a few guests in line by this time in the evening. However, now's a great time to get into the guest box rather than at the end of the night. Last night, I ended my live stream with a handful of people in the box. Wednesday, I ended it with a handful of people in the box. If you want to get into the conversation and not get cut off at the end of the live stream because time's up, now is the time to get into the guest box. If you wait 2-3 hours to get in the guest box, there's no guarantee that we'll actually be able to fit you into the conversation. So if you're watching on TikTok, hit the guest request. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, use the link on the screen. It's also in the description of the video. And Cameron, my friend, hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. It says Friday night wine just in time. I love you, Justin. Well, thank you, Cameron. I love you back. And let me know what kind of wine you're imbibing tonight. I'd be curious to know what you got. I'm a big fan of wines and Krakens and all kinds of things. Jesus Crust, excellent name. Thank you for the super chat. Says if he doesn't care, then he's an apathist. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. No need to come up to debate then. That's the weird thing. Like if you don't actually care, I have no idea why you would get into a live stream where the point of the live stream is to discuss whether or not God actually exists. Like if you don't care and just chill out in the audience and I don't know, kick back and enjoy it.
Yeah, like me calling into a cooking channel. Like, I mean, I'm glad you guys are cooking, but I don't care how you choose to cook. I mean, however you want.
Could you imagine if someone was running a live stream that said, air frying is the best way to air fry or best way to cook food? And you got in, well, actually, I don't really care about how food is cooked. I'm kind of agnostic on whether or not air fryers even are useful tools. Like, why would they keep you?
I can't even really tell you what I believe. I don't know what I believe. Like, okay, thanks for calling.
To be fair, air fryers are pretty cool. Elliptic 6, thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm curious, how do two omniscient beings ever have a meaningful conversation? They can. So this is, I used to ask this. It's been a long time. I used to ask this a long time ago when I was doing my original Trinity debates. I used to do very streamlined debates back when the TikTok algorithm was different. And I used to do the Trinity was nonsense. And one of the things I used to ask is, hey, if Jesus and Yahweh are both in heaven, can Jesus turn to Yahweh and ask Yahweh a question and get an answer back? And they always say, yeah, well, of course he can. But no, that can't be the case. There's no information being exchanged if they're both omniscient. Plus, if they're both outside of time, that means they know everything that there's ever going to say to them. Like if they're completely omniscient and they're outside of time, first of all, you can't have a sequence of events where you're even asking a question and then waiting for an answer. Everything would be outside of time and simultaneous, and they would just know everything that they could have known already. But it's a good test because it really pushes people to consider the end point of their belief system. If your belief system is true, here's where it ends up. And Joshua, my friend,
let me give you one more thing on with regard to omniscience and omnipotence, because I told you I did last week that marathon live stream about the failed prophecies of Jesus. And one of the things I opened up with that got some people pissed off, the Christians seeing in the comments, was that I contend that it is impossible for God to make a prophecy. He can make a promise to you. He can say, I'm going to do this in the future and then do it. But he can't make a prophecy, because if you are the one who can make the prophecy happen, or to be even clearer, if you can easily make it happen, and if you know already, because you're omniscient, you already know that it's going to happen, it's not a prophecy. It's just you telling people, look, this is what I'm going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to have a bowl of Cheerios. If I go and have a bowl of Cheerios tomorrow, does that make it a prophecy fulfilled? No. That's just me telling you what my schedule is tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to wake up and have a bowl of Cheerios. That doesn't make it a prophecy fulfilled. That's ridiculous.
And there's something to be said about prophecies that are easily fulfilled. So if you look at the actual Hebrew Bible prophecies about the Messiah, like you have to get divine intervention for those to come true. But if you look at the ones that Jesus did, like all the shit Jesus did, anyone could have done. Got crucified, anyone could have done that shit. That was easy.
Yeah.
Talked in parables, yeah, check, got that one. That wasn't hard.
Rode on a donkey.
Rode on a donkey. Getting betrayed. Fuck, these are all things that anyone, like, these are not interesting fucking prophecies. But the ones about the Messiah in the Hebrew Bible, those fuckers are interesting. Those things aren't coming true.
God can't give you a prophecy, because everything that God, Yahweh, would do is easy for him, according to the Neoplatonic ideals of God. It's all easy, right?
I mean, if you're God, but if you're human, maybe not so much. Right. Yeah.
But, like the first thing everyone comes back to is when they start talking about biblical prophecies, is Genesis 3:15, and the snake, and the woman will he'll bite her heel, and will trot his head, and all this kind of stuff. But if God wants that to happen, it's easy for God to make it to happen. So even if you want to believe that verse talks about Jesus, and it absolutely does not, and if you want to believe that it talks about Satan, and it absolutely does not, even if you want to grant all of that, it's still not a prophecy, because it's God speaking. It's the omnipotent creator God of the universe who knows everything and can easily make everything come to pass. That's not a prophecy.
And we've got one guest in the box. So let me grab the super chat from Josh. Thank you so much, my friend, for the super chat. And oh my glob, back to you. One of my favorite lines from Forrest. Good to see we got a Forrest fan in the house. Let me grab Elliot.
Glob. That's another.
Did he invent that, or did somebody else invent that? Oh, that's from Adventure Time.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that came from somewhere. I've only ever heard Forrest say it, so I just assumed Forrest that was his thing. But my bad. Elliot, welcome in. I show that your microphone is still muted, so we might not be. There you go. Now you're good. Elliot, are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And is it a particular God?
I'm a Christian, but I'll qualify that with this. I've watched a lot of your videos, and I enjoy your content a lot. I appreciate it, and you definitely showed me Isaiah 7:14 or whatever with the prophecy about Jesus being supposedly the born of a virgin prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
That's not legit, and I'm willing to accept that. So
Mhm.
it's definitely been the last year and a half since I've been, or almost 2 years now, since I've been in college and stuff, where I've been very much questioning and interrogating my beliefs that I kind of inherited.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, so that's just kind of where I'm coming from.
So you're on the path, which is good to know. So let me ask you a question then. Would you like to pick a topic? I got some conversation starters on the board, or you can do our typical question, which is, do you have an argument or a piece of evidence that would warrant belief in your God?
Honestly, no, I don't. And that's really unsatisfying, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess I just had a question, if that's all right.
Sure.
Did you?
I do have a follow-up
either of
question,
you-
though, when you're done, but go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. Did either of you, Justin or Adam, or anybody, have this stage in your deconstruction where it was you're still trying to hold on, even though you don't really have a foundation, I guess?
Yep. In fact, the way I described it was for me, someone pulled the rug out underneath me, and you're just reaching out for anything. In fact, I made this analogy once, and I still like it. Might be my favorite. Forgive me for taking 30 seconds for a story. I had a friend of mine who wasn't athletic and shouldn't have never been on a skateboard. And I was at his house one time, and he decided he was going to try getting on a skateboard. I was like, I don't think you should. He got on the skateboard, immediately wiped out, and on his way down was just reaching for fucking anything he could find and ripped the mirror right off my car. That's what my deconstruction felt like. It felt like I stepped on a skateboard, it flew out from underneath me. I'm just fucking reaching out for anything. I'm just ripping stuff down. It was a traumatic experience because when you grow up believing something, then all the foundation of your life up to that point you have to take apart, and that's painful. And you don't know what you get to keep. You're like, listen, I'd love to hold on to some of this. What can I actually hold on to? I can't find anything.
Exactly. Yeah. And so I'm a biology major, and so growing up not believing in evolution changed real quick.
Yeah.
Because it was oh geez, this is real. How does this fit? Or can I hold on to, X, Y, or Z?
Right.
So anyway, but
we've got
one
a
thing
ton of data for evolution, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, totally, absolutely. I'm totally, utterly convinced of that now. But I do have one question. Is I know on something like God, I agree. There, a lot of times the world seems to be different, or not different, but unexpected on the hypothesis that God is there. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not evil and suffering and crazy diseases and genetic stuff that messes with people's lives, or brain cancer and all of the awful stuff out there. It does definitely have a lot of tension with the idea of a God who's out there who designed all of this and loves us or whatever.
Yeah, unless you're a deist. If you're a deist, then he just kicked the ball into motion and fucked off, and he didn't really care. But if you believe in a real God, then this is kind of important.
Right, exactly. So, but one thing is and I know the book of Job, the end of Job kind of it sounds a lot like a cop out a lot of the time, where it's like, well, what do you know? You know what I'm saying? And that's basically Job's the answer in the book of Job, where
Right.
it's like, you know, you weren't there. How can you, you know, you don't have the scope to ask that kind of question.
Yeah.
So anyway, my question was like, do you think that that's a possibility, that maybe we just don't have the scope or ability to understand it all? I'm not trying to cop out here,
No, it's a
but
fair
just,
thought. So
yeah,
I
just like,
I used to think the same thing when I was agnostic. I kind of left Christianity. I was agnostic for a bit. And you certainly that's an easy place for your mind to go. But I think the problem is, like, I don't need to know all of the math formulas from my textbooks when I was in school to know that 2 + 2 does not equal 5, right? So, like, while I do know that there are severe limitations to my knowledge and my ability, I don't need to know everything to know that when something's wrong. Like, so for example, if there's a God that claims to be omniscient, and all powerful and all loving, but then they are strictly doing things that contradict that, well, it might be that there's a God still, but that God can't be the triomni God. It has to be a different kind of God, or it has to be that maybe the God doesn't exist at all, right? So if you see a contradiction, that contradiction must be dealt with, because as far as I can tell, contradictions can't exist. Like, I can't say that this pen is in existence and not in existence at the same time. It's just a direct contradiction, right? So I think if you have a defined type of a God, and that God has contradictions in it, then either that God doesn't exist, or you just have to adjust the properties of that God so that it no longer contradicts.
I would piggyback on this too and just say that the way I always look at this is that, as far as we know right now, we as a species have the most advanced organic computer in the known universe. I mean, we might find aliens or whatever that are highly advanced beyond us, but as far as we know right now, we believe that, generally speaking, we are the most intelligent creatures on the planet, species, and that we have this evolved incredible ability, or if you want to stay in a Christian mode, we have this God-given ability. He has given us the most incredible natural processing organ in the known universe. So to then tell me that you don't want me to use it, to then tell me that,
Right.
hey, these things aren't lining up, but oh, you shouldn't question that because you can't understand God, is basically telling me, take this incredible gift that I've given you in order to solve all of these problems in your life, but then stop using it because it's pissing off Yahweh at this moment.
sure, yeah, I get that a lot. I understand that, and I've even definitely felt that in a lot of like Christian circles, or in sometimes my college group and whatnot, where it's like, you know, I ask hard questions, I bring stuff up that a lot of people, including myself, you know, sometimes we tend to shy away from, obviously, because it's uncomfortable. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of that kind of like, no, you just kind of got to trust anyway. And
The God
with
I
any
would
other-
follow, which I'm sure doesn't exist, but the God I would ever follow would be a God who actually says, yeah, bring me all of your hard questions, challenge me, tell me why, you know, why this doesn't add up. Because for any other form of leadership, the leadership that says, you know, how dare you question us? You're not on our level, shut up, is a piss poor form of leadership.
Right, yeah, I would agree. So anyway, I'm not being terribly contrarian today on your call, but I just had a couple questions and wanted to talk and call in and just say that I do appreciate both of your content. I find it definitely helpful, and trying to just get it all figured out. And even if I can't understand everything, you know,
It's a journey.
yeah, so
You don't have to do it all at once.
Yeah.
It took me 10 years to deconstruct. I think some people shorter than that and some people longer than that. Don't rush it. Take as much time as you need to figure out the answers you need. And if you need help, check back in with us.
Yeah, if you don't mind, maybe one more thing
Mhm.
would be just like, I don't know, man. It's like the Gospels. I understand the scholarly consensus to be they're late, decades after the fact, and I did celebrate Easter this past weekend, but with the understanding in my mind, like, can I prove this? No. Like I don't, I don't, I can't say I know that Jesus rose, obviously, and I have no like super concrete reason to think that he did, I guess, and I
Yeah.
get that, but just kind of trying to, and I guess I'm reaching for anything, like the skateboard, right? still
Yeah.
reaching, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
And I started reading The Case for Christ or listening to it on audiobook, and I was like, within the first chapter, I'm like, you got to be shitting me.
yeah, it's
Like,
not good.
really?
It's
I'm
really
like, wow,
bad.
this is, people tout it as this great apologetic piece. I'm like, what? In the first
Yeah.
chapter, he's like, oh yeah, Papias says about, about
Yep.
gospel authorship in AD 150 or 180, and I'm like, what? That's it?
Yeah. I
He's like,
read
oh,
those
see, they're
books
reliable.
when I was young too, like the last year of high school, first year of college, that age range. I was reading those books. I found all of them to be really shitty. The only apologetic books I ever found to be remotely interesting was primarily the two books by Ralph Muncaster. I thought they were interesting. Now, obviously, in my position, I would debunk them in a heartbeat. Wouldn't even be hard. But I think at least he was doing a better inquiry. He was asking better questions and finding better research. These other apologetic books are shit. Especially the worst of them was I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist by Frank Turek. That was just
Oh
a
God.
garbage heap of text. I read that like when I was 18 and still a Christian and said, this is some bullshit. I'll get laughed out of the room if I say this to a Christian. So
Yeah.
those books aren't going to be helpful to you. If I was you, I would go to a bigger, more scientific establishment like Reasons to Believe or a BioLogos. Especially if you're doing biology, I think the best chance you get at doing apologetics that takes science seriously is probably at BioLogos.
Yeah. I ran into them a few months back,
Mhm.
or about a year ago, and I was like, oh, interesting.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Alrighty. Well,
All right.
thank you both. I appreciate the time.
Best of luck, man. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I want to give him the best opportunity possible to make up his mind. And I already know that organizations like BioLogos will get you, if you already believe, it might get you a little bit closer to keeping in the belief, but in the end, they won't be convincing answers to people that are honest. And my reading of people that have written at BioLogos seems to be that way. These are convincing arguments for some, but mostly people that already believe. They're not very convincing arguments for people who don't believe. But BioLogos has put out quite a few articles, and even people working for BioLogos has participated in a number of books where they're sharing their opinions with people on the other side of the aisle. And so I appreciate that they're at least in dialogue, like they're writing actual academic material with people who disagree with them. And so I'll definitely give them credit and some props for doing that. But let me grab a couple of super chats. We're going to get Tony in here and hopefully have some robust debate. Skeptic Derb says, for he was cut off from the land of the living, stricken for the transgression of my people. If this is about Israel, why is it mentioning transgression of my people? Wouldn't Israel be his people? Fair question, Skeptic. So as I typically point out, the righteous remnant is the part of Israel that's important. It's not that all of Israel is being talked about here. Because remember, God said before the Babylonian exile that I'm going to send Israel into exile. They're going to pay for their sins, and the righteous will come out. That's why it's the righteous remnant. So that's why it says in Zephaniah that when the remnant returns, they will be righteous. There will be no deceit in their mouth, no lies on their tongues. They'll do no wrong. That's the idea of the righteous remnant. You go into Babylon, you get refined by fire. The wicked die, the righteous God allows to live on, and then the remnant that comes back will be the righteous remnant. And so the righteous in this case have to go and suffer in the land of Babylon alongside of the wicked. So It's not saying that all of Israel was righteous. And that's not my case. I don't think you'll find any scholar that says that. And House 70 said shroud face of Turin, obviously, and figure contour should be stretched like countries on a planoglobe due to orthogonal projection of the body features. In reality, it's more like a painting. You nailed that, House. Not only that, the proportions are off. The head's way too fucking small for the body size, but also if you wrapped it, they have it wrapped like this over the body, and the head was in the crease where it folded. Well, if that was the case, we would have seen a section of that mirrored like the top of his head, which doesn't exist. It looks like it's actually been placed over top of somebody, not actually wrapped around them. It looks like somebody who was doing a painting, which is also the blood flows. If you look at the blood flows, if the guy was laid on the cloth and the cloth was folded over him, you would see the blood flows in a particular direction, and then they would be puddling on the bottom sheet, right? So the top sheet wouldn't have puddles, except where it touched the blood. It wouldn't be puddling, though. It'd just have blood spots. And the bottom would be full of blood puddles. There's not blood puddles. You don't find blood puddles. So if there was that much blood happening, you should find the whole bottom sheet should be a pool of blood, and it's not. And the spots where the blood was flowing on Jesus, it looks like it's flowing on the cloth. It doesn't flow like you would expect it to if gravity existed. There's so many problems with the image. It's just a silly thing to even consider. But Adam, what are you saying?
A couple quick things there. It's just it is incredibly consistent with a imaging over a low relief. And also, if you want to get a good example of what a face looks like, if a mask would look like, or a shroud, if it was truly getting the impression of that 3D face, you can Google like the mask of Agamemnon, and it doesn't look like a proper face because it's been squished out, but it's actually considered to be something that was probably closer to his actual face, his death mask.
Yes, and so this is a fair point, and this is actually confirming, or I would say reinforcing, the commenter here, because if in fact it was wrapped around Jesus, like it was draping down the sides of his face, that when you laid it flat, the head on the sheet should be like much wider. It shouldn't look like a drawing. It should look like a widened out head. And give me 1 second, I'll put it up here. I've got the map of. Or not the map, the mask of Agamemnon. But for some reason, I don't know why. There we go. It should have looked like that. The face should have been way wider once you undid it. And the ears, see how the ears stick way out? That's because the ears have a longer distance to go from the center when it's wrapped around something, right? It's not a direct line from here to here, right? The distance from here to here is different than the distance wrapping around the face all the way back. That's why when you unwrap it, the ears should be flared out. You don't see that shit on the shroud because it wasn't wrapped over someone's body. It was an artistic rendering. It's just so easily not a real body wrap. Like, it's crazy that Christians are fighting for this thing, but they're going to hold on to anything that they can. And Singer Soul, thank you for the super chat, says, when people say God loves me or blessed me with a great life, I imagine them rubbing their nips at the not so blessed people saying that. I don't think they understand how narcissistic it is. It's true, actually. There's a lot of people, and those are like, I'm too blessed to be stressed or anything like that. But to be fair, if you're a regular Joe or a regular Joanne and you think that God has blessed you, but then it's ignoring all the 3 million starving children in the world right now, what a crazy narcissistic thing to think that God is so concerned with your parking spot or your job interview, but then he's just letting children die across the world. It's a really wild thing to believe. And last super chat from our friend Duskframe says, I've often wondered if I was wrong about all this and I did come face to face with God after I die, what would I ask him? And after a lot of thought, I figured it out. I'd ask, hey God, is your refrigerator running? Fair enough. I'd be like, hey God, remember that time when humans made CDs? He'd be like, yeah. You see these nuts? Hey-oh! Get the fuck out of there. He'd probably light me on fire the instant I said that. I'll have to wait and see. Anyways, let's get Tony in here, and we'll see if we can get some robust dialogue going. Tony, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Awesome. And have we talked before? Your voice sounds familiar.
No, I don't think we have.
Okay, fair enough. So,
I see
we've
you
got
have one of these 5 topics to pick upon.
Well, so we're doing some conversation starters, which are on the
Yeah.
board by my head, or you can provide, say, like a piece of evidence or a rational argument for why your particular God is real. Either one, I think we'd accept.
Okay, I guess. Well, I guess the first one says Jesus was a fraud. Why was Jesus a fraud?
He was a fraud because he claimed to be the Messiah and he fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies, and he said his second coming was going to be within the generation that his disciples actually lived in, and then it wasn't. And also, he just misquotes the Hebrew Bible. Like when he talks about the Hebrew Bible, like it just doesn't actually say what he says it says. And so I have no reason to take this guy seriously.
I mean, you could not take him seriously, but a fraud is someone who intentionally deceives, who knows they're wrong, but makes an intention to deceive for like power or wealth or something like that. Right? I feel like there's a difference in saying Jesus intentionally deceived and saying Jesus was perhaps mistaken or something like that. Which one are you going?
Well, I'd be happy to say that he was out of his mind and literally believed he was the Messiah. It's either one of the two for me. He was either out of his mind or he was a liar.
I mean, in the scriptures, I don't think that really lines up with his moral teaching. I don't
So,
necessarily think that he was a liar or crazy or
well, if
something like that, right?
I
He was
believed the New
obviously
Testament,
intelligent.
if I believed the New Testament, I'd be a Christian.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, obviously you're not, you don't take the New Testament as like inspired or something like that. I
No,
mean,
no.
do you think it's a complete forgery?
No, I don't think it's complete forgery. I think there's a lot of stuff in it that, like, if we read it in any other book, people would be like, yeah, that's mythology. And then I think there are some items inside of the New Testament that might be like actual historical memory. Like there are probably some sayings of Jesus that might actually have been something that somebody heard him say, or there might be, I don't know, a temple service where somebody saw Jesus do something, and it might be preserving a memory. Like when he drove the money changers out of the temple, that might have been a historical thing that people just happen to remember. But I don't know if it affects my claim, because I can actually take like the writing of we'll call him the historical Jesus, not the one that does magic. But the historical Jesus, as he appears in the Gospels, didn't do anything that the Old Testament said the Messiah would, right? And even if you think he did miracles, that still isn't ascribed to the Messiah. In fact, in Deuteronomy 13, God says he's going to send false prophets that will lead his people astray, and they'll be able to do that kind of stuff. So I'm not, I'm not convinced by these miracles at all.
Okay, so my bad. Okay, so you said a lot of stuff there. So you said, do you agree that there are some historical details that can be like picked from the New Testament to like reconstruct?
I think there are some historical details there. I think the question is which parts are historical, and I tend to agree a little bit with the Jesus Seminar in that there's probably less historical stuff there than mythological stuff. But I don't know. I think even if it's 100%, let's just say that the New Testament is 100% historical, it would still result in Jesus being a fraud.
Jesus, so you said he was perhaps mistaken. He didn't fulfill any messianic prophecies.
Right. Yeah. So like, even if we believe, we can even say Jesus rose from the dead, it still wouldn't fix the problem. The problem is that the Hebrew Bible, which is supposed to be the authoritative text that everything is based on, even Jesus's religion was based on it. If it tells you what the Messiah is supposed to do, and the Messiah literally does the opposite of that, well, I don't have a good reason to believe that that person was the Messiah.
So Jesus, he fulfills 0, not even 1.
0.
0. Okay.
Yep.
I could give you. Well, you probably know about all of them, but what do you think of the things in Zechariah and Malachi? Zechariah about the
Zechariah 9.
Well, there's a donkey. There's a text about him being pierced or something like that.
There is somebody
It's
pierced, but we can get there one at a time if you want. I love Zechariah. I don't mind reading through them with you.
okay.
Yeah. So when you go to Zechariah chapter 9, what we find is an interesting prophecy, but I think for some reason Christians don't want to read the next verse. The next verse makes it pretty clear that Jesus didn't fulfill it. It says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion, and shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble, riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey." And you might ask the question, what does it mean to be a victorious king? Well, the next verse tells you. It says, "He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim, and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations, and his dominion shall be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth." So my complaint here, which I bet you already know, is that Jesus was never a king. He rode a donkey. I've ridden a donkey as well, but just riding a donkey isn't actually what this prophecy is about. This prophecy is about a king that's actually victorious over Israel's enemies.
Okay, I see.
And he's brought no peace to the nations.
You said he doesn't speak peace into the nations?
He has brought no peace to the nations at any time during his life or since then. Has there been, quote unquote, peace to the nations?
I mean, okay. I would say, so yeah, the first verse, 9, the king comes, right? He's righteous and victorious, and he's coming like humble. He's on this. Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop. All right. So I mean, initially you have this humble king, right? And as you pointed out, right? So Jesus, or this king here, he doesn't like peace. He doesn't like do any of this stuff. He doesn't cut
Well,
off.
I agree with you there, but also he just wasn't a king, which is I think the other part.
I mean, yeah, he wasn't a literal king, but I mean, this is. Do you agree that this is messianic?
Yep, but messianic doesn't mean it's non-literal.
I mean, what's wrong with like partial fulfillment or something like that?
Well, then anyone can fulfill it. I could fulfill this if it's partial fulfillment. I rode the donkey.
Did you ride the donkey in Jerusalem? Are you a king?
Don't need to. It's partial fulfillment.
Okay, fair objection.
But I do have a crown, and there are a number of people here who do worship me as king. I will accept your tithes and offerings if partial fulfillment is all I need.
I like that. Okay, interesting. I haven't really heard that. So like, what about say the other chapters in 12 and 13?
So
12:10, and I will pour about the house of David, and I have the King James version, and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem the spirit of grace and of supplications, and they shall look upon me whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him as one mourneth for his only son, and they shall be in bitterness for him as one that is in bitterness for his firstborn.
Right. Now this is the fun part, because there's two problems. We'll address the first one, which is above earlier in the chapter. This happens in a chronological setting. The thing that precedes verse 10 is basically Armageddon. It's the final battle. And we'll find the same thing in chapter 14. Chapter 14 talks about this final battle when all the nations will come against Israel. So if that hasn't happened, then what that means is that this text hasn't happened either. So this could be a future prophecy. We say maybe this will happen in the future, but this can't be counted as a prophecy that has already happened. And I would ask, if you don't mind, also, do me a favor and read verses 11, 12, 13, and 14. I'm sorry that it's long, but I think it'll help you to understand that like this prophecy seems like it couldn't have come true yet. It has to be future once you see what it says about the people of Israel.
All right. In the day shall there be a great mourning in Jerusalem, as the mourning of Hadramanimmim in the valley of Megiddon, and the land shall mourn every family apart, the family of the house of David apart, and their wives apart, the family of the house of Nathan apart, and their wives apart, the family of the house of Levi apart and their wives apart. The family Shimei apart and their wives apart. All the families that remain, every family apart and their wives apart.
Right. So what this is saying is when this battle happens and they look upon this pierced individual, whatever it is, all the tribes of Israel are going to mourn, which doesn't seem to have happened. In fact, 10 tribes are still missing. We don't even know where they're at. So this certainly couldn't have come true yet. This might be a future vision, but it doesn't seem to line up with what we know about Jesus so far. And I would point out one thing. I think it's interesting that it uses the word pierce. In fact, I know Psalm 22 says pierced in the King James, but the word pierced in Hebrew doesn't show up. Here, it actually uses the word dakar in Hebrew, which means to pierce. So we actually have a true pierced passage. But I think this is really interesting because, like, this is one of those words in the Hebrew Bible that does actually get used a lot as a lot. This type of word gets used a lot to refer to someone that's just been wounded, like pierced, wounded, so on and so forth. And it could even refer to things that haven't been killed. Lots of things got pierced or wounded or dug in the Hebrew Bible. So I understand when you see this, your first instinct would be, it must be about crucifixion. But I would suggest that, this could happen to literally anybody at war. So the traditional Jewish belief is that this person who's wounded is the king who led the army of Israel in battle, that died in battle. In fact, in the Talmud, there's a whole tractate that talks about how there's two different messiahs and one of them dies in battle. And this is one of the verses that they point to. It could also just refer to God, because the Israelite people were so wicked and wayward that they had pierced God with their wickedness, which is echoed elsewhere in the prophets. They had basically more or less
Pierce God with their wickedness.
Yeah. So, for example, if say you have children, you love your children, right? And your children like spit in your face, say, "Oh man, that pierced me to my heart that my own children would treat me this way." It's one of those words that lends itself pretty easily to being used as a metaphor. But I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying it is a possible interpretation of it. But I think, and I'll let you respond before we go to chapter 14. I think when we look at chapter 14, I think it'll be actually more clear that it's not about Jesus, because chapter 12 and 14 talk about the same battle, but it also talks about what happens after that battle. And in
Also,
chapter,
I want to let him respond, but I have a question for him after he responds. So I'm just kind of throwing in my hand there.
Okay. Well, you said the word for pierced is unique, and it literally means pierce. Is that right?
I'm not saying it's unique. What I'm saying is here in this chapter, the actual word for pierce does show up. Whereas in Psalm 22, which is typically on the hit list of prophecies, in Psalm 22, it doesn't actually show up.
Pierced.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, where else is where else does a prophet or a scripture say that the Lord is pierced? It says, and I will pour out the house of Israel and so this is the Lord speaking, I think, right?
Well,
and upon the inhabitants
yeah.
of Jerusalem. So the Lord pours the spirit of grace and supplications on the house of Jerusalem, and then they shall look upon me who they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him as one mourneth for his only son. Okay. So the Lord is pierced, and then they mourn for him. All right.
Right.
I feel like I don't think the Lord or Yahweh is associated with being pierced, unless I'm wrong. All right. I don't think the Lord is associated with being literally pierced.
I agree. I don't
or
think the Hebrew Bible paints a literal piercing of God.
Yeah, so Yahweh is pierced, and then right after they pierce him, then it says they will look on me, the one they will and they shall look upon me whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him as one mourneth for his only son. So the mourning, it's a response to the person who's pierced. I say, right? And then the future verses, you said it reads like something that like that is future, or what did you say again? I'm sorry.
Well, what I'm saying is, this is a future event. This whole mourning, this mourning hasn't taken place yet. The Jews haven't collectively mourned anybody being pierced. This is obviously in the future still,
Okay.
right?
But so this
So
is a messy. Oh, my bad. You can speak. My bad.
I was the traditional interpretation from your tradition is that this is a prophecy about Jesus, but it's yet to be fulfilled, right? So the one that's pierced is going to be Jesus, but these people that mourn the one that they've pierced, that part hasn't actually happened yet, right? That's the traditional
Well,
interpretation.
people obviously mourn, right, Jesus after they die. So maybe it could be like a two-part thing. Like obviously you have
Well,
like they speak about in John's Revelation about how the nations are going to gather at Megiddo or something like that. I don't know if that's related or not. Um, but
he says
right
it in
here
Jerusalem.
You said what?
It says in Jerusalem, right? It says on that day, the mourning in Jerusalem will be as great as the mourning for Hadad Rimmon in the plain of Megiddo. So it seems like this is a collective mourning of the Israelites in like the actual land.
I mean, it could be. Perhaps it could be exaggeration for emphasis, right? Because in verse, maybe in verse, because in verse 10, it paints. I would say it paints this picture, right? This person is pierced, who's associated with the Lord Himself, or is the Lord, one of the two. The Lord is pierced.
Mhm.
All right. And then this future event happens where Israel mourns over the person they pierce, which is associated with the Lord.
Well, that's what I'm
Um
saying. Is
I
it
mean
could
I
be a person that's pierced. I'm not disagreeing with you. It actually could be a literal person being pierced. I'm suggesting that there's multiple interpretations. One interpretation is that it's being used as a metaphor of God being pierced, and I'll give you a reason why that is. For example, in Lamentations 4:9, it uses it. It says, "Happy were those who are pierced by the sword and those pierced by hunger." So we see the word "dakar" can be used to refer to people.
lamentation, you said?
Yeah, Lamentations 4:9. It can be used to refer to people that weren't literally pierced, like pierced to the heart or pierced by hunger. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but Lamentations it's about the literal like destruction of Jerusalem, and it's a mourning passage, is it not? So when
Right.
they use pierced, I mean, you would expect that they would be perhaps.
But
I see what you're saying. You're saying it's like metaphorical or something like that.
well, what I'm saying is you can't be pierced by hunger. Like hunger can't pierce you. It's clearly an idiomatic expression.
So you said verse 9.
Yeah, Lamentations
Is there a
4:9.
timer for how long I'm up here, by the way?
No, as long as you're a good faith interlocutor, and you are, I don't like you're not going to get timed out or anything.
Okay. All right. So you
Like
said
the
verse
Gong
9.
Show.
You said verse 9, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. That they be slain with the sword and are better that they be slain of hunger, for these pine away stricken through. They that be slain with the sword are better than slain with the hunger.
This is actually the same
And
word in Zechariah 12:10. The word pierce in your translation.
pierced by hunger.
Yeah,
Okay.
in your translation in the King James, in Zechariah it translates it as pierced, but in Lamentation it translated it as slain. But it's actually the same Hebrew word.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, obviously, I would say context kind of makes the meaning, sort of, right?
Yep,
So
I agree.
here, if you're saying you're pierced by hunger, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're really hungry or something like that. Obviously, right? You're starving, gonna die, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I mean, in Zechariah 10, 12:10, and they shall look upon me who they have pierced, and they shall mourn for them.
Mm-hmm.
Mourning, right? Usually mourn after someone dies, right? A death. I know the Jews they had like a mourning ceremony or tradition somewhere in the Torah. I think it's called Shiva or something like that. Um
I don't
mean, I
know
think
about that, but I'm listening.
it's unique because this person, right? Nobody else is identified as being pierced, as being identified with the Lord Yahweh,
Mm-hmm.
or like or being like the object of mourning from Israel,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I think in that regard, the person of Jesus kind of fits that criterion.
Right, but what I'm suggesting here is that the one that's pierced is Yahweh, right? So, and I think your
Hmm.
translation translated it even more clearly. It says, "I will pour out the spirit of compassion and supplication on the house of David and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so that when they look," mine says on the one whom they've pierced, but actually in the Hebrew text, it doesn't say the one on whom they pierced. Eli means upon me. So I'm reading this the same way the King James reads it, which is they'll look upon me, the one whom they've pierced, the Lord Yahweh. Well, if they've pierced Yahweh, that means you really only get like one of two options. You get a traditional Jewish option where this is a metaphorical piercing, just like being pierced by hunger. Or you can do a literal interpretation and have an actual human being being pierced. But it seems like the individual being pierced is Yahweh. Now, if you're a Christian, I think your best bet is to say, well, Jesus is Yahweh, so technically this is Yahweh being pierced. But for the reasons that I'll explain when we get to chapter 14, that'll make this interpretation, like the Christian interpretation, it'll make that one kind of obsolete once we get to chapter 14.
Okay.
That's
I
what I'm
mean,
saying. I just wanted to
yeah,
before we started on chapter 12, I thought it was important to let you know that we're going to go to chapter 14 because 12 and 14 actually talk about the same battle, and then they also talk about the aftermath of the battle. And I think you'll be really interested to hear the aftermath in chapter 14.
okay. I just want to say one more thing before we do
Mm-hmm.
that.
Yeah.
The morning that follows after the person that is pierced, right? It goes into specifics. It appears in the land shall mourn the house of this person, the house of that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I'd say this is gonna be like a national, like kind of like a generational type of thing,
Mm-hmm.
mourning, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you usually don't do that for like say
A
uh
human.
maybe your cousin dies or something like that. That's like big, right? This is like probably someone who's really important, someone who's innocent, and if they're mourning for it,
Or if it's
and
God.
they're huh?
Or if it's God, right? Remember the Ninevites? When Jonah went to Nineveh, the entire territory went into mourning. They even put sackcloth and ashes on their cattle.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you mean.
Yeah. So if you
Um,
have really offended God, you can see why the whole nation would go into mourning.
yeah. So that right, if they really offended God, they would mourn,
Mm-hmm.
right? Especially like like we said before. I mean, not what we, but this person identified as Yahweh. And then they're looking on him, so he's kind of present in some sort of form. They're kind of like remembering him, right? And they're trying to like repent or mourn in some way, right? So maybe his piercing could be some form of injustice that they did because they're looking on this
Yep.
person that they pierced and they're mourning him. So they did him an injustice. They did him something wrong,
Yep.
right?
I
Maybe
agree.
this person was innocent.
Yep. I agree. I think this is somebody who's been, personally, I think it's God who's been unjustly, injured by his creation. But let's go to chapter 14 and I think it'll become a little bit more clear why I think chapter 14 would push me towards a Jewish interpretation rather than a Christian interpretation. So we have the final war depicted again. It says, "The day is coming for the Lord when the plunder taken from you will be divided in your midst, for I will
Are
gather
you reading
all."
from the first verse?
Yeah,
Okay.
mine might sound different than yours, sorry. It says,
Yeah.
"I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to do battle. And the city shall be taken, and the houses plundered, and the women raped, and half the city will go into exile, but the rest of the people shall not be cut off from the city. Then the Lord will go forth and fight against those nations, as when he fights on the day of battle. On that day his feet will stand on the Mount of Olives, which lies before Jerusalem on the east, and the Mount of Olives shall be split in two, so on and so forth. And he keeps talking about he's going to chase away all of the enemies. It says, the Lord my God will come and all the holy ones with him, right? On that day there shall be neither cold nor frost, there'll be continuous days, so on and so forth. So after the battle, we have this really interesting scene that he's describing that sounds...
What verse did you stop on? Sorry.
I think the last one I read was the end of verse 5.
Okay.
So the rest of the chapter kind of describes this aftermath of the battle, and it talks about what's going to happen, right? It says, Yahweh will be king over them and over all the earth. On that day, the Lord will be one, and his name will be one. The whole land will be turned into a plain from Geba to Rimmon, south of Jerusalem. So he's talking about the restoration of the land, which is really cool. And then it talks about the people, right? The people that are left over. It says, this shall be the plague with which the Lord will strike all the people who wage war against Jerusalem. So those people who came to war against Jerusalem, we're going to take care of them too, right? But the last thing he says in the chapter, I think really sets this chapter up as being like it couldn't be about Jesus. So read...
Excuse me.
It's okay. Read with me verse 16 and 17, and we might do one or two more. It says, then all who survive of the nations, I mean the ones that didn't get wiped out, that have come against Jerusalem shall go up year after year to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, and to keep the festival of booths. Oh, that's interesting. If any of the families of the earth do not go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, there will be no rain upon them. Okay, so now he's saying, listen, all the nations that exist after this battle are going to have to join with Israel in following the festivals laid out in the law of Moses. And then it goes even further in verse 20 and 21 about what these people are going to do. It says, every cooking pot in Jerusalem and Judah shall be holy to the Lord of hosts, so that all who sacrifice may come and use them to boil the flesh of the sacrifice. And no longer shall traitors be in the house of the Lord of hosts on that day. So it's picturing after the final battle that people are still going to be giving offerings and sacrifices and still following the feast days and the laws of Moses, which then that would make the New Testament version of Jesus obsolete because he was supposed to be the final sacrifice.
So you're saying because they're having sacrifices and offerings that this can't be Jesus sort of criterion? Is that
well,
what I'm saying?
Kind of. So what I'm saying is that the picture of what happens in the eschatological battle, when that battle's finally waged and the bad guys are wiped out and the good guys are reestablished in the land, God says that both the Israelites and the nations are going to be following the festival dates, just like Moses intended, and then they're also going to be giving offerings and sacrifices, just like described in the law of Moses. Now, if that's the case, if that's what's going to happen in the end, well, that means Christianity can't be true because Christianity teaches that the law has been done away with. That's Ephesians 2:14 and 15, 1 Corinthians 9:20, and also Galatians 3:23 and 24. And so if the law's been done away with and you don't like need to do sacrifices at all ever anymore, well, that just means either the prophet Zechariah got it wrong and the rest of the Old Testament got it wrong, or the New Testament got it wrong. If the New Testament got it wrong, I think that means that Christianity can't be true. Like Judaism can be true, but not Christianity.
Okay, I see.
Right.
Um,
So this is part
I have
of...
a question for you.
Oh, go ahead, bud.
Tony,
talking to me?
Yeah.
I can't see the person who's...
I'm sorry. This is a guest host, co-host, whatever. But my name's Adam. But Tony,
Oh, I'm sorry, Tony. That's my bad. I'll while he's talking, I'll figure out. I've switched the camera up so you can see what's happening.
Okay.
So speaking about these prophecies as well, and talking about some of the stuff that we've had on screen here as well, there are repeated references to a house. So I'm assuming you know this. The belief of the Messiah is that he's supposed to be part of the house of
Israel or David?
David, right? Okay. So do you believe that Jesus was the part of the house of David?
Yeah, he was part of the lineage of David, yeah.
Based on what criterion?
I mean, Matthew and Luke, they have the genealogies tracing him back to
Okay, so
David.
the idea there is that under depending upon how you want to read the genealogies, people would tell you that Mary and Joseph probably both derived from the house of David, correct?
I'm not an expert, but yeah, I would say yeah.
Okay. So here's my question for you. Of course,
Mhm.
when these verses were written, when the New Testament was written, that they didn't know how babies worked fully. They knew about sex, but they didn't know about a sperm and an egg and chromosomes, etc.
Yeah.
So here's my question for you. In order for someone to come from the house of David, would you agree that they have to at least get chromosomes that come from the house of David?
Could you say it again?
Yeah, I'll say it again. So if you believe that someone descends from the house of David, a genealogical line, would you then agree that that means that they must be receiving at the time of their conception chromosomes that come from the house of David, either from their father or mother, right?
So literal chromosomes.
I mean,
Sure, yeah.
yeah. Okay.
I
So
guess.
you're either going to get 23 chromosomes from your mom, who's part of the house of David, or 23 chromosomes from your father, who's part of the house of David, or 46 chromosomes from the house of David if your mother and father are both part of the house of David, right?
Uh-huh. Wait, I wasn't actually listening. Could you restate that? I'm really sorry.
So I'm saying that when you are conceived, if you are part of the house of David, that would mean that you are either getting 23 chromosomes from your mother, who's part of the house of David, or 23 chromosomes from your father, who's part of the house of David, or you're getting 46 chromosomes from your mother and father, who are both part of the house of David. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, okay. I think I kind of see your objection here. I wanted to add to my original answer to if someone you asked, do you have to have chromosomes to be a part of the Happy David? I mean, obviously, yes. I mean, yes, but I would say there's also a legal category that permits you to be um a part of that covenant, like
So,
maybe
so
adoption or inheritance or something like that. Yeah.
an inheritance. Okay. Because where I'm going from is this: uh, if Jesus got 23 of his chromosomes from Mary because her egg was inseminated by the Holy Spirit, that would mean that he would be part of the house of David. It would also mean that he's a demigod because he has half of his chromosomes from man and half of his chromosomes from Yahweh. I'm going to assume that you don't believe that Jesus was a demigod.
No.
Okay. You believe he was fully God.
Correct.
But you also believe he was fully man.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So where do his chromosomes come from?
I mean, when it says he was born of a virgin, I mean, that's kind of a miracle. So, I mean, who's to say that God can, like, I don't know, provide the chromosomes?
So if God provided 46 chromosomes, then is Jesus part of the house of David?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess that's one way to look at it.
I think
Now, I understand that back then they didn't have surrogate mothers. They didn't really know what that was.
If I understand what Tony's saying, I think Tony's suggesting that he was from the house of David because he was adopted into the house of David, and legally that means he would be part of the house of David. Am I understanding that correctly, Tony?
Yeah, something like that. I mean,
Okay.
you could like legal inheritance or something like that.
Sure.
Um,
Well, that was the
yeah.
case, but let me show you one passage that may or may not frame the conversation. This is 2 Samuel 7:12 and 13. This is the promise to set up the eternal throne from the Davidic line. God says, when your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring after you. Offspring just means seed here, Hebrew zerah. who shall come forth from your body, and I will establish his kingdom. So it seems, the best I can tell, that the eternal throne, the eternal kingdom, and the people who sit on that throne should come from the body of David, like the actual seed of David. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right. I think that's what Skepticus is getting at too. It seems like the setup for the Messiah in the Hebrew Bible seems that it's from the actual bloodline of David, not just adopted into the lineage. But I get your point of view, Tony. I understand that if you are adopted, technically you are part of that house. I just don't think that's how God said he wanted to do it, you know?
Yeah, and if you want to say that he's part of the bloodline of David, then you can't get beyond the question that Jesus is at a minimum a demigod. The only way that you can say he's part of the house of David is if he's fully adopted and has no chromosomes, no genes that tie back to the lineage of David itself.
So he's a demigod because he has chromosomes from Yahweh.
Well, you tell me. I mean, if you get let's not even talk about the actual act, but if you get 23 of your chromosomes from your mother, who's human, and 23 of your chromosomes from your father, who is a god, what does that make you?
Say it again.
If you get 23 chromosomes from your mother, who is a human, and 23 chromosomes from your father, who is a god, what does that make you?
You'd be a demigod.
Yes.
Okay.
If you're fully God, you'd have to get all of your chromosomes from two gods or one god, depending upon how you want to assume gods do this. Okay, but if all of your you can say Jesus has no chromosomes, but in that case, he wouldn't be man. That would violate the hypostatic union. So if he is a man, he has 46 chromosomes. And if he has, well, I mean, he doesn't have to have 46. If he has 45, he has, if he has 47, he has Down syndrome or something like that. If he has 45, he has there's a couple different genetic disorders. I don't think anyone is making the case that Jesus had a genetic disorder. So assuming he has 46 chromosomes, then he has to get the 46 chromosomes from somewhere. Either he got them all from humans, which means he's a human, or he got them all from God, which means he's a god and not a human, or he got them from half human, half God, which means that he's a demigod.
I don't know. I feel like you're. I mean, I would say when the scriptures say the Holy Spirit, I would say the Holy Spirit obviously created the necessary like genes and stuff for Jesus to be conceived.
So the Holy
All right,
Spirit
but that
created
doesn't.
46 chromosomes.
Huh?
So the Holy Spirit created all 46 chromosomes for Jesus.
I mean, he caused like the act of like causing it. I mean, maybe it was probably like like when God created Adam.
Right.
Right. He obviously gave him the chromosomes when he created him. I mean,
Okay.
nobody
And
says Adam is
Adam was not a deity. Adam was fully man.
Yeah, nobody says Adam was a demigod just because
Right.
he has his chromosomes from
They
God.
say he's a man.
So,
But so I'm saying to you, but if Jesus is fully God and fully man, how can he have only the chromosomes from a man?
how can he only have chromosome? Well, because he's like entering, right? The incarnate. He's entering All right, I'll be honest. I don't know how to exactly answer you on that, to be completely honest with you.
Okay, that's cool.
It's a tough one. It's definitely a tough thing to think about. Trying to understand the relationship between God and Jesus, given the nature of the Trinity. Trinity is one of my favorite topics, but I won't push that on you.
Well, no, I
I
know
only
some
went down it
Trinity.
because we're talking about prophecies, and a lot of times these prophecies hinge heavily on this idea that the Messiah has to be part of the house of David. In order to be a part of the house of David, that implies lineage. It implies you have at least half of your chromosomes coming from the house of David. And if you have half your chromosomes coming from the house of David and the other half are coming from Yahweh, then that's not a god. That's a demigod. I'll shut
I
up on
obviously
that. I
wouldn't
don't
agree
want
with
to
that, but
log that forever, but
yeah, I'll check that out later. And um, we were talking about Zechariah, right?
Right. Yep.
Like I said, do I have a time limit or
Nope.
do it? I don't. Okay.
Nope. If you were being like
Um.
a jerk, I might time limit you, but you're not.
Okay. We were talking about Zechariah, right?
Yep. I think we're in 14 still.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So if I recall, your objection was because these Mosaic sacrifices are still here, that it can't be Jesus.
Well, what I'm suggesting is that if the Hebrew Bible says at the eschatological end times, the laws of Moses are going to be restored. Excuse me. If if it says the laws of Moses are going to be restored, shoot, I can't talk. Hold on. I tried to swallow some food; it didn't go all the way down. Okay, so if it says in the Hebrew Bible that at the end of all things that the laws of Moses and the sacrifices are going to be restored, to me this is a huge problem for the New Testament because the New Testament paints Jesus as the final sacrifice. But Jesus couldn't have been the
Mhm.
final sacrifice, right? The book of Hebrews famously says that the Levitical priesthood was replaced by the priesthood of Melchizedek. And chapter 10 says that those old sacrifices weren't good enough to actually do anything, so Jesus came to be the final sacrifice. But if that's the case, we shouldn't see all these prophecies in the Hebrew Bible talking about how when God does like come and fix everything, that the sacrifices are coming back.
I mean, I would say the theme here is there's a right after the Lord Himself, He defeats the nations, right, and the
Mm-hmm.
nations submit to Him.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be universal worship, right, and then Jerusalem. I think Jerusalem's the center where it says verse 21, every pot in Jerusalem and in Judah shall be holiness unto the Lord. All right, so there's going to be universal worship of the Lord,
Yeah, by everybody.
and there's everybody's going to worship the Lord. Um, tabernacles. Okay, so I guess all right. Obviously, Jesus is the fulfillment of all that. So I would say that
wait, how is that obvious?
I
according
think,
to the New Testament, it's
yeah, I
saying.
think what he was saying was that according to Christian doctrine, he got rid of it, right?
Okay.
Um, I would say it's using the because obviously maybe it's right, the prophets Zechariah, maybe they didn't exactly think that it would be abolished like they think it would be. So maybe they're just using like present terms, I guess, to describe, right? Because the theme is everybody worships the Lord. Everything is holy after the evil nations against Jerusalem are defeated.
Which
And
hasn't come to pass.
no, you said what? I'm sorry.
Which hasn't come to pass.
Yeah, yeah. But we're in this future event, right? Everything's gonna be holy and cool. So what my point is, Zechariah could be just using like language perhaps that was available to him to describe like what he was seeing, and
Well,
so it's not a literal like affirmation, I guess.
I may not understand what you're suggesting here. So I'm just reading the passage, and he says that these nations that are left over are going to go year after year to celebrate the festivals, and that they're also going to use any dish they want to boil their sacrifices in. Because previously they had to have dishes that were like sanctified and special for sacrifices. He's saying in the end, everything's going to be sanctified, and every bowl you use to bring a sacrifice to me, you'll be able to use. And this does coincide with what we find in the rest of the Hebrew Bible. If you go to Ezekiel 46 or Jeremiah 33 or any of the other like eschatological passages from the Hebrew Bible, it talks about them continuing the sacrifices and offerings, even numbering which animals you're going to kill, how many of them you're going to kill, who's going to kill them. And so, as far as I can tell, if there's a Messiah that comes that says that the law is not going to be followed, or somebody like Paul who says it himself that the law was done away with, well, this certainly would mean then that the New Testament is in contradiction with the Old Testament, right?
I would say you mentioned Ezekiel 46, where it talks about like the big temple that he's gonna build, right?
Well, it's a
Um,
new Jerusalem and a new temple.
yeah, yeah. Um, I mean, I would say the right. I
Right.
don't know if you understood me before, but perhaps Zechariah and Ezekiel, they were like they're using terms and stuff that's like um hmm, like available to them, right? It's like a transformation. Every nation is gonna like do this. Every nation is gonna do that. It's like like the theme is obedience to Yahweh, obedience
Right,
to the
but
Lord, and like yeah.
have you read Ezekiel? He talks about a complete reestablishment of the sacrificial temple complex and a reestablishment of the Levites and a reestablishment of the sacrifices. So it talks about the Messiah. He calls him the Prince. In Ezekiel 46 says, "At the festivals and the appointed seasons, the grain offering with the bull shall be an ephah, and with a ram an ephah, and with the lambs as much as one wishes to give, together with a hin of oil to an ephah. When the prince provides a freewill offering, either a burnt offering or offerings of well-being, so on and so forth." So it literally describes like the actual measurements for the offerings. It sounds to me like it's just talking about literal offerings.
Um,
Like, why would it give you measurements if it was talking about like figurative offerings?
I mean, isn't that whole thing not a vision, but yeah, well, it is a vision, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think all
It's
the prophecies.
40 to 48, right?
But if you're
That
going to
whole
have a
temple thing.
vision that goes so far as to outline specific measurements, but we're then going to say that all of this is fuzzy because it's a vision. I mean, all prophecies are visions, right? I mean, visions in your head or in a dream or something like that. But if we're going to write the whole thing off by saying, "Hey, this is all malleable," then at that point, what's the point of even discussing the prophetic visions? Because you can say that almost anything has fulfilled those prophecies, because you can say, well, it's not really what it says here in the vision, it's something else.
Hmm. Okay, I see. I see.
I mean, I'm not
Um,
trying to be a dick, because I understand that, like anytime, and this isn't just a Christian thing, like if you go back to Nostradamus or whatever, right? All of those prophecies are insanely vague. I get it. And if you even want to have a reasonable discussion about prophecy, you can't even start with that discussion if you expect everything to be 100% accurate. But I also really love Justin's point that if we're going to, in the prophecy, spell out actual measurements, I think that opens the door to say, no, this feels pretty literal.
I mean, obviously, right? The I think God's gonna make a new Jerusalem, a new uh temple, new earth, things like that. It, yeah, I'll agree. It does seem pretty literal. Hmm. All right. That's a good point. Um, I don't know how to I don't know how to completely answer you on that.
Well, you might not have
Again.
one, and that's okay.
Hmm. Okay. I mean, I still think there's a hmm. Yeah, interesting. Okay.
Right?
You got me there.
It's a tough
There.
one because like there's a bunch of messianic prophecies, and a lot of them read a little bit like Zechariah 9, where it talks about an actual king sitting on like a physical throne and restoring a physical people to the land. It just seems like if that's the actual prophecy, Jesus couldn't have touched it. Like, he didn't do any of the stuff. He didn't bring anyone back to the land. He didn't bring back Levitical sacrifices. In fact, he theoretically ended them. This seems like the New Testament and the Hebrew Bible just can't seem to agree on what the Messiah was supposed to do.
I mean, I have another thing we could go to.
Sure.
It's I was looking at it earlier, and it's Daniel 9, the prophecy about the
Yeah, I
So
love
in
Daniel 9.
Daniel 9, there's it like makes a prophecy of 70 weeks or 70
Yep.
years. It says
Yep.
sevens, I think.
It
And
does.
it
Yeah,
says
you're right.
from the decree to rebuild and restore Jerusalem to the anointed one, I believe. Oh no, it says it's 7 years and 7 weeks and 62 years. So in total 69 weeks between the decree to rebuild it says my thing says to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem, and to unto the Messiah the Prince will be 69 weeks.
Mhm.
And so basically it would be so there's 483 years ish, I think. Yeah, 69 times
Yeah.
7, 43
Well,
years.
I think
to
the problem you're going to have is almost no English rendering follows the King James on this, in that it seems like the first anointed person, the Mashiach Nahid, as it said in Hebrew, comes after only 7 weeks. So I'll give you a sample from mine. It's clear that there's actually 2 Mashiachs in the passage, and it'll make sense when we get into it. But it says, "Know therefore and understand, from the time that the word went out to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem until the time of an anointed prince, there shall be 7 weeks. And 42 weeks it shall be built again with streets and a moat." So scholars have noted for a
You
long
said
time.
42?
Yeah, so there's 7 weeks, and then there's the first Mashiach, and then there's after that for 62 weeks after that. Not 42, 62.
Yeah, so a total of 69 weeks, am I not?
Right. So what I'm saying is the first Mashiach shows up like 49 years, 48 years. I think it's 49, right? So what's 7 times 7?
49.
Yeah, 49 years after the prophecy was given, which we'll touch on that in a second. There's another one though, right? It says, "After 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and have nothing, and the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary." Okay, so we've got 2 anointed figures, and I think it's clear in most English translations, but it's not clear in the King James. The King James kind of conflates them a little bit into one. I don't think they did it on purpose.
Well,
I
yeah,
just,
it's
yeah,
so you're saying there's 2 different ones?
yes, because they're separated by 62 weeks.
So in 25, it says 7 and then 62 for a total of 69, right? Am I not
Right.
correct?
No, the second Messiah comes after 69 weeks. What I'm saying is between the first Messiah and the second Messiah, there are 62 weeks.
Hmm.
Right. So look at the translation I've got up, right?
There's
So it
2
says,
messiahs.
yes.
Do you have like
I don't know if this is
that a
where the
real
confusion is
interpretation?
coming in, but I know that if he's reading from the King James, there's a lot of conflation there about what is times this times that, and that leads to a lot of people trying to assert that this somehow maps up to the time of Jesus coming. But I
mean,
don't want
if
to put words
you
in Justin's mouth, but Justin's kind of laying out the way the text works. It doesn't imply that this is these weeks or these years times these weeks or these years. Like it's simpler than that, and it leads to a timeline that ends far before Jesus actually comes around. If I've screwed
Right.
that up, Justin, please correct me. But
Well, I mean, we agree there, but we're not quite on that point yet. So let me put it in the King James, because I'll show you in the King James. It's unclear in the King James how this is going to read, but it's still there. The King James just words it pretty poorly. So if you go to verse 25, it says, "Know therefore and understand that from the going forth of the commandment to restore and rebuild Jerusalem unto..." Now this in the King James says the Messiah. There's no "the" in the Hebrew. The Hebrew text just says Mashiach, which means a Messiah, a anointed one. It doesn't mean the Messiah. So they're doing this here because they want you to think it's about Jesus. But it says until Messiah Prince, or Mashiach Nagid, shall be 7 weeks. So he's saying, listen, from the time of the issuing of the command, I don't think the command is a good translation here, which we'll get to next. There's going to be 7 weeks, right? So I'm reading this. I'm saying, listen, in all of our English,
My bad.
right? There's going to be 7 weeks, right? And then it says, hey, until this, you're going to be 7 weeks until this prince shows up. And then it says 62 weeks. The street shall be built again, and the wall, even in troubled times. But after 62 weeks, the Messiah shall be cut off. So in your translation...
So you're saying there's 2 anointed ones?
Yes. In your translation and my translation, there's 2 anointed ones, unless you think that this anointed person lived for 400 years.
Obviously not, no. But
right.
In verse 24... Oh, no, not verse 24, 25. You're saying that there's a separate 7 years, and then there's 62 years?
Yes. So it says, "Know therefore to understand..."
Well, it says and. I mean, wouldn't you add them together? I mean, that's usually how numbers work, right?
Not in Hebrew, unfortunately. So that's the point of contention that scholars talk about, because in the Hebrew text, the numbers work differently. You don't just use "and" to tie numbers together lengthwise. So this is actually 2 sets of numbers, right? And it says, from the commandment to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem until the Messiah, the Prince, shall be 7 weeks. So even in the King James, it's saying, hey, listen, there's going to... Well, I know, hold on. It says, there's going to be a period of 7 weeks. What's happening at the end of 7 weeks? Well, the Messiah, or a Messiah, is coming. That's why it says, from the time the command goes out until the Messiah, there shall be 7 weeks. So it's just saying, hey, there's going to be 7 weeks. First Messiah shows up. And then it says you get the 62 weeks. That's 62 weeks. That's 62 weeks, right? So there's 62 weeks after that Messiah shows up, and then you get the other Messiah who gets cut off.
So it's an addition of... I'm not following. I think are the 2 numbers not being used to say from the decree to rebuild Jerusalem unto this anointed one, there will be 7 weeks, and then 62 weeks. Right?
62 weeks until what?
It's like it's adding them together. So there will be 7 weeks and then 62 weeks to the anointed one.
It says after 62 weeks, meaning the 62 weeks is different.
I don't know. I'm reading verse 25.
I know. I'm reading 25 and 26.
Where it says, to restore and rebuild Jerusalem unto the Messiah, the Prince. So from the decree, you know this already, from the decree to the Messiah, to the anointed one, it's 7 weeks and 62 weeks. So it's adding them together. So it's a total.
That's not how Hebrew numbers work. Not how Hebrew numbers work.
I mean, not literally adding them in the text, but in total, it's 69.
But that's why I'm saying that's not how Hebrew. That's not how Hebrew numbers work, which is why.
Also, I want to point out that the second decree to build the second, or I'm sorry, the decree to build the second temple was issued somewhere around 587 BCE.
So that's where.
Well, we're not there yet. That's a whole different topic. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to.
So he's on a separate problem right now. Okay. So.
Okay.
Hebrew numbers don't work by using a vav consecutive. You can't just say and combine numbers in Hebrew. That's not the way that works. I understand in English you might want to do that, but that's not how it works in Hebrew. So that's why, like the King James, it does say what it needs to say. It's just clunky. All the newer English translations have it fixed up, so it's not so clunky. But he's saying.
So what's the best I'm gonna go on my computer and look at the New American Standard then.
I don't know what the NASB is going to say, or the NASB 1995, but most scholars use the NRSV.
NRSV.
Yeah.
Are you gonna pull it up?
Yeah. So I already had the NRSV up. That's what I read first. I was going to grab the NASB 95 to see what they did. I haven't used the NASB in a while. I'm just kind of curious.
Shall be 7 weeks and 62 weeks. Yeah,
Right. So
there
they
will
have,
be.
I know they have the same clunky reading, but it still doesn't get you to one Messiah, right? So it says, you're to know and discern that from the issuing of a decree to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem until Messiah the Prince there shall be 7 weeks, comma, and 62 weeks it will be built again with
There's
plaza.
no comma there.
I know there's no commas in Hebrew. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. There should be a comma here because it's a separate number. It's a different clause, which is why in the almost all of the modern Bible translations, they'll either put a comma there or they'll just translate it so that it's more clear. Like in the NRSV, it'll say, "Know therefore and understand that from the time the word went out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until the time of an anointed prince, there shall be 7 weeks." And see, there's a comma there. And for 62 weeks, it shall be built again with streets and a moat, but in troubled times. After 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off. So there's one that comes after 7 weeks and another one that comes after the next 62 weeks.
Let me see.
You can't combine numbers in Hebrew just using the word and.
So you're saying that's not how the Hebrew functions?
No, sorry. And it'll become pretty clear too once we keep reading the passage that it's referring to something other than Jesus. In fact, we actually know what this is referring to. This is actually not a open-ended prophecy.
Who does it refer to then if it's not Jesus? Who's the anointed one?
The anointed one, number one, is probably Zerubbabel, and the second one is Onias III. So Zerubbabel was the governor that was put in place at when the second temple was starting to get rebuilt after the Babylonian exile. And then the other figure who dies in 171 BCE is Onias III. He's a priest. He's the high priest of that particular temple system, and he gets murdered by Antiochus Epiphanes. Antiochus Epiphanes then makes a pact with Onias's brother Jason. Actually, he's half brother, and then they have a pact to cut off the sacrifices and the offerings. This goes on for about 3.5 years until the Maccabean revolt happens. The Maccabeans end up defeating the Greeks and reinstituting the sacrificial system, and then eventually we will get the death of Antiochus, who is the desolator here. So let me read through 26 and 27, and I can kind of lay you the groundwork and show you why scholars, like no scholar thinks this is about Jesus. So it says, after 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and will have nothing. And the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. Now, this is what happened with Antiochus. So after Onias III was killed, he marched into the city and destroyed the city. In First Maccabees chapter 1, I believe verse 30. In fact, let me double check. It says that he lit the city on fire and then desecrated the temple and put up an abomination that desolates. Those exact words it will use in First and Second Maccabees about what happened here. He set up an altar to one of the Greek gods inside of the temple. So he's the desolator of the sanctuary and the destroyer of the city. It says, its end shall come with a flood, and to the end there shall be war. Desolations are decreed. That all came true during the Maccabean War. He shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, which he did. For 1 week there was a covenant, but it only lasted for half of that week. So this is for half of the week he shall make sacrifices and offerings cease, which actually did happen for 3.5 years. And in their place shall be a desolating sacrilege until the decreed end is poured out upon the desolator. And all this happened to Antiochus. He had a pact in place with Jason, and then the Maccabean revolt happened, and they were able to take control over the temple, get rid of the desolator, and get rid of the desolation. Now,
Interesting. Okay.
the dating, I think, is really important here. So when we look at the dating, you might ask yourself, why would we want to point towards Antiochus and not towards Jesus? And to me, I think the dating of this passage is the most important reason. Not because I don't think I think verse 27 is a major problem because whoever this is, remember in verse 26, the guy dies, right? So after 69 weeks, there's this Mashiach figure who gets killed. So that means you only have 1 week left in the prophecy. You only have 7 years left. But before that prophecy ends, it says that he's going to make a strong covenant with many to get rid of the sacrifices and offerings. That never happened 7 years after Jesus died. That didn't happen for almost another 100 years after Jesus died. And then it says that the desolator, the end of the desolator is going to be poured out, which when Jesus was alive, we don't know anything about any desolator. The desolator that people would point towards is either Hadrian during the Bar Kokhba revolt in 133 to 136, or maybe Titus Vespasian in 68 to 70 when he invaded Jerusalem. But all of those are way past that period of 7 years. So the timing of this couldn't have been Jesus, but it certainly can be Antiochus because, and sorry for being long-winded, the reason why I think the timing is obviously starting in 605 rather than the 445 is because of the beginning of the passage. So the beginning of the passage, it says, in the first year of Darius, son of Ahasuerus, by birth a Mede who became king over the realm of Chaldeans, I, Daniel, perceived in the book of numbers of years that according to the word of the Lord to the prophet Jeremiah must be fulfilled for the devastation of Jerusalem, namely 70 years. So the beginning of the prophecy is like, what's that?
No, I burped. I said, excuse me.
Oh, yeah, no problem. So at the beginning of the chapter, we learn that Daniel is sitting around about the year 522, which means the 70 years predicted by Jeremiah have already passed, right? So the 70 years would have started in 605, and it should have ended 70 years later. So it's already passed, and Daniel deservedly is like, hey, what gives? Why haven't we been completely restored? Because in the book of Jeremiah, it says that they're going to be completely restored. In fact, Jeremiah 29:10, I would point towards, where he says, only when Babylon's 70 years are completed, I will visit you, and I will fulfill to you my promise and bring you back to this place. So he's like, hey, what are we still doing here? It's been 70 years. So he's like, listen, if you keep reading, he's like, listen, I perceived that in the books of Moses, there is a curse that was plagued or laid out to plague us. It says, all Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out upon us because we have sinned against you. So he's like, we were supposed to turn to God when we sinned, and he sent us to exile, and we didn't. So he's just multiplying our punishment by 7. So it's not going to be 70 years. It's going to be 70 times 7, which you already know that gets you your 490 years. That's why you've got weeks of years, right? So what's happening here is he's pointing out the verse we're looking for. There's a couple of them in Leviticus 26. He says, I believe 21 is the first time it says, if you continue hostile to me and will not obey me, I will continue to plague you 7-fold for your sins. So anyways, Daniel's like, obviously, we're not going to be punished for 70 years. We're going to be punished, right? It says for the devastation of Jerusalem. It's going to be 490 years, which is what you get to when you add these numbers up down here. You get to 490 years. Well, the devastation of Jerusalem started in 605. And the reason why I think that there's a biased translation in most of the English translations is because they're done by Christians. But if you look at what happens here, you notice how it says weeks are decreed, like the word decree here is here. But what you're not going to find is that in here, in verse 25, the word decree is not here. Well, that's interesting. Why did they use decree here, but not decree here? Well, it's because in verse 25, it says the word that went out. It's actually not the word for decree. It literally is translated a word going out. It doesn't say decree. Now, the word decree is ubiquitous in the Hebrew Bible. It's just not in this passage. So you might ask yourself, well, what's a word going out? Well, it's the prophecy of Jeremiah. And he tells you that a word going out is a prophecy because verse 23, it says, at the beginning of your supplications, a word went out, past tense, a word went out, and I have come to declare it, for you are greatly beloved. So a word going out means a word going out from Yahweh, and the angel Gabriel has come to declare it to you. So when you get to the next verse, you know what's happening. It says, know therefore and understand from the time that the word went out to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem until the time of anointed prince, there shall be 7 weeks. Well, the word going out, the prophecy going out to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem happened in 605 with Jeremiah. The prophecy we just read and the ones like it in Jeremiah were actually penned about 605 BCE as Jeremiah was witnessing the first incursion of the Israelites being carried off into captivity. So the beginning of the counting starts in 605 and it basically ends roughly at the Maccabean revolt.
Wow, there's a lot.
Pretty crazy. And I would point out too, I didn't invent this. This is the traditional scholarly interpretation. Even Josephus in Book 10 of Antiquities, Josephus points out that this chapter, Daniel chapter 9, was fulfilled in Antiochus Epiphanes. And then not even Jews were the only ones saying this. There was an early critic of Christians. He wasn't a Jew either. His name was Porphyry of Tyre. Porphyry of Tyre read the prophecy of Daniel and he's like, oh, this shit's about Antiochus. Like this, obviously it was written during the Maccabean revolt, which is why it knows what's happening in the 2nd century. But then when it makes future predictions about how Antiochus dies, it actually gets it wrong because it was obvious. Yeah, exactly. The future prophecies that fail because those were real predictions, but the ones prior to that all mirror the 2nd century, well, obviously you're going to get all those right because you were writing after those things already happened.
What? So you're saying Daniel was written during these events and not like say
During some of them.
Yeah, so the writings of Daniel cover a span of time. The section we're in was written in the 2nd century, probably during the Maccabean revolt. However, we don't know exactly how it was written because the language that we find it in, right? This section of Daniel is written in
how can it be
Hasmonean
written
Hebrew.
in the 2nd century?
What do you mean?
Like there's a passage in Isaiah or Jeremiah that mentions Noah, Job, and Daniel as righteous
Ezekiel.
individuals.
Yeah, Ezekiel says that.
So,
Yeah, was that chapter
so if
28?
Daniel is in the 2nd chapter, I mean the 2nd century, how could Ezekiel be talking about?
Fantastic question. So there's 2 answers to this, and one is that Daniel is a fictional character that everybody already knew, because if you look at the Ugaritic literature and the Syrian literature, there's this super famous individual named Daniel, this same name, and he's known for having great wisdom, and he's blessed by God, and so on and so forth. And so there were already legends circulating about this Daniel character prior to the Babylonian exile. And so a lot of scholars think that the Daniel book was modeled after this already legendary Daniel figure. There was no actual Daniel.
Right.
So
on the same level as Noah and Job, though, as righteous individuals.
But as I'm saying, the story of Noah and the story of Job likely already existed in the zeitgeist prior to Ezekiel writing. So, and it depends on when you think Ezekiel was done. Like, there's some scholars that think that Ezekiel was being edited just like Jeremiah long after he already died, which certainly was the case. But nevertheless, my point is this. It's certainly plausible that Job and Noah were already stories that people knew about, which is why we have the books talking about these 2 figures. It's also true that the figure of Daniel, while the book relating to Daniel hadn't been written yet, the figure of Daniel was already popular in the zeitgeist of the ancient Near East. There was already a figure named Daniel that had been floating around in Canaanite and Syrian literature. And it seems like they kind of borrowed this mythology for this book of Daniel. It's not that Ezekiel is talking about this specific Daniel. But the reason why people say that this is written in the 2nd century is, one, because it gets everything right about the 2nd century. It gets everything wrong about the time period of Daniel. So the time period of Daniel, it talks about kings that didn't exist. It talks about
Like
lineages.
who?
So, for example, it talks about the last king, which wasn't really a king. Belshazzar was never an actual king in Babylon. He was a regent that served for his father Nabonidus while Nabonidus was away. Nabonidus left for about 7 to 10 years because he kind of lost his mind, and his son took over for him while he was gone. But he was
Wait, you
never
said
actually
Belteshazzar?
no Belshazzar.
Belteshazzar, right?
So there's two in the
Belshazzar.
book. There's
Yeah, no, that's the name. I'm confused because Belteshazzar, that's Daniel's name, is it not?
It is. There's two similar sounding names. One is Belteshazzar and one is Belshazzar.
Is it with the T?
No.
So Belteshazzar is the
Belt
king, right?
no. Daniel is Belteshazzar.
Belteshazzar. Now, what's the
Mhm.
other one?
Belshazzar.
Belshazzar. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So
Belshazzar.
yeah. So chapter 5 talks about Belshazzar, the king, when he had to feast. You get the writing on the wall, Daniel 5. Belshazzar made a great feast for 1,000 of the lords, and he was drinking wine in the presence of thousands, so on and so forth. So they depict this Belshazzar throughout the book of Daniel as being the son of King Nebuchadnezzar. But as it turns out, he wasn't the king's son at all. In fact, they had no blood relation whatsoever. There was 3 other kings that separated Nabonidus, his actual father, from Nebuchadnezzar. So between Belshazzar and Nebuchadnezzar, there were actually 4 different kings, and the father of Belshazzar had 0 relation whatsoever to Nebuchadnezzar. We actually have the writings of Nabonidus' mother and his lineage.
So you're saying Daniel gets Belshazzar's lineage wrong?
Well, what I'm saying is when it talks about things roughly contemporaneous to the king Nebuchadnezzar, it keeps making mistakes. Like it tells a story about Nebuchadnezzar that was already popular, and we know it was a popular story, but it was about King Nabonidus, actually. So the madness of Nebuchadnezzar, that story was actually already floating around in another form, but about Nabonidus. And now it is true from history that Nabonidus did actually kind of lose his mind for a period
Well,
of years.
okay. No,
So,
continue. I was
so
just thinking something.
So what I'm saying is there's a character in the 2nd century that's reaching back, trying to talk about things in the past, and it keeps getting stuff wrong because he didn't actually live back then. He didn't realize that Belshazzar wasn't related to Nebuchadnezzar. He didn't realize that the story of the Babylonian king going mad was originally about Nabonidus. In fact, we didn't know for a long time either. We discovered in the Judean desert a copy of the madness of Nabonidus, and we discovered other cuneiform texts eventually that illustrated this point as well. Like we have the Nabonidus Chronicle where he talks about some of this stuff. But Daniel didn't know that, right? So he's talking about what he thinks was happening at the time of the mythical Daniel, and he just gets it all wrong.
Well, okay, so you said that Belshazzar had no relation to Nebuchadnezzar? Belshazzar.
Yeah,
Belshazzar had
Belshazzar,
no relation?
you got it. 0 relation to Nebuchadnezzar whatsoever.
Well, no, he was his, obviously, but he was his heir, wasn't he? Or he was like a co-regent or something like that?
No, because Belshazzar was the co-regent, but his father wasn't related to Nebuchadnezzar. He usurped the throne. He took it over.
So Belshazzar has no relation to Nebuchadnezzar?
That's right.
I mean, what's wrong with saying when it says like son or father like that? Maybe it could be perhaps maybe like a fourth, like we were talking about like Jesus and David. Like Jesus is called the son of David, but he's
Mhm.
not the literal son by
Well,
like he's not the literal child of David.
he's
So
called the
maybe
son
it
of
could be like a
David. The Messiah is supposed to be the son of David because it's supposed to come from the lineage of David, right? You can be the son of somebody if you come from that lineage, but Nabonidus didn't come from that lineage at all. He took the throne essentially by force.
So you said Nabonidus?
Yeah, Nabonidus was
Was
Belshazzar's
Nabonidus
father.
related to Nebuchadnezzar?
Nope.
Okay, well, there's still part of that same throne. That's still not like not like a biological house, but like a political or like legal house. In
Right, but
like they're all a part of that same Babylon, right?
yeah, but you don't get to call them
So
your father or your son just because you sat on the same throne.
They're still linked in legend to the same house, but that doesn't mean that they are biologically related.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It could be son, in that regard, maybe.
But that's not really
Or
how they tracked lineages or sonship or anything like that.
yeah,
But
no, son and father. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the people use it didn't always mean literal son or father. It could mean
it's
descendant or heir
but they're
or
not descendants
successor
or heirs.
or
Nope,
something
not
like that,
successor.
right?
Only for a descendant or an heir, but these weren't descendants or heirs. Remember, the father of Belshazzar was not related to Nebuchadnezzar and took the throne by force. Nabonidus didn't have it handed to him.
Hmm.
It wasn't
I don't know.
a peaceful succession.
Couldn't be like metaphorical or something like that.
No, it's just wrong. Like, so the guy's clearly writing in the 2nd century, which is why when he talks about events in the 2nd century, he fucking nails it. He nails everything to a T. He even knows which one of the commanders or the remaining kings of the Ptolemies is like having weird marriages with who else, if you read chapter 8. So like he's very good about what's happening at that time period. And it's also written in a language that didn't exist until the overthrow of the Greeks in the 2nd century too. So it's written in Hasmonean Hebrew, at least the section we're concerned with. And Hasmonean Hebrew didn't get reinstituted until after the Greeks were overthrown. There was like this movement of national pride to reinstitute a form of Hebrew. And that form of Hebrew, we call it either Hasmonean Hebrew, if you want to be specific about this time period, or if you want to talk about generic Second Temple Hebrew, you might refer to it as Mishnaic Hebrew. It's similar to the Hebrew that they wrote in the Mishnah. So this form of Hebrew, the form that we find the book of Daniel in, wouldn't have existed if Daniel was writing this in the 5th or the 6th century because it didn't exist yet.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, all right. Yeah, you obviously seem educated on the Babylonian exile and Daniel and things like that. Okay.
Well, to be fair, Tony, it's not your fault. You walked a little bit into a minefield. I actually do have a professional education in this. So like I did come prepared, but you just might not have known what you were stepping into.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
Not your fault.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to talk about one more thing and then
Sure.
I'll get off.
Mhm.
I'm sure this is probably like the top ranked one, like the most used.
Isaiah
You
53?
probably know, yeah, that one.
Yeah, what you want to know about it?
Well, what's your interpretation? Who's the servant?
Oh, yeah. So I think the servant is the righteous remnant of Israel. There's a good case to be made that the author goes back and forth between all of Israel and the righteous remnant of Israel. But the reason why I think it's clearly about the righteous remnant of Israel is because the author of the text tells you. So in the 2nd section of Isaiah, chapter 40 to 55, there's 9 different occasions where he tells you explicitly that Israel is the servant. And then one of my favorites is chapter 48, verse 20, where he kind of lays out the gist of what's happening. And he says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it and send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." That's the nation of Israel, or I would say the righteous remnant. We can get there later. So if he's saying like, hey, the whole idea that's happening here is I'm freeing my servant from Babylonian captivity, my servant is Israel, I don't really
Mhm.
have a good reason to read chapter 52 and chapter 53 to be about like a messianic figure some
I
700 years
would
later.
I would say that because it's making a shift sort of more into obviously like it's emphasizing this individuals and specifically what he's going to do, all right, his attributes. I feel like he's making a shift in that because the servant does a lot of things, right? And I would say that um a reading of Israel could probably make some things like obviously inconsistent, right?
Actually,
Um
Tony, can I interject here? Because if you want to say that it's not a reading of Israel or the righteous remnant of Israel, I think it's only fair then to say that you have to go through Isaiah 53 or the surrounding passages as well and say, are there any verses there that clearly do not apply to Jesus at all? And there are numerous verses there that don't make any sense if you apply them to Jesus. There's only
well, like
some of
what?
them. And I was a Christian for 40 years, so I understand. Like there's multiple verses there that when you pull them out, you can say, yeah, that sounds like Jesus. Except that if you keep reading all of it, there are also multiple verses that just don't seem to fit Jesus. In fact, they very much go against who or what Jesus was.
Uh I mean, yeah, we can go over that, but to finish what I was saying, I just had a question. Well, I'll phrase in the question. The verse 6, 5, 7, 8, they talk about obviously how the servant is going to make atonement for
Hmm.
people's sins. He's going to die for the transgressions. And verse 8 says he was cut off from the land of living for the transgression of my people. He was stricken. So if the servant is, you said the righteous remnant of Israel,
Yeah,
specifically the righteous remnant, right?
yeah,
I mean, could you explain how it's perhaps if we read the servant to be the righteous remnant of Israel? Could you
yeah,
explain how it could be consistent that the righteous remnant of Israel uh, dies for the transgressions of Israel or makes an
yep,
atonement for sin?
yep, not a problem. So the way this works is, and it starts out the pericope with this in mind. Verse 40, or chapter 40, verses 1 and 2, says that Israel has served her term in Babylon, has paid for her penalty, and has been given double for her sins. Like you might ask yourself, why did Israel receive double for their sin? Well, if you keep reading, it says this happened so
Wait,
that
where are you reading?
chapter 40, verse 1.
One of
Yep.
Isaiah, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
So this
I'm reading
section
from my.
starts out, speak tenderly to Jerusalem and cry to her that she has served her term, that her penalty is paid, that she has received from the Lord's hand double for her sins. So this section starts out by saying, hey, you're done. Your time of service in Babylon is over. We're gonna reverse the curse. Your sins have been forgiven, and you've received double for your sins. Even so, the question has to be asked: why would they receive double for their sins? Well, he tells you in the rest of Deutero-Isaiah. He says this is because the Lord is going to vindicate the nation of Israel, who these nations have thought were abandoned by God, and when God vindicates the nation of Israel, they're all going to see how Yahweh is the mighty and true God, because look what he did with Israel. Like we thought this was a forsaken nation. As it turns out, their God is the most powerful God ever, basically. And if you'll catch
Mhm.
that if you read all of Deutero-Isaiah, it's pretty much on every page. This idea that the nation of Israel is going to be vindicated. But before we do that, I want to, because you brought up this idea that in the chapter there is a shift in language that sounds like a singular individual, but I would point out that this is how it shows up every time that it says that the nation of Israel is the servant. So I just put an example up here real quick. This is chapter 43, verse 10. It says, you are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I've chosen. so that you may know and believe me, so on and so forth. So he's saying the singular witness is a multiplicity of people. You're my witnesses in the plural, but also you're my servant, right? And then when he talks about the nation of Israel as being a servant, he refers to them quite often using singular words. So, for example, it says, "Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I've chosen. Thus saith the Lord who made you." Well, in Hebrew, actually, the "you" here is actually singular. It's not plural, because he's referring to the nation as a singular servant, right? So the singular grammar that you find in chapter 53 isn't because it's talking about an individual. It's because it's talking about the nation of Israel as a singular servant. Does that make sense?
So you're saying this language is consistent?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, maybe with the pronouns, but what about there's a lot more things that this servant does than like the passages you brought. I mean, you said 43, right? And 40. And then I know there's a lot more. I think 49 too.
Yeah,
But
there's
there's a
9 different mentions at least of Israel being the servant, which is why I can't see a good reason to get to this chapter and think that now for no reason there's a brand new servant. But we can read through it, and I think it'll illustrate my point if we just read through it. So verse
yeah, sure.
52:10 starts the section that we're probably interested in. It says, "The
Uh-huh.
Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God." Great. So God says he's going to bear his holy arm. He's going to do something powerful, and everyone's going to see it. Well, he tells you what that is. "Depart, depart, go out from there. Touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of it, and purify yourselves, you who carry the vessels of the Lord. For you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go out in flight. For the Lord your God goes before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard." So he's basically echoing the Exodus here. In the Exodus, it says that God has bared his mighty arm and delivered his firstborn son from captivity, and they went out in hurry. And here he's like, hey, don't even go out in a hurry. God's going to be your rear guard. So he's like, it's time to get out of Babylon. Let's make an exodus. So that's kind of the setting when we get to the next verse. And then he says, "See, my servant shall prosper. He shall be exalted and lifted up and shall be very high." Well, I'm reading this. I'm like, well, yeah, you already told me like a dozen times up to this verse that you're going to exalt the nation of Israel. So I'm reading this and I'm still like, okay, it sounds like the servant is still Israel, right? Is there a reason why I would think in verse 13 we have a new servant?
So you said in 13, the servant he shall deal prudently, he shall be exalted and extolled and be made very high.
Mhm.
So he's being high, lifted up.
Mhm.
I mean, sure, initially it could be, is Israel exalted? Is it made very high?
But
Well,
keep reading.
but the point is, like, so the question you're going to ask yourself, and this is, you're not the only one, other Christians are doing this, is saying, well, it didn't come true, so it must be about Jesus. Well, no, it's just a failed prophecy. So it says that the servant, the nation of Israel, is going to be exalted and lifted up and be very high. And this matches what is said throughout Deutero-Isaiah. So, for example, in 49, it says, "The Redeemer of Israel and his Holy One, the one deeply despised, abhorred by the nations, the slave of the rulers, kings shall see and stand up, princes, and they shall prostrate
What verse is
themselves."
that?
49:7.
Excuse me. All right, yeah, I see it. This is Lord of Israel, his Holy One. King shall worship, see thee, also worship, because the Lord is faithful, and he shall choose thee.
Right. So he's raising up the nation of Israel to glorify them among the nations, which was the plan all along. So, for example, you'll find more of this in like chapter 55. In chapter 55, 54 and 55, he talks about the restoration of Israel. And he says in 55:5, nations, see you, there we go. "See, you shall call nations that do not know you, and nations that do not know you shall run to you, because the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, has glorified you." So he's glorifying the nation of Israel, and he's been saying it over and over again. The goal here is to bring glory to himself, to bring honor to himself through what he's doing with the nation of Israel, which he repeats in chapter 60. Says in 60:11, your gates will always be open day and night, they shall not be shut, so that the nations will bring you their wealth with their kings leading procession. So he just he's basically just saying, listen, I'm going to exalt the nation of Israel, and I'll be glorified through the exaltation of the nation of Israel. And that's kind of the vision being laid out. And I can see that because it says it in Jeremiah, says it in Ezekiel, says it in Joel, says it in Zephaniah, says it in Deuteronomy, Isaiah. So I'm thinking, yeah, this matches everything I see in the prophets with what it says about the nation of Israel after the captivity. So I can't see, unless you got one, I can't see a good reason just yet to read verse 13 and think this must be a different servant.
I mean, sure, maybe so far. Yeah,
All right,
I'll agree so far.
let me keep
I
keep
apologize.
going.
Sorry.
No worries. Verse 14. Thus as there were many who were astonished at him, so marred was his appearance beyond human semblance, and his form beyond that of mortals, so he shall startle many nations, and kings shall shut their mouths because of him. For that which had not been told to them they shall see, that which they had not heard they shall contemplate. So to me, this is pretty straightforward as well, because the nations didn't get the revelation from the prophets, so they're about to contemplate something that they weren't told about. They're about to see something they didn't know was coming, and they're going to be astonished. They're going to shut their mouths, which again matches what the rest of the Hebrew Bible says.
Yeah, well, what about 14 when it says his appearance was so marred beyond a mortal, beyond human? His
Yeah.
form, well,
So
my
this is one thing
King
that I
James
point
reads.
out all the time. Okay. Yes, we know that Jesus was crucified, and in the act of being crucified, or before that, he was scourged, and he was, of course, not in good shape. I don't deny that at all.
Mhm.
But did anyone not think he was human? And did anyone before he died actually, who was looking upon him in that process, believe that his form was beyond that of mortals? I mean, I'm not trying. I'm not trying to be a jerk about going through exact terms, but when Christians pull up these verses and they say, "Oh, look, this is talking about Jesus." Well, if it's talking about Jesus, the whole thing has to talk about Jesus. And what you brought up with regard to beyond human semblance is actually one of the primary things that I first bring up anytime anyone is talking about Isaiah 52 or Isaiah 53, because even in his most tortured state, if we take all of the worst ideas of what Jesus went through on his path to being crucified, did anyone not actually think he looked human?
I mean, they probably would have known that he was human, but it's talking about his form, how he's so
But it
disfigured,
says
marred.
beyond human semblance.
Yeah, beyond human. Well, what does the
If Justin
original
shows up at my
say?
house tonight and beats the ever loving crap out of me, I think even at the end of that, people would say that I am within human semblance.
I mean, yeah, but if your face is gonna be all bloody and messed up, I mean, it's almost like you're not. I mean, you don't like your face is like all like,
And his
ew, look at
form
this guy.
beyond
Oh, he's
that
being
of
crucified.
mortals.
Hmm?
And his form beyond that of mortals. I mean, I don't want to be really gross here, but I know what people look like when they've been really beat to hell. I would never look at someone after they've gotten beat down horribly and say that's not a mortal person.
I mean, I think it's more of a metaphor to say this person is marred so
Which is
much.
always that's always the fallback, is to say metaphor.
Well,
But
yeah, is that
it's
not
one thing to
reasonable to
say
say?
metaphor, but it's another thing to say, like, it's one thing to say, man, I punched this guy outside the bar last night, and man, I beat his ass. That would be like bravado or whatever. But it'd be another thing to say that his form is beyond that of mortals, and he is beyond human semblance. That
Well, if I heard that, I would think, wow, you must have beat that guy really, really, really badly. I
I
wouldn't
would
literally
think you
think
must
that.
have beat him like an episode of The Boys. You know, so
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
See, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not trying to make light of it, you know, but my point is when you take these verses and you try to map them onto Jesus, you know, and going ahead here on 15, it says, "So he shall startle many nations; kings shall shut their mouths because of him." I mean, please tell me the king that has shut his mouth because of Jesus.
Say it again. I'm sorry, I wasn't
Please
listening
name
initially.
the king, any king that has shut his mouth because of Jesus.
Well, it's saying, right, kings shut their mouth. It's like I would say perhaps, well, hold on, what is my King James? Kings shall shut their mouths in for what, I mean, it could mean like perhaps like appalled or something like that, or like shocked, or
I mean,
like,
it,
oh
it
my
could mean
gosh, what the flip is this? You know
we
what I'm
could
saying?
stretch it to mean anything we want, but I
It's
mean,
not
you know,
stretching. I think it's
please name me a single
reasonable-ish.
king that has shut their mouth because of Jesus.
Shut their mouth. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
sure plenty of people shut their mouth at Jesus. I mean, I don't know a specific person.
because you're imagining that it's happened.
Well, they're shutting his after he's startling. It says your thing says after he stalled many nations. Well, my thing says sprinkled. I don't know if that means the same thing or not, but
That's a different
um,
discussion, actually. Don't worry about that.
so after he startles or he sprinkles these nations, these kings they're shutting your mouth at them. All right, shutting their mouth. Right. I mean, it can be like as they're literally silent, or they can be perhaps
When has a single king in
appalled.
history ever felt like they needed to shut their mouth? Not about Jesus, but about anything.
To shut their mouth, like shutting your mouth. I'm just saying it's an idiom for being appalled, or perhaps being quiet or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, continue. I just like I'm going to chime in on a few of these because I feel like there are so many
am
aspects
I
of
being
this.
like unreasonable or something like
No,
that?
you're not being
Mm-mm.
unreasonable, but I don't think I'm being unreasonable either to say that if you want to pull the verses or the phrases out of this that feel like they speak to you about Jesus, I think it's also fair to acknowledge that anyone who doesn't feel that way, which would be an atheist or most Jews or most anyone who's not a Christian, might look at this and say, bro, there's a bunch of phrases in here that even according to Christian doctrine don't seem to fit Jesus at all. And we haven't even gotten into most of them. So I'm going to shut up because I'm not trying to dominate. I'm already probably dominated this too much. My point is, like, we're getting into that part of Isaiah where it's like Christians love to say that's Jesus because they pull out the verses that feel like Jesus, but they conveniently ignore the ones that don't feel like Jesus. So I'll shut up for a second. Let's continue.
So my point, I'm sorry you got a little bit of whiplash here. My point is pretty clear. I just don't see a good reason to think that this is about Jesus yet, given the context that the Hebrew Bible gives me. The context, namely, that other kings are going to worship the nation of Israel once they've been exalted by the Father, and they're going to come and recognize the God of Israel as the high God, right? And it ends. Sorry, let me address 14. That's what you're talking about. It says, just as there are many who are astonished at him. So I'm with you on this, Tony. I think what's happening here is just like it's happened in all the prior passages about the servant. There's still metaphor happening. In fact, I of all the metaphors in the Bible, I think this is the one that's one of the clearest metaphors ever laid out, because he tells you it's a metaphor. He tells you that the nation of Israel is a singular witness. I'm sorry, a singular servant, which is obviously a metaphor. The nation of Israel isn't a singular person. So he keeps talking about this singular person using first person pronouns and things like that, or third person pronouns rather, because he's continuing the metaphor, right? So just as there were many who were astonished at him, Now, I'm actually curious. In the King James, does it say astonished at him or astonished at you?
It says as many as were astonished at thee.
Oh, at
That's the way I
thee.
need in the Bible.
Interesting. Hold on a second. My TikTok stream froze. I got to unfreeze it. All right, we're good now. So you'd be interested to know that there's actually quite a few translations that say you, and that's because the bulk of our Hebrew manuscripts say you in the plural, meaning just as there were many who were astonished at you, the nation of Israel, so marred was his appearance beyond human semblance. Now, there are manuscripts that say him, so I'm not going to pick on that. I just thought that's an interesting point. So my point is basically this: the nation of Israel being personified as a human being that, you know, got the shit kicked out of them. I don't think that that's beyond the metaphor that's being used here. If you're saying that the metaphor is an entire nation being personified as a human servant, right?
Yeah. All right. I
But it'll
mean,
go ahead.
no. Yeah, you can.
I
I
think
wasn't gonna say anything.
it'll get more clear as we read 15 too, because it says, "He shall startle many nations." Yours says sprinkle. I don't know if we care about debating sprinkle versus startle in the Hebrew text, but it says, "He shall startle many nations. Kings shall shut their mouths because of him. For that which had not been told to them, they shall see; that which they had not heard, they'll contemplate." So now it's interesting. See what happens here. This is the first part in the section that's talking about the future, right? Did you see all the text back here is mostly talking about either the future or the present, right? Or even the past. So he's saying something happened in the past, right? People were astonished at you, right? That because the nation of Israel was in captivity. That's the past tense, right? But some of this is for the future, like depart. This is a future imperative. He's saying, hey, let's go. It's time to get out of here. Let's depart. Because that's the time period this is being written in. So he's writing at a time period where some events have already passed and some are about to happen. That's why he says, "You shall not go out in haste." That's future. He said it's time to go. We see the same thing in verse 15. This part is in the past, where he says you've been fucked up. That's already happened, right? Because it's the nation of Israel. But then the future part is what makes sense. He says, hey, that which had not been told to them, they're going to see it, and that which they hadn't heard, they're going to contemplate it. Well, that part must be future tense. So what are they talking about? What could they possibly be mentioning if we're saying they're not completely free from Babylon yet, they're about to be free, and these kings are about to do something? Well, the next verse is really cool because verse 1 of the next chapter is the personification of the nations contemplating what they just witnessed. Remember, it says they're going to contemplate what they haven't heard and what they haven't seen, but it's going to happen. It says, "Who has believed what we have heard," or "Who has believed our report," in some translations, "and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed?" Oh, gotcha. This is the nations talking, because in 52:10, God says that the arm of the Lord has been revealed to the nations. So clearly, this is the nations now contemplating what they've witnessed in the very immediate future. And he says, "He grew up before him like a young plant, like a root out of dry ground. He had no form or majesty that we should look upon him, nothing in his appearance that we should desire him." Well, this seems to be the nation of Israel as well. The prophet says in Isaiah chapter 60, actually, is it 60 or 62? Give me a second to double check. It might be 62. It's 60. Yeah, I got it right. Chapter 60, verse 21. He talks about the nation of Israel. He says, "They are the shoot that I planted, the work of my hands." Gotcha. So the plant, right? This plant that we're talking about in verse 2, well, that's still the nation of Israel. So we've got this interesting situation happening in chapter 53, where now the nations are talking about what they've witnessed, namely the nation of Israel being redeemed from their abusive captivity. Who they are the people that was the root out of dry ground. Does that make sense?
I mean, so in relation to the serpent, you brought up Isaiah 60 about Israel being planted. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Um,
What I'm saying is God refers to the nation of Israel as the plant, actually on more than one occasion. So when I see here, it says he grew up before him like a young plant. I'm like, oh, well, yeah, that's just Israel. That's how God talks about him elsewhere in Isaiah.
So it says a tender plant as a root up out of dry ground. All right. So it's using, I guess, two metaphors, or I don't know what
Yeah, I think
the
so. Yeah.
figurative device would be to
No,
name that, but
you got it.
the tender plant and the dry ground. So a tender plant, like a root at a dry ground, like dry ground is like not good for the plant. Like, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah, because they're in captivity, right?
So yeah, so this servant, and then it says, he has no form, or I'm reading from my King James. He has no form, no comeliness, and when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. So this dude this servant is ordinary in a sense. He's not distinguishable
Yeah, he's ugly.
by any other. Well, ugly.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, he's not original. All right.
right.
I
But
mean,
that's exactly what the other prophets say about the nation of Israel. If you read the book of Jeremiah, God,
but isn't
yeah,
Israel supposed to be notably distinct from the nations? Isn't it supposed to be unique? But here
well,
it's talking about
their
the servant,
behavior, right? So God
their
gives them,
behavior.
God gives them laws that it makes them distinct, but as a people group, they're not. In fact, God says, when I found you, you were basically lying in the ditch in Jeremiah and Ezekiel. He says it wasn't because you were special. It wasn't because you were large or numerous or unique. It was only because of my mercy that I chose you. So,
But
But
those
also keep in
laws and
mind, what does
stuff,
the New Testament or any of the Gospels tell us about the appearance of Jesus?
he was an ordinary man. He
It
blended
doesn't tell us
into.
anything about him.
Yeah, it doesn't tell us
literally says
anything,
nothing
but
about his appearance.
we can reason through like
But
historical stuff
this saying here that nothing in his appearance that we should desire him. I mean, if you're going to tack this onto a human, that sounds like ugly. I mean, it doesn't say ugly, but it sounds a lot
or
like
it could just
ugly.
mean that he's not physically, like I said, not physically distinguishable, or any, like, if you picked out like a random brown dude from first century Judea, he looked like that person. Like he would easily blend into someone. He's like you couldn't spot you probably couldn't identify him if you got like 5,000 people from that area. Is I is kind of what I would say it would be. Yeah, like this servant is not distinguishable, or like you can't necessarily discriminate perhaps him from what does the verse actually say? Yeah, no form or comeliness. What does your NAS say, Mr. Justin?
mine says he had no form or majesty, which is fine.
He had no form or majesty that he would, so no like no notable physical characteristics. He looks like an ordinary dude, right? The way you distinguish other people, they probably have a dimple or a pimple or some sort of physical characteristic. But this guy, he's just ordinary. He just looks like a dude. You know what I'm saying? And it says nothing in his appearance that we should desire him. So again, kind of reinforcing that um he's he's not I'll just end it there. He's not distinguishable.
I mean, I'll be frank. When I read nothing in his appearance that we should desire him, I will admit that I personally tend to read into that this is, if we're going to attach this to a person, this is someone who is not very comely. But I will concede this because you could read it the way that you're saying. So I hear what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So just to finish, this person, he's ordinary in a sense.
Sure.
And I was saying, when Justin was saying, I mean, if this servant is supposed to be a righteous remnant or Israel, um, I was saying, isn't the laws of Israel, right? The ceremonial laws and stuff like that, they make the people of Israel notably distinct from all the other nations. All right. So if this servant, sorry if I'm repeating myself, but if this servant is so he has no distinguishable characteristics, as if like he looks like everybody else, essentially.
Well, but that it
Does
doesn't say
does
that.
that kind of fit? Well,
It
yeah,
doesn't
but
say
if
you can't distinguish
sure,
them.
sure. what if he's ordinary? If there's no distinguishable characteristics that you should desire him, it says. I mean, it kind of implies that he kind of looks like perhaps his kind, maybe. I mean, that's not far fetched, is it?
Nope.
Or am I going off the rails here?
Nope.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um.
So my point is,
Yeah.
my point is very simple, which is up to this point, there's no reason to think this is about a human being yet. This is clearly the nations speaking about what they've witnessed, and they witnessed the nation of Israel being exactly what the Bible says the nation of Israel is. It's a root or a plant that God has planted, who has nothing of any significance. In fact,
Do
go ahead.
the prophets say Israel is ordinary or not distinguishable in a sense?
Yeah, on a number of occasions. So, for example, Deuteronomy 7:7 says when God talks about choosing the people, says it was not because you were more numerous than any other people that the Lord set his heart on you and chose you, for you were the fewest of all people. And he goes and does the same thing in a couple other places, like Ezekiel 16 says, thus saith the Lord God to Jerusalem, your origin and your birth were in the land of the Canaanites, and your father was an Amorite and your mother a Hittite. As for your birth, on the day you were born, your navel cord was not cut, nor were you washed with water to cleanse you, nor rubbed with salt, nor wrapped in clothes. No eye pitied you to do any of the things for you out of compassion for you, but you were thrown out in the open field, for you were abhorred on the day that you were born. I passed by and saw that you were flailing about in your blood, so on and so forth. So God's depiction of like the nation of Israel when he found them and or chose them is typically not very pretty.
Does it hold on? Is that Ezekiel?
Ezekiel
Let me zoom in.
16. Yeah.
Ezekiel 16. For you grew up. Could you go back?
Yeah, go to chapter 16 verses 3 through, you can read further
As your
than
birth
6.
on the day that you were born, your navel cord and not cut, nor you watch from your order to clean you. So what is it saying again? You said I didn't.
Well, my point is this: the description that the Bible gives to Israel when it talks about young Israel is not a flattering one. It talks about Israel being basically um, not really a people group worth taking in. God took them in because of his mercy, not because of their being special.
Yeah, but he saw something in them. I mean, obviously, his plan for Israel is to set them from the nations, right? The Bible says that.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with them. It's only to do with his mercy.
But God being with them would obviously make them distinct from, say, the Philistines or like the people from all the nations that it mentions that they're fighting against. It would make them distinct in that regard,
But
right?
this isn't about what God does. This is about the nation itself, right? So he's saying, and remember, this is the nations talking about Israel. This is not God talking about Israel. This is what the nations are going to say, right? The nations are going to say that this thing I'm called Israel was like something that had no form or majesty, nothing special that we need to care about, nothing in his appearance that we would desire. Right. Well, that's exactly what you would think about the nation of Israel. These other giant nations, Babylon, Assyria, Anatolia, the Hittites, the Egyptians, they didn't look at the Israelites like they were like a worthy adversary or people group. They pushed them around and conquered them left and right all the time.
I want to throw something in here really quick too, and just say that this, like most prophecy, is so ridiculously vague that we can apply almost anything to it. You know, like if I want to say this is telling me about Justin, well, I believe that Justin grew up before someone like a young plant, like a root out of the ground when he was young. And he probably had no form or majesty that we should look at him. And, you know, No offense to
No,
Justin, but
I
nothing in his
think Justin
appearance,
is a very beautiful man. Okay, he
Well,
definitely has something
I
that
mean,
we should desire him. Okay.
I'm just trying to say that people could argue that some people may not be into him, so they might say nothing in his appearance that we should desire him. Also, I'm sure that Justin has been despised and rejected by others. I have no doubt about that, especially given what he does here on YouTube. A man of suffering and acquainted with infirmity. I mean, I'm sure he has, if he has not suffered and had infirmity himself in his life, I'm sure that he has been acquainted with it at some point in his life. I'm sure that some people have had, my point is, I won't belabor that to death, but my point is that these are really vague things that we could apply to, a lot. I could apply it to Jesus. I could apply it to the nation of Israel. I could apply it to Jason. I could apply it to you, Tony, or myself, or, any, like, this is, Christians like to bank on this and be like, look, clearly this is talking exactly about Jesus. And it's like, dude, you have so much confirmation bias baked into that statement. I'm not saying you personally, Tony, but I'm saying, anyone who says that, it's like, you have come to it with a presupposition which is so strong that anything that you feel applies to your Savior, you are going to read into it and say, yeah, that's Jesus.
Well, I mean, the main reason, obviously, that people ascribe this as Jesus is in the later verses. There's the big atonement theology. This guy, the servant dude, dying for the sins of his people, stricken, pierced. What else does it say?
Well, it doesn't say pierced.
Brought to the slaughter, oppressed, things like that. So I mean, that's like the bulk of the interpretation, I would say. I don't think it's because not a lot of atonement would apply to, I mean, a lot of individuals, especially because, I mean, either the
with
servant
all due
is
respect, Tony, I would say that if I was a big fan of anyone who had ended up being executed by the state, but I thought that they were a wonderful, transformative figure, I could probably take every one of these verses and tell you, no, this isn't talking about Jesus. This is talking about this other guy that I'm a huge fan of.
I mean, like I said, the big atonement. I don't think you can necessarily associate that with absolutely anybody. I feel like it's specific. This person is oppressed, stricken, blah blah blah. I mean, not blah blah blah, but
oppressed and stricken. That's my point. Is that we could apply those terms to like almost anyone who has been executed by the state. Now, you may not feel that way. You may feel like, oh, this person wasn't oppressed or stricken, but the people that loved him or her, they will tell you, yeah, they were absolutely oppressed or stricken.
Well, it also says that this guy bears our griefs, carries our sorrows, and then people consider him to be stricken by God. It says in verse 4, and then by his stripes we are healed. So that type of specific thing that doesn't apply to a lot of people.
How does it not apply to Barabbas?
To who?
Barabbas.
Barabbas.
Yes, Barabbas was crucified with Jesus.
Oh, okay.
Barabbas. I'm sorry. Yeah, it depends. Yeah, I'm sorry. Barabbas.
Is that the? Yeah. I mean, did he bear anybody's griefs?
I don't know. I mean, if I'm sure that if I was one of Barabbas's family members, if I loved Barabbas, I could probably tell you he did.
Well, he was an actual criminal though on the cross, so I doubt that. Well,
he was a criminal of the same crimes that Jesus was, because they didn't crucify everyone. They crucified people who were rebels against the state. They like to paint Barabbas as just being a common thief, but that doesn't actually make much sense.
Well, what was he then? He was a rebel, you'd say?
So rebels didn't. So as brutal as the Roman regime was, it's not like they took everyone who was convicted of any crime and strung them up on a cross, right? Mm-hmm. Crucifixion was primarily, I'm sure there are variants if you look through the Roman records, but primarily it was a punishment that was designed for political rebels. And it was specifically for political rebels, because think about what crucifixion does. It makes an example of someone. It leaves their body rotting out on a cross for everyone else to see. And you don't do that with a common thief. They wanted people who were crucified. They wanted everyone else to see. Look at what happens when you go
as
against
an example,
Rome. Right.
right?
When you go against the state. So my point is, of course, this is all conjecture on my part, but I'm going to bet you that if you were someone who actually knew Barabbas and who loved him, because even thieves or other criminals, they have people who love them. Okay, they probably will tell you a story about how he was, he got the raw end of the deal, and they loved him.
Yeah, but loving, I feel like there's a big difference between loving your criminal friend Barabbas, who just got crucified on a cross. You loved him, and
by the way, do you know what Barabbas means?
Barabbas, Abbas meaning like father or something like that, and then
means son of
yeah.
And do you know what Barabbas's first name was?
Who?
Barabbas.
Barabbas?
No. It was Jesus.
Jesus Barabbas?
Yeah, they had to eventually that got kind of scrubbed out, because the earlier writers of the Gospels realized that caused some really weird incongruities for people who were reading it. It caused some weird confusions.
I mean, yeah, Jesus wasn't exactly a very unique name, so I'm fine with that. Jesus Barabbas.
I'm not saying that to prove a point. I'm just saying it's kind of a weird, kind of fun little trivia point. But the original point is just this: that when you read through these verses of Isaiah 53, and it's not just Isaiah 53, because as Justin's been pointing out, there's it's erroneous to just say Isaiah 53. It's a whole long narrative that refers to repeatedly about the suffering servant. But there is so much room there for interpretation. And I'm not telling you that your interpretation is wrong, but I will say this, that when I have doubts about how to interpret it personally, one of the first things that I prefer to go back to is, what does the culture that wrote this say? That doesn't mean that there couldn't be other meanings in it that the original culture couldn't understand. But the original culture that wrote this doesn't think that this is about Jesus at all.
No, I would say they definitely interpret it to be perhaps Messianic. I saw in there was a Dead Sea Scrolls thing. The scrolls, it like, I don't know specifics, but it listed like that some Jews or some of the interpreters, they saw this as that this servant would be the Messiah or some sort of anointed person. Like I feel like it isn't like a Christian. Well, it's a big Christian now. It's sensationalized, right? But there was Messianic um interpretation. I would think pre-Christ. Let me actually.
Yeah, but let's not worry about that now. We have to finish the passage. We've been up for 3 hours. We actually have to go through it. So back at the bar, we left off at being led to the slaughter, I think. And again, the reason why this is about Israel is because the rest of the Bible says so. Psalm 44 says, "You have rejected us and shamed us. You have not gone out with our armies. You have made us turn back from the foe, and our armies have gotten spoil. You have made us like sheep for the slaughter. You have scattered us among the nations." This is just what happened to the nation of Israel when the Babylonians and the Assyrians came in and wiped them out. So again, everything in here, in this passage, it has been said about the nation of Israel elsewhere in the biblical literature, which is why I'm continuing to interpret it as the nation of Israel, because remember, this is a personification of what the nations are witnessing. And the nations are witnessing the Israelites being freed from captivity. I was
What did you
responding to
read?
the one that you just read
Yeah, okay. Well,
when you
lamb to
said
the slaughter, that's
that's what you
kind of on
said.
top of
Verse 7,
7. Yeah, that's
right?
it was before that it says
hmm
oppressed, he opened not his mouth.
hmm
Verse 6, all we street has gone astray, we have turned
hmm
everyone to his. I'm gonna go to a better
hmm
translation. It's confusing.
Yeah, the King James rough. I wouldn't use it.
Yeah, good idea. Everybody goes astray, and the Lord hath laid on him the iniquity of us all. I also
And
wanted uh like this servant bears our griefs,
nope,
like it
not
makes
ours.
it like a
The
plural.
nations.
It
So it's
says
not
the
you.
iniquity of us all.
Those are the king. Yeah, the kings that are talking here. Remember, the starting of this passage tells you it's the kings of the nations that are talking. Who has believed what we have heard? Who have the arm of the Lord been revealed to? Well, it's been revealed to the nations. The nations are talking here. That's why it says they're going to
It doesn't say
contemplate
the
that they
nations are
see. It does,
who
yeah.
have believed our report,
Mhm.
and to whom is the arm of the. Okay, I'm getting.
Well,
I
we know
just
who
want to
the
go on my computer.
armed lords were revealed to. 52:10 says it's to the nations, right? That's why 52:10 says the Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations. And then in the end of that section, it says that these nations, these kings of the nations, they're going to contemplate what they're about to witness. Well, the very next
So,
verse is their
so the
contemplation.
kings are the narrator throughout the entire 53.
The kings of the nations that abused Israel are the ones that are speaking in this chapter, and they're speaking specifically about what they witnessed concerning the nation of Israel. The nation of Israel went into captivity like lambs led to the slaughter. Even righteous
So the
people in Israel,
kings, and these aren't the kings of Israel, right?
the kings of the
These are
nations.
these are the kings of nations, Gentile nations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yep.
it kind of gives me another confusion because if the kings of the nations are talking here, why would the kings of the nations be describing how Israel has borne our griefs, carried our sorrows, uh,
Mm-hmm.
bears
Because
our transgressions? Why would the
because
Gentile nations be saying that?
because it's through the vindication of Israel that the nations will come to know that Yahweh is the one true God. That's what Isaiah says. It says, nations shall come to your light and kings to the brightness of your dawn. That's Israel, to the brightness of Israel's dawn.
So Israel's dying for the Gentile nations?
The righteous
From
remnant
at
of
least from the
Israel,
perspective of the Gentile nations,
the righteous
Israel's
remnant,
dying for them.
the righteous remnant of Israel suffered so that these nations can see that Yahweh is the one true God. It's the suffering and vindication of Israel that leads these nations to Yahweh. That's why you have this vicarious atonement metaphor being played out in this chapter.
I don't think it's specific. It uses like these phrases that you would perhaps says wounded, bruised,
So what?
chastisement. You
That's
associate these
with
with
a singular
perhaps
person?
physical injury
Yeah,
or
you would. Be-
death or torture.
because it's a metaphor. Again, we've covered this.
Yeah.
Every time a nation is personified as a single individual, it's a metaphor. We know that. Like if I said that my brother's a dog, and fucking he wags his tail sometimes. Yeah, we know that I'm not talking like it's not a literal dog I'm talking about. I'm talking about my brother sometime, right? So like when we say that the nation of Israel is a servant, a singular individual, and then that servant got their ass kicked, which the servant did, then yeah, of course we're going to go back and forth between using pronouns that talk about the singular servant and also about the nation itself.
But all these Gentile nations have just oppressed and occupied the Israelites, right?
I know that's the
So
point.
okay. You
That's why this
said
God doesn't exist, because it's a failed prophecy. Again, if your hermeneutic is it
what?
can't be about Israel because it failed, well, that's not like all the Israelite prophecies failed in the Hebrew Bible. This is just one of many. That's not how you interpret a text.
No, but I'm saying so this is from the perspective of the Gentile kings. This verse, right?
Yeah, remember in
And
chapter 60, those same kings are
Hmm.
going to bring Israel their wealth.
Isn't that in a future sense? Like in the future,
What
like
I'm
when these kings are defeated, like we talked about.
no,
I don't know if this is related.
this is talking right after the Babylonian exile in chapter 60. Everything from chapter 40 to the end of the book is talking about the restoration of Israel directly after the Babylonian captivity.
So these Gentile nations that have just oppressed Israel are now exalting Israel and saying that the Israel's bearing their griefs. I mean,
Yes, because
yeah,
they've
you said that.
realized that they're wrong.
I don't know. I feel like that.
What matches what the rest of the entire Old Testament says.
Yeah, I don't know. I
The
think
restoration in Zechariah 8 says that peoples shall come, the inhabitants of many cities, to Jerusalem. Of one city shall say to another, come, let us go and entreat the favor of the Lord, to seek the Lord of hosts. I myself am going. Many people, strong nations, shall come and seek the Lord of hosts in Jerusalem, and entreat the favor of the
it's
Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, in those days 10 men from every nation, of every tongue, shall take hold of a Jew, grasping his garment, saying, let us go with you, for we have heard that God is with you. This is the Messianic hope, is that the nation of Israel is a light to these other nations when God vindicates them. It has nothing to do with some guy dying 700 years later.
You wouldn't call that. So, of course, Israel's a light so that the Gentile nations can
Mm-hmm.
know God.
Yep.
But I feel like that's a totally different thing when you versus saying Israel bears the sins and dies
They
for
did.
these Gentile nations.
They did. Yeah. Because it's through their death that these nations realized the folly of their ways. God had to give them double for their sins. Isaiah 40, verse 2. God gave them double for their sins. He punished them for their sins, and he also punished the righteous remnant, even though they didn't have sins, and he did so that he could vindicate them, which he says a dozen times in Deuteronomy. Isaiah. Like, I don't know how many times he has to say it, but he says it on dozens of occasions that he's going to exalt Israel. And when he exalts Israel, all the nations are going to flock to Israel and know that Yahweh is the one true God.
I don't
That's
think that's a. I don't think any. I think that's not really a natural reading.
it is a natural reading. That's just word for word what the rest of the book says.
Well, what
Chapter,
else? So you said Israel is vindicated, right? And that's how the Gentile nations know God
yeah.
through Israel's suffering.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I feel like that's a. Can you show me where else, perhaps, if it implies that in Deuteronomy?
Yeah, Isaiah 55 talks about the nations, says, incline your ear and come to me, listen so that you may live. I will make with you an everlasting covenant, my steadfast and sure love for David. See, I made him a witness to the peoples, a leader and a commander to the people. Now you shall call nations that do not know you. I'm sorry, I thought it was on the screen. Let me pop it up on the screen. There we go. Now you shall call nations that do not know you, and nations that do not know you shall run to you, because the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, has glorified you. The goal here with what's happening in the Babylonian captivity is for God to glorify Israel. And through Israel's restoration, through Israel's exaltation, Yahweh will be glorified, because those same nations that thought that Israel was just some punk ass people group in the Levant, they're going to look and say, oh, nope, we were wrong, actually. These people suffered, and they suffered, in fact, so that we can see the errors of our ways. It turns out this God is the high God. That's why it says in 56, the foreigners who joined themselves to the Lord to minister to him, to love to him. He's already saying, listen, when I do this, when I exalt these people, foreigners are going to join themselves to you.
Yeah, but so when Israel's vindicated, isn't that just Israel being justified, Israel being forgiven
Nope.
for its wrongs, right? Because the righteous remnant, right? They're holy or
Glorified.
something like that, right? They're glorified.
Israel's
So
being
I feel like that's more
glorified.
so of Israel being justified for the sake of, right, God, he's gonna maintain his covenant and
Nope.
restore Israel like he promised a lot of times. So
Nope.
I think that's just Israel being justified. I don't.
But that
I think
it doesn't
because the
say
nations are also
justification.
judged for themselves. I don't think they're not like
No one said they're not going to be
vindicated.
judged.
The nations aren't judged.
No one said they're not. I didn't say the nations aren't going to be judged. This is part of their judgment. In fact, Isaiah tells you that they're going to be judged. Isaiah chapter 14 says so. So that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is what happens when God frees the Israelites. It's going to be a spectacle. They're going to be exalted. They're going to be glorified. And through the glorification of Israel, many people who don't know Yahweh will run to Yahweh because of what happened
Yeah,
through Israel.
they'll know God. That isn't.
Through what happened with Israel. Chapter 50,
I mean,
chapter
it was
55.
probably important in that regard, but
No, it was
I
the main
think it's a
thing.
stretch to say the statement um Israel's suffering vindicates or makes like atonement for the Gentile nations. The Gentile
Why?
nations, they know God, the true God,
Why? Why is it a
through
problem?
Israel. All right, that's taught.
But
Yes.
no, but why is it a
All
problem to
right,
say that they
but
suffered for the sake of the nations that persecuted them?
say it again.
Why is it a problem to say that the nation of Israel suffered for the sake of the nations that persecuted them? Why is that problematic?
Because Israel suffered because of its own actions, did it not?
Not all of them.
It's
Remember,
part of their judgment.
nope, not the righteous ones. That's why I keep pointing out the righteous remnant. There's like Jeremiah even
The
points out.
exile, the initial judgment, right?
I'm aware, but not
Oh, my
everybody
bad.
who
I didn't mean
goes into
I didn't mean to
exile
interrupt you, my bad.
is righteous or is unrighteous. That's why I keep trying to tell you. There's two groups of people in Israel. One is the righteous and one is the unrighteous. The righteous are going to be left standing when they leave Israel. That's why Zephaniah says that they'll be perfect. There'll be no deceit in their mouth. So the righteous people of Israel had to go and suffer alongside of the wicked for this outcome to happen, which is why Jeremiah says, because he was righteous, he says, I was like a gentle lamb led to the slaughter. That's why Psalm 44, those in Israel who penned that psalm said that we were like sheep led to the slaughter, even though we were righteous. So the people that are suffering in Israel, yes, I agree. Some of them needed to have their sins paid for, but some of them actually were righteous people and they had to suffer alongside the unrighteous just in the same particular fashion. But the reason why all this had to happen is so that when God can finally vindicate the nation of Israel, those nations that punish Israel will in fact come to see the Yahweh, the God, restoring Israel, elevating them to a status above all the others, and then they'll recognize that Yahweh is the one true God.
No, but all right. So they know Yahweh is a true God, right? Israel's a light to the Gentiles. Right? I
They
feel
don't
like
know that yet.
that's
They're about to know it.
no, but they will though, right?
They will know it. Yeah, that's why it says in Isaiah 60, the descendants of those who oppressed you shall come bending low to you.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
Isaiah 60:14, the descendants of those who oppressed you shall come bending low to you, and those who despised you shall bow down at your feet, and they shall call the city of the Lord the Zion of the Holy One of Israel. Whereas you have been forsaken and hated, with no one passing through, I will make you a majestic forever, a joy from age to age. You shall suckle the milk of nations. See, the restoration of Israel is the vehicle for all of this to happen. Nothing in this passage, nothing in this entire book of Isaiah, nothing points towards a guy that lives hundreds of years later that just fulfills zero prophecies and dies on a cross. So this is why Christians will fight tooth and nail over Isaiah 53, because it's the only thing you have to point towards Jesus dying when the rest of the Hebrew Bible agrees with my reading. The entirety of the Hebrew Bible agrees that Israel is the servant, that Israel suffered on behalf of the other nations, and that Israel
Yeah, I
is
don't
going to be
know.
vindicated.
I just don't think like Israel. I mean, obviously, on the course of events, Israel perhaps has to go through that judgment in order uh for them to be later restored. And then through that restoration, that glorification, the nations will know God. All right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what the whole thing's about.
But yeah, but that's good. That's right. But it's not like I still think it's a stretch because
It's not as he just
Israel's
said.
vindication,
How many times do I
Israel's
have to read you,
suffering.
Tony? You're a good kid, but how many times do I have to read you the passage that just flat out says it? Your people shall all be righteous; they shall possess the land forever. They are the shoot that I planted, the work of my hands, so that I might be glorified. God's restoring them to the land so that he can be glorified. He's not glorified through some guy getting murdered 700 years later.
So
Yeah.
Israel's glorified.
God is
God.
glorified through
Yeah,
Israel.
God.
So why wouldn't you say that? Why wouldn't Isaiah just say that? Like, why is it Israel's suffering specific? Wouldn't God be doing the justification? I guess I
I
don't know.
don't
I'm
know
just
what you
confused.
mean by
I'm like,
justification. You're trying to wrap up this New Testament theology of justification into the Hebrew Bible, and it's not to be found there. You'll never find
well, it
justification in
says
the Hebrew
he was
Bible.
wounded for our transgressions.
So
The
what?
atonement, the substitution
I know.
is
That's not justification,
is
though.
obvious.
So atonement just means your sins have been paid. That's it. Done.
Yeah, and this servant bears the sins.
I know. Yeah, that's Israel.
Yeah,
I
the
know.
servant is so. This, I mean, that's where the issue. The servant not only
But there's no
vindicates
issue.
the others, but they bear the sins
They did.
of the others, of all of them.
They did.
Is
The
so
sins of the
Israel's suffering.
nations are paid for when they turn to Yahweh, when they admit that Yahweh was the one true God and that they acted unjustly towards Israel. Same thing with the Ninevites. When the Ninevites repent, remember, all they did is repent. They put sackcloth and ashes on, they repented, and their sins were taken away. That's it. That's all you have to do is turn to God. No one has to die for your sins.
That's not through Israel. Like when God forgives the
It
nation,
is.
that's obviously Him
I
forgiving us,
know. We
forgiving
know that
sin. Provide
Israel's not forgiving anyone.
it's
Israel is
through
a
it's.
mechanism. That's it. They're just the mechanism by which the nations come to see Yahweh and Yahweh forgives them.
But here it's not just the mechanism. It's like it's the whole method by which
It's
Why would
people
it not be
it's
the
are
not.
mechanism
justified.
when throughout the
You
Old
said it is.
Testament, throughout the Hebrew Bible, he repeatedly says that what happens with Israel and with the Hebrews will happen for the purpose of glorifying him.
Mhm. I mean, yeah, I think what was I saying again? I was saying you said that Israel's suffering is the mechanism,
Yep.
but it's not the primary agent by
Nope.
which the nations are aged. But here
Oh my.
it says by his suffering we are, or where does it actually say that? It says uh yeah, verse 5, with his stripes we are healed. The chastisement of our peace was upon him. He was bruised for our iniquities,
Yeah.
and the Lord laid on him the iniquity
Yep.
of us all. So the
Yep.
servant bears the iniquity, and
Yeah.
by the servant we're healed. That sounds like an actor, not simply
No,
just a
it's not an
mechanism.
actor. It's a nation, and the nations did take the iniquity of the Babylonians. They got their asses kicked by them. They were wounded because of their transgressions. Their transgressions literally did wound the Israelites. They crushed them. They killed them.
Could you repeat that?
The Israelites got fucked up in Babylon, my man. They were wounded.
Yeah.
They were
hmm
crushed. They were killed in Babylon. This directly addresses what happened to the people of Israel.
But he was. I don't know, man. This doesn't sound. but he was
If this is
wounded
a
for
problem,
our.
you're going to have an even bigger one when we get to verse 10 and 12. Verse 10 and 12, if you want to stick to hyperliteralism, is going to cook you, my man.
I mean, the context can obviously like in the words,
I
like
know.
what they
And
mean and
well,
stuff. They like
so the
shift the
problem that you
meaning.
have is the context has been, and you've admitted, about the nation of Israel. Even up to this point, there's not a single reason to believe that this isn't about the nation of
It's
Israel. He says that it's the young plant. God says that he planted Israel to be this plant. It talks about the nation of Israel being despised and ugly and of no report. That's exactly what God says about Israel. Everything in here is identical to what God says about Israel. You're just struggling with it because you haven't read the Hebrew Bible. You've only read the New Testament, and you're just trying to map the New Testament theology onto the Old Testament. But that's not in the Old Testament. What's in the Old Testament is that God is glorified through his people, through the nation of Israel. God is never glorified through murdering innocent people, murdering an innocent son of his. In fact, he says human sacrifice of the sons didn't even cross his mind in Jeremiah.
I mean, I also don't think I think it's also not uh coherent with I mean Israel dying for, or Israel suffering for Gentile nations.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's Israel's suffering is the reason why Gentiles will come to Yahweh. That means their suffering is the
yeah, that's
mechanism. It's
different
the
from
vehicle that causes them to come to the Lord. So the problem that you're going to have here is, as I started out, this entire chapter is wrapping the nation of Israel into a metaphor. Why is the nation of Israel suffering in this particular way? Well, it's to redeem the nations who made them suffer. It's a beautiful passage. It's one of the few times where the Hebrew Bible is explicit about laying down a metaphor repeatedly so you won't miss it. 8 times prior to this passage, 9 times, he just tells you that the nation of Israel is a servant, that they've suffered, that they're going to be vindicated, that their vindication will glorify God, and when they're vindicated, all these people will come to God. So when I get to 53, there's not a single reason to then say, well, actually, but this one guy 700 years later that fulfilled no prophecies died. That's obviously not what it's about. The entirety of the Old Testament tells you that it's about the nation of Israel, which is why I keep bringing you verse after verse. And then it's like it falls out of your head, like you didn't hear it. How many verses do I have to read you where God says, I will be glorified through Israel?
Man, I apologize, man. Relax.
I'm just
When you say it doesn't seem like Yahweh would do this purely to illustrate something to Gentiles or to anyone else. Keep in mind that at least starting from Exodus, and I could probably pull up examples of this from Genesis as well, but starting with Exodus, why does he repeatedly say that he is taking the Israelites out of Egypt? Is it because he loves the Israelites and he wants to save them and they're such great people? Or is it because he wants to glorify himself?
It would be a little bit of both, would it not be?
I mean, I'm not saying that he doesn't like the Israelites at all, but he explicitly says over and over and over again that everything he's doing with the Israelites is not necessarily for their benefit, it's to glorify himself. And if you think about it, it's logical, because if we believe, now this isn't the context in which the Old Testament was written, but if we believe in under the Neoplatonic ideals that God could do whatever he wants, he's the omnipotent creator God of the universe, he could have told the Egyptians, he could have forced them to be frozen still as all of the Hebrews just marched out with no resistance. But he didn't do that. And he says repeatedly in Exodus, over and over and over again, that we're doing this in order that he can get more glory. Why does he harden Pharaoh's heart? It doesn't help the Israelites for Pharaoh's heart to be hardened. The only reason that he hardens Pharaoh's heart over and over and over again is to glorify him. So, and I haven't lost the thread here. When you're asking, why would he do all of this in terms of the suffering servant? Just to benefit Gentiles, because it glorifies him.
Interesting.
And I guess maybe we'll end with this because I think we've been talking for 3 hours. If you keep reading the passage, there's some stuff in here, and Adam would point out that like it could never be applied to Jesus, right? It says it was the will of the Lord to crush him with affliction. When it actually says if in Hebrew, im doesn't really mean when, but it says when you make his life an offering for sin, he shall see his offspring and shall prolong his days. Well, that didn't happen. His days were not prolonged; they were cut short. And he didn't have any offspring. In fact, all the Christians, they're not metaphorical offspring of Jesus. They're actually siblings with Jesus. Paul says that we're all heirs with Jesus, being that his father is our father. So this certainly couldn't be applied to Jesus. And then verse 12 is, I will allot him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong. Well, this is war spoil he's talking about, because remember, when they come out of captivity, all these nations are going to give them their spoil. But that could be applied to Israel, could never be applied to Jesus. Jesus didn't take any war spoil. He's just dead. He's in the ground. Like, I get if you read only this one passage, if you've never read anything in the Hebrew Bible, and you just open up to chapter 53 and read it, you're like, oh, wow, that sounds a lot like Jesus. And I get it. They wrote the New Testament to sound like that. But the problem is, the minute you get familiar with the rest of Isaiah and the rest of the prophets, it's abundantly clear that the vision for the Messianic age had nothing to do with Jesus, nothing whatsoever. And for many of the reasons that we articulated, he didn't fulfill a single prophecy. And the prophecies about the Messianic age specifically contradict Jesus. Jesus can't be the final sacrifice when it says there's going to be sacrifices forever. Jesus can't be the end of the law when it says there's going to be Levitical priests giving sacrifices forever according to Levitical law. And so there's no good reason, contextually speaking, to think that this is about a guy that comes hundreds of years later that gets rid of the law and, dies for your sins, when it just doesn't show up in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, it contradicts the Hebrew Bible. So my reading of Isaiah 53 agrees with the entirety of the Hebrew Bible. Everything in the Hebrew Bible will just agree with everything I told you. Whereas your interpretation of Isaiah 53, it's not just you, it's the Christian interpretation. Your interpretation just disagrees with all of the Hebrew Bible, which means I have no good reason to accept it as a valid interpretation.
Well, that and the fact that Jesus does not qualify as an acceptable sacrifice under any of the rules, the Hebrew rules, as to what is actually an acceptable sacrifice.
That's true, actually, yeah.
Hmm.
All right, Tony, listen, we covered a lot of ground. I usually don't keep people on this long, but you were...
Yeah, I got you. I kind of overstayed my welcome.
No, you
Yeah,
didn't overstay your
interesting
welcome.
conversation. Yeah, you gentlemen are obviously more educated than me. I guess I'll look more into this kind of stuff and I'll consider your interpretations. Thanks for
Well,
having me. I had a
just
good conversation.
just do one thing. Go to Isaiah chapter 40 and just read 40 to the end of the book. Read it slowly. Don't go through it quickly. I think once you read it yourself very slowly, all these chapters, it'll just hit you. I'm like, oh yeah, obviously this is about Israel.
Yeah, I'll see. Yeah, all right. Good discussion, Mr. Justin and Mr.
Adam.
other man, Mr. Adam. All right. See you
All right,
see you
cheers.
guys. Have a wonderful day.
Cheers.
Good discussion.
Thank you.
Good kid. It was a little bit like pulling teeth, but we got through it. And looks like we got some other people to get into the guest box. I'm going to read a couple super chats, friends. Thank you for being here. I know that was a long one. I didn't try to make it that long. It just happened to be that long. And hopefully we won't be dragging the next couple conversations out that long. But Interstate, my friend, thank you for being here, says, what exactly is the Holy Spirit supposed to be? Why is denying its existence the unforgivable sin? I think you got two questions. The Holy Spirit, nobody knows what it's supposed to be. In the ancient world, they believed spirits were basically like invisible entities that had no material existence until the Greek period. The Greek period tried to get more philosophical with it. So no, it is made of stuff, but it's so small that you can't see it. It's like a really fine material, and so you just can't see it. So that's the idea behind spirits. Now, in the Unforgivable Sin, Mark 3 and elsewhere, the unforgivable sin is the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, because if in fact you witness, remember he's talking to the Pharisees when this happened, if you witness Jesus doing a miracle, like casting out demons, and then you say, no, that wasn't the Holy Spirit I just saw, that was Beelzebub. Well, that's blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. You just saw the Holy Spirit with your own two eyes, and then you blasphemed the Holy Spirit. So I would say, unless you in fact are witnessing the Holy Spirit, witness the Holy Spirit, like cure the sick or casting out demons, then you blaspheme that same Spirit. I don't believe anyone has the capability of blaspheming the Holy Spirit. MindWiz says, Hail Caesar, back at everyone. Shout out to Raz. Thank you for listening in and even coming up. Take your time and maybe come back. Much respect. Indeed, there's nothing wrong with coming up and then letting us know that you've got some studying to do and you're going to come back. And Gina says, wait, your friend ripping the mirror off was traumatic, or your deconstruction was traumatic? I would say both. Both of them were traumatic. I would say my friend ripping the mirror off my car was a visual example of the trauma. Cameron says, I love all kinds of wine and I don't discriminate, but I'll admit I'm a Burgundy lover. Hey, I'm with you. Pinot Noir and Chardonnay at heart. Working my way towards becoming a French wine scholar just in time. That's crazy. You'll have to let me know if you're going to be a French wine scholar. What are the picks I need to get into? Because I consume everything. I'm not picky at all. And WC says more like crucifixion. Oh, I see what you did there with the fiction. Yeah. Although I would concede that he probably got crucified. And mostly Gizzard, my friend, good to see you. Says it's a good thing the Hebrew word for pierced isn't the same as to go into, or these prophecies would get really raunchy. Oh, I would love that. I do love the Hebrew idioms surrounding sexual stuff, because they really try to mask it, but you know what's happening. Lancelot, my friend, great to see you. Says, did you see Trump's appointee to head FEMA? I did not, and I hate to. Fuck now, I gotta go find out tonight. He was once teleported to a Waffle House by Jesus. Oh my God. Pretty sure. Then the New York Times investigated it and said it didn't happen. Gee, do you think so? Yeah, as it turns out, the Holy Spirit or Jesus doesn't teleport people, just like Muhammad doesn't fly winged camels or donkeys in the middle of the night.
Really have to investigate it to prove that it didn't happen? Like, what the hell?
It's embarrassing that these people even exist. I'm gonna see who this person is. Rodgidbees, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, I love your show. When it says in the Bible, thus saith the Lord, when the scribes or church fathers were writing these passages down, was it a booming voice or relayed to them somehow? Rocker for Doug. Well, I mean, technically, most Christians would say that it wasn't dictated, it was inspired. If you ask them how that works, they'll just say, I don't know. So most Christians would say there was no voice, but if you go to the book of Exodus, God did clearly speak audibly to Moses and to some of the Israelites, and the voice was booming, so booming that it scared them and caused the mountain to shake. So if God did dictate any of this, I would be led to believe that it was a loud, deep, booming voice, perhaps. William, thank you for the 1234. Says, have you ever read The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth, aka the Jefferson Bible? I've not. I've seen a copy of it. It's pretty cool, though. An edit of the New Testament done by Thomas Jefferson, which cuts out the supernatural parts of the New Testament. So I've seen the Jefferson Bible on display, but I can't say I've read it. I would actually, you can get a free copy on the internet. I would actually like to flip through it and see what he cut out, just to see where his mind was.
I've read
as far as he's basically trying to cut out the miracles and the supernatural shit, right?
Everything supernatural. Yep.
Yeah. Liga, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I just stumbled on a new game on Steam. Oh, I know. I've been meaning to play this live, by the way. I was going to do a live playthrough. I Am Jesus Christ, where you play through biblical events from his point of view. Can we start a fundraiser to have you do a community night streaming it? Either way, here's 20 rock hard for Doug. Thank you, Liga. And yes, I'm already planning on doing it. You don't need a fundraiser. I'm going to be live streaming it. They just released it to Steam. I think it was out maybe on PC or pre-release or some shit, but they finally released it to Steam. So I'm going to get it. I'm going to play it live and we're going to have a lot of fun, friends. And Deep Burrito says, get a serpent problem, put St. Patrick on it. St. Patrick will fuck up some serpents. I know that. They should have put him in the Bible, in fact. And Dustframe says, I feel like the Christian paradigm would make much more sense if there was no religion, but everyone has a built-in morality. That way you could truly know who was good for the sake of being good. I mean, it's tricky because Genesis 3:22 would lead us to believe that humans do know right from wrong now, which is weird because no one can fucking agree on it. So how is it that we know right from wrong, but no one actually agrees? Fan Sensibility, good to see you, friends. Happy Friday. I'm loving Dougosaurus Rex behind you. Even dinosaurs are rock hard for Doug. Doug. And yes, Dougosaurus Rex is a really good name for the dinosaur, especially I think the one that looks fossilized. And Misha, thank you for the super chat. It says, great to catch you for a weekend barbecue. Justin, if Adam is still around, can he please say, it makes no damn sense, compels me though, in a foghorn leghorn accent because he looks like Bennett Blanc.
I don't know who Benoit Blanc is, but I'll try. Like, it makes no damn sense. Like, I didn't catch the last part of that. It makes no damn sense. Compels me though. I don't think that's probably fulfilling what she wanted, but okay.
It's better than I would have done. As far as I can tell, friends, Peace Walk and Gary were next in line, and Peace Walk came in first. So let me grab Peace Walk, and then we'll hopefully get some good conversation going. Welcome in, Peace Walk. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm actually 46.
Awesome. And Eric, thank you for the space, man. Peace Walk, are you a Christian or some other variety of believer?
No, I'm actually a Buddhist practitioner from the Theravada school, and I'm just calling as a friendly reminder to throw some shade over to the Buddhist, community, since we don't want your Abrahamic, followers or people that want that you're just ignoring us.
But, well, if you don't believe in God, like my understanding is most Buddhists don't believe in God. They believe in like a spirit realm, perhaps, but not God. So,
Right. That's what I meant. We just make sure that you're throwing shade to us so that you don't ignore us, kind of like a lot of the Abrahamic people say that you tend to ignore Buddhism.
Well,
I don't shade at them.
I don't ignore anybody. I talk to whoever calls in. So, do you believe in an actual God or just like a spirit realm?
No, and the spirit realm itself, and depending on the school you're following, can be taken literal, and or symbolic or metaphorically through what you go through in life. So, but I was just calling as a friendly reminder.
Well, tell you what, I'll agree with you that there is no God, and then I'll help you out and say, "Fuck you, Buddhist! Stop calling my goddamn show." Is that good enough?
Yes, just to be fair, appreciate it.
All right, I can do more if you want, if that's your thing, you know.
Just making sure that everybody in the community, feels like you're not ignoring us or other people that are not.
I have to throw in here really quick and just say that there are a lot of times when I get people on my own channel will say oh you're just anti-religion, and I always try to correct everyone and say I used to wonder for a while whether I was truly anti-religion, and I thought no, I'm not anti-religion because I don't think I have any problem with Taoists, Buddhists, Wiccans, etc. I mean, it seems like for me personally, the theists are always the ones that cause the biggest problems. And I know that's so I'm sure that if I spent enough time around Buddhism, I could probably find something to be pissed off with you guys about, eventually, but I haven't found it yet.
Well, yeah, good luck on that journey. Hope you find something.
Well, good to hear from you, bud.
All right, you have a good night.
All right, let's get Gary in here and hopefully get some opposition. Welcome, Gary. Are you at least 18? Gary. Gary. I think your microphone's working. I feel like I heard something. You don't have any headphones selected, so you probably can't hear me. Might be part of the problem. I can send you a refresh on your headphone set, or your headphone setting. Maybe try that. I saw Gary come in and come out of the box a couple times too, so I'm not really sure. Not really sure what the situation is. Maybe he's got a bad connection. Okay, well, come back sometime later, Gary, if you get a better connection. And we actually don't have a guest in the guest box right now, so I suppose I could read some super chats. If you're watching right now and you're on YouTube or Twitch, you can get into the guest box by using the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ live. And if you're watching on TikTok, all you got to use is the guest request button, and we'll get you into the live stream. I suspect that conversation with Tony drug on way too long, and we never actually did build up an actual audience on either one of our YouTube pages. We're sitting at about half of what we normally sit at. Same for TikTok. We got about half as many people on TikTok as what we normally would have about this time. So I suspect that Tony conversation was just too long and too boring, and nobody wanted to stick around for that. So let me do this. I'm going to restart the TikTok stream, and it should push it back out to the algorithm. Hopefully we can gather a few more people into the debate. I'll keep the YouTube stream live and up and running. This won't take very long. And then hopefully we'll be able to get some robust debate going. I certainly would prefer to I would prefer to have more than one conversation tonight. That sounds appalling. I only get to have one good conversation. Let me see. We talked to, we almost had two conversations. Hold on. I wrote that I talked to Elliot, but I didn't write anything down, which probably means that we didn't really talk to Elliot. And then I wrote down Brel, basically because we didn't talk to him. That was the Muslim that came in and crashed out. So as far as I can tell, I think we only had one real conversation tonight so far.
He was really nice. I will say that it was probably a little droning at some point. And that's not a dig on him or anything, but it's like at some point it's like you're either going to just accept what Isaiah says by the Christian viewpoint or you're not.
Right.
And I think he was being very open-minded, but at a certain point I probably was not doing a very good job at the few times that I tried to chime in, but I was trying to say, look, there's so much vagaries here that I will admit. I mean, I was a Christian for 40 years, and I could have sat there and told you during that time, yes, this is about Jesus, but it's such a vague lens. It's a Rorschach test. Anyone can look at Isaiah 53, and I mean, you make great arguments, but I think that anyone can look at Isaiah 53 and come up with any argument for it that they want. Like I try to say it in the middle of that discussion, like I could make an argument that this is about Justin, and I know it's not, but I could make an argument that it's about Justin and try to prove me wrong. How do you possibly read Isaiah 53 and tell me that it's not about Justin?
I mean, that's the problem with most of the prophecies as they appear in the New Testament, is they can be taken any way you want to read them, especially the ones that they try to apply to Jesus. They're typically these typological bullshit prophecies, and typologies are like the biggest cope.
Oh gosh,
like on the planet.
They're horrible.
Yeah, like either Jesus fulfilled prophecies or he didn't. If he didn't fulfill any prophecies, it was all just typologies. Well, that's meaningless to me. Anyone can go into a big book and pick out things that sound vaguely familiar to something happening in your life. That's not hard at all. So I'm not impressed at all by typologies. That's a bunch of nonsense.
Well, I mean, as a writer myself, I can tell you that, even consciously, fiction writers, they build typologies. They don't call it that in fiction writing, but they build typologies into their writings. If you read J.R.R. Martin, or you read Tolkien or something like clearly they have older characters that echo through the ages of their mythology towards the modern characters. Does that mean it's a prophecy? No, it just means that there are callbacks to prior characters.
Yeah. The difference with the Bible is that like the earlier passages were written prior to the New Testament, so anyone could have done it. They just say, "Oh, here's something here. I'm going to write it over here." It's really easy. It's not even difficult. But friends, while we're waiting for well, we might have a new guest up already. Let me grab Eli and see if we can get some conversation going.
Yo, what's good?
Welcome in, Eli. Are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you believe in God?
Yeah, I believe in God.
Sure. Is it a specific God or a generic God?
Well, I believe in a Christian God.
Okay, so you're Christian. Cool.
Yeah.
Now, we've got a couple conversation starters on the board. You don't have to pick one. You're more than welcome to. I think they're fun conversation starters. Or you can just give me whatever you think your favorite argument is for God.
All right, you said the crucifixion fixed nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll start with that one.
Okay. Well, my point is pretty simple with the crucifixion. It didn't actually accomplish anything. So the general idea in Christianity is that the crucifixion paid for everyone's sins, except it didn't actually pay for everyone's sins. You still have to repent of your sins and ask God for forgiveness. But you already could have done that prior to Jesus. That wasn't like something you needed anyone to die for. So it just seems like the crucifixion was generally useless.
Well, not necessarily. Before you couldn't really just ask God to forgive your sins before then, because it was much more physical. You have to do more physical acts to show that you're like you do sacrifices to show that you're sorry. When Jesus died, and even then you couldn't been forgiven until after Jesus. Instead, it's like God. What's a good word for it? He didn't forgive your sins, but he partaked in the sacrifices to like quench his anger, so he doesn't just so he allowed the people to sacrifice, but you really didn't get your sins forgiven.
Have you read the sacrificial laws?
Yeah.
It says that your sins will be forgiven, right? So I'll bring up one of my favorites, which is actually really interesting, because here you can get forgiven without any bloodshed, right? It says, if you cannot afford 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, you shall bring as your offering for the sin that you have committed 1/10 of an ephah of choice flour. Oh, that's simple enough. And then he says, just a couple verses later about this ritual, thus the priest shall make atonement on your behalf for whichever of these sins you have committed, and you shall be forgiven. So it just says you're going to be forgiven right there.
Yeah, this was a purification process, not necessarily a moral law you broke. So something like touching a dead body, that would fall under this law.
Okay, hold up.
That's not true.
Yeah, it's literally unclean thing. This is a purity law.
No,
I just gave you an example of another law.
Yeah, but it didn't say anything about. So if you sin, you're unclean. Just like
say anything about what? What did no? Finish your statement. Say anything about what?
If you sin, you're unclean. Just as if you. I'm finishing it right now. Do you want me to finish it?
You're not finishing your statement.
So if you sin, you're considered unclean. You have moral guilt, just as if you were ritually unclean, like if you had a nocturnal emission or you touched a dead body.
No, I don't think you really understand. Yeah, it seems like you're really good at cherry picking. With full context, there was different types of sins. Like spiritual uncleanliness is not the same as like a moral sin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
you'd be wrong.
Let me ask you about that.
How's that wrong?
Because you obviously don't.
Because that's not a reason. Because I obviously don't know.
In 2 Samuel 12:13, King David, after his adultery with Bathsheba and the murder of Uriah, he confesses, and then he says, "I have sinned against the Lord." And Nathan immediately replies, "The Lord has taken away your sin; you shall not die."
Yeah, because he's taken away the punishment. Just like I said earlier, he's quenching the anger, not necessarily
not the punishment, the sin.
Yeah, by saying he's taking away sin, the sin happened. What do you think he means by taking away the sin? I'm still curious on how you're explaining.
The point is that his sin was immediately forgiven without any
Where does it say
atonement,
it's not really?
without any sacrifice whatsoever.
His anger was quenched as earlier. That I don't understand how you don't understand the difference between anger being quenched as God sparing you, rather than versus you're
I don't
actually
understand
being
how
some
you
sort
don't
of
understand
forgiven.
the fact that he said,
Like
I
this
have
is.
sinned against the Lord. And Nathan immediately replied, the Lord has taken away your sin.
I
You
agreed
shall
to
not
that,
die.
dude. Why am I not disagreeing with that? I agreed to that. That falls under within my belief system. This is not
Okay.
contradictory. So
So
you can't really
that just
attack my
proves
paradigm
that
if I agree with it, dude.
that just proves that you don't have to actually have a sacrifice in
Where
order
did he
to.
say he was forgiven?
He says your sin is taken away.
That doesn't
Your
necessarily
sin
mean according
is
to my belief.
taken away.
So you're straw manning because you're not even arguing against my point. So I
No,
don't
I'm
understand
telling
what's
you,
the point
his
of
sin
arguing.
was taken away. What part of that? So you want to claim
His
that
same.
sin is
I
not
just
taken away, is
explained
not
to you.
forgiven?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point. Do I have to repeat myself?
No, that's beautiful, dude. Keep saying it all
Yeah,
you
do I have
want.
to repeat myself? So my point I was trying to make is when you said
Oh,
his
that's
sin is taken
beautiful.
away, it's not some sort of forgiveness. It's his sin is taken away in a sense of will not be punished, but he was still punished for that sin. So I don't know what you mean. But his anger was quenched in a sense wasn't unalived himself. Didn't he not get punished for the sin? Because his child died.
He actually didn't. The child and his wives got punished.
I mean, he still got punished for it because that was his child.
No.
Well, what I'm saying is technically not so much. So the punishment fell on the child and the wives that got raped.
The punishment felt on him because he also suffered.
Didn't he die?
Didn't he
Did
not
he
cry
die?
out? Did he not cry?
Did he die?
Did he not cry?
Did he die?
Is death the only form of punishment?
Did he die?
Is death the only form of punishment?
It is for adultery. Did he die?
Is death the only form of punishment?
It is for adultery. Did he die?
No, wait. Why is death the only form of? His son did die.
Deuteronomy 22, but David didn't die. That's my point. In Deuteronomy 22, the people that are caught in adultery are going to die, not the children. In Deuteronomy 22, there's no children that are being murdered. So the child dies in lieu of David dying in the chapter.
Do you think wait, hold up. I'm curious. Do you think all death is a punishment?
No, I didn't say that. Well, I said for this specific crime, the punishment would be death.
Okay, so
because the punishment was death and the child died in its place, that just means the child took the punishment.
Well, I don't think the child was necessarily being punished.
Okay, so killing a child is not punishment then.
Well, do you, according to the Bible, do you think the afterlife exists within the Bible?
He just did it for fun? He just murders children for fun then?
I don't think the baby goes to hell and gets
I didn't say anything about hell. I didn't say anything about hell.
So the baby's not actually getting punished if he goes to heaven.
If the baby
goes to heaven, is he being punished?
Yes.
Because the baby how?
Because being made sick and murdered is a punishment. So
if
I know
he goes
maybe
to heaven, is he being punished?
So yes. Yeah. Just
so
because you go to heaven
suffers. Let's say the baby suffers for 2 years straight.
Eli, hey, just shut up for 5 seconds and let me finish the thought so we can actually get through this so we don't have to bicker back and forth, okay? So punishments happen while we're here on earth. They happen to a lot of people. In Deuteronomy 22, it says that women will be stoned if they don't bleed on a sheet. They'll die when they get stoned, but they're still going to get a punishment. The fact that you might go to heaven afterwards doesn't negate the fact that you've been punished. So this is not a good argument.
Yeah, I'm curious. So let's say if someone was suicidal and they died, is that also a punishment?
Don't care, not related at all to what we're talking about.
Exactly. So that's the point I'm trying to make. Death doesn't have to necessarily
you didn't make it a point.
Because you said you didn't care.
Apparently you don't even.
You can't really
I don't care about suicide because suicide isn't a punishment.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Suicide is something you're doing to yourself.
Track the conversation.
You're not tracking the conversation. You brought suicide.
I didn't
has nothing.
say suicide.
You literally just said suicide.
Did I say he committed?
So you brought up suicide. We're not talking about suicide. We're
There's
talking
a difference.
about what happened to the child. The child didn't commit suicide. David didn't commit suicide. So that means suicide isn't relevant to anything we're talking about, dude.
Dude, can you actually track the conversation? I did not say suicide. I said if someone was suicidal. Do you know the difference?
Being suicidal is not a punishment either. It's not related at
Why
all.
answering questions I didn't ask? Why are
Nobody
you
here
answering
is
questions I didn't-
suicidal.
Why are you answering questions?
I did. I
didn't ask?
answered it. You weren't listening.
No, you're answering a question I didn't ask. I know you answered a question.
I answered exactly your question. I said no, and then I gave you the reason why.
No, okay. So, anyways, you did not. You're just answering yourself. But anyways, the reason why I brung up suicide, it's I don't think you don't understand that. Just because a baby died doesn't mean it was a
No one
punishment.
understands what you're saying right now.
Just
Are
because
you going to tell us why you brought suicide?
you don't
'Cause
understand that.
so far,
Like,
you haven't
you don't
connected it yet.
understand. Oh, I can connect that easily. So the reason
Do
why I
it right
brung
now.
up suicide, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. The reason why I brung up suicide was just simply demonstrate that the death doesn't have to be a punishment. That's why I brung up the suicidal.
I never
person.
said
If
that
you
all
were-
death was. You're arguing a strong man.
Yeah, but
Strong
your whole
man.
argument is based off
My
the fact
argument,
that if
my argument is pretty simple.
that's
Which a
your-
child
yeah.
didn't commit suicide. The child was specifically chosen
I didn't
to
even
die.
bring up suicide. I said a suicidal person. There's a difference, dude. And
It doesn't matter. Suicide has nothing to
Stop
do with this,
strawmanning then.
given that
Stop strawmanning.
suicide has nothing to
Stop
do with the
strawmanning.
passage.
Can y'all
So
please stop strawmanning?
did the child decide on its own that it was going to die?
Can you stop strawmanning?
I'm not. Did the child decide on its own that it's going to die?
I don't believe the child committed suicide, dude.
Okay, so who decided the child was going to die?
Exactly. Well, God.
I think you're lost. Okay, so God, and why did God do that?
Yeah, God done that because of David's sin, but
Because
that
it's a
doesn't
punishment for the
necessarily
sin.
mean- and you're
Okay,
cutting me
so
off.
if the punishment for the sin is that
can
somebody's going to
strawman all you
die,
want.
then the person who's
Yeah.
going to die is the
Do
one
you
that
know
is
what
actually
strawman
receiving the
means?
punishment. He doesn't.
But yeah. Okay, so not necessarily. You can be so someone could do something. You can be affected by it, but that doesn't mean necessarily the same reason that or the same effect that they would have, or their purpose of why they done it can have the same effect as the.
Why did God kill the child?
Wanted outcome. What?
Why did God kill it?
Did I not just say it?
Nope.
I agree with it. The Bible says it itself. He killed it because of David's sin. I just don't believe it was a punishment.
Oh, so
for the child.
because of David's sin, the child took the punishment that was going to go to David.
Wait. Okay, so do you agree with a punishment? So if a punishment were to happen, it has to be something that bad happens, right? It has to be a bad outcome, correct?
Not typically. I mean, not
according to God.
always.
So a punishment
So
can have a good outcome.
it's crazy that you won't let me actually speak. Not every punishment is something like horrific that has to happen to you. Sometimes
Not horrific.
punishments-
I mean bad, net bad versus a net positive, or even a neutral.
I don't even know what you mean by net
No.
positive. No, typically a net positive would be a punishment that is well deserved, that has a corrective action on
that's
the
not what I
person
mean.
being
That's not what I mean.
punished.
Can
So, I
Can I-
agree that people
can I
don't want
elaborate?
punished. Do you mean people? Do you think?
Okay, now you're arguing something.
Just shut the fuck up so I can actually articulate my
I
position.
told you misunderstood me.
I'm trying to articulate your position for you since you misspoke. So
You
a
misunderstood.
punishment is something that
You misunderstood.
isn't always bad. Sometimes it's just something you don't want. I think that's probably what you meant to say. A punishment is something that you don't want to happen, but it's a corrective action, and sometimes you need it to happen. I'm just correcting your verbiage.
Yeah, no, you're not correcting anything. I meant what I said, but you just misunderstood it.
Well, then you were wrong.
I was wrong about what I said. I didn't make a point.
That's why I corrected you.
I wasn't making a point.
Yeah, you just said a statement. I corrected it.
No, I was asking a question. But anyway,
No, you made a statement.
What was my statement then?
I just told you.
Exactly. So, anyways, so the point I'm trying to make.
Now he just muted himself. This guy's a clown.
Did he
No,
mute
my
himself?
fault. No, I had to
Oh,
mute
that's
myself.
great.
My fault. Anyways,
He's so used
the
to
point
fighting the
I'm-
mute button on every live stream he's on, and now he's just whacking it, assuming he's muted.
yeah,
We just
so
talked to a guy
anyway,
for 3 hours that didn't get muted once. You think maybe you're the problem?
I don't care what I am, dude. I'm sorry.
you're definitely the problem.
That's not my problem. So it's whatever.
It certainly is your problem if you're the problem.
You're the one complaining, not me. So it seems like it's
I
your
didn't complain about anything. I'm just making fun of you to your
So then,
face.
like, why mention it? Can I continue?
Yeah. Actually, you didn't mention it. I don't know if you were paying attention, but Adam mentioned it. And the point that we're bringing up here, which isn't even related to the original point, but it's still a fun point to talk about, which is, listen, there was 2 punishments handed down after David did his adultery with Bathsheba, and neither
That
one
has
of those
nothing to do with
punishments,
what I was saying, dude.
Neither one of those-
Everything to do with what you're saying.
neither one of those punishments actually fell on David. One punishment fell on the child, and one punishment fell on the wives of David, which means David had his sins forgiven, even though he didn't technically take the punishment. Even his family took the punishment for him.
And the original point was whether or not
what does it even mean to
crucifixion
have sins
fixed-
forgiven? Do you
The
understand
original
what does
point
it mean?
was whether or not the crucifixion fixed anything. And if you can forgive sins without a sacrifice,
Yeah.
then there is
I don't agree
no
with that.
reason to have the sacrifice in the first place. And
Yeah, I
in
don't agree
2
with that.
Samuel 12:13, after David commits his sins, he says, I have sinned against the Lord. And Nathan immediately replied, the Lord has taken away your sin.
We
So
just been through
why
this.
do
I don't
we
believe this
need
is
to
forgiven.
have a
I don't believe
sacrifice?
this is his sins being forgiven. We just been through this.
Okay, so
No
you're just
tracking
gonna
skills.
make shit up now. So
No, you're
he's
making shit
taken
up. Where
away
does it
your
say
sin.
forgiven? Where does it say
He's
forgiven?
taken away your
Exactly.
sin, but that's not the
Where?
same
Why
as
are you placing that
forgiven.
in there? Why are you placing that
Because
in
you
there?
are making that shit up.
Because I'm making it up so you can make up your own word.
Okay, you know what? So let's you're gonna fixate on forgiven. So let's look at Mark 2, verses 1 through 12.
Yeah.
Do you want to go there? Because
Yeah, sure.
there Jesus states, son, your sins are forgiven. Where is the sacrifice there?
Where is the sacrifice there? Jesus was on earth to do what?
He wasn't
was-
dead yet,
what was-
though.
Yeah, he wasn't dead yet, but he was
Yeah.
saying his sins are forgiven. It
Right.
doesn't mean that's in the present. It could be in
So
the future
you don't
too.
need a sacrifice
he
then.
forgave, he specifically used the word forgiven. So since you're going to sit here and fixate on the word forgiven, let's pull up the word forgiven. So and in Mark 2, verses 1 through 12, after the paralyzed man is healed, Jesus says to him, your sins are forgiven. There is no sacrifice, there is no atonement anywhere in that passage.
Yeah, but he can say that because he knows the future and he knows of his
Oh my
his
fucking
sacrifice.
Well,
Okay.
God knows
I
the
don't-
future, and he knows he doesn't have to sacrifice anybody to forgive.
Oh, I gotta hit the restroom. That's great.
Well, then it'll just be unjust.
No, it wouldn't be unjust to forgive
How would it
sins.
not be unjust?
Forgiving
If
sins.
someone sins,
Forgiving
wouldn't you
sins. Forgiving sins. You can't say that forgiving sins is unjust, because then it would just completely nullify the whole nonsense with Jesus. because
forgiving
Jesus.
forgiving sins without ransom is unjust.
No, it's not. It happens all the time. In fact, in the
Well,
Hebrew Bible,
then it's unjust.
do you
then.
just
I'm
want me
saying
to
it's
show
unjust.
you? Do you just want me to show you the Hebrew Bible where it happens over and over again?
Show me what? Yeah, sure.
Sure. What happened to Nineveh? Did God wipe out Nineveh?
No, he didn't.
Did they repent?
Yeah, they repented. That's what. Wouldn't that be him quenching his
Did they-
anger?
Wouldn't
Wouldn't that be
they
him quenching his
Did they
anger?
do offerings and sacrifices?
Would that not be him quenching his anger?
Did they do offerings and sacrifices?
Would that not be him quenching? Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. So you didn't do any.
No, his anger
no, they
was
did.
quenched.
They
Of course.
they didn't do offerings and sacrifices.
Well, I don't believe offerings and oh, they didn't. My fault. Well, I don't believe
No.
offerings and sacrifices. Anyways, forgive your sins.
So,
as I
well,
said before.
well, neither do I.
So now-
I'm not. I don't.
Like you
well,
never track
well, then,
conversation. You don't know
well,
how to track.
Well, you haven't said anything worth tracking yet. So neither one of us
course,
believe
you're saying that, but you have not made a valid
so,
point, dude. Like you just
I have.
keep
You weren't
repeating
paying
the same
attention. You
slog.
just keep talking over it because you're too incompetent to hear the talking point. So you don't actually have to kill an animal to be forgiven. That's the point I've been making the entire time, because there are many examples in the Hebrew Bible
agree
of
with
people getting forgiven without a sacrifice. So if you can get forgiveness without a sacrifice, what that means is that Jesus' sacrifice was never necessary. It was theater at best.
No, I would disagree with that. Your points you bringing up. The only point you can bring up is forgiveness when Jesus was already there. When I'm saying he could,
I didn't bring
speak
that
in
up.
the present.
I didn't fucking bring that up. Don't put that on me. Jeremiah 36.
I can tell you exactly what Jeremiah 36.
Jeremiah 36:3. It may be that when the house of Judah hears all of the disasters that I intend to do to them, all of them may turn from their evil ways, so that I might forgive their iniquity and their sin. Just turning from your evil
That
ways.
would
That's
literally
it.
just be him quenching his anger. This
He
has
said,
nothing to do with
he
final
said forgive.
judgment.
He said forgive.
Yeah, you can use the same term to
So
reference
so
something else.
so that was your
How would
argument. Is
that
that
not be? Wait,
so? Your
How would
argument,
that not be just him?
your argument was that the word forgive wasn't specifically in the passage that we were reading in 2 Samuel 12. Well, guess what?
That was not my argument.
It's specifically in Jeremiah 36:3. So when
That
God
still
says
wasn't my argument.
when
You
God says
still
he will
strawman me.
forgive their iniquity, it just means that they're forgiven.
Yeah, but you do realize that that's just him quenching his anger.
It
Like you
says
can
forgive.
literally, you can use literally any other word. It'll just
It
be
says
him quenching
forgive.
his anger.
What's the difference between forgive and quench?
Forgive and quench. Well, quench means something else. Quenching his anger.
What's the
in this
difference?
sense, not necessarily him forgiving them.
Well,
That's just not enacting
well,
punishment.
unlucky for you, Jeremiah 36:3 specifically says forgive. It uses
And this is
the
not
actual.
even. This is
It
not
actually
even. This is
it uses the actual Hebrew word sikah for forgiveness or sorrow or pardon. So it a direct contradiction of your worldview if you think that he can't forgive in this method.
yeah. I believe he can. It's also not even a final judgment. So Jesus came.
No one said
his
anything about
forgive-
final judgment.
Yeah,
Have
I'm
you ever
mentioning it,
heard
dude.
of the Euthyphro dilemma?
What? What's that have to do with this?
The Euthyphro dilemma. So the simple question here is: do you think that your God is omnipotent?
Yes, he's all knowing, dude.
I didn't say all-knowing. Do you think he's
Oh, all
omnipotent?
powerful. I'm sorry, I get them mixed up. All powerful, yes.
So he's omnipotent, but he is incapable of forgiving without a sacrifice.
I think it just if something's a logical contradiction, then he can't do any logical contradictions.
So it's a logical contradiction to forgive someone without a sacrifice?
No, it's a logical contradiction for him to be all just, and so it will also go against his nature, which would be a
I didn't
logical
ask about
contradiction.
just. I asked, is your
Yeah,
God
but a
omnipotent?
logical contradiction against his own nature. So he's also all good. So he can't contradict his
so
nature. Am I
God's
correct?
nature is that he will not, he refuses to forgive anyone without a sacrifice.
You can't forgive someone just without a reason. Would that be incoherent?
No, it wouldn't be incoherent.
So if you,
I didn't say
how would it
reason.
not be incoherent?
No one said
Because the
So
God of the
someone-
Bible,
if someone unalives your
it's
whole
not
family,
coherent. It's not coherent because the God of the Bible does it repeatedly, and also because as someone who has a child
if
myself,
someone unalives your whole,
if my child does something that I
someone-
don't want him to do, and he asks me for forgiveness and says that he won't do it again, I'm going to forgive him. I don't have to harm him. I don't need a sacrifice. I don't need him to like flagellate himself. I'm going to forgive him and I'm going to move on. He doesn't have to do anything.
okay, so
Here's
what? So
why
if I were to
bring
do
up the
something,
Euthyphro dilemma. I bring up the
Yeah.
Euthyphro dilemma because if your God is incapable of forgiving without a sacrifice, then that means that your God is lesser than the standard of needing a sacrifice in order to forgive.
yeah, I just already addressed this, so I'm not going to address this again. But his
You
point,
didn't.
yes, I did. I literally
You
addressed
actually
it. I believe
didn't.
there's a
You
logical contradiction.
skated right by it
Oh,
because
and
you
we
haven't
just going
you
in
haven't
circles,
actually
'cause I just-
pointed out the logical contradiction. We're going in circles because
Yeah,
you keep moving from one
then
thing
just
to the
tell
next
me the
without
logic-
addressing
just
the
tell me to do
prior
that.
thing. I'm asking what's the logical contradiction because you're trying to say that he has to kill
I
something.
even
He has
answered
to
that.
he has to do a sacrifice before he forgive you. But that's not something that is entailed
Yeah,
in justice.
because I said it was incoherent. Can I show you?
Nobody has to die for forgiveness. That's not a logical contradiction.
Yeah, okay. So, anyways, I said, what did I not say was incoherent to forgive someone without a reason? You didn't ask me to demonstrate it. Instead, you gave an example and
I didn't
conceded
say
your point
reason.
and let your
I didn't concede.
you let
I
your-
didn't concede, and now you're changing what you said. You said that they have to be punished somehow, and I said no, they don't.
Yeah. Wait, when did I say they have to be punished somehow?
Literally
I just said there
30
has to be
seconds
some
ago,
sort of
before you
ransom.
lost track again.
I did not say that.
There doesn't have to be a ransom either.
Okay, well then it would be incoherent to forgive someone without cause.
Why?
Because
Why
because there
do
would
you
be
need a
something that
ransom to
wait,
forgive?
wait. Oh, okay, because there would be something unjust, something that was injustice.
What would
done.
be unjust?
You need a justifier.
What's the unjust
something's-
part? Show me the injustice.
Well, if there's any sin, that's why you would need a sin that needs forgiven. Any sin that needs forgiven.
Why?
That means
If
injustice.
my son lies to me, what does he have
Why
to do?
what, dude? Just saying
If
why is not
if my
like.
if my
I don't know
I'm
what that
asking
means.
you to explain your stupid view. If my son lies to me, what ransom does he have to give me?
If your son lies to you and you allow him to continuously lie or thinks that's okay,
I didn't say that. I said
then he
if my
will
son
continue to
lies
lie.
to me, what ransom does he have to give me for forgiveness?
Or what's some sort of justification? You have
No,
to
ransom. You said
scold him.
ransom. No, I wouldn't.
Ransom. Yeah, some sort of ransom would be some sort of justifier. Justifier
Like
would be
what?
you showing him
What do you
correction.
think? I don't think you know what the word ransom means. What do you think ransom means? Maybe this is the problem. You
In
need a
this
dictionary.
specific context, it would be ransom.
What do you think the word ransom means?
Ransom would mean someone or something that takes the
No.
burden of something else.
No.
So you give a better definition.
Ransom is when you pay to get something, right? So if I lost something, I can pay to get it back. I'm paying a ransom. If I lost my freedom, I can pay a ransom to get my freedom back. It's a
Well,
payment
ransom
for
can't just be a
something.
payment because not all payments are ransom.
I didn't say
So what
all
is a
payments are
ransom?
ransoms. I just told you.
No,
ransom
but
is,
it literally implied it.
ransom
So what
is
is it?
something given to get the thing back.
Yeah, that's not what you said earlier. But anyways,
That's identical to what I just said.
no, you did not say that.
You just weren't listening.
No, that's not what you said.
It's okay if you're not listening. I'm sure like people in your life are used to this.
Yeah,
So-
you've not listened to
So
one thing I've said. for
the point
like
is
30
very
minutes.
clear. In the Bible, God forgives people without sacrifices. God forgives and
I never said
atones
that he
of
needs
people's
a
sins.
sacrifice to forgive people.
Well,
what are you
then
talking
you've
about?
conceded the entire fucking point. 'Cause
No.
the point is that Jesus doesn't have to die for anyone's sins because Jesus' death didn't fix anything. If you could already get forgiveness just by praying to God or by doing a penance, which you can, God can punish you as payment for your sins, then Jesus' death is meaningless. Jesus' death never needed to happen.
Or by sacrificing a handful of
Ye-
flour.
That was for a specific type of sacrifice. Not every sacrifice you could just sacrifice flour. Like if you unalive someone, you couldn't just sacrifice flour.
The point is, can God forgive you?
Yeah, dude, so
does he
stop
have
being
the ability
disingenuous.
to forgive you without a sacrifice? Is he capable of doing that?
We already been through this. Why are we going through in circles? And
Is it
every
a
time I
yes
try
or
to
no?
explain myself, I get cut off.
Yes or
But-
no? We're not cutting you off.
He's going to say
Yeah, I
no,
believe
but go
he-
ahead.
I believe, like I said, I believe it's illogical. I've been through this. We've been through this.
Right, and we demonstrated that there's no logical inconsistency. Do you want to do it a second time?
Yes, it is because, like I said before,
Show me
if
the-
you
show me the
do
contradiction.
something injustice, if you do some injustice, would you not need a justifier to make it to correct it?
Nope.
Well, then, if injustice stays without a justifier, wouldn't it still be an injustice world?
No, it wouldn't. If my son lies to me, I don't need him to do penance. I don't need him to bring me a lamb.
Well, then
I don't need him
your
to
son
do
would continue to
anything.
be unjust.
The only
Your
thing
son
I
would
the
continue
only
to be
thing
unjust.
it wouldn't.
Your
The
son
only thing
would
I
continue to be unjust.
it would not. The
Your
only thing I
son will
need
be.
sounds like you
your
need to
son-
shut up and talk to your parents. I hope this is not the way you talk to your family members. My son wouldn't be unjust.
You're not my
If-
family member.
If my son, then thank God for that. So if my son sins or by lying against me, I don't need him to do penance. He doesn't have to
Yeah, I'm not
flagellate
the big fan.
himself. All I need to do is hear that he is remorseful. That's it. That's always he has to do is be remorseful. Once I know that he's remorseful of it, I have some kind of assurance that he probably isn't going to do it again, or at least is not likely to do it again. And that's all I need. I don't need
Why
like
should-
a sacrifice from him. I don't need him to be punished for me to forgive my son
Why would he be remorseful for it?
because it hurts people.
But let's just say he doesn't care that it hurts people. Why would he be remorseful?
Well, then he'd be a
You
sociopath
do
like
realize
you.
you need some sort of justifier
Because
to make some.
no, you don't. You never need a justifier for to give somebody ever. And murdering
no,
an
I'm saying
innocent
from his-
and murdering an innocent human being isn't a justifier. So
Do you
that's
realize
never going to
how
work.
petty and
God
stupid and
it wasn't
silly
God
this
murdering
makes
an
your
innocent
God
human being.
He did.
Jesus
He
is
murdered.
God.
He
Makes
murdered
your God
Jesus.
Jesus
look
is
like a
God.
little
What are you
No, he's
talking
not.
tiny man.
That's a logical contradiction.
How?
The Trinity is logically incoherent because it violates
Wow.
the law of identity. You've heard of the law of identity, I assume?
Yeah, it just depends on how you identify.
It doesn't depend on how you
No.
identify. If Jesus is 100% God, then he can't be distinct from God.
I don't think he's distinct from God. He's distinct within God.
He can't be distinct within God if he's 100% of all the properties that make up God.
Yeah, how he can't be? Like, what's the
Premise
reason
number
for that?
1, to be 100% of anything, you have to possess all of its defining characteristics, or you might say its necessary characteristics, right?
Sure.
Okay. And premise number 2,
Wouldn't
if
that
you
just be his essence? I believe he possesses the God essence.
the essence is the characteristics. Yes, you've found a word that is religious sounding, but it's not going to help the argument. So, premise number
That's
2,
not religious sounding. Essence is
it
commonly
is.
used.
It's not
very
commonly
religious
used. It's
sounding.
commonly used by the church, who uses that to describe the Trinity. But I'll put
Dude,
the
you just want
premises
to
up
complain.
so you can. No, I'm just
Yeah.
showing how you're wrong. So premise number 2, if you lack 100% of those things, and maybe you only have 90% of them or something, right? You could be in the same category as a thing. You might be God-like. You might be another God, but you can't be identical to God if you lack 100% of the divine nature, right?
Yeah, what part of the divine nature does Jesus lack?
Oh, this is not even difficult. There's a couple of things that that he doesn't have. For example, he's not omnipresent, and he's also not omniscient.
What makes you think that?
The Bible said so. Mark 24, he doesn't know the day nor the hour of his return.
Yeah, no, the word that he doesn't
He
know
also
could
has
be
a
he doesn't
physical
reveal.
body, and you cannot be
It could mean to
omnipresent when you
reveal.
have a physical body.
Right.
You cannot be omnipresent if you have a physical body. I think he incarnated within a body. I still believe he was omnipresent.
No,
Then you're a
Jesus.
heretic.
Jesus'
How?
bodily form
How? Wait,
can't be
what would be the heresy?
omnipresent.
What would be the heresy?
That he has a physical body. If he has a physical body, he cannot be omnipresent. It's very simple.
No,
If
he
you
only
believe that he no
incarnated
longer
within
has
the
a
physical body.
you're
He
still a
still
heretic.
has a divine body.
So let's finish the syllogism, because it'll make more sense in a second. So
Yeah.
he's not omniscient. He just straight up admits that he's not omniscient. In fact, the Gospel of Luke says so as well. That's why he says he had to grow in wisdom. You can't grow in wisdom if you're already omniscient. So Jesus
No,
obviously
I think
wasn't
he's just
omniscient.
revealing that wisdom. Wait. If he was growing within wisdom, how would when he was at the what you call it with the Pharisees, how come they didn't understand what he was saying?
Me at the
If he had to
temple.
grow
So
in
again,
wisdom, he already
having
had
lot-
that wisdom at 5 years old.
having lots. He was
Not
12. If you were reading the
12.
story, which you weren't.
Yeah,
So
12.
growing in wisdom doesn't mean that you have all wisdom. Having lots of wisdom doesn't mean that you have all wisdom. Jesus can be super, super wise even for his age and still not know all things. In order to grow in
but I think
wisdom,
you're just misrepresenting.
in
what the
order
text is
to
trying
grow
portray.
in wisdom, you have to not know some things.
Yeah, I think growing in wisdom implies that he was revealing that wisdom rather than he was.
It says being
Like-
filled
Just
with
made up the word
wisdom.
revealing to plaster over what the
being
text
filled with
actually
wisdom,
says.
that means he's completely
just making
100%
up your
No,
own
it's not the past
scripture.
tense. It's the ongoing tense in Greek. So it says that he was
cool. I
becoming
agree with
strong and being filled with wisdom as he was growing up, which means he wasn't born omniscient.
No, being filled. I don't. Just because it's in present tense, wouldn't that imply that it's just?
I
in
didn't
his
say present
current
tense.
state?
Your listening abilities are not good. I
What
never
did you
said
say,
present
past?
tense. I said ongoing participle. That's what a participle is. I know
Ongoing,
you.
with
I
ongoing being in
assume
present tense.
did you take
Wouldn't
basic
ongoing be in
grammar?
present tense? Would it
No,
ongoing be in present? It's in
no,
past tense.
it's a fucking participle. Do you know what a participle is?
But what tense is it? in?
It's not a tense.
But what tense is it in, genius? It doesn't have
It's
to be a tense to have
not,
a tense.
you dumb motherfucker. It's
You're
not
actually
tense.
mental.
Participles are not tenses. They can be
I
used in
never
the past.
said that, but when
They can be used in the past, present, or
Isn't
future.
ongoing-
So when you ask me what tense it is, I'm telling you it's not a tense, it's a participle.
I didn't
Be-
say what.
Becoming can go
you have
in the
to mute me.
past, present,
You
or
blundered,
future. Participles aren't tense.
You blundered. Yeah, you blundered, dude.
Participles aren't tensed. I'm showing you that your verbiage is incorrect.
Okay, so participles aren't tense, correct?
They're ongoing actions, and they could be used in the past, present, or future. That's what a participle is. That's what we find in Luke 2:24.
Wouldn't past, present, and future
It
be
says
intense?
the child. I just said participles are
Would
not
not,
tense.
that's not what I asked. That's not what I
Holy
asked.
fuck, this is crazy.
That's not what I asked. Answer my question that I asked. Wouldn't past, present, future be different tenses?
They would be different tenses, and none of them are participles.
Exactly. So what are you talking about, dude?
I'm talking
saying
about
which tense is it
participles.
used in?
I'm talking about
That's
participles.
That's not what I'm saying.
Do you know what a participle
you
is?
don't understand what I'm saying.
Do you
Like,
know
it's
what a
like you're not
participle
tracking.
is?
I couldn't define. I know what tenses are.
You clearly don't know what participles are because participles don't have fucking tenses.
Couldn't they not? Didn't you not just say they could be used within a tense?
They could be used any way you want to. The context
exactly.
is
that's all
the
I'm saying. That's
context.
literally
You're
all
not
I'm saying.
saying that. So a participle can
Yes,
be
that is
used
what-
in any tense, which means
That's
participles
exactly what I
themselves are not
That's
tensed.
exact-
They're tenseless
That's
verbs, and you can use them any
That's-
way you want to. And it turns out the way that they're used in Luke 2:40 is to describe what was happening to Jesus ongoing as he's aging. The child grew and became strong, filling with wisdom, and the favor of God was upon him. But if you actually look at the Greek, these are participles showing that this is an ongoing action as he's growing. Being filled is an ongoing action.
No, I think you So being filled with wisdom means he's always filled with wisdom. But I think he can be always 100% filled with wisdom.
Nope.
And because it later says, and the favor of God was upon him. Wait, I got a question.
Being filled is something that's
think the favor of God
strictly tied to what the text is saying, namely, growing is talking about the child growing up.
No, it's not.
As the child is growing up, as the child, it's not. Your cognitive dissonance is showing really hard here.
It is two separate phrases. You're telling me it's the same phrase?
Except it's not. It's the same
Is it the
phrase.
same phrase?
I can read it for you since apparently you're not capable.
Then why is there a comma there?
Since you're not capable of reading. So it says
it's literally
it's actually it's not two separate phrases. There's no I don't know if you know this, there's no fucking periods or commas in Greek. So no, it's not two separate phrases.
Commas are two separate.
So it says, when they had finished everything required by the law, they returned to Galilee to their own town of Nazareth. The child grew and became strong, filled with wisdom, and the favor of the God was upon him. There's no commas in the Greek text. There's no periods in that Greek text. It's just one complete sentence. The child grew and became strong, filled with wisdom, and the favor of God was upon him. The purpose of commas, they exist in English. They're not in Greek. It's irrelevant.
But what's the purpose of commas?
I know what they're purposed for. They don't exist in Greek. They don't exist in Greek. It's irrelevant. Everyone knows.
What is the purpose of commas?
Unlike you, I learned how commas work in the 5th grade.
To separate words or phrases. So
I'm aware, and they don't exist in Greek.
It's two separate phrases.
They don't exist in Greek, dude.
But phrases do exist in Greek, dude.
And as it turns out, this the comma exists in English because the translator of this wants you to know that you can take a breath because there's multiple things happening in one sentence.
That's not why commas.
And the multiple things happening in this sentence is that the child grew and became strong. He was also filled with wisdom, and he was also the favor of God was going to be upon him or was upon him. The commas are there to show you that there are multiple things happening in the same sentence. No.
To separate the phrase.
It's showing you that there are multiple things happening in a sentence. You use them when you have
phrases.
Multiple events.
Yeah, and multiple phrases too.
It doesn't matter if you call it a phrase or an event. They're all happening as the child
lied
grew.
Earlier and said there wasn't multiple phrases.
That doesn't make sense. Commas do not.
But I'm the one who doesn't know English.
Phrases.
But you didn't understand the purpose of.
You don't know English, which is why you don't know how participles work.
You don't know how tenses work.
I do know how tenses work. I had to learn tenses in 3 different languages.
Then you would.
Unlike you, who hasn't even mastered English yet. Like you're not even at 5th grade English if you don't know what a fucking participle is. So again, what we find in the text of Luke is that Jesus grew in these particular things. He grew and became strong, being filled in wisdom, right? If he's being filled in wisdom, it means he's acquiring wisdom, meaning he wasn't born omniscient.
No, it doesn't mean that.
This is a crazy cope that you're experiencing right now. It certainly is what it means.
That's not what it means.
When was he filled with wisdom?
He was always filled with wisdom.
When was he filled with all wisdom?
When was he filled with all wisdom? It doesn't say when.
It does say when he grew up.
No,
It
it
says
does
he.
not
It
say
says
that
he
when
was
he grew up.
filled.
Where does it
He
say
was.
when he
It
grew up
says he was
filled with wisdom?
being. Verse 40.
It
The
said the
child
child grew and
grew,
became strong.
being
That's
filled with
one. That's one.
wisdom.
Wait. Can I finish?
It's not
Can I
one
finish?
sentence.
No, it could be the child grew and became strong. Could be one sentence,
It's not one sentence.
but it could. Wait, did it?
But it's
does
not.
Greek have? Does Greek have periods?
No, and as it turns out, someone who actually had to learn Greek, I can tell you how sentence structure works in Greek. You want to know how they work?
Yeah, tell me.
Do you want to know how the translator knows that there's a period here?
Yeah, tell me.
Because all the words in a sentence, the verbs, the nouns, the subjects, even the adjectives, all have to match in gender, case, and number, and tense. That's how you know when a sentence is complete, because then you have another sentence next to it where you've got different cases, different subjects, and different objects, and they all have to match too. So you can divide your sentences just by looking at the cases of what's happening, and sometimes even the ordering of the words. So English translators have some idea of when sentences start and end, and you can figure that out. That's why even in the ancient Greek manuscripts, there's not even spaces between a lot of the words. So you can figure out when a sentence ends. Sometimes it's difficult, but it is easy. And this is very easy because we've got a connector now every year. That's a connector in the narrative. We know it's a different sentence. It's moving on to a different part of the narrative. Verse 40 is simple. You've got a sentence in Greek that just reads, the child grew, became strong, being filled with wisdom in favor of God was upon him. That's all it says.
Yeah, being filled with wisdom. Let's just say let's just say let's presup just for the sake of comparing to possibilities. Let's assume that this child is always been he's always known. He's known everything for like since the beginning, since
What
the
doesn't
end,
say that?
eternally knowing. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying let's just assume this just so we can compare the two options versus your opinion versus mine, okay? So let's assume yours is correct versus assume mine is correct. So to say the child grew and became strong, filled with wisdom, can you say filled with wisdom
It
if
doesn't say filled.
if he's eternally knowing, if he's always known everything?
It didn't
Could
say
you say
filled
he's
though.
filled
That's
with
my
wisdom?
point.
Okay, what else is it saying? Being filled with wisdom? Is that what it said?
It says the child grew, becoming strong even. In fact, if you look at the Hebrew text, my translation's pretty loose, but it literally says in the Greek text, it doesn't say became strong. It actually says becoming strong. It's in the imperfect. The child grew, becoming strong, being filled with wisdom. It's describing what happens when you grow. Anyone with a 5th grade reading comprehension knows what's happening here.
No, not necessarily. Becoming strong, filled with wisdom could still mean that
It doesn't say
always
filled.
had. So it's saying filling? What
It
is it saying?
says
I'm saying filled.
being filled with wisdom in the Greek. I got a loose translation. If you want me to get a more literal one here on the screen, or I can
get a
just
more
show you
literal
the
translation,
Greek.
yeah.
All right, let's see what the New King James says. That's usually pretty rigid. In fact, let me get verse 41 out of here. The child grew and became strong in spirit. Of course, it's not fucking correct either. All right, hold on. Let me just do a literal translation. They should have a literal translation built into this website.
I think the ESV is good.
My ESV is trash.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that becoming popular means that my channel right now is as popular as Mr. Beast because it's becoming popular.
Oh, fuck. I mean, it's a fair point.
Yeah.
They removed the Young's literal translation from this website, but I'm more than happy just to show you in the Greek text what's happening.
Yeah.
I don't know why they removed the literal translation. Maybe it's not copyrighted. I have no idea. Okay. Anyways, let me grab it.
Yeah, just make the statement being filled with wisdom. I mean, it doesn't mean that you previously didn't have wisdom. I don't understand.
Yeah, it does.
No, I don't know why you come into that conclusion.
Because it's just implied
People use that
explicitly in the text.
Yeah.
So it says the child continued to grow. Is continuing past, present, or future?
Continue to grow as a present.
So it's still happening. He continued to grow, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and he's
Okay.
continuously filled with wisdom.
And
I
also
believe
what it says, and continued what, becoming strong?
Yeah.
This is imperfect, by the way. Both these are imperfect, meaning they're not done yet. You understand imperfect verbs?
No, actually, I don't understand that. Imperfect.
An imperfect verb is a verb that's not been completed yet. Like, I will go to the store. I will become strong. I will whatever. It's just a verb.
Oh yeah, I know. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay, so in the sentence, it literally says the child in imperfect tenses, continuing to grow and continuing to become strong. It's difficult to translate that into English, so you can see why an English translator might just haphazardly say continued to grow and become strong, because it implies an ongoing action. If you're an honest English reader, if you're a dishonest English reader, then you have to go in and actually show in the Greek text where it literally shows you the ongoing action, continuing to grow, becoming strong, being filled with wisdom. This is something happening as he's growing.
You click on the Greek because it sees
Which
the
one?
cross references. The being filled.
What do you want to see?
Because if it cross references to see if it was used any other time. Okay, you only want to correct.
Well, this is the exact conjugation that they have, but it will show up more times. Oops, there we go. So being filled, plero, also shows up in Matthew 5, pretty common word. Just means to be filled. And then with wisdom, Sophia, very common word, shows up even in the Greek Septuagint in the Psalms. So being filled continuously with wisdom.
But I get what you're saying with the being filled, but I don't know if it's not used in Greek, but it's specifically with English to say being filled with wisdom. It never implies at a past tense you wasn't filled with wisdom.
Being filled implies that you are in the process of being filled, which implies that at some point you weren't filled with wisdom.
No, it just means you're in the process. You're continuously filled.
You cannot be in the process of being filled if at some previous point you weren't less than filled.
Well, I don't.
If I told you that I'm in the process of filling this cup with liquid, that implies
it's not
that
saying feeling is filled.
It was
You're
not
saying feeling is not analogous. You're saying feeling, not filled.
It doesn't say filled
it's
in Greek.
It's the process is the state of existence.
It doesn't say filled in Greek. It doesn't say filled in Greek. So what does it say? Filled. The word filled doesn't show up in this sentence.
So what does it say instead?
It's filling. If you want to be literal, you would say filling. Filling with wisdom.
But I don't understand why I should
right now. It means that
why should I believe it's saying
it was
because that's what it says.
Well, you're saying that's what it says, but why?
But because that's what it is. It's a participle. Participle is an ongoing action. So if filled, that's the word we're talking about here, is an ongoing action. It's a participle. You would translate that as filling, but filling is clunky. So it says being filled because that's typically how we would say it in English. We wouldn't say that the child grew strong, filling in wisdom. We would say the child grew strong, being filled with wisdom. It's an ongoing action. We're changing it to better agree with how we speak English. That's it. But in the Greek, it doesn't say anything in the past tense. It's saying that this is an ongoing action as the child grows.
But I agree it's an ongoing action. That's not what I'm disagreeing with.
It can't be an ongoing action. If he's all-knowing, then he can't be...
No. If it's not an ongoing action, that means he stop being filled.
It doesn't say filled. It doesn't at one point say he was filled with wisdom. It says he was filling with wisdom, which means one point he wasn't filled with wisdom.
What participle, what part of the Greek indicates this?
It's just right there. It's the ending right here.
It's just right there.
Yeah, that's the ending right there. That's the ending that gives you the number, gender, case, and tense of the word. That's why under here, you see this. This indicates it's a participle. Hover over it. Go to your website, hover over the conjugation of the word. It's going to tell you it's a present participle.
When have I argued it was in the present? I don't think it was in the past. That's not what we argued.
I never said you said it was in the present. I'm saying if you just go to the website.
So then why you mention it? Why would you mention something?
Because that's the form of participle it's currently conjugated as. It's an ongoing action.
Okay, cool.
It's an ongoing action in the participle form.
If it's
You have argued that filling somehow implies that he was always filled from the beginning.
That's his
That
argument.
is
Yeah.
exactly what you have argued.
This is the most
I don't
brain
think
dead
it's
argument
filling.
I've ever heard. That's what it means. Yeah.
There
It's
is
not even-
no way logically that filling means that you were filled completely from the absolute beginning. That is absolutely fucking illogical.
So you would also imply, with this logic, you would also imply that he didn't have grace with God. He's gaining grace with God.
No, he had favor of God, or grace with God was upon him, but it doesn't say it was ongoing. That's the part where I'm trying to point out to you. It doesn't say that he
Filling with
grew-
wisdom and the grace of God. It's not just being filled with just wisdom. It's also the grace of God.
It
Filling
says
is an
and
active
hold on.
state.
There's a subject and object to the verb, okay? The object of the verb is wisdom. And then you have another clause, and the grace of God was upon him. So this is a real and, by the way, in English and in Greek. Kai is a literal, you actually can put a comma there because of the kai. So, and the grace of God was upon him. It's not saying that he was growing in the grace of God. In fact, if you just look at it, what you're going to find is it just means it was there. It was present.
What is your point, dude?
My point is very clear. He didn't get filled with the grace of God. He got filled with wisdom. He was being filled with wisdom.
Yeah, that's not what we're arguing. You're just arguing over the point that it has to mean filling.
That's what it means. That's how participles work. That's why
No,
the
the original point was
interlinear
that if he's
translation
omniscient-
says being filled. Being filled is participle. The conjugation says being filled because it's a participle.
And if he's omniscient, he cannot be actively being filled up. That makes no logical sense.
In fact, if you look at it in the NASB 1995, they did an interlinear translation, and they did it literally. They literally wrote increasing in wisdom.
Well, I can't argue that one if they use increasing, but there's multiple translations in different ways.
Yeah, and they
translate
all
multiple-
agree that it's a participle. All of them are participles. Every single translation.
No, but they use it different ways. Some of them don't even mention
I
being.
know,
Some of them say filled.
Yeah, I know. Being filled is still a participle.
No, but some of them don't even have the being. Earlier,
most
the other
most of
versions
them most of them should have being, but it doesn't
we
say
just
filled.
went through the first two didn't even have being.
No, the one I had up had being.
You had to pull up that one, but the other couple of ones didn't.
No, the one I started with literally says being. If it doesn't say being, then it's being too generic.
Oh, so it was the second one. The second one definitely had filled, just filled.
Yeah, but that's neither here nor there. The point is, listen, if you go to an actual translation, like an interlinear translation and a conjugation of the Greek text, it says identically what I told you. It's a participle. It's something that's happening in real time as he's growing. He's being filled, or he's increasing in wisdom. It's just right there in the text. This isn't difficult. This is not even a debatable point, like linguistically.
Well, if it says it, I'm not familiar with Greek. I'll have to concede that because I mean you're knowledgeable on Greek. I can't argue Greek.
Yeah. So the point is, if Jesus doesn't know the day nor the hour, and he was filled with wisdom at some point, meaning he wasn't omniscient at one point, it just means that he lacks one of God's essential qualities, or perhaps that's not one of God's essential qualities.
Well, I
Do you
think that
think
would
that-
still be him. Wouldn't that be within him, his human nature, him humbling himself?
No,
I think
because
he still has access to this knowledge. Instead, he humbles himself. Like, what's it, Ephesians or Galatians?
Oh, well, then
Ephesians.
I'm omniscient now then.
How?
Oh, because I humbled myself. I limited it.
Well, that
I'm
means you would
omniscient
previously have all-knowing capabilities.
I did.
Or you have all-knowing capabilities.
now.
you have
No, I do
all-knowing
right. No, I do right
capabilities?
now. I just limited it right now
How?
for this conversation.
No, but well, you have to demonstrate it. Demonstrate how
No,
you have all-knowing
Well,
capabilities.
you can't demonstrate that Jesus was all-knowing.
Because I'm not Jesus.
Well, and neither could Jesus. Jesus never demonstrated he was all knowing. So it sounds like you have no way
Yeah,
to
then how
demonstrate that
did
Jesus
then
was
how
all
did he know?
knowing.
Then how do you know the hearts of the Pharisees?
Because he had divine revelation from God. But again, that's not the same
Where
thing as
does it show he had
omniscience.
divine revelation? How was that divinely revealed?
Well,
Where
because
did he ask for this? Where did he
because he
ask for
gets
this?
because he gets everything from his Father in heaven. That's why he says, "I only do what I see my Father doing in heaven." There's obviously a clear link between what God is doing in heaven and what Jesus is doing on the earth, and that's why Jesus has to pray to God for all kinds of stuff.
Jesus doesn't have to pray to God because sometimes he doesn't pray to God. Just like when he says,
Well, he does,
your sins are forgiven, he doesn't ask, may God forgive your sins.
because it's already been granted to
Pray
him.
then.
Granted to him, maybe because he is God.
No, because it can be granted to anyone. Jesus granted his disciples the ability to forgive sins. Have you not read that?
Yeah, because he was God.
Well, it sounds like God can grant anyone to forgive sins then, doesn't it?
Yeah, but
Which
no,
sounds
no,
like the
they still have to
crucifixion
ask
fixed
God. They
nothing.
still have to ask God to forgive their sins.
No, you're missing the point. The point is God can give anyone the ability to forgive sins. So the fact that Jesus
Yeah,
forgave
but they
sins
still
has
have to
nothing to
ask
do with
God
him
for
being.
that ability. They still have
No,
to
they
ask God
don't.
for that ability.
Personally, they
Oh,
don't.
can you show me one story where they don't
Did the
ask
disciples
God?
ask? Did the disciples ask for it?
When they want to ask for anything, or let's say forgive
Did
sins,
the
or
disciples ask Jesus for the power to forgive sins?
no, but when they want to use it, they do
Okay,
ask.
well,
That's what I'm arguing.
no, they
That's what I'm
don't.
arguing.
No, they
Which means
don't.
that
Yes,
the
they do when they use it.
crucifixion
No, they
fixed
don't.
nothing.
What? Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Well, show me where they don't.
Show me where they do.
Any story of, I don't think they really forgive sins. I can't give you a story, but anytime they use any power that's been granted to them, like healing, they ask God before that. They don't just heal people.
That's certainly not remotely true. Have you never seen Paul's handkerchief?
Paul's handkerchief.
When he just
that was
uses
Paul
the power and the authority of God with the handkerchief.
using the
have
power
you
and
not
authority
read?
of God. Exactly.
Have you not read anything in this book?
You're just making a blanket statement.
No, what I'm saying is there's lots of examples of people using the authority of God without asking for forgiveness or asking for the authority to do it.
They would say either in God's name or
But they didn't.
may God. They would, in one way, shape, or form, they would ask. Can you give me an example of them not?
I just gave you one. Yeah, all the people healed by touching Paul's handkerchief.
That's not even Paul even doing anything. What are you talking
I know
about?
Paul imbued the power into
Paul
the
wasn't even doing anything.
I know.
Yeah,
that's why I'm trying to tell you. The authority of God was working through Paul. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's very simple. The authority of God flows through these individuals. It's not difficult.
Yeah, that's not what I'm arguing. But I'm saying, but when they try to do an action, and let's just say something like supernatural action, do they not always ask God?
Nope.
When they're the ones doing the action, the handkerchief is not. Okay, show me one story where it doesn't. And don't bring up the handkerchief again, because that's not Paul doing.
That was Paul doing it. I'm sorry, was somebody else holding the handkerchief?
Paul's the handkerchief?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a handkerchief?
Yeah. Yes or no?
Dude, you're trying to argue that Paul's a handkerchief?
I'm asking yes or no. Did he touch the handkerchief?
No, he's not.
And whose handkerchief was it?
It was Paul's handkerchief.
Okay. And what did he?
But it wasn't his doing.
So
it wasn't his doing.
So he wasn't the one that imbued the handkerchief.
We're not asking if he done the handkerchief. Wasn't it the healing of the people?
There's a bunch of people healed. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're arguing. Was it Paul's doing or not?
That's what I'm saying. Paul had God working
I'm asking you. Was it Paul's doing? Yes or no?
It was God's doing through Paul. Your question is malformed because you're misunderstanding my position. My position is that God can work through any of these people that he chooses without them being God.
Not my point I'm trying to make then.
It sounds like you're not good at articulating your point.
I think we're in agreement there.
Actually, I don't think we are.
Yes, we are. How we're not in agreement? Because I believe that God.
I already told you that
when did I say God doesn't work?
That Jesus can forgive sins.
When did I say
because God can allow anyone to forgive sins if he wants to, which is the same point that I made with the disciples. If the disciples can forgive sins because God gave them the power to forgive sins, that means God can give Jesus the power to forgive sins. That doesn't make him God.
Yeah. So where's the disciples forgiving sins without asking God?
Again, they were given the power to forgive sins. Not once does it ever depict them forgiving sins by invoking God's name or asking for God's power to do it.
Well, demonstrate that. That's what I asked you earlier.
That's what you have to demonstrate. You're saying that
No,
they were
you're
doing
the one
it.
who made the claim.
He's saying that
You-
they have the
If
power.
no, if you make a positive claim, I'm making a negative claim. You would have to demonstrate the positive claim.
Isn't Jesus saying you have the power to do
That's
this?
not.
That's the positive claim. You don't then have to
Yeah,
find 20 instances.
They always ask
of them
within Jesus'
doing
name.
Jesus, your God man himself, said to them,
Dude,
you
now you're
have
just running,
the
dude.
power.
Every single time you speak, you just go on a
Yeah,
rant.
the whole thing is
Yeah, but
asinine
Just
anyways,
demonstrate.
because
Show where the disciples.
it
healed
actually
sins.
doesn't address the point being made.
Then
It's crazy
show-
that you
show-
can't
if it-
fucking track. The point is easy. Forgiving someone's sins doesn't mean that you're God. When the disciples forgave sins, it didn't mean that they were God. When Jesus forgave sins, it doesn't imply that he was God. That's what this whole point is about.
So when they were forgiving sins, who was the one forgiving sins?
Again, it was the disciples. The disciples were given the power to forgive sins.
But if they were doing anything, they always ask God to do it.
Quite often they did, but they don't
So
have
show
to.
me when.
When Jesus
Show me
gives
when.
them,
Show
when
me
Jesus
when.
gives them the power to forgive
Just
sins.
show me when, dude. Just hurry up and show
When
me
Jesus gives them the power to forgive sins,
Just
they
show
don't have
me
to
when.
go
Just
back
show
and
me when. Just
ask
show me when.
Jesus
Just
to
show
do
me
it.
when. That's all I'm
He-
asking.
he-
Just show me when.
Again, you can't show me when they did the thing you're saying, but I'll show you John, where it says, if you forgive the sins of any, you forgive, he says to them, they are forgiven. If you retain the sins of any, they are retained. These are actions the disciples are taking. If you read the book, you'd know it.
Yeah, that's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm just saying, show me where they forgive sins without asking
I show
God.
you right here. Jesus says, if
That's
you
not me
forgive
showing it.
sins,
You're just trying to run away from the argument.
if you forgive sins,
You're just running at this point.
I'm sorry, who's forgiving sins?
Let's talk about running away because you want to talk about how every time I talk,
Just
I'm
show
just
me.
ranting.
Just show me the
I'm-
verse.
No.
I just showed you the verse.
That's not the
speaking
verse
now.
I asked for. Is it
No,
not?
I'm speaking now. You want to talk about how every time I talk, I'm just running away from shit. And it is in John 20, verse 23, where he says, if you forgive the sins of any, they are forgiven them. If you retain the sins of any, they are retained. At that point, Jesus has given them the power. If you actually
Where did I disagree with that?
I'm not done yet. If you believe the words of your Savior, then I don't need to find 50 or 10 or even one instance where this is actually documented in history, because your God man is telling me right there that they have the ability to forgive sins. If you're
Not what I'm
telling me,
arguing.
if you're telling me that I need to provide proof to say that they have actually done the thing, that is heretical in and of itself, because you are claiming then that what your God
You're
man
just using the
says,
term heretical.
you
Just
are claiming then that
loosely.
what your God man says somehow is not applicable.
I never said that I agree with what he said. I'm just saying, show me where they would do a miracle or forgive sins without asking Jesus or God.
Why
So,
do we need to
again-
show you when Jesus himself
Because
said
that's a
right
good claim.
there?
So that's not our claim. And maybe if you were paying attention, you'd know what our claim is. Our claim is that God, Jesus in your view, gave the authority to the disciples to do it. And we know that this happened because, and he ran. We know that happened because it says that it happened.
That's funny.
It literally says in the verse, the disciples are the you. If you forgive the sins of any, they are forgiven. And then he says the same in Matthew 16. I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. They have been granted the authority. That doesn't make them God. I'd run on the Trinity nonsense too. The Trinity is entirely indefensible. It's the most illogical nonsense in all of theology, I think. Let's see,
Massively.
All right, I'm going to write down some notes. Well, at least he was lively. At least he woke the place up a little bit. Maybe
He
we'll
was.
be able to keep some decent conversations going here. Taz, my friend, thank you for the $20. I'm sorry, $50 super chat. Big W, friends, says you're awesome, Justin, and go Browns. Fucking dog pound, baby. That's what I'm talking about, Taz. Now, listen, I don't know what the new season has in store for us. I do know this. It's going to be painful either way. And Beard of Empathy, thank you for the super chat, says, I've been doing a lot of research into Buddhism. Truly, it's a well-rounded religion, but also holy. I'll stop now and go back to my cave. Rock hard for Doug. Buddhism. Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you for that, Beard of Empathy. It's been my religion for some time. And Tudor says, Happy Orthodox Easter, or rather, the real Easter. Sorry, just me trying to start a civil excursion among the idiots who think USA should be a Christian nation. Tudor, I mean, it's painful that there are so many Christians here who think that we literally are a Christian nation. So thank you for saying it out loud. And Law Dog says, I'm staying at a hotel tonight and noticed the Bible by the bed. Like good DZ acolyte, I opened it and flipped to my favorite chapter, Deuteronomy 22. That's what I'm talking about. Listen, if you need one Bible verse to make sure everybody fucking reads it so that they're not going to be Christians anymore, you go to Deuteronomy 22. And a little bit of pain says, Eli, that passage didn't say forgive. It didn't say forgive. Gets pointed to passage saying sins are forgiven. Eli, forgiveness can mean he was quenched. He was quenching his thirst. What a fucking clown. Imagine trying to win a war on semantics and then forgetting your prior semantic claims as it's being shown to your face. And Cool says, in Luke, Jesus lets his disciples pick grain on the Sabbath and chastises the Pharisees for questioning. How do you scholars, I don't know who you're talking about, explain this hypocrisy with his command to strictly obey the law? Well, there's no law in the Hebrew Bible saying that you can't pluck grain on the Sabbath. In fact, even in the oral Torah, if you read that, it explicitly states that if you're hungry, if you need it to feed yourself, you have permission to pluck the grains. That's not harvesting, by the way. Walking through a nearby field and singularly plucking grains to eat is not harvesting. Until you put a tool to the grain to cut it down, you're not harvesting grain. So this is one of those interesting things where Jesus... What's that?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean, it's gleaning.
Well, gleaning is when it's already cut and you go back behind the cutters and pick it up off the ground. But the point being, Jesus was doing something really interesting here. He was showing the Pharisees that the oral tradition is not going to be master over him. But also, the author of the Gospels used the occasion to demonstrate that Jesus can do whatever he wants to. He can be master over the Sabbath because Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. But if that's the case, the reason why he's Lord over Sabbath is not necessarily just because he's like God. It's because Sabbath was made for man, not the other way around. Also, to be clear, I want to make sure I say this because I think people keep getting me wrong. I've never claimed that Jesus denied being God or never said that he was God. I realize that most scholars, if you're including me in them, and I'm not, but most scholars will actually just concede that it looks like Jesus, at least in the Gospel of John, did concede or at least intimate that he was divine.
This is one of the few areas where I have any slight amount of argument with Dan McClellan. I mean, he has 1,000 times more knowledge than I do on this, but he will go in pretty hard on this. And I kind of feel like, yeah, on this one, I would give them that. Like, I feel like in John, he pretty much does claim to be God, in that gospel.
Well, and Dan will clarify his position on this topic is not the consensus. The consensus is actually on the side of him claiming. But the reason why Dan is in the minority opinion here is because, one, he's got a Mormon background, so they don't do the Trinity. And number two, he actually has really good reason for it. If you look at his explanations, his explanations really they pan out. So it's just one of those things. You're kind of left to your own devices about which one which side you're going to take on it. But Taz, thank you for the additional $50 super chat, friend. I really appreciate it. That's huge. Does God bless your heart? This deserves another 50. Well, thank you, Taz. dealing with those jackasses really do make you like bang your head on the table sometimes. But it is what it is. I'm going to grab one more super chat, and then we're going to get EJ Champion, and then after that, Cameron. Chris, thank you for the super chat. Says Justin, Leviticus 27 seems to have God putting a monetary value on humans. He does, and values females less than males. Am I misunderstanding this? If I'm not, this seems pretty fucked up. Hail Doug. And Chris, you're not actually misunderstanding this. This is actually what the text says. In fact, if you go to my spreadsheet on the very first tab, I've got a section for this. Leviticus 27 shows up and shows that women have lesser value. And for those who aren't aware, it's basically in regards to what's the word, for redeeming human sacrifice. So when you redeem a human being, they have like a particular value and what.
When they are dedicated to the temple.
Yeah. So, yeah, because you have to redeem them from the sacrifice.
Yeah.
Or otherwise, they're going to get the axe. But anyways, the passage here in Leviticus says, let's see, we're in 27, and I'm going to grab, I guess we go from the top. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the Israelites and say to them, when a person makes an explicit vow to the Lord concerning the equivalent for a human being, the equivalent for a male shall be from 20 to 6 years of age. The equivalent shall be 50 shekels of silver by the sanctuary shekel. So 50 sheks for the male, and it says if the person is female, the equivalent is 30 sheks. So when you're redeeming your vow offerings, your humans in the vow offerings, the women actually are going to, you have to pay less to redeem them, which is pretty fucking crazy that they're less valuable.
Also, I just have to point out here that for anyone who lives in the United States and has a sense of American history, they are valuing one group of people at 3/5 of the value of another, which if you have a sense of American history, I mean, obviously we're talking about different things here because here we're talking about gender, right? And in American history, we're talking about race relations, but still, it's pretty gross to think about. Like, I can't help but wonder. I don't know this, but I wonder, like, is that where they got the 3/5 idea from counting slaves as population?
Yeah. Well, let's grab EJ Champion, and it's getting a little bit late, but I'm going to try to get as much conversation in as we can. Friend, I know it's Friday night. If we're having good conversations, I don't mind going late. But EJ, welcome.
Hey, how are you guys?
Oh, not too bad. EJ, are you at least 18?
Yes, I am. I'm 44.
Awesome. And do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, I do. I believe I'm a Bible believing Christian, and I believe that a lot of Christians are not believing the Bible.
Oh boy. What Bible do you usually use?
So I have King James, but amongst my children, I might have them look at the NLT or the NIV, or I read the King James for study purposes, kind of word study. But if I'm going to share it or have people look at it, or for easier English, or for children, or whatever crowd, or what people choose, or what group I'm with, I don't mind using what's there. I think the Bible is consistent enough to still paint and tell the same story, the same truths.
Sure. So we've got a couple conversation starters on the board, or you can provide me your favorite argument for the existence of your God. You don't have to use a conversation starter on the screen, but it is kind of fun if there's a specific topic you like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like a few of those topics, but I think when I first got on, you guys were talking about the crucifixion fixed nothing.
Yeah.
The context of the sacrifice. I would also like to say, before I jump on the topic, that I'm a Bible-believing Christian, and I don't believe the Bible teaches a Trinity. I think what you were sharing about many of the verses that you were going through was absolutely what the verses say. And a lot of Christians, they're kind of indoctrinated by Trinitarian theology, so they're not honest with those verses. They're enwrapped in their theology, and it's not what the Bible says. Yeah, another thing that I was going to say in the book of John, I know you guys said that it gets close to, Jesus saying he's God. I would say that in the book of John, I think that's the easiest, not the easiest, but I think it is the easiest book to show that actually Jesus says there's a God over him, and actually that Jesus is a divine being, but he has a God
Well, yeah.
over
Well, he
him.
says the
Yeah,
Father is greater than I as well. I mean, there's lots
amen.
of ways to show that the
Yeah,
Trinity is nonsense, but we agree on that, so
yeah,
I'm not sure we need to
yeah,
waste time on that.
true.
Let's
Okay, let's do the sacrifice then.
Oh, sure, yeah. So, my contention is that Jesus' sacrifice didn't really do anything, because everything that you would enjoy, that the supposed sacrifice brings you, they were already enjoying. It didn't really change anything.
Okay, everything that they enjoy the second was bringing, they were already enjoying. No, I would say, of course not. And I think also when I first jumped on, it was something to the context that God didn't. You was talking about your child, and if your child doesn't need a sacrifice to you, he needs remorse to forgive him, and this sort of thing. And I agree. I agree with that. And I think that the context of there needs to be a sacrifice goes back to why, and the why is that there was a choice in the beginning, and that if they chose from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, God said. So God said something, and he's not a liar. He said, if you eat from this, you will surely die. So he didn't create them to die. He didn't create them to punish them. He didn't create them to make them
Hold
eat it
on.
and then kill.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but that doesn't address what we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that in the Hebrew Bible, if you want to have forgiveness of your sins, like you can do all kinds of methods. You can take a punishment. You could do a sacrifice. You can just ask for forgiveness. As long as you're remorseful for your sin in some kind of way, he's always willing to forgive you.
So you're saying that you could do you can do a punishment, you can ask for forgiveness, you could do a sacrifice. I'm going to suggest that the Bible only suggests that you can do one of those. And the one that you have to do is this: you have to do the sacrifice. You have to accept the sacrifice.
Well,
Want me to show you where this?
atonement was actually laid out for a specific set of infractions. So sacrifice is atonement, and atonement did not apply to all types of sins. So, for example, if you had committed a murder, there was no atonement for that. You were supposed to be, according to Talionic justice, you were supposed to be killed.
Talionic justice, meaning like, are you talking about the Talmud?
No, that's not what Talionic justice means. Talionic justice is essentially it means eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, which is spelled out repeatedly in the Bible. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Basically one pain repaid with another pain. But there are a number of infractions in the Bible in which, according to the old law, they don't give a specific Talionic rebuttal as far as like what you're supposed to do for them.
Yeah,
does that make sense?
I'd like to just, I understand the argument, but I don't think it's biblical. I don't think that's what the Bible says, because if we look all the way before, just in the book of Genesis, before everything of Mount Sinai, the Torah, any laws, even before even the listing of the 10 Commandments, there was a command given: don't eat from this tree, eat from this tree. And as soon as they did the wrong thing, sacrifice came into place.
Which animal did they kill?
Whatever the lamb skins that they put on in the garden.
That wasn't a sacrifice. God killed that. God killed it so you can make that's not a sacrifice.
Exactly. That's my point. It was
not a sacrifice. It didn't say it's a sacrifice. God just killed it to use it for its garment, as a garment.
I'm glad that you said that. So before that time,
I'm sorry to interrupt here, but I have to say it like for example, infamously, and I'm not trying to steer us towards LGBT issues or what have you, but there is no atonement given for having sex with a man as laying with a man as with a woman. They don't say to you, oh, well, if you sacrifice a lamb or if you sacrifice a bull, it's okay. They say, no, you're supposed to be killed for that. I guess if you want to argue that you being killed is the atonement, I guess that's one way to look at it. But there is no sacrifice that you can make in order to make up for it.
Yeah, you're saying in the Torah that is one of the punishments that somebody would get for homosexual behavior, or
No, I'm
somebody
saying
would
that in
get
the
killed.
Torah, there are multiple commandments by which there is not an atonement option given to you. The only atonement, if you want to even call it that, is that you're supposed to kill the person.
Well, I would have to ask you guys a question then, because the Torah is only the principles of the Ten Commandments expanded. It's not something additional.
No.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, it is. No, for sure. For sure.
Well, that doesn't touch the topic we're referring to, but also
Yeah.
it's just not true. Let me show you a couple passages to illustrate the point that we're making here. So, for example, Isaiah 6:7, when he gets his call.
Yeah, go ahead.
It says, "The seraph touched my mouth with it, the hot coal, and said, 'Now that this has touched your lips, your guilt has departed and your sin is blotted out.'" Now, there was no one died there. There was no animal sacrifice. It was just a piece of coal touched to his lips. That's all it took to blot out his sins. Jeremiah 36.
Mm-hmm.
"It may be that when the house of Judah hears all the disasters that I intend to bring on them, all of them may turn from their evil ways, so that I may forgive their iniquity and their sins." So you just got to turn from your ways, which is what he says in Book of Samuel too.
If we took one of those each one at a time, you'd understand that each one of those was with a sacrifice. It has to be. But
okay,
go ahead. Finish
show
what
me
you're
the
saying,
sacrifice in Isaiah then.
Sure, but that's what I'm saying. Where we was at in the Garden of Eden is the beginning of everything. God doesn't. Wait,
show
one
me the
second.
sacrifice in Isaiah.
If you don't mind, if I could just say 2 sentences to say,
I'm
God's
going to
not
ask you the
jumping
same
into
question when you're
Jeremiah.
done.
Yeah, right. I want it to be. No problem. I want to answer the question that you asked. God's not jumping at Jeremiah while forgetting Genesis. God is God. What God said in Genesis is what he's saying now. So it's important to take those things along to Isaiah and to Jeremiah with us, and we'll get an understanding of what God's actually saying. From the very first sin, the very first thing God did was slay an animal.
It didn't say that it was a sacrifice.
No.
Fine.
It wasn't sacrificed.
Fine, let's move from that one. The very first sin after that was Cain and Abel. Cain slew his brother because Cain brought fruit. Abel brought an animal sacrifice.
He was never told
those were
that
free will
there was anything
offerings.
wrong with that.
Yeah, he did.
Hold on, that's neither here nor there. That's a free will offering. Those weren't sacrifices for sins.
No, Abel, he brought a more capable sacrifice. This is what the Bible says.
But
Abel
they
brought
weren't
the sacrifice
sacrifices
God
for sin.
required.
They weren't sacrifices for sin.
But Abel brought the sacrifice that
But they
God
weren't
accepted.
sacrifices for sin.
No, my point is that he brought the one that God
Well, my point is we're
accepted.
talking about sins.
Yeah, so the one God accepted was
But
the one
that
that
wasn't related to sin. They weren't sin sacrifices.
Mind you, the same one Abel brought was the same one God slayed Adam and Eve in the garden.
Well,
So
it doesn't
it's
say
two
that
now.
either.
No, you're saying it doesn't
So
say that.
neither
You have
one
to
of
be
those were a
logical and
sin.
wise to bring
The
things
first
along.
one wasn't a sacrifice. The second one wasn't a sin sacrifice.
So what, did the animal die when they put the skins on Adam and Eve?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's a sacrifice. Just because you kill an animal doesn't mean it's
But it
sacrificed.
doesn't mean that it
It's
wasn't. You're saying that
it
wasn't
does.
because
Yes, a sacrifice is a very specific animal ritual.
No, brother, a sacrifice
can't
is
Yeah,
something
dude.
that is
Every
done.
time you
No,
kill
a
an animal,
sacrifice is something that
it's
is
a
done to
sacrifice.
cover
That goes
sin.
against everything in the Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew Bible gives an incredible number of specific examples of what an animal has to be or not be in order to qualify as
That's
a
in the
specific
Torah, right?
sacrifice.
In the Torah, right?
The Hebrew Bible, yes.
So that's what, by the time you're talking about what you're talking, every time you're speaking about Torah, you're speaking about Moses. But what I'm talking about is years before. So was Moses and everybody else saved by a different system than Adam and Eve? Because Adam and Eve did not have what you're talking about.
There were no guidelines given in Genesis for
Thank
sacrifices
you.
at all.
But there was animals dying. That's my point.
But again, they weren't sin sacrifices. An animal dying
So
is not the
God
same
now
as a
saying over
sacrifice,
here-
and it's not the same as a sin
Right.
sacrifice. You can
So-
kill an
so
animal,
you're-
and that doesn't mean that it's a sacrifice to God. A sacrifice to God is a very specific animal killing, and it's when you're rendering up the animal to the Lord. But you can just kill an animal because you want to eat it, and it's not a sacrifice.
So what about Abraham when he's
What about
told
him?
to offer up Isaac
What
as a
about it?
sacrifice?
It wasn't a
He's told
sin
to offer up.
sacrifice. We're talking about sin sacrifices. So animal sacrifices were ubiquitous in the ancient Near East. You can do them for a plethora of reasons. We're specifically talking about sin sacrifice because we're talking about Jesus's sin atonement, right? So unless you're going to bring up a sin
Yeah, so then we have
sacrifice,
to
it's
describe
not
what
going to
sin is.
address what we're talking about.
Yeah, so we're talking about the last point is the crucifixion fixed nothing. I'm saying it fixed those who violated the 10 Commandments.
It didn't do that.
What is the
I'm
crucifixion
explaining.
have
I'm
to do with the
explaining
10
how.
Commandments explicitly?
One more time.
Well, that's a diversion. He's gonna get lost if we do that. So
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay.
The point
I
point
don't
is
know what you
this.
said anyway, so maybe that's good.
The point is
Go
this.
ahead.
Prior to Jesus coming, you could pray and get forgiveness, which means Jesus didn't need to die for you to be forgiven.
That's not true.
Would you
It
like
is
me to
true.
show
Jesus-
you all the places where it happens?
Yeah, it's contingent upon Jesus fulfilling that.
No,
It's not.
That's what Paul. That's
Paul-
what Paul says. Paul,
Well, no one cares
I
about
can
Paul.
show- Oh, we don't care about Paul. Okay.
No, Paul's
fair
a
enough. I didn't know
heretic,
you-
and so is Jesus.
No,
Oh.
because we have Old Testament
okay.
verses
I
that
got
prove
you.
it wrong.
So you can't prove it. You can't prove
No,
the
I
Bible from
can
the Bible.
prove it. No, I
No,
can't
I'm
prove the
saying
Bible.
me. No, I'm saying me. I can't prove the Bible from the
Well,
Bible.
no,
'cause
what
I
I'm
can't
saying
use
is
Paul.
what I'm saying is I don't have to accept the New Testament's interpretation of the Old Testament
So
for
then
the
how
same
could I
reason.
argue any of
Do you
these
want
points
me
if
to
I
answer your
can't
question
use it?
or not?
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
So I
yeah.
don't have to accept the New Testament's interpretation of the Hebrew Bible for the same reason you don't have to accept the Book of Mormon's interpretation of the Bible. The Book of Mormon isn't the official interpretation of the Bible, and the New Testament isn't the official interpretation of the Hebrew Bible. That's just the one that you prefer. But if you're not already Christian, you have no reason to accept what the New Testament says about the Old Testament, which is the argument that we're making here. If all you have is the text of the Old Testament, the New Testament never existed, you still have forgiveness of sins without killing animals.
Where? And I agree with that because it's not about the animal, it's about Christ.
It's not about Christ.
If-
Christ is not mentioned in the Hebrew Bible once.
But there you go. I would say that he is. He's mentioned all the way from the Garden of Eden, is what I'm telling you.
Oh no.
But he's not in the Garden of Eden.
I'm telling you that God.
I know you're telling me, but you're wrong.
Let me ask you a
EJ, just
question. Why didn't
we're not there.
wait,
No.
one second.
1
Okay,
second.
go ahead,
You're going off on another tangent. You're losing
I was
focus.
going to ask you
Okay.
a question.
I didn't ask a question.
I
So,
said I
again,
was just going to ask you a question. That's what
no,
I
it's
said.
no. We haven't got that far yet. We have to read the verses. Okay. Isaiah
go ahead.
6 and 7. Did anyone sacrifice an animal in here, or was his sins forgiven because the coal touched his lips?
The coal came from the altar of incense in heaven. He was in a vision of the kingdom of heaven, and it's the altar. where
I'm aware.
sacrifices are. That's the
I'm
context.
aware, but
So the
but
coal
did
came
the
from
coal
altar
touch
of
his?
sacrifice, brother?
Incense is not a
animals of sacrifice
sacrifice.
here on earth.
Incense is not a
of course, no, it
sacrifice.
did not. It did not come from that, and it doesn't.
Okay,
come from
so
animal
so
sacrifice.
did he
Forgiveness
have
does
to?
not come from
So
animal
did he have
sacrifice.
to kill an animal to get forgiveness?
Forgiveness doesn't come from animal sacrifice. No,
Where does it come from?
from Christ.
It doesn't
The
come from Christ.
crucifixion.
Christ is not in the Hebrew Bible. Try again.
That's what I'm trying to explain. But you could go.
Well,
to,
no,
I'll say
I'm
something
denying
afterwards.
it because it's patently false. Again, in the Hebrew Bible, where does forgiveness come from?
So I can go from the Bible, the whole Bible, or just from.
I
What
said
you're
the
saying, I have
Hebrew
the-
Bible. We don't accept that the New Testament's authoritative.
Okay, so yeah, I got your point. I would just ask the question. Like I would just have to ask a question. Why didn't God
I'm
just
waiting
create
for you
coals
to
so
answer
Adam
my
and Eve?
question.
Yeah, that I answered it with.
Do you
that.
remember what my question was?
Yeah, you said
I
Is-
asked.
you said something about forgiveness of sin and animal sacrifices.
What I asked you was he forgiven with or without a sacrifice? It was without a sacrifice, right?
Here, you're saying in this verse, I can't
In this
say it was
verse,
without a sacrifice. No,
it
nobody's
is without
forgiven
a sacrifice. It says that now that this has touched your lips, your guilt has departed. Now, this is a word, a ta in Hebrew, which means
Yeah,
at
no,
this
for sure.
moment.
Oh
At
yes,
this-
yes. If that's what you're saying,
at
there's
this
no
moment-
animal being sacrificed now in this verse. You're right, absolutely, 100%,
That
100%. There's no
Okay.
animal being sacrificed in this verse, brother. Nope,
I know. And God forgave him because the coal touched his lips, right?
absolutely.
Okay, fantastic. Jeremiah
A
33.
coal from the altar of sacrifice.
It didn't say altar of
Amen.
sacrifice.
That is it's the temple in heaven. He's in vision. It did say that, brother.
Irrelevant. It didn't say that, but it's also irrelevant. He didn't sacrifice an animal,
Moses
so it
said, "I
doesn't
will
matter.
make
Did he offer a sacrifice? Yes or no?
God gave him the sacrifice.
Where is that in the text? Show me.
Moses made a pattern of the Hebrew.
Now I'm not asking about Moses. I'm talking
heaven.
about Isaiah. Moses has been dead for 1,000 years.
Yeah, Isaiah was in the tabernacle that Moses made in the
Moses
wilderness.
didn't make the tabernacle.
It was a pattern of the thing in heaven.
Moses didn't make anything. Moses oversaw the construction of the tabernacle,
Exactly.
and Isaiah wasn't there. Isaiah lived after the temple was already formed.
but
Isaiah
brother,
lived 800 years after Moses was dead.
Brother, God said it was a pattern of the thing in heaven. What Moses built in the wilderness.
God didn't say that. The New Testament says that. No, the New
No,
Testament
it
says
doesn't.
that. Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about, brother? This is
There-
in
there's
Exodus
a-
where
there-
Moses goes up the mountain, brother.
There is a pattern given to Moses by God. I agree with you there. But it's not that it already existed. There's not like a tabernacle in heaven.
He said he gave Moses the instructions of the pattern of the thing in heaven. I want you to build it on earth.
He did build it on earth, yes. And the
There's a
thing,
holy place in heaven.
the
There's a most holy
instructions,
place in heaven,
the
brother.
instructions did come from heaven. I agree.
Yeah, that's my point. So where Isaiah is when he's in vision in heaven, he's in a tabernacle and he takes the coal from the altar of sacrifice, from the tabernacle Moses built with the altar of sacrifice.
It didn't say anything about the
It doesn't
tabernacle.
have to say it.
It's
We have
not.
to be
It's
wise
not
to
there.
connect
You're putting it in there.
No, brother, we have to be wise to connect it.
No.
It's the same
You're
tabernacle.
adding stuff to the text that's not there.
Hey,
I'm sorry, but
There's a
I love
pattern,
that phrase.
brother.
We have to be wise to connect it.
of
If
course.
I'm being really frank, that just sounds like we have to stitch things together that
Yes,
are
brother.
not
Yes.
in the text.
No, brother. What I just said makes sense. If somebody
It doesn't.
you have to say this doesn't make sense that there's a tabernacle in heaven and Moses had to build a tabernacle on earth. That
There's
doesn't
no
make
such
sense,
thing as a
even though
tabernacle in
even though
heaven.
the Bible says
And
that
and
Moses was
Isaiah
making a
isn't
pattern
there.
of the thing in
It
heaven.
doesn't say that he's there.
Yes, it does. You should go
It
back
doesn't
a few
say that.
verses. Yes, it
I'll
does. Go
I'll
back
show
a
it.
few
No,
verses.
it
He's in
doesn't.
vision. Yet, okay,
No,
read
it
it from the
doesn't.
top of the. Okay, read it, brother. Read
In
that
the year
thing.
that
It
King
does say
Uzziah
it.
died, I saw the Lord sitting on a throne, high and lofty, and the hem of his robe filled the temple. Seraphs were in attendance
Filled the
above
what?
him.
Wait 1
It
second. Filled the
filled
what?
filled the
He's reading
temple.
it.
Filled the
All right. No, I'm
temple.
just
It
asking
doesn't
him,
say
brother, because
anything
that's
about
what
an
I said.
altar
The
of
topic is
sacrifice.
temple.
Everyone knows
But
that
he's
God. Everyone knows that God has a temple. No one's questioning if he lives
okay. This
in
is
a temple on
Moses
top of
built
the
a
firmament.
temple,
Why are
brother.
you talking over me? Moses didn't build a temple. The temple was
Okay.
built by Solomon.
Okay.
1 Kings chapter 5. All right. It says, Seraphs were in attendance above him. Each had 6 wings, and 2 they covered their faces, and 2 they covered their feet. And with 2 they flew, and one called another and said, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory. The pivots on the thresholds shook as the voices of those who called, and the house filled with smoke, and said, Woe is me, I am lost, for I am a man of unclean lips, and I live among the people of unclean lips. Yet my eyes have seen the King, the Lord of hosts. And one of the seraphs flew to me, holding a live coal that had been taken from the altar with a pair of tongs. And the seraph touched my mouth and said, Now this has touched your lips, your guilt has departed, and your sin is blotted out. So this is a temple, not a tabernacle.
If we look at verse 4 one more time. Look
Yeah.
at verse 4.
I just said
The
it.
pivot on the threshold shook at the voice of those who called, and the house was filled with smoke. This is the Day of Atonement language. The
This is
temple on
not
earth
well.
was filled with smoke on the Day of
but
Atonement.
Who gave a sacrifice?
When? In which case? 'Cause
In the
priest on earth-
verse. Where is the
Oh,
sacrifice?
in this verse? This is God's
Anywhere
sacrifice. This is the
here.
coal
Where?
from the
Where is
altar
it?
of God's-
Where is it?
This is the coal from the
what
altar
animal
in
is
God's
sacrificed
house.
here? Which animal is
It's
sacrificed?
not an animal. It's the Lamb of God.
It doesn't say a lamb. Does it say any animals
I didn't
here?
say-
Do
when
you
I
not
said Lamb
know
of
that
God, I mean
do you
Christ,
not know
brother.
that the incense offering, the
I mean
incense
the
also
Son of
has
God,
coals? Do you know that the
mean
incense
the-
has coals?
Yeah, I mean the Son of God. That's what I mean. I don't mean the Lamb. I
Okay,
mean the Lamb of
there's
God is the Son of God. Jesus.
inside of the temple, you got altar coals, you got incense coals, you got all kinds of coals. This is very easy. Just because a piece of coal was picked up and touched his lips doesn't mean that anyone gave a sacrifice here. If you know anything about
Yeah,
the
it
sacrificial
doesn't
system,
mean.
if you
Right,
know
thank you.
anything about the sacrificial system, there are nearly endless sacrifices. God doesn't need that in heaven. He doesn't need endless sacrifices in heaven. There's not like
Amen.
heavenly rams and bulls up there that are getting
Just
murdered.
one sacrifice.
So this is a vision, and the vision happens to be the temple. The temple that he was in probably looked identical to the temple that was in Jerusalem. This is why it's a vision, right? There's not a physical temple up in the clouds. And in this vision, a piece of coal was touching his lips. That
You're not
coal
even a believer.
was
How do you know it's not a physical
because
temple?
the mechanism, because I know what's in the sky. The piece of coal was the
It's
mechanism
not in the
that,
sky.
well, according to the Bible, it is. So just keep listening. So according to
That's not what the Bible
Isaiah,
says.
it does, and I can get there next. You can be wrong on everything if you
fair
want to
enough.
be wrong. So
Okay,
the
go ahead.
coal touching his lips is the thing that brings him forgiveness. Nobody killed an animal in this passage.
All right, let's move to the next verse. I think
Okay.
everybody can understand what I was saying and what you were saying. Next verse.
They can understand that not a single animal was killed in that passage. That's what it
I
means.
said there was no animal killed there. I said it was.
I know, which means you don't need
it's
to
the Lamb
kill
of
an
God.
animal. There's no lamb up there. Doesn't say anything about a lamb. You have to
It
pretend
says
that that's
Christ
in
is
there.
the Lamb, my brother.
That's in the New
Yeah.
Testament. Don't care about the New Testament.
Daniel chapter 9, verse 24.
Daniel at 9 has nothing to do with Jesus. It's about Antiochus Epiphanes. Every
Yeah.
scholar does not, even conservative scholars agree with me.
We'll talk about that another time.
I'll cook you on
It sure
I'll cook you
does.
on Daniel every day of the week. So again,
Okay.
doesn't say
I'm not gonna
nothing about a
cook you,
lamb. You're definitely not going to cook me. Doesn't say
No, I'm
anything
not
about
trying
lambs
to.
or sacrifices in Isaiah, but it does say that coal touched his lips and he was forgiven. And then Jeremiah, it says, it may be that when the house of Judah hears all the disasters that I intend to bring on them, all of them may turn from their evil ways so that I may forgive their iniquity and their sin. So we have another instance of God saying that he can and will forgive the iniquity. Did he say that they had to kill animals?
Did they have to turn from their evil way?
Does it say that they had to kill animals?
You know how they turn from their evil way?
But does it say they had to kill animals?
In this verse, no.
Okay,
but it
so
tells you how to turn in other verses, and
I'm
part
sure,
of that is
and it doesn't
sacrifice,
include
right?
murdering animals. So Deuteronomy
Not murdering
32,
them, definitely not.
Deuteronomy 32:43. Praise, O heavens, his people. Worship him, all you gods, for he will avenge the blood of his children, take vengeance on his adversaries. He will repay those who hate him and cleanse the land for his people, which means he can literally just cleanse the land.
Mhm.
Like did God have to murder an animal to cleanse the land?
I'm saying he did. He
Did
sacrificed
God
his son,
have
brother.
to murder an animal to cleanse the land?
Well, I thought we were talking about the crucifixion of Christ. Yes,
there's no
Christ had to
crucifixion
be
or
crucified.
there's no dead son in the Old Testament. It's not there.
Yeah, no, he's there from the garden, brother.
He's never
That
been
lamb
there.
was a
There's
symbol,
there's
brother. For
not
those that wanna
there's
see,
no
it
it
was a
wasn't.
symbol of Christ.
No, it wasn't.
That's why Abel's sacrifice
Jesus
was taken
doesn't
by
exist
God, and the
in
other
a
one
single
wasn't.
passage in the Hebrew Bible, not one. I'm more than happy to go through every passage with you and show you why you're wrong. Psalm 32, I acknowledge my sin to you and did not hide my iniquity. I said, I will confess my transgressions to the Lord, and you forgave the guilt of my sin. Did the psalmist get forgiveness by just confessing his sins here?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
yes.
so
That's how I get forgiveness.
There you go. So what that means is that you can pray to God for forgiveness. You don't have to murder an animal to get forgiveness.
name.
You can just pray, and all of this happened without Jesus.
I would also ask the same thing that I asked the prior caller, which is that do you actually believe that your God is an omnipotent God?
All knowing? All
No,
powerful.
I didn't say omniscient. I said omnipotent.
Just tell me what that means, just for the sake of I feel
Omnipotent means all powerful. He can do
I believe
all
he's all
things.
powerful. Yeah.
So do you believe
he can't do all things. He can't do all things, but he's all powerful. Yes. He cannot lie.
You just said he can't do all things, but he's all powerful. That's a contradiction.
Right. He cannot lie. He cannot lie. He operates in holiness.
Okay.
But he does lie. He sends lying spirits
example,
in 1 Kings 22.
If God said 1 plus
He
1
lies
is 3,
all the time.
it would equal
He
3.
lies repeatedly.
No, never.
He lies in Genesis.
Never.
That's the first time that he lies, and he lies repeatedly after
Can
that.
you show me?
Let's move on from that for a second. Aside
Move
from
on from
whether or
what?
not he can tell the truth, do you think that he
He
can
never
actually? Do you think he can do all the things?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
not all
So-
things. 'Cause
so
he
if you
can't
think he
die.
can
He
do
can't
all the
die either.
things-
He can't die. He can't die.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, I'll give you that. He can't die. That's fair. But if you think he can do all the things, do you think that he has the ability to forgive you without a sacrifice?
And I would say no, and that's what I was trying to explain.
Okay, so he's not really omnipotent then.
No, he is. He provided a way for him to
Wait,
forgive him.
wait.
Still.
No. Wow.
That makes him omnipotent. He's all powerful through his means.
That means you don't know what the word omnipotent means.
But wait, God could create by just thinking, but he created by his word instead. God could create
We're
by
asking about
thinking, but he said his word
Do
instead.
not forgive someone without a sacrifice. You are not omnipotent. Period.
Can I tell you why that can't be true?
Go for it.
And it's all over the Bible too, and it's all over the governments of the world. And anybody who's a
Yes,
noble
no one
person
cares
has to
about the
agree with
governments
it.
of the world. We're talking about what God can do
Well,
in the Hebrew Bible.
I'm just making a point and then making the point. I don't care about the governments of the world either, my brother. Trust me, I don't. So my point of saying that is that if God makes a law and someone violates the law, but with the violation of that law, he already told them what the penalty is. He can't just break his own law and remove his own penalty.
Oh, that doesn't answer the
He would be a
question.
liar.
That doesn't answer the
It does.
question.
Yeah,
No, it
I think
doesn't,
it
because
does.
your question
just
assumes that he
totally-
had to make that punishment the punishment, right? So
No, I'm
again,
saying
if
that he
God,
did.
hold on, champion. If God is all powerful, he didn't have to make that stipulation. He could have had foresight and said, "Oh, I don't want people to have to kill animals for forgiveness, so I won't make them do that." Just because God at
I
one
don't believe
point,
that God wants
just-
that, but
well, just because at
agree
one
with that.
point, at one point God laid a rule down, it doesn't then mean that he had to lay that rule down. He has options. If he's all powerful, he can do whatever he wants.
completely agree with you.
So God could have made the rule: if you commit a sin, you get tickled by a feather, couldn't he?
Absolutely.
Okay, so God could have made a rule prior to any rules existing, where if you just ask for forgiveness, he'll forgive you.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what that means is it is within God's all-powerful nature to forgive you without animal sacrifice.
Forget animal sacrifice. Yep.
Okay, so what we're saying then is if the sacrifice is not required to forgive sin, then the whole Jesus thing is just theater. It wasn't necessary ever.
Yeah. Based upon the parameters that you laid, the sacrifice is not there because you say he could forgive by tickling your
Because he
foot. So
can.
there's no
Yes,
need.
he could do anything he wants to.
Let me ask you a quick question. If God says, I will forgive you by tickling your foot with a feather, and then you do something wrong, the only way for him to forgive you is by tickling your foot with his feather. Now, suppose he says
He gets to make any rule he wants.
I'm gonna let you.
No.
Oh, he could change it then?
No.
I'm saying he can't
No.
change it.
No, you
He's a
have
just ruler.
just stated
Well-
something that is logically incoherent. So if God says, "I will forgive you by tickling your foot with a feather," that
Mhm.
it's not the same statement as saying this is the only way that you can be forgiven. So
Yeah, I agree.
if God said, "Fine, this is the way I will forgive you," okay, within the constructs of Christian theology, I would say, like, great, that's the way you get forgiven. But but I'm asking you, I'm not asking you what God set out as his chosen rules as to
Right.
how he wants to forgive people. I'm asking you, is God capable of forgiving people without killing another creature?
I love that question. But if God first said, I will forgive you only by tickling your foot with a feather. And then somebody asked me the question, is God capable of forgiving that person without tickling their foot? I would be like, nah, the person's foot got to get tickled because God said, and he can't lie. So once God puts himself in parameters, he doesn't break his parameters and just play
he
stuff.
does.
You don't think God has
No,
ever
he
changed his
doesn't.
mind?
Can you show me?
So yes. So not only does God lie, not only does God change his mind, and not only
show me.
does God break his own rules, we can show you all these
Show me
instances,
where God breaks his
especially
own
with
rules.
this law of Moses. Like, you should know, and I get the impression you've read some of the Bible. You should know by now that the law of Moses was a perpetual, permanent law that he says that you're going to be doing forever. Like, you understand
into
that,
all
right?
of your generation, into all of your
Yeah.
generations, yes.
And so that means that you can't come and say the law was done away with, like what Paul said. So you're basically just calling Paul a heretic.
No, the law wasn't done away with. The law is still in place now.
For who?
For the believer.
So you follow the
I
law of
believe it.
Moses?
I believe that in principle, we're supposed to, everything God said has principles
Do
in it.
you follow the law of
sacrificial
Moses?
system, yes, the sacrificial system is
You
in
do?
Christ. Yeah,
You
brother.
so you follow the law of Moses. So you go to all the feasts?
Yeah, I do.
You do Sukkot?
Yeah.
Really? Where'd you buy your sukkah?
My shofars?
No, sukkah. Where'd you buy it?
Wait, I don't know the Hebrew word. Say it in English.
Sukkah, the holiday of Sukkot. You have to go
What,
outside and live in a tent.
In tents? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. So
you do
I
that.
practice these things in principle. So I gather for those seasons.
In
I remember
principle?
what they mean.
Oh, in principle.
Yeah.
No, I'm
That's
not
what I
asking
think
in
that-
principle.
Well, let me say it. I don't do it in by the letter. I do
No,
not
so you
do it
don't
by
follow the law
letter.
of Moses then. Gotcha.
Not by the letter.
Be sure
by
you don't
the
do any of
Spirit.
it. But by the Spirit's
Not by the
irrelevant.
letter.
It says that you're going to
Not
follow the
really,
law.
not really,
It
brother.
doesn't say you're going to do. It doesn't say you're going to be like do something similar to law.
But
It says
remember,
you're
I
going to. It says you're
believe
going to
that
follow
the
the law.
animal
In fact, it tells
sacrifices
you
were si-
on the specific day, in like Leviticus 16, the Day of Atonement, on a specific day of the year, it says you're going to do this perpetually.
Yeah, no, I do. That's right.
You don't.
But I
you do not do the
no, I
Day of
do. I
Atonement
believe
every
that the
year. No, you
sacrifice-
don't. You are lying to
do.
me. You're trying to say
Okay,
that
I
some
mean,
sort
that
of
doesn't make sense,
metaphorical nonsense in Jesus is the equivalent of sending a
Right,
goat
so
into
just
the
remember,
wilderness.
just-
But it's not.
just
So what
remember,
you're doing is you're
I'm arguing from
equivocating
the-
words here. You're saying, I
Brother.
do the law of Moses, except it's not really the law of Moses. It's like this weird spiritual interpretation where I do something that's like spiritually like the law of Moses. This is the equivalent of me saying, like, I know the IRS is coming for me, but I did spiritually pay my taxes. Well, that's not what God was asking for. He doesn't want your spiritual payment.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, brother, I read the whole Bible, even the New Testament, and Christ reckoned himself to the likeness of those animal sacrifices, that he was the lamb. So when I keep
Well-
the days in a feast, he's my sacrifice. I don't have
Well-
to kill animals. God don't want
Well, then you're not
animal
following the law
blood.
of Moses.
It was not in letter. That's what I said. I follow it the way
So
God had.
You're not following the law of
symbolized it to me from
Moses
the
according
beginning.
to the Hebrew Bible.
The law
The
of
Hebrew
Moses
Bible
painted a
is your
picture of the
authority.
gospel, brother.
It certainly wasn't. Nothing in the Hebrew Bible points towards the gospel.
Nothing in the Hebrew Bible. So what?
Not
God
a
in the
single
Hebrew
thing.
Bible, like
Not a
animal
single
blood?
thing
God
pointed to
in-
Jesus. Jesus
Wait 1 second.
lied about his second coming. He lied about being the Messiah, and he fulfilled exactly 0 messianic
Wait.
prophecies. And the New Testament contradicts what the Old Testament says
That's
about the
kinda
Messiah.
crazy, but okay.
It's 100% true, and I can
kinda-
demonstrate it.
I mean, hey, you don't even believe in the New Testament. I can't bring up Paul. So what's the point of that discussion, brother? There's no point to discuss that with you, right?
Why do
I
we
already
need to
know where you
believe
are
in
with
the Old
Paul.
Testament to point out what is correct or incorrect in it?
Because
This-
the
the pro-
argument would fast close and say, I don't believe in Paul, so now I can't go to Corinthians and show
principle is
something. I
very
can't go
simple.
to
It's called internal critique.
No, I'm saying if I'm arguing the Bible, I could use the Bible. But if I'm arguing the Bible with people that's like, I don't want to hear that part, I can't use my whole entire resource.
Do you believe that everything that happens in Game of Thrones actually happened in real life?
No, I never seen that show, but no.
Okay, but you know what I'm talking about. It's a fantasy series, right?
Right, no, right.
So
yeah.
do you think that even if I don't believe that Game of Thrones happened in real life, do you think it's wrong for me to read the books or watch the series and say, some of this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, of course. I think we can do that, of course.
Right. That's called internal critique. So my
Yeah.
point is that even if I don't believe a single damn word from the Bible, Old Testament or New, that doesn't mean that what I or Justin says is invalid because we don't believe in the theology. You can still logically point out what makes sense or doesn't make sense from the text. It's internal critique.
If I could add something to that, because I agree with that wholeheartedly. But I think the problem lies in the reality that if you guys are arguing from a perspective where Paul is not this, or this brother may believe this, and I have this perspective where I'm like, okay, I want to show you how the Bible makes it plain that the crucifixion did fix something. Well, the only way I could argue that is from the text and from the things of the crucifixion. But if every time I bring up, oh man, the animal sacrifice was symbolic of the Lamb of God. God was doing something big. Oh, you can't say, then it's not really an argument at this point. It's almost like I'm talking to people who are not willing to hear.
But your argument has to be sourced
to get to this point logically.
But your argument has to be sourced in the Hebrew Bible. That's the point that we're making. Just because the New Testament says it
from Genesis to Revelation, why?
Because the New Testament contradicts the Old Testament. That's the point. The same reason
it doesn't, and I'm proving that it doesn't.
Well, I can show you the many contradictions and
But
the
that's
law.
my point. Why
we were
can't I
talking
use
about.
it to
We're
show
talking
that
about.
it's coherent?
You can try,
consistent.
and you're going to fail. That's my point.
But
Just
you
because
shouldn't
the
cut
New
me off
Testament,
when I'm trying to do it, though.
just because the New Testament, I didn't cut you
Let
off.
me
Skepticus
fail.
did. So
No, I'm
just
saying that. I'm
because
saying
just
let me
because
fail.
the New Testament says something doesn't mean it's valid. That's the point that you're running into. You're saying, well, the New Testament claims something, so it must be true. That's not how this works.
No,
in order to
I'm not
interpret
saying that.
in order to interpret the Hebrew Bible, you have to use actual Hebrew Bible verses and paint a picture of what's actually happening. Just because the New Testament interprets it spiritually doesn't mean that that's a valid way of looking at the text. In fact, I think it's a childish way of looking at the text. For example, in Ezekiel, have you read Ezekiel?
Yeah, brother.
What's going to happen in the final days with the New Jerusalem and the New Temple?
With the New Jerusalem and the New Temple, here's what I know is going to happen. The earth is going to be burned up by what the event called hellfire, and the New Jerusalem is going to descend out of heaven and descend upon the new earth. And
then what's going to happen?
And the saints of God and Christ will reign there for eternity on the
No,
new
according
earth.
to Ezekiel, what's going to happen?
According to Ezekiel?
Yeah.
The same thing. He's not going to deviate.
No, according to Ezekiel, the Levites are going to be reestablished, and the Messiah is going to be giving sacrifices and offerings in the temple, and he enumerates how many, what kind, and when. He lists them for you in chapter 46.
You could go to those verses.
Yeah.
Because I don't believe that those verses. I mean, I don't even necessarily. I can't even say I don't believe. This is not talking about after the new earth. There's no sacrifices in the new earth.
Yeah, this is after the Messiah already comes in chapter 36 and 37. Remember, there's chapter 36, 37, the Messiah shows up. Then you've got the war of Gog and Magog, and then you've got the new temple,
Ezekiel?
New Jerusalem. Yep.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. And you say
so in chapter 46,
Ezekiel 37.
This is chapter 46. This is after the temple has already been established and Jerusalem has already been reapportioned.
Okay.
When the prince provides a free will offering, either a burnt offering or offerings of well-being as free will offering to the Lord, the gate facing east shall be open for him, and he shall offer his burnt offerings or his offerings of well-being as he does on the Sabbath day. Then he shall go out. After he has gone out, the gate shall be closed. There's one offering. Verse 16.
Where do you get that this is in that context of after the new earth? I mean, that's not even the context here.
It didn't say new earth in Ezekiel. There's no new earth in Ezekiel.
So then it's not at the point of the the second coming.
It is.
Brother, at the second coming, it says the earth will be burnt up.
There's no second coming in the Hebrew Bible. There's only one coming. One coming of the Messiah.
Oh, so the first coming, when there was sacrifices taking place, when Christ came.
That wasn't the first coming.
When was the first coming?
Not when Jesus came. It never happened yet.
Oh, I'm saying the first coming of the Messiah was when Jesus came.
It didn't come when Jesus
Of
came.
the Hebrew Messiah.
He wasn't.
I'm saying, of course, he was.
Well, of course he wasn't. Ezekiel
Well, I understand
37
why
tells
you
you.
don't accept him. They didn't
Well, you
accept
don't
him either.
understand. You don't understand
They
why I
didn't
don't
accept
accept
him
him. I
either,
don't
and it's
accept him
almost nearly
because
the
the
same
book says
premise,
that he's
brother.
going to do things that he never did. Ezekiel
On nearly
37
the s-
tells you what this king is going to do, and if you had read it, you would know. It says, my servant David shall be king over them. They shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my statutes and ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. And they shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David will be their prince forever. Did he bring the children of Israel back to the land?
Hey, if this is how I see it, if you see
It's a yes or
everything as,
no. Did he do anything in this passage?
I'm just simply saying, if you don't bring the teachings down from
I'm
Genesis,
just asking
Exodus,
you
all the
if
way through.
he did anything in this passage.
What are you asking me? Did he do what in this passage?
Verse 24 and 25 is explicitly about the Messiah. Did he do it?
Did Jesus do it? You're saying?
Yeah.
Okay,
Or
thank you.
whatever Messiah you believe is the Messiah.
Yeah, then they shall follow my. Yeah, then they shall live in the land. Yeah, this is. Yeah, I believe that this is. I believe that this is speaking. This is speaking in the future.
Well, then Jesus didn't do it.
Right? No, he didn't.
So
Not
then
yet.
Jesus can't be the Messiah. This is what the Messiah is supposed to do. And then after he brings
but
them back,
this is the second
and then
coming, not the
after
first
he
one.
brings, it's not the second coming. After he brings
No,
them
it
back,
is, brother. It
after
has to be the second.
it,
coming.
it-
That's my
it's not
point.
the second coming. There's only one coming of the Messiah.
Messiah.
So in
No,
Ezekiel
brother,
37, the
there's not.
Messiah shows up. Ezekiel 38 and 39, they have the battle with Gog and Magog, right?
So there's two comings of the
There's
Lord,
not
right?
two comings of the Lord. There's only one.
So you know that we believe that as Christians, right?
I know you believe that, but that's not in the Hebrew Bible. It doesn't matter if you believe it. Until you can
So
demonstrate it from the Hebrew Bible, it's not in there.
Right. So right there, I mean, that context right there, I mean, hey, if you didn't want to take that as the second coming, you want to take that as the first, then you're going to reject Jesus for sure.
Well, obviously, because
the
there's
first
no
coming, he
two.
didn't do that.
There's no two comings in the Hebrew Bible, and Ezekiel is the perfect example
The second
of
one's
why
right there.
you should reject Jesus, because Jesus isn't going to do anything that is said of the prince. So the prince shows up in chapter 37. If you think this is the second coming, have at it. It doesn't matter. First coming or second coming, Jesus isn't going to be doing any of this. So the new temple gets measurements in chapter
The second
40.
coming is going to be doing that.
The new temple, he's not going to do any of it. The new temple is laid out in chapter 40 and beyond, and then the sacrifices that are going to go in the new temple are described in chapter 45, 46, and so on and so forth. And it lists in the temple, the prince shall enter by the vestibule and the gate from outside, and shall take stand by the post of the gate, and the priest shall offer his burnt offering and his offerings of well-being, and shall bow down at the entryway of the gate. These are actual sacrifices and offerings happening with the prince, the Messiah, the David.
Yeah, I believe that when Christ came the first time, they were offering sacrifices, and he was the sacrifice.
And this says it's going to happen when he comes back, according to you.
No, other context you read was a different set of verses, right?
No, this is the context of the new Jerusalem, new temple. Bro, go to chapter 40.
We're talking
the Messiah shows up in 37. The temple is laid in chapter 40.
Let me ask you a question. What about the verses that talk about Christ coming back and it's going to be like a burning oven and it's going to be
that doesn't exist in the Hebrew Bible?
In Malachi chapter 4, it exists there.
It doesn't talk about Jesus in Malachi 4. It talks about Elijah coming back, but Elijah didn't come back.
Okay.
To be fair, some Christians like to claim that Jesus was the second coming of Elijah, but that's a whole different.
Well, John the Baptist.
Yeah, no,
right.
I don't believe that. Right, I believe John the Baptist was right.
Well, Jesus said that he was. He says, if you will accept it, John is the Elijah that was come. And the Gospel of Luke says it in the first chapter as well.
My contention with all of this is that if you the last point is the crucifixion fixes nothing.
Yep.
But the crucifixion is clearly demonstrated in the New Testament. And
So
of course, it's patterned in the Old Testament. But if we
what did it
can't
fix?
use it,
What did it fix?
wait. By the time I start talking, you're going to say that's not the Hebrew, but that's not the Hebrew, because I'm going
Well,
to tell you what it
tell
fixed.
me what it
but I
fixed.
have
Name
to go.
something.
It fixed. It allowed us to be free from sin.
Why? Why do we need that?
Listen to
Why
what
do
you
we
just
need
said.
it?
In the book that talks later about this new Messiah that none of the
Mhm.
Jews believe is a Messiah, in that book, it
Some of them did.
claims that all of his death was somehow for a proper reason. Of
Mhm.
course it does. Of course the people that wrote about the New Testament are going to say that his crucifixion served a purpose, because the entire book of the New Testament is people who are making the case to say, yes, we think this was a good thing, and they are all making the excuse for it.
Yeah, I got that. That's what your gist is, but I'm saying there's prophecies like in Daniel chapter 9, verse 24.
I mean,
or
I'd love to go over
25.
Daniel 9 if you want. I mean, I can
Well,
assure you,
let's just
you're
go to
not
the-
going to
let's just
like
go to
it.
that. Let's just go to those. No, let's just go to Daniel chapter 9, verse 10. I know you're going to have
Well,
a different take, but
I'm
I
gonna
want to make
I'm
this
gonna make you
objective.
read the beginning of the chapter first. Have you read the whole chapter?
Yeah, but I want to just pinpoint
Because you're
one
never
part
going to
and
know
make
what's happening. You're never going to know what's happening in verse 24 if you don't read the beginning.
No problem. But I just wanted to read one part and then make the same statement. Because if I believe this is talking about Jesus, and I'm believing that
No.
this is what Jesus did when he came.
Well,
with the
he didn't do
crucifixion.
nothing in Daniel chapter 9, but let's go to Daniel chapter 9, and I'm more than happy to illustrate why this isn't about Jesus. Read verse 1 and 2 for me.
I'm on verse 24. Can I read that
I'm on
one
verse
first?
1 and 2. Read that one.
Wait, don't read this verse.
Read
Don't make my
verses 1 and 2 so you know what's happening.
So don't read this one. Okay.
Don't read that one.
Okay, no problem. So you want me to argue my point with your parameters?
I want you to
Okay.
read the actual context.
Okay. In the first year of Darius, the son of, I'm reading from the King James. Okay.
I don't know why you
Okay.
punish yourself with that thing.
Okay. From Darius, the son of Ahasuerus, of the seed of the Medes, which was made king over the realm of the Chaldeans. In the first year of his reign, I, David, understood by books the number of the years whereof the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah the prophet, that he would accomplish 70 years in the desolation of Jerusalem.
Sure. So the context is about what time period?
The 70 years leading up to Jerusalem's destruction.
Almost. It's about 522. That's when Darius reigned. So Daniel is sitting 70 years later. He's saying, look, 70 years have already passed. The 70 years started in 605 when Jeremiah wrote that prophecy, and King Nebuchadnezzar made his first incursion into Judea and started exiling people. So the promise was in 605 by Jeremiah.
But all this does is give your interpretation of the prophecy versus
It doesn't.
a different interpretation of the prophecy.
Nope, it's right there in it. It says
So I'm
that
saying- okay,
it
go
says
ahead.
that he's in the first year of
No,
Darius.
interpretation
That's
meaning
five.
I'm talking about.
That's 522.
Yeah.
I'm not giving
what
you an
I mean-
interpretation. I'm giving you the
trying to say what I
identical
mean, brother.
background to the
I'm
passage.
just trying to say what I mean. No, forget interpretation. I'm saying you're using your chronologers. You're using your dates.
Nope.
You're explaining what your research has uncovered.
Well, I am doing
And other
that, but this
people-
is not my research.
But wait, a lot of people would read this and they would explain where their research covered, and we may get 5 different types of research conclusions.
Okay, well, Google
my
when
point-
King
my point
Darius
for-
reigned.
No, I understand, but my point was that you wanted me to say what I believe Christ did
For
with the
fuck's sake.
crucifixion.
King Darius
And
started his
that's in-
his
so
reign
you make that
in
point and then I'll make my point from beginning to
522.
end.
It's just right there. Just look up King Darius on the fucking wiki
Yeah,
page.
make
He
your-
started his reign in
make your point,
522.
brother.
I'm not making a point. I'm helping you understand the context of Daniel 9. The context
My
starts
mind is on the point of seeking
the
to
context
help you
starts with a
understand what
date.
Christ did with the
I need
crucifixion,
you to
brother.
understand how words work. Okay? So the
I
passage
got
starts
it.
out by
I
giving
got
you
your
a
point.
date. What date
Yeah.
is it?
522. Yep. Good.
There we go.
Yes.
Okay, so
Boom.
Daniel, according to
Good.
the story, is sitting around in 522, and what's he doing?
And I don't know if it's 522, by the way. I'm just saying, yep, no problem. Because
That's the only
that's
the only King Darius from history, and he reigned from 522 to 486. Do you have another one? Do you have another one?
Brother, I can't agree or disagree.
Do
right
you
now.
have
For
another
now,
one?
I'll concede and say, let's agree with this. That's what I'm saying.
There we
You
go.
can move
All right.
on to the point now.
So what's happening then? What's happening in 522?
Whatever you want to say here is happening in these verses.
I'm asking you, according
No,
to
brother,
the
I'm not
two
following
verses,
the
what's
line of reasoning.
happening?
I don't study, brother. I don't study the way that you just said. That's not how I study.
All I'm
You're not
asking
gonna
you is tell
force
me what
to
these
say
words
what the word-
say.
You're not.
What do
you're
the
not gonna
words
force me to
say?
Just read them again, brother, and tell everybody what the word says.
Listen, my audience has heard me go over Daniel 9 4,000 times. What I'm
Can I go
doing
to my
is
point in Daniel 9?
No, you can't. So what I'm
Okay,
doing
no
to you
problem.
is I'm
So can we
making
go
you
back out of Daniel 9,
No,
back to the
we're
crucifixion?
not going
Okay.
to. I'm getting
Bro, you
you
just wanted to
to
come here because you feel like you can nail somebody in certain areas.
No,
and you
what
don't
what
wanna
I'm
deal with
doing.
the
You
perspective that I
wanted to
was
come
dealing with,
here.
brother.
You chose to come here, not me.
Bro, no, I chose to go to Daniel 9:24, brother. You chose to come
924
here.
is
Stop
part of
lying.
the same day.
Stop
This is all
lying. I said
happening at
Daniel
one time.
9:24, brother.
Daniel 9:24 is part of the same chapter. This
So
is
let's read
happening.
it now.
We
So
can't
let's read it
fucking
now.
read it when you pay attention to the context. The context
paid
is how you're going to
attention,
figure out
context
what's
520.
happening. I'll explain it to you since you're too dishonest to actually engage with what the text says. I, Daniel, perceived in the books of the numbers of years that according to the word of the Lord to the prophet Jeremiah, it must be fulfilled the devastation of Jerusalem, namely 70 years. What does it mean when Daniel says, according to Jeremiah, the devastation of Jerusalem must be 70 years? What do you think that means?
That there's going to be some sort of prophecy in regard to 70 years or
He's saying
70 something. That this is a
Okay.
this is something going on regarding 70 years.
And do you know where that
Jerusalem.
prophecy is?
Do I know what it is?
Where it is?
When you say where in time?
Where can I find the prophecy that he's thinking about?
In Jeremiah.
Oh, great. Jeremiah 29, right?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Now, in Jeremiah 29, it says after 70 years, what's going to happen?
Let's go there. You tell me.
Jeremiah 29 is going to tell you. It says they're going to be restored and they're going to return to the land. There we go. For thus saith the Lord, only when Babylon's 70 years are completed will I visit you, and I will fulfill to you the promise I made. I was a promise and bring you back to this place. For surely I know the plans I have for you, says the Lord, plans for your welfare, not to harm you, to give you a future and give you hope. And then you'll call upon me, so on and so forth. He does the same thing in chapter 25. Chapter 25 and 29, he promises to restore the nation. Right? I will restore your fortunes and gather you from all the nations. This is going to happen after 70 years. That's the promise. So what that means is at the beginning of this chapter, this section starts with the prophet Daniel saying, hey, 70 years have passed. Jeremiah said we would be restored in 70 years. So then he turns to God to seek answers. What do you think he's seeking an answer for?
Well, for the people to turn back.
He says, I turned to the Lord God to seek an answer by prayer and supplication with fasting and sackcloth. He's seeking the answer because he's trying to figure out why the prophecy failed. Right? It's 522. The prophecy was given in 605. 70 years have already passed. So he needs to know why, what's happening here. So he prays, and God actually talks to him. It's a really interesting thing. But in verse 11, he gives you the answer to the riddle. The answer to the riddle is this: all Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside from refusing to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, has been poured out upon us because we have sinned against you. This curse is Leviticus 25 or 26 and Deuteronomy 28. where it says when he sends you into exile, if you don't turn from your wicked ways, he'll punish you times 7. He'll take your
7 times.
affliction and he'll times 7. So that's where we get the 490 years. It's 70 times 7. This isn't very difficult. This is where the 70 times 7 comes from. So the question that we have to ask ourselves is,
I disagree with them, but yeah.
You disagree with what?
That the 70 times 7 comes from multiplying 70 times the 7 in Deuteronomy.
I didn't
disagree
say
with that part.
Deuteronomy 28 and Leviticus 26. He says in the law of Moses.
Yeah.
The
But
law
you're
of
saying
Moses is where it says that your punishments will be afflicted or it will be multiplied by
Okay,
7.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Go ahead.
That's why he says it in verse 11. He says, I perceived in the law of Moses that this curse has been poured out upon us. Okay, so this is clearly the answer. He's like, got it. We're going to be punished for 490 years. Now, what that means is that this 70 number is now 490, right?
I wouldn't say that there, no. But
Well,
yeah,
what is it?
No. 70 weeks would be 490.
That's the same thing. 70 times 7 is 490.
Right, that's my point.
70 weeks
Okay,
is
so
the same thing.
You're saying using your logic of bringing Deuteronomy into this, that then this number multiplied by 7 will be 490.
It's not my logic. That's what the prophet says. The prophet says that the curse written in the law of Moses, which is in there twice, by the way, has been poured out upon us, which is why later in the chapter we get the weeks. Do you know what the word for weeks is? In Hebrew, you don't. The word for weeks in Hebrew, Shavua, is basically a variant of the number 7. The number 7 and the word for a week is basically the same root word. So that's why 70 times 7 can be idiomized to say a week. It was common in this time period, rather than saying 7, you could just say a week of something. That's 7 of them. That's like saying a dozen or a baker's dozen.
You believe in the Hebrew God?
I learned Hebrew when I was in school. I don't believe in the Hebrew God.
Okay, go ahead though. It's just interesting to see somebody trying to logically go through the mind of Scripture while not being a believer, but not understanding that if it is God, it takes belief to really understand it. But go ahead.
No, you can read the book with proper interpretation, whether you believe in this God or not. That's not difficult.
It's not true. That's not true.
It is true. It is true. Yeah. All you need to know is words. So anyways, this is not difficult.
That's not true. But go ahead.
This is not difficult. So what he says is that, hey, you know what? If our punishment is going to be multiplied by 7, that's going to be how long?
490.
You got it. And when did that punishment start?
According to you, you let me know.
According to history, when did it start?
I have to go to my notes and see.
Starts when Nebuchadnezzar invaded Judea, 605.
I didn't have 605. Maybe I did, but go ahead.
The final incursion was 587.
I don't have that in front of me.
I know. I can put it up if you don't trust me.
No, it's okay. I mean, I don't have it in front of me. I think a lot of people came to a lot of different dates, my brother.
No, they didn't.
I don't think that you're the end all be all. No, yes, they did, brother. Stop.
Nope. Google the year Nebuchadnezzar invaded Judea.
There's only one person. There's only one way people interpret this, brother. All the denominations interpret this one way.
Judea. It's going to say 605. Yeah, what about that? All the sources, Bible Journey, Tyndale House, Ministry Magazine, even the generic Christian websites all say 605. This is not a difficult situation.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that specific date. I'm talking about just the interpretation that you have.
I didn't give you an interpretation. I asked you when was the beginning of the infliction.
I didn't come here to do this part. If you want to share this,
I know this is important. This is called context. This is why you don't understand what this passage is about.
Brother, I'm not here to insult you. I'm just here to hear what you're saying about this stuff. I thought we was talking about the crucifixion and why that. What did it do?
We are, and you brought up Daniel 9. So now we're on Daniel
I
9,
wrote
and I'm
Daniel
explaining to you
9:24,
that the
brother,
context is
not the
important.
rest of this. Okay,
924
no
is not
problem.
you can't just rip a verse out of the
Okay,
entire
so
chapter and
brother,
ignore what the
so
entire
brother,
chapter says. You have to read it in
okay.
context. This
So
is hermeneutics 101. If you
one
went
second,
to
one
like
second.
even one good Bible study, they would have taught you this.
So wait, if I knew that you wanted me to do that before I went to Daniel 9, I don't need to go to Daniel 9. Because I'm not going to give you a whole breakdown of what I believe about Daniel 9, the 70 weeks, and the 7. I'm not going to do that now.
Well,
So
it's too
if
late
you wanted
now.
me
It's
to
going
do
to
that, I would have
happen
never.
whether you like it or not. So now we're in
Oh,
verse
so that's what I'm saying.
23.
Just share with me, brother. That's
So
what I'm
now
saying.
we're
Just
in
share
verse
with me. No
23,
problem.
and it says, at the beginning of
Mhm.
your supplications, a word went out, and I have come to declare it. What do you think a word going out is here?
You just share with me, brother.
I'm not going to. I'm going to make you commit to
No,
working
you're
through
not
the
going to make me
passage
do
like an
nothing.
honest human
You
being.
ain't going to make me do
So
nothing.
you're terrified. You're scared. God can't give you
No,
utterance.
I just told you I don't know what you're going through. I'm
You
not.
don't have to
I
know
don't know
what I'm going
everything,
for.
brother.
I'm asking you,
No,
what does
no,
it
no, no,
mean?
brother.
What does a
Brother,
word
I'm just
going
being
out mean?
humble. Brother,
You're
I'm
not
just
being
being humble,
humble.
but
You're trying to
brother,
obfuscate reading the passage. You're afraid if
no,
you
brother, you
commit
don't
to an
want me to say.
interpretation,
You
you're
don't
going to
want me
get
to say
cooked
a
on it.
word. No, brother, I'm
I'm
suggesting right
I'm
now because I'm
asking you
not
to
ready.
I'm
You will
asking
cook
you to
me,
say words.
brother. You cook me. You win. You see what I'm saying? That doesn't bother me. I'm just trying to. Let's talk. I'm not here to war you, brother.
I'm trying to talk and you won't
I
talk
ain't here to
back.
war with you, brother.
I'm asking you,
No,
what do you think a word going
right
out
now I'm
means?
saying share with me. Share your perspective here.
I'm asking you, will you share yours?
Yeah, but I don't want to. I want to talk.
Okay,
about the
then go ahead and
crucifixion
share it
and
then.
why.
No,
Brother,
you
I
don't
wanna
want to talk about the
why
crucifixion because you
crucifix-
asked to talk about Daniel
This
9.
is-
You specifically brought this up.
Yeah,
Are
I
you
was gonna
giving
go to a
Are you
certain
throwing in the
point
towel?
to
You don't want to talk about it now?
crucifixion, brother.
You don't want to talk about it now? You change your
No, brother, I
mind?
don't want to talk about
Once you realize
prophecy.
once you realize I actually knew the context, you don't want to talk about it?
No, brother, I'm just simply saying, hey, good job, man. I appreciate it. I'm really.
I don't think you
willing for
do.
to share with, brother.
It
I'm saying share.
it sounds like you
brother,
don't want to actually read the text.
No, it sounds like you're really trying to argue with me to make me into your villain so you could keep insulting me, brother. I'm trying to tell you.
I didn't make
that's
you.
great.
I didn't insult you, nor did I call
But
you a villain.
You keep going.
All
brother.
I'm asking you to
telling-
do is be honest with
Brother,
the
I'm saying,
text, and I'm asking
man,
you
and I'm
whether or
being
not
so honest to
whether
say,
or not
like,
you're
yo,
not being
share with me. I
honest.
don't got this one.
You're not being honest.
Brother, I'm saying share this with me. I don't got it.
This was the
That's what I'm
passage you
saying.
wanted to go to, and now you don't know what it means.
I just want to go to Daniel chapter 9, verse 24.
We're in Daniel 9.
Brother, you know what I'm saying.
Wait, so you're telling me
you want to share to that point, go
Daniel
ahead.
Daniel 9:23, one verse prior to 9:24 is it's just too out of your league. Verse 24, you got that one on lock. You've read that one before, but verse 23,
No, I don't have it on lock.
these words are scary. I can't read those words. These words I'm terrified of.
Daniel
Oh
23.
no, not one sentence prior to the verse I wanted to read.
No, brother, I don't study like this. I think when we study, we have to come with our shoes off and come humble, brother. We don't come attacking each other.
I don't
So
suspect that's the case with you, actually. You haven't done anything humbly the entire time we've been conversing today. Now, all of a sudden that we're reading context, you want to be humble. I'll read it for you, and then I'll give you the interpretation. And then if you disagree with my interpretation, I'll give you like a dozen scholars that agree with me. At the beginning of your supplication, a word went out. That's a prophecy, because it's a word going out from God.
Okay, amen.
And I have come to declare it. So a word going out in this context is specifically a word from God, a prophetic word. It says, because you are great and beloved. So consider the word and understand the vision. Great. So now we know what a word going out is. 70 weeks are decreed for your people and your holy city to finish transgression, to put an end to sin, to atone for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal both vision and prophet, and to anoint the most holy place. Know therefore...
That's what Christ did at the cross.
He didn't do none of that shit. Know therefore and understand from the time that the word went out...
You mind if I labor 24 for a second?
Well, we have to read it. Do you want to read it?
We finished with 24.
Well, 24 has nothing to do with what we're reading right now. So
the problem, what I was trying to say,
it doesn't have anything to do with what you're trying to say, because 24 is a vague mess that can only be understood by reading the passages before and after it, which is the problem that you're going to have. You've read one verse in a whole chapter, and then you're just going to apply something from an entirely different book to it without reading the surrounding passages. The surrounding passages tell you exactly what to expect here.
That's not what I was trying to do, but go ahead.
Sounds like you don't know what you're trying to do.
No, you
Know
want me to
therefore
do
and
that so you can
understand.
insult me. There you
I'm
go.
not insulting you. I'm just telling you right
Brother,
now that
yes, you are. You're
you're just
trying
being
to. I'm not
dishonest, which is why
insulting,
you're
but you
talking
are
over me.
trying
It's
to.
why you're, rather
No,
than
brother,
reading the
you're being
passage with
rude
me,
and
you're
you're
talking
being
over
rude and
me.
insulting, brother.
Know
Go ahead,
therefore and
brother.
understand from the time that the word went out to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem until the time of an anointed prince, there shall be 7 weeks. So is it safe to assume that, again, a word going out, a word that went out already in the past, could be a prophecy?
What was your question again? Sorry.
Know therefore and understand from the time that the word went out to restore and to build Jerusalem. What word is this? Because prior it says a word going out is a prophecy from God.
Know therefore and understand for the time that the word went out to restore and build Jerusalem until the time. I think this is the time period of Nehemiah and the.
I didn't ask about the time period. I said, what's the word?
Know ye therefore and understand for the time that the word went out to restore. This is the decree that goes out.
Nope. The
Jerusalem.
word for decree doesn't show
What
up in
version
this
are you in right now?
passage. I'm in the
What version is
NRSV. It's an actually good version, unlike the one you're
What do you-
using.
Oh, and hey, man, everything that I'm doing is not going to be suitable, so you can do what you're doing and try to win an argument instead of talking. But that's okay. So I
Imagine
I
like
don't
talking over the host the entire time and then complaining when he talks back over you. Crazy.
Oh, I'm sorry if I talked over you the whole time. I do apologize. I was just
Well,
trying to get to a point that.
Why do you
because
think I was
trying to
talking
say-
over you?
Well, I was just trying to go to Daniel 9:24, read something and say something. And then you
Yeah.
feel free to go ahead. I would have just pulled back and then let you do your
Yeah.
thing. I didn't even get to do that yet. That's why I was
The
talking.
reason
I'm trying to
the
get
reason
to
why
that
you
point.
want to go to Daniel 9:24 is for what? Because you think it's about Jesus?
Can I just go up to it real fast? Can you roll it down real fast?
Only if you
24.
read the rest of the chapter with me. If
Let's
you're
just
not
go
willing to
the-
read the rest of the chapter, then I don't care what's
Yeah,
in one
sure.
verse.
No, sure, I will. But can I explain? Not explain. Can I just say something about 24 first?
You're
And then
welcome to.
We could go wherever you want to. No problem. That's all I
Well,
want to do from the beginning. I
Nope,
would have went everywhere you
you're
wanted
going to
to.
have to read it with me. If you make me
No,
read 24
problem,
with
brother.
you,
No
then
problem,
I'm
no
going to
problem.
make you read 25, 26, and
Well, you're not
27
gonna
with
make
me.
do it. I can
And
agree to do it. But you're not gonna make
well, I
me.
mean, you can
But-
agree to run, but like I'm gonna read the
run.
passage, and you're gonna be here, and I'm gonna ask you questions about it.
Fair, no problem. All right, good. All right, so 70 weeks are decreed for your people and your holy city. I believe the holy city there is Jerusalem, to finish the transgression. Finish transgression. This transgression is the violation of the commandments. To put an end to sin. How is the end coming to sin? And to atone for iniquity. To atone for iniquity. To bring an everlasting righteousness, and to seal both the vision and the prophets, and to anoint the most holy place. I believe this is exactly what the Messiah of the King James Bible and the New Testament version has done. This exact verse are the things that were completed on the cross. Well, at least that's what he says was completed on the cross in the New Testament. How's that? Somebody could disagree, but that's what he said was completed.
Well, it's meaningless because the passage doesn't say anything about someone dying on a cross for anyone's sins. The passage explains what this means. Do you want to read the rest of the passage and see why they might say that there's going to be an end to sin?
Okay, let's go. Tell me where.
Okay. All right. It's going to be in like 4 different chapters in Daniel as well as this chapter. 25. Know therefore and understand from the time that the word went out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until the time of an anointed prince there shall be 7 weeks. So easy. Gotcha. We're going to have an anointed figure. He's going to come after 7 weeks. And it says that this is going to happen after 7 weeks after the word went out. So the easy interpretation here is that the word going out means exactly what it means in verse 23. Namely, it's a prophecy to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem, right?
Mm-hmm. I think that's in the time period of Nehemiah.
No, it wasn't a prophecy in the time of Nehemiah. It was given in 605 by Jeremiah, the guy that was already read earlier. There's another one given in Isaiah, not too far prior to the time of Jeremiah as well. So there's a prophecy, right, about Jerusalem being rebuilt, and it says there shall be 7 weeks from that prophecy going out, and then we'll get the first guy, an anointed prince, Mashiach Nagid, it says in Hebrew. It doesn't say the Mashiach. It doesn't say HaMashiach. It just says Mashiach Nagid. So this probably is Zerubbabel. This is what most scholars think. It's either Zerubbabel or Joshua. There shall be 7 weeks.
I believe it's Christ.
Well, you can believe that, but Christ didn't live 7 weeks after 605. And for
I
62
don't believe
weeks,
605 will be the starting date.
it will be.
457 will be the
Well,
starting date.
that wouldn't work for all the reasons I'll articulate. And 62 weeks it shall be built again with streets and a moat, but in troubled times. Yep, agreed. That actually happened. After 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing. That's Onias III. That happened in 171. And the troops of the prince...
27 AD.
And the troops of the prince... Say what?
I got that at 27 AD.
No, that didn't happen.
We got 457 at the decree of Nehemiah to go and rebuild. Yeah. There was 3 decrees, and that was the one where
there was not. Nehemiah
did
not. There was not an issue, a decree issued in Nehemiah to go back and rebuild anything. They gave Nehemiah a letter. Nehemiah had a letter that granted him safe passage and some supplies to rebuild part of the wall and a little bit inside. That's it.
The king gave him that.
I know the king did, but it doesn't say anything about that in this passage. It doesn't say anything about a decree going out. It says a word going out, which is a prophecy to rebuild, which is what Jeremiah did, not what King Artaxerxes did.
That's what Nehemiah did.
Nehemiah didn't do that.
Okay. You said he didn't build nothing. The Bible says he built.
I didn't say that at all. I'm saying that has nothing to do with what the text says.
I'm saying that's your interpretation of the text, and this is mine.
Well, I know that's yours. I'm explaining. It doesn't line up perfectly because it wasn't a decree to rebuild anything.
But from Nehemiah's time, you apply the 70 weeks prophecy. It lines up perfectly with Christ, the Messiah.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
We should handle this part another time. I would love to. Because it definitely does.
We can do it right now. I've got plenty of time. It doesn't line up. It doesn't line up. So again, it doesn't line up.
You let me come back another day and line it up?
You can come back and you can come back anytime you want to, and I've got all night. You won't make it line up, not ever, because there was never a decree given to Nehemiah to rebuild the city. It didn't happen.
Okay.
And show it to me. Show me where he got a decree.
You're a scholar, not a believer. So the way you study is the way you're thinking.
All I need to know is the text.
Scholar.
I just need to know what the text says.
The mind of God.
I don't need to believe it to know what words mean.
Your thoughts are not like his
thoughts. This is just coping now. This is just getting sad.
No, it's not coping. It's just
no, you don't need to have a Holy Spirit to know what words are.
You have the Holy Spirit to guide you into knowing what the words mean.
You certainly don't need that to know what words mean. You can just read the book. You can literally just, if the Holy Spirit worked, you would know what the interpretation of this passage is that all scholars agree on. Even your Christian study Bible is going to tell you that this is about Antiochus.
Solomon, that wisdom from Proverbs came from
writing scripture is different than reading it. This is your confusion.
Oh, so the writing came from God, but understanding it comes from flesh?
Understanding comes from flesh. All you need is eyeballs.
You
need eyeballs and actual. You need eyeballs. You need eyeballs and actual study. You think that you have an interpretation that's correct just because you have the Holy Spirit, but that's not what makes an interpretation correct, because everybody with the Holy Spirit has different interpretations. In fact, there are Christian scholars, most Christian scholars actually, agree with my interpretation. Holy Spirit-filled Christian scholars agree with me and not you. So what that means is that your interpretation is problematic. When the Christian scholars agree with the atheist, you have to ask yourself why. Why do they agree with me? And I'm going to tell you why they agree with me. It's not because they're atheists. It's because you haven't studied. This is what's happening right now, is I'm giving you a lesson from actual scholarship about why Daniel is about Antiochus. So again, nothing, no decree was ever, your God didn't say anything because he doesn't exist. So no letter, no decree was ever given to Nehemiah. No, God's fake. He doesn't exist. Try to stay on point.
So
no letter, no decree.
You said the scripture was given by God, but you don't need the Holy Spirit to understand it.
Bro, are you able to pay attention right now?
Yeah, you said
we're talking about Nehemiah. Can you focus for 5 seconds?
Yeah, you
we're on Nehemiah. We're on Nehemiah.
You're not making sense, but go ahead.
You're not even paying attention. We're on
I
Nehemiah.
am.
That's what we're talking about. And you're crying because scholars disagree with your interpretation and they agree with me. So again, let's read the passage and I'll show you why they agree with me. So the reason why they agree with me,
agree with you. I don't
you
give a
do. You should
No, I
trust.
don't.
You should trust the scholarship here. They know more than you do.
No.
The reason why
No,
they agree
I
with
don't.
me is because a word going out is already defined in the passage. It is defined as a prophecy. That prophecy to restore and to
The
rebuild
Bible
Jerusalem
is the secret
came
decoder.
from Jeremiah. That's why it starts in 605 BCE. The next nearest thing you can possibly get to what this is about is maybe the decree of Cyrus. The decree of Cyrus really did give them permission to go back and rebuild the temple and rebuild the city and the land and build the moat and build the wall. All that happened under the decree of Cyrus. Have you read the decree of Cyrus? He doesn't know he's muted. He's yapping on mute the whole time.
Oh, I didn't know I was muted. I don't know why.
Now, I muted you because I was trying to say something. You kept talking over me. So,
Oh, I was quiet that whole time. You didn't even need to mute me. I was quiet. I was listening.
you
Go
weren't.
ahead.
I muted you while you were talking over me. So again, if this is a decree, which it's not, then the only decree issued in the Bible that would give them passage and like an actual approval from a king, a decree to rebuild Jerusalem, that would have come from King Cyrus, not from Nehemiah. Nehemiah didn't give them permission, or sorry, Artaxerxes did not give anyone permission to rebuild the city. Cyrus already did that, and God said that that was going to be the case. God says in Isaiah 45 that Cyrus will rebuild my city. King Cyrus did that shit, not Artaxerxes. So again, this has nothing to do with Nehemiah, even if you want to interpret this as a decree, and it's not. But listen to what it says.
You know the mass majority of Talmudic Jews are not allowed to read this verse and calculate this prophecy?
This is an absolute fucking lie.
No, it's not. No,
I
it's not.
literally
Yo,
have.
I talk to Jews
I
about it in New
literally.
York City.
No, you don't.
Brother, it's not.
Do you
Brother,
want me?
it
Do you?
is true what I'm
Okay,
saying,
well, I'll
brother.
just take
Go
you
ahead, say what
to.
you're
I'll
saying,
just
though.
show you
Say
right
what you're saying.
now.
Yeah, go
This
ahead.
is crazy. Daniel 9, Rabbi Tovia Singer has like 15 videos on it. You ever see this guy? An actual trained, educated rabbi? He's got like 10 videos on Daniel chapter 9.
Listen, I ain't saying that the modern Jewish nation didn't start teaching on it now. I'm saying that it was not at some point. They said if you calculate that, it was connected to Kabbalah Jewish stuff. And
Nope.
it was written in their thing. They were not to, okay, no
Kabbalism came hundreds of years after the
problem.
Talmud. The initial stage of the Talmud were completed in 500
I
CE.
didn't mention the Talmud.
The Kabbalah came
I didn't
later.
mention the Talmud. I
So
didn't mention nothing about the
you
Talmud.
did. You said the Talmud.
No, I did not say the Talmud.
But you are not sober
I said
tonight.
the Talmudic Jews.
The Talmudic Jews are the ones who read and wrote the Talmud.
Yeah, I wasn't referencing the Talmud. I was just talking about the people who, not the Talmud. Forget that.
Well,
I'm talking about.
are you
certain people
aware
bring their
that
mind to it.
Daniel chapter 9 shows up many times in the writings of the Talmud?
Is it calculating these verses?
Yeah.
I'd like to see that.
Okay. All right. I'll
In the
never
Talmud.
understand how somebody can do no amount of study and make definitive
sure.
claims about what the text says or what other people are saying about it that they've never read.
Yes, show me in the Talmud that they do the calculations of these verses here.
The one that you're going to want that's a longer read is going to be Sanhedrin 97. But the quicker
Talmud.
Sanhedrin is in the Talmud.
Okay.
Jesus.
Well, why would
cannot
I want to
believe.
read it? Why don't you just show me? Why don't you just show it? That
I
they
j-
number it, that they calculate.
Do you want me to show you or not?
I said the one you want to. You said the one I
What
want to
I
read.
was saying before you cut me off is the longer one is in Sanhedrin 97, but here's a shorter one. If you didn't cut me off, you would have fucking heard it.
I did hear you say that.
Okay,
And
so in Nazir 32, they talk about the fulfillment in this passage and what it means. It also shows up in Josephus in book 10.
What is the calculation?
In book 10 of Josephus, it's on the right side of the screen. It's probably too small for you to read. It says, and they did not know when, but isn't it written 70 years are decreed upon your people and upon your sacred city? Then it quotes Daniel 9:24, which indicates that the second temple would be destroyed 70 sabbatical cycles of 70 years, or of 7 years after the destruction of the first temple, which they listed as 490 in this particular interpretation, although you're going to find multiples. The Gemara answers, so on and so forth. So this is part of their discussion in Nazir about how to calculate the 490 years. There's a longer discussion in the writings of the Sanhedrin.
I got your point.
The Talmud does talk about this passage, and there's multiple interpretations. And the Jews were talking about it prior to even writing the Talmud, which is why in Antiquities of the Jews, in Book 10, he literally tells you, Josephus, at the last section of Antiquities in book, was it 10 or 11? Hold on. I've got it marked. It's going to be book 10, right? Book 11. No, is this the wrong one? Oh, well, I've got two of them. Nevertheless, Josephus tells you at the end
show
of...
me how sin is done away with. That's what you was going to show me from these verses.
Oh, yeah, let's get to it. So, I'm going to show you first the calculation, because the calculation is important. That's paramount. This whole thing is about the calculation. Calculation starts in 605 because, namely, Daniel is saying
You're trying to see how sin gets rid of, brother.
The calculation starts in 605 because Daniel perceived that the 490 years starts in 605 at the prophecy of Jeremiah. Down here, we get the same thing. It says a word already went out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem. That happened in 605 under Jeremiah. Now, there's 7 weeks that's going to pass, and then there's going to be a Mashiach Nagid that shows up after the first set of 7s. And then it says for 62 weeks, the city, shall be built again with streets and a moat, but in troubled time, which actually did happen. Again, this is later, after. After 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing, and the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. This is Antiochus Epiphanes. This is referring to the death, or actually the murder of Onias III in 1 Maccabees chapter 1, 2, and 2 Maccabees chapter 5, 6, and 7. You'll discover that what happened was Antiochus Epiphanes came in and he had Onias III killed through treachery, and then he made a deal with his half-brother Jason to put an end to the sacrifices and offerings for a period of 3.5 years before the Maccabean revolt, and then also at that time he came in and set up a desolating sacrilege in the temple, and he also made them sacrifice pigs in the temple. That's why it says that the city was destroyed as well as the sanctuary. And destroy isn't even a great word to put in here. The Hebrew word is shakath, which just means to defile, to ruin. It doesn't mean it was completely destroyed. It's not saying that it was annihilated. So Antiochus comes in. He desecrates the temple. He burns down the city. First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 30 says he burns down the city. Then it says, and its end shall come with a flood, and to the end there shall be war. Yes, there was war, the Maccabean war, and desolations are decreed because there were desolations. They wrote many chapters in the Maccabees about this desolation. You can read about it. He shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week. That's Jason. And for half of the week, he shall make sacrifice and offering cease. That's what he did with Jason. For half a week, 3.5 years, they didn't have any sacrifices and offerings according to the precepts of Moses. And in their place shall be a desolating sacrilege. Yes, that was what was put on the altar by Antiochus. And the decreed end is poured out upon the desolator. Now, this is the important part, because this is all happening within 7 years. So it says that the final guy right here, right, he's going to be cut off, right? This guy here that's going to be cut off, that happens after 69 weeks. There's 7 weeks, and then there's 62 weeks, and then we have this Mashiach who is cut off. So what that means is everything happening here, all of this, is happening just in that last week. And that couldn't be true of anything about Jesus, because we don't have a desolator in the Jesus story. We don't know who the desolator is. The abomination of desolation that we would refer to in the New Testament period didn't happen for another 100 years after Jesus died. That was 136 under Emperor Hadrian. He put an abomination inside the temple after he drove the Jews out, or on the Temple Mount, rather. That's the abomination that was set up. And then on top of that, it also says that the end of this individual is going to come. Who's the individual? Well, if it's at the time of Jesus, nobody knows. It's just a guess. You could throw anybody in there you want. But if it's the Maccabean revolt, which is what scholars believe and what Josephus and the rest of the Jews have taught for centuries, then we know who it is. It's just Antiochus Epiphanes, the guy who did all the stuff listed in this chapter.
Yeah, I believe they're speaking about Christ. I'm still trying to figure out where sin ends, though. Where's 24? You say you're going to explain.
Oh, right, yeah. So that's my bad. So what happens is when it talks about the end, right? If you go to the parallel chapters, chapter 8, and also chapter 10, it shows that after this desolator dies, namely Antiochus, after he dies, then God's final kingdom will be established on the earth, and then the dead will rise, and the righteous, so this is in chapter 12, I'll show you what I'm talking about. The dead will rise, and then the righteous are going to live on the earth, and then the unrighteous, unfortunately, are going to experience everlasting contempt.
And this is after what? Sorry,
this is at the end of the war.
At the end of the war. And this war was just in Daniel 9 at the end? That's what you're saying?
Wars are decreed, it says. And there was a war that was fought. Okay. Daniel, says, at that time, Michael the great prince, the protector of your people, shall rise, and there shall be a time of anguish, such as have never occurred since the nations first came into existence. But at the time, your people shall all be delivered, everyone who is found written in the book. Many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, and some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. Because in Daniel, every chapter in Daniel, Daniel 8, Daniel 9, in fact, even Daniel 7, Daniel 10, all of them talk about this final kingdom and what's going to happen when this final kingdom falls. And when that final kingdom falls, the kingdom of God gets established, and it's going to be this new final kingdom. Remember Daniel 7, when the one like the Son of Man meets Yahweh in the air, and all authority is granted to him, and he rules and reigns over all the kingdoms of the world. That was supposed to happen after Daniel 9 was concluded, when the desolator is murdered, or rather justifiably executed.
And the way that sin is destroyed is how?
Because God is bringing his kingdom from heaven to earth. It's the same way it says in Revelation 21. In Revelation 21, it says
and
that
how is sin destroyed by that?
Because God is in the presence, and all the sinners are wiped out.
And then who's left?
The righteous.
How did God remove the sin from the righteous? Aren't all fallen?
No, they're not all fallen. So in Jeremiah 31, and also in other passages, Deuteronomy 30, verses 6, and also in Ezekiel chapter 36.
So there's some people that have not sinned?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, you're saying, and you're going to say animal sacrifice. Okay, I got you.
No, I'm not going to say animal sacrifice. What I'm going to say is, according to Ezekiel,
sin is my point.
I'm telling you, do you want to hear it?
Yeah, I think there's a delay. Somebody said that in the comments too. I feel like you're getting angry, but I'm like just asking you for clarity, brother. Like, calm
you just
down,
keep talking over me.
Oh my
like you ask me questions, and then as I'm trying to answer, you just keep talking over me. You're doing it right now.
I'm not saying anything. You're talking, then I'm asking you questions about what you said.
You asked me a question, and then immediately after I started answering it, you started talking over me.
Yeah,
that's why everyone here sees what's happening.
Yeah, it was just a delay.
So again, in Ezekiel 30, you sound delayed right now. Just take a moment to listen, and then it won't be a problem. So in Ezekiel 36, Jeremiah 31, and Deuteronomy 30, God gives you the answer. He says he's going to circumcise the hearts and give new hearts to the people. When he gives them new hearts, then finally they'll be able to obey these laws and be perfectly righteous. That's why it says, of the righteous remnant, even after the Babylonian exile, Zephaniah says that they will do no wrong. There will be no deceit in their mouth. Now, the Jews would say, well, obviously it was delayed. God meant to do it after the Babylonian exile, but he actually pushed it back till after this one, right? But the reality is that's how God's going to do it. It's not because the people are magically going to be changed. It's because God gives them a new heart. And listen, I know when I've talk to someone who's read some of the Bible. You've obviously read some of the Bible. You know what Jeremiah 31 and Ezekiel 36 say. God's going to give them a new heart, and it's going to enable them to finally follow the laws.
And that's at the coming. That's what you're saying. At the end of the war, at the end of Daniel 9.
That's when God's kingdom descends from heaven to earth.
And then it says the righteous are raised. So are they like raised and given a new heart then? Do they have a new heart already? You said
Yes.
a new heart.
When they're raised, they'll be transformed. And if you look,
so they go down sinners and they come up righteous?
They'll be given a new heart, the ones that are dead. So it says
they go down sinners and come up righteous? I'm asking that question.
No, you're confused about what it means to be righteous. So everyone's a sinner. Sinners can still be righteous. Being a sinner doesn't mean that you're unrighteous. That's why David, even though he sinned, he was listed as righteous in the Bible. In fact, there's dozens and dozens of people that God says are righteous in the Bible, even though we know that they sinned. Now, you don't have to be sinless.
Repented.
You don't have to be
Ezekiel 33,
sinless.
it says when you turn away from your
have
wickedness to do righteousness, he will forgive your sin.
You don't have to be sinless to be righteous.
Yeah, you do, brother. Not sinless.
No, you don't.
You have to repent. You have to turn from your sin.
Listen, I agree. Yes, but that's actually not what the Hebrew Bible says, by the way. It doesn't say that if you die with unrepentant sin that you're no longer righteous. The righteousness concept in the Hebrew literature
Ezekiel 33 it says that, brother.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that if you die and you didn't you committed a sin and then you just didn't pray for forgiveness for that one sin that now your entire life is considered unrighteous.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly what Ezekiel 33 says, though.
Does not say that.
Can we go there? It says that, brother. I mean, it literally does.
Yeah. Verse?
Ezekiel 33, I think it starts at verse 3, if I'm not mistaken. Ezekiel 33 in verse... Yeah, verse 3.
Then the Lord your God will return you from your captivity, because this is the Babylonian captivity, that's the context, and have compassion on you, gathering you from all the peoples among whom the Lord your God has scattered you, because this is the return of the exiles. Yeah. This can't be the verse you were looking for.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Therefore. Oh, right here. Surely die. Again, I say the wicked thou shalt surely die if you turn from your sin. Lawful and right. Oh, right. Verse 14 says it too, but if the wicked restore a pledge. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Verse 14 down, but really verse 18, when the righteous turns from his righteousness and committeth iniquity, he shall even die thereby. But if the wicked turn from his wickedness and do that which is lawful and right, he shall live thereby.
So
in verse
I think
14,
the problem... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying verse 14, and again, when I say unto the wicked, thou shalt surely die, if he turn from his sin and do that which is lawful and right. So I don't, my context is that when people go down into the grave, God doesn't force their character into something else. What we live now, God
I didn't say
doesn't change
that.
it. Okay, so if they get,
so
if we get a new
my
heart
point is, being righteous doesn't mean that you you had a sin that you forgot to ask for forgiveness for.
But you're saying the new heart comes at the resurrection. That's the point that you said. You said when they rise, God gives them a new heart.
When heaven comes to earth, that's when you get the new heart.
So he's changing the hearts of sinners. But why does he just change the hearts of all sinners?
Everybody is a sinner. Being a sinner doesn't mean that you're automatically unrighteous.
Oh, okay. You got that. You saying that context. Yeah,
Deuteronomy,
I mean, that's how you believe. That's not what the Bible says.
That's not how I believe. That is what the Bible says.
No, it doesn't.
There's not a single thing in the Bible that says not a single thing in the Bible that says you're unrighteous if you die having not repented of one particular sin or two particular sins.
It said you have to turn from it.
I'm aware. Yeah, that's the excuse. In the Bible, the reason why people die at all is because they're tainted by the sin. So it doesn't matter. Every human being in the Bible is going to sin eventually, and that's their excuse for why human beings dies, because we're imperfect. So yes, when it says over and over again, it says it in Amos, it says it in Hosea, it says obey me and live, essentially.
So you're
But
saying the
they
Hebrew Bible
can't.
says that if I commit murder and I die, I could still be righteous.
I didn't say that. There are some
Adultery?
there are some sins that you're going to get judged for quite harshly that probably might not rise to the occasion. But again, God knows the heart, right? So just like David in 2 Samuel
What if you're wrong
12,
on that point? Because you
I'm
can't
not
find
wrong.
verses for that.
I will do it. I'm doing it right now. In fact, if you didn't interrupt me, you would have heard it. In 2 Samuel 12, David,
Yeah, you and the other guy was cursing back and forth, carrying on. You didn't say he was interrupting you and you interrupted him. Now that I'm just reasoning with you, I'm interrupting you. I'm just reasoning.
You've been
with you,
doing
brother.
it the entire time you've been up here.
The
The
last dude
entire
was cursing at you.
hour.
Y'all was cursing back and forth, carrying on, brother.
I know
I'm
he
not doing that.
was. I know he
So
was.
go ahead, bro.
I don't
I'm
care if you
being
curse at me. I don't care if you
I
can
will
curse
not
at me
curse
all
at you,
you
brother.
want. What I want you
I
to do
will
is just
not.
stop talking over me. I
Fair
would
enough.
rather
Fair
you
enough, brother.
curse at me than talk over me.
Well, I'm just trying to reason with you. Go ahead, though, brother.
You're not reasoning with me. You're talking over me.
I don't think you're answering my questions. Like none of them. You're not answering.
I
any of
am
my
answering your question.
Okay.
Do you remember
How
what
does
your
sin
question was? I bet you don't.
Yes, I do. You said the
Okay.
new heart is given to those that resurrect. And I'm asking you, does God put a heart in people who have chosen wickedness? Does God just
Again,
make them righteous without their consent?
Yes, he does it on multiple occasions in the Bible too.
When?
So, do you? Which one do you want me to show
That's
you
what I
first?
want
Do
to
you
know.
want me to?
No,
Do you want me
this
to
is
show
the
you
one
the
that I
verse
wanna
that we
know,
were just
brother.
talking
This
about? Do you
one.
want to? Every time
Brother,
I tried to show
this
you a
is the
verse, you
question,
want.
brother.
Why the fuck are you talking over me? Every time
Because
you
this is the
ask me
question,
to,
brother.
now I have to mute you. Every time you ask me to show you a verse, I start showing it to you, and then you demand that I show you another verse. You have to make up your mind what verses you want to see. Do you want to see verses that talk about how people are righteous even though they have committed sins? Because I can show you those. Or do you just want to see the initial verses that I brought up before you distracted me, where it says that God is going to give people a new heart and change them? Which verses would you like to see?
I would like to see the verses where God gives people a new heart without their consent.
There we go. Chapter 30 of Deuteronomy, he literally says, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants so that you will love the Lord your God with your heart, with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. God's doing it. God's circumcising the hearts of the people.
Mm-hmm. He is, not without their consent.
It didn't say anything about consent here.
It says it in all the other parts of the scripture, brother.
Nope. No, it doesn't.
God doesn't force it on anybody, brother.
He literally
you don't even
does.
believe in God to even talk on his behalf.
I
He
don't need to
doesn't
believe
do
in
that.
God to know what your book says.
I'm telling you, the God of the Bible doesn't do what you're saying. That's your human
But
interpretation.
he does.
claiming he does.
He literally, he says, I will do it. God will circumcise your heart. That means God's doing it, and he's doing it in order that they will finally love the Lord. So what this is saying is that when God gives them the circumcised heart, then they'll be able to do the thing that he wanted from the beginning. Namely, love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. So what this is saying is exactly what I was telling you, which is that when God gives people a new heart, then you have the ending of sin. Now, here's the other problem, is that if you had read Deuteronomy, you would know that when this happens, this eschatological period, when that happens, you got to follow the laws of Moses, literally. It says, then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today, which I know you think you do because you believe in Jesus, but you don't. Unless you're stoning virgins for not bleeding on their wedding night, you're not following the law of Moses.
I said I don't do it by the letter, brother. I said that a long time ago.
Well, then you don't follow the law of Moses, and you were deliberately violating verse 8 here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you want to read Jeremiah 31 with me now, where he says the same thing?
I just have a question about what you said. I'm just wondering when I could jump in without you telling me I'm cutting you off. I want to reason about that new heart and that being, because that's what I believe is the end of sin, and it comes before the coming of Christ, before the end. The new heart is given now. That's what the Bible says. Now we can
That's what the
have
New
that
Testament
thing.
says.
Fair enough. That's what I'm trying to say. And the
But
way we have
why
that is
would I
that God,
care?
well, because I'm trying to explain that God doesn't force a new heart upon somebody that doesn't want it. He's giving it to people who are requesting it, who are pleading for it, who are
Does
repentant
it say that?
for it. Yeah, brother, in every context, that's what it says. God does
Does
not
it
force
say
his
it
will
in the
upon
Hebrew
anybody.
Bible? I didn't say anything about forcing anyone's
Yeah.
will.
So
I said,
how
does it
would he
say
do it without their
anywhere?
consent?
Does
if
it
it's not a
say
force of
anywhere in
will?
the? He doesn't need your consent. He does this all the time. 1
Then ain't
Samuel
it
chapter
force?
10, verse 6 through 9. He literally changes the heart of Saul so that he becomes a whole different person. It says
Mhm.
the
Saul
story of
wanted that, brother.
Abimelech. What did Abimelech do? I'm sorry. What did Yahweh do to Abimelech when he wanted to take Sarah?
We just go one at a time. They wanted these things. Anybody that was
He
converted wanted it.
No. I didn't ask that. I said, what did he do? The thing that he did was he prevented Abimelech from sinning against Abimelech's will. He did the same thing with the Canaanites. He provoked the Canaanites to go to war. It says that he hardened the hearts of the Canaanites in the book of Joshua, and does the same thing in the book of Exodus. It says he hardened the heart of Pharaoh in order that he would do these things. God is messing with people's hearts all the time. He doesn't need your permission. He didn't get Pharaoh's permission. He didn't get the Canaanites' permission.
You're saying he's doing it for wickedness' sake, like almost like Pharaoh. Pharaoh's
It
not
doesn't. I
asking for
didn't.
righteousness.
Nope. I didn't make a distinction. Either God needs your
But you're
permission or
giving
he doesn't.
examples of
Does God
distinctions,
need your
brother. I'm asking
permission?
for righteousness
Does God need your permission?
to change the. Yeah, God asked my permission to come into my to do something to me, or he lets me run my own
Does
course.
God need your permission to circumcise your heart?
Yes, brother.
Then show me that
my
verse,
heart.
because all the rest of the Bible says no.
I mean, we just read a few. You read one too. I think verse 14 here.
Exodus 10 says what?
It says in verse 14, it says, and again, when I say unto you, the wicked, thou shalt surely die if he turns from his sin. Right? There's a caveat. It's not like I'm going to turn
What
you
are
into
you
righteous,
reading?
even though that was Ezekiel 33.
We're not in we're in Deuteronomy 30.
I was just in Ezekiel 33 reading.
Bro, you're not tracking. We're talking about Deuteronomy 30 right now.
Yeah, I was just giving the same reference. We read the verse together. We read it together.
Well, we read 33 together, and then it didn't say what you wanted it to say, and then you asked me to show you something else. So now we're back at Ezekiel.
The Bible is a whole. It's not just one verse.
I know it's a whole. I've read it. You haven't.
Yeah. So if a person wants to receive righteousness, they have to repent from sin.
I'm not asking about righteousness. No one's talking about receiving righteousness in your confusing time periods. We're not in Daniel 9:24. You're all over the place. You need to focus. So again,
go ahead.
Deuteronomy isn't about anyone receiving or requesting righteousness. It's about something God's going to do because mankind, according to the Hebrew Bible, is not entirely capable of doing it on their own. Even though in Deuteronomy 30, verse 11, it does actually say that it is possible. But Ezekiel 30, can we just talk about this so we can not bring it back up again? I don't want to have to bring this back up again. Do you know what's happening in Ezekiel 30 or 33?
We just read Ezekiel 33. We was reading it.
Yeah, I'm asking you, what do you think it means?
The context of what I read is that if a person turns from his wickedness to do righteousness, he will call the person righteous. If a person turns from his righteousness to do wickedness, then he is in his wickedness.
You got it. And
God
why is this important to Ezekiel?
I was just wondering. That's important to me. I don't know
why
it's important to Ezekiel.
In the book of Ezekiel, you know this comes up multiple times in Ezekiel, right?
Yeah, I take it from me. When I read
I'm
the Bible,
not asking about you. I'm saying this topic comes up multiple times in Ezekiel. Do you know why it's coming up in Ezekiel?
Excuse me, what topic? The topic of the new heart?
Of dying for your sins.
Yeah, I know why. You know the context I'm going to say already.
Nope.
From the garden, the lamb was slain.
Nope. In Ezekiel.
Mm-hmm.
In the book of Ezekiel, what reason has the author given you to understand the context of this passage?
You share what you're trying to say.
Because prior, you couldn't die for the sins of another, and nobody could die for your. I'm sorry, people could die for sins they didn't commit. Ezekiel writes on multiple occasions that this is no longer the situation. This is not what's happening anymore. He talks about people dying for their own sins. Like, your son's not going to die for your sins anymore. You're going to die for your own sin. So Ezekiel 18:20, the person who sins shall die. A child shall not suffer for the iniquity of a parent, nor a parent suffer for the iniquity of the child. The righteousness of the righteous shall be their own, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be their own. So these people that he's referring to, he said it used to be true. Like in Deuteronomy 24, and also I would say Exodus 34:7, it says that the iniquity of the parents will be placed on the children and the children's children into the third and fourth generation. Ezekiel gets a new revelation from God and says, nope, we're not doing that anymore. The child will suffer for their own sins, and the father will suffer for their own sins. And it's repeated 3 different times in various ways in Ezekiel. This is part of that conversation, Ezekiel 33, about people dying for their sins. This is all it's saying. It's not saying that, like, if you committed one sin, that you can't be righteous. It has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, I don't think that Deuteronomy and Ezekiel was even and Ezekiel was contradicting. I don't think Ezekiel had a new revelation. I think that you're seeing those things as 2 different things, but they're in complete harmony.
I don't think they are in Exodus 34:7. What's it say?
When you talk about the sins shall be passed down, not
Nope.
the sins, but
not passed down. Doesn't say that.
You're right. That's why I said not passed down. Go ahead and read the verse, brother. You
Right.
had mentioned it already.
Yeah, it says it'll be placed, it'll be visited, it'll be
right.
cast
Right.
upon, right? It says visiting the iniquity of the parents upon the children and the children's children into the third, fourth generation. And this is not a joke. God does this all the time in the Hebrew Bible. We know that
this happens now with everybody.
I'm sure it does. What I'm saying is Ezekiel is correcting this now. Ezekiel, in his prophecy, is saying no longer will the son pay for the sins of the parents.
Yeah, that's not what it's saying here. It's not saying that the son pays for the sin of the father here either. It's saying that those things that are intrinsic, inherent in the father are passed down, sinful, inherited.
No, it does not. It doesn't say anything like that. You've added all of that to the passage.
No, but I mean, just
what it says, what it literally says, it's on the page. It says visiting. This is something that's happening that God's doing. God is doing the visiting the iniquity of the parents upon the children. So God is He's doing it. God's visiting the iniquity of the parents upon the children, which is why we have all these generational curses in the Hebrew Bible.
Exactly.
So
Amen.
that
happens today.
So that's what Ezekiel is saying isn't happening anymore.
Let's go to Ezekiel. It's not saying the same thing.
I just read it to you.
I don't want to cut you off, but can I say a sentence real fast? Here is talking about generational curses. Now let's go to Ezekiel. I guarantee it's not talking about generational curses. It's not. It's talking about being judged for the sin.
This isn't a generational curse. What this is God. What this is God is punishing children for the crimes of their parents. That's what it means.
That's Ezekiel 33?
No, that's Exodus 34:7.
We just read the one we just read just now. That's what you're saying, right?
The one we just read is God inflicting punishment on the children.
Yeah, you brought up just now that it was a generational curse. You said those words out of your mouth, and I agreed.
What I'm saying is it's a punishment.
It's a visiting of iniquity.
Is punishing the children for the crimes of their parents. He does it all the time. Deuteronomy 23 says that anyone born of an illicit union will not be allowed into the assembly of the Lord into the third and the fourth generation. That's what it means to visit the iniquity of the parents upon the children. They get punished for their parents' crimes, which is why Ezekiel says a child shall not suffer for the iniquity of a parent, nor a parent suffer for the iniquity of a child. This is a reversal.
They're in perfect harmony. One is saying one is visited by generational issues. Let's say a person, I don't know, let's use something silly, anxiety. The father has anxiety.
No.
No, let me
Nope.
land the plane. Let me just land it. Father
That's
has anxiety.
genetic.
Can I okay, so forget anxiety, something where it's like something, I don't know. Oh, let's say David and Solomon, they were woman into women, so many women, then Solomon follows suit. He has the same condition as his father suffered from, but he even is expounded. That happens with us today as human beings still. This is a principle that is alive in humanity still. But what it's saying here is not saying in Ezekiel 18 is not talking about those generational things that come down. Here is saying that if the father has a sin that he's being judged by God as sin, the son's not going to be judged by that same thing. If the son does it, then the son's going to be judged for his. You're going to be judged for that. Not because your dad did it, I'm going to judge you, but because you're doing it, I'm going to judge you. But if it passes down, that's what Exodus is talking about. It's talking about things do pass down, but God judges the individual for accepting those things and walking in those things. They're in complete harmony, those two verses.
They're not in complete harmony whatsoever. So in Exodus, it literally says that he's going to be appointing or visiting the iniquity. So in Hebrew, pochad is this idea that you could place, appoint, or set, or even visit, right? It's a meeting of sorts, right? So visiting it's not a genetic trait that you pass down. God is making an appointment. He's visiting the iniquity of the parents upon the children. He's appointing the iniquity of the parents to the children. He's saying, this is your problem now. For 3 to 4 generations, he says.
For sure.
It's not a genetic curse. He's not saying that if your father's an alcoholic, you're going to be an alcoholic. He's saying, if your parents commit sin, I will punish the children for that sin. And we see him doing that in the Bible.
Yeah, it's not saying that. It's not saying
that. It does say that.
No, that's not what it's saying. It's saying what you originally
it says
said
it word for word.
The generational curse. When you said that, your mind clicked. And now you're taking that back. You said it, and now you have to take that back. Because right now you can't put generational curse in what you just said. What you just said does not mean generational curse. Now, how did you say generational curse before?
What I said, I know you're desperate to actually get around what the passage says, but what I said, and I'll repeat it for the 15th time, that this is something that God is doing, right? So verbs have subjects and objects. The object is the iniquity. Who's the subject?
I said it was a generational curse. How is it a generational curse?
But I'm going to need you to buckle up and focus, bud. In this passage, we have a verb, visiting, in this translation. It also means to appoint. There's a couple ways you can translate it. Where's the subject and where's the object of this verb?
That's too much for me to.
The subject is a person acting, and the object is the thing being acted upon.
God's doing the visiting, and he's acting upon the iniquity.
There you got it. Yes. So he's appointing the iniquity of the parents upon, placing that on the children. It's something God's doing. So this isn't something that is happening genetically. This isn't something that is oh golly gee, I guess there are repercussions. This is something that God specifically is doing.
Yeah, this is the sovereignty of God. Like he says, I hardened Pharaoh's heart, or he takes credit for those things that take place that he can stop. He doesn't stop it.
So he causes it. No, he doesn't just take credit. He does cause it.
Because he created how things cause and effect. So in that sense, yes, he did.
No, that's not how that works at all. When the Bible, when God says I'm causing something to happen, it just means that he's causing it. You don't have to do pretzels to say that he doesn't actually mean it. It doesn't matter if I believe in God. I know how words work. I don't need to know. You don't know how God's mind works either. So again, just claiming the Holy Spirit's going to help you will never help you. It's never gonna convince anybody of your interpretation. My interpretations, by the way, are actually backed up by real scholars. Your interpretation is backed up by the feels. I feel like this is the right way to interpret it. But that's beside the point. The point is, it wasn't even the point of the conversation, by the way. You picked up on this contradiction. I'm just demonstrating to you that it's a legit contradiction, which is why Ezekiel is so important in this particular context. Ezekiel gives you a bunch of interpretations of Exodus, by the way. He's the first major prophet that does like an actual working of Exodus inside of his prophetic ministry. That's neither here nor there. The point that I've been trying to make for like the 30 minutes that we've been talking about this particular topic is that God will change a person's heart without their consent. It doesn't
You haven't
matter.
proven that. You have not proven that.
I have.
No, brother, you have not. Not even a little bit have you proven that.
Oh, well, I guess you weren't listening. So I'll go to 1 Samuel chapter 10 and show you the verse that I quoted you like 20 minutes ago. The Spirit of the Lord will possess you. The Spirit of the Lord will possess you and be in a prophetic frenzy along with them and be turned into a different person.
Yeah, this is something Saul wants.
Did he ask for a new heart?
He wants this.
Show me where he says it. Show me where he says, I want you to change my heart.
I'm saying he wants the relationship with God, brother.
Show me where Saul says, I want a new heart.
He was chosen by God, right?
I'm sure he was. Show me where Saul says, I want this to happen.
Let's read from the top. I mean, I'm sure you're going to find something where Saul's going to
he never once asked to have his heart changed or consent to it. Samuel took a vial of oil and poured it on his head and kissed him, and he said, the Lord has anointed you ruler over the people of Israel. You shall reign. He didn't ask. He says, you shall reign over the people of the Lord, and you will save them from the hand of their enemies all around. Now this shall be the sign that this shall be the sign to you that the Lord has anointed you ruler over his heritage. When you depart from me today, you will meet 2 men by Rachel's tomb in the territory of Benjamin in Zelzah. They will say to you, the donkeys that you went to seek are found, and now your father has stopped worrying about them and is worrying about you, saying, what shall I do about my son? Then you shall go on from there further and come back to the oak of Tabor. 3 men going up to God at Bethel will meet you there, one carrying 3 kids, another carrying 3 loaves of bread, and another carrying a skin of wine. They will greet you and give you 2 loaves of bread, which you shall accept from them. After that you shall come to Gibeath Elohim, at the place where the Philistine garrison is. There you, as you come to the town, you will meet a band of prophets coming from the town shrine with a harp, tambourine, flute, and lyre playing in front of them. They will be in a prophetic frenzy. Then the Spirit of the Lord will possess you, and you will be in a prophetic frenzy along with them and be turned into a different person. He didn't ask for any of this.
He's in complete harmony with it. You could tell by reading that, right?
Show me where he asked for it.
No, brother, he has to do that. He has to
show me where he
do it.
He didn't agree to anything.
Brother, it's not a matter of that he has to
show me where he did any of that.
So did he do any of this, or yes or no?
He did exactly what he was required to do because God had already determined, because it's prophetic and God can't be wrong about what he knows. So if God says, this is what you're going to do, it means that you're going to do it. He can't choose not to. It's prophesied.
That's not what the Bible says either. There's many prophets that God called. There's people that God called to do something that went different directions, brother.
No, no, he prophesied. God can't be wrong about what he says is going to happen. Not once.
But you seeing that Saul has to do something, right?
No, Saul doesn't have a choice in the matter. It's already been
he doesn't have a choice, but he has to do all before that Spirit.
It doesn't matter. He doesn't have a choice. It's already been predetermined for him.
Okay, so even if he doesn't have a choice and it's predetermined, he's still going to do all of those things in accordance with God. He's going to cooperate.
He can't not cooperate. It's required for him to cooperate.
Is there anybody today living that is like that?
Like what?
That's required. Right.
No, because God doesn't exist. This is an internal critique. God doesn't exist. God, if you don't do what he wants, when he prophesies that you're going to do something, he will redirect you. Just like he did with Balaam. He wouldn't let Balaam exercise his free will. Just like he did with Jonah. He wouldn't let Jonah exercise his free will. When God says you're going to do it, when God says that you're going to do it, you're going to do it, because God can't be wrong about what he knows.
But Job did exercise his free will, brother.
I didn't say Job.
I said Jonah.
You just said Job just now. And what did God do?
Jonah did.
And what did God do?
Redirected him.
He didn't redirect him. He had a fucking fish follow him. He got swallowed by a fish, bro.
No, brother. No, wait.
That wasn't Jonah's free will. You're not exercising free will. Listen, if I say I'm going to take a ship and go to Tarshish, and God says, no, you won't, you're going to get eaten by a fish, you don't have free will.
Can I show you where the free will was? Because he woke up on that boat. The people woke him up because the waves were storming and stuff like that. And he had to admit that. Yeah, he had to admit that what they were saying was true. It was because of him. He agreed in having them throw him off as well. Go read it. That's what it said.
I know, but you're missing the point. So God was going to force him. No, that wasn't consent. God didn't give him consent. God forced him to do what he wanted, the same way he did with Balaam, same way he did with Abimelech, the same way he did with Pharaoh.
That's not a change of heart. It's a change of course, but go ahead.
It is a change of hearts. It literally says that he hardened Pharaoh's heart.
Oh, no, I'm saying Jonah. Jonah wasn't a change of heart. It was a change of course.
I didn't say anything about a change of heart. Now you're arguing against yourself.
No, I'm saying the whole context is that God doesn't put a new heart on people that don't assent to it.
And you'd
God's
be
not
wrong.
Forcing it on people.
Saul didn't ask for it.
Example.
I just read you one.
He had to do everything that was there before he even received.
He didn't have a choice.
See, that's what you're saying, but that's not true.
Is definitionally true. Can God be wrong about the future?
Couldn't have walked away.
Pay attention. No, he couldn't, and I'll explain to you why. Can God be wrong about what he knows?
Can God be wrong about what he knows? No.
Okay, so when God tells you you're going to go to the store on Thursday, can he be wrong about that?
No.
Okay, so if God says you're going to the store on Thursday, do you have the option to not go to the store on Thursday?
Maybe it says go to the store on Thursday, I have the option.
If God says you're going to the store on Thursday, do you have the option of not going?
It's done. It's done already.
I'm asking you a yes or no question. No. Do you know you don't, right? Because then God would be wrong about. Then God would. It's not done. It's not done yet. So what that means is that if God can't be wrong about his future predictions, then when he makes a future prediction, whatever has to happen for that prediction to come true is going to happen, whether they like it or not.
Can we go back to that verse that you just read?
1 Samuel 10 again, right?
Yeah.
Which verse you want to read?
The same verses that you read, 1 Samuel 10. Let's pull it up in line.
He didn't ask him. He told him.
Wait, what verse did you start at?
I started at verse 1. The important part's verse 6.
Okay, let me just from here.
The Spirit of the Lord will possess you, and you will be in a prophetic frenzy. He didn't ask him. He says this will happen. And if God can't be wrong about the future, that means it must happen.
Okay. Oh, so this is Samuel telling him. This is Samuel telling him what he's going to encounter.
It's Samuel telling him because God told Samuel
what he's going to encounter. Okay, so you're arguing that the point is here that God basically, when he spoke that to him, he made him into a robot at that point, and he moved him to the new heart. Okay, any other examples?
Yeah, there's quite a few. So we're going to go to 1 Samuel 10. We can also go to a second. You know the story of Abimelech? Actually, we don't even need to do Abimelech. What about you know the story of Joshua? I assume, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, in the book of Joshua, what we find is God was hardening people's hearts, and it wasn't with their permission. It says it was the Lord's doing to harden their hearts. So that the context doesn't matter here just yet. It says it was the Lord's doing.
It's not about hardening the heart. We're talking about
it is. It doesn't matter. God doesn't need anyone's consent. If he doesn't need your consent to harden your heart, then he doesn't need your consent to levitate your heart.
Can I say why there's a difference there?
You can try.
These examples won't matter with the hardened heart. If God knows that a person is in sin and will not choose righteousness, he could use that person to do all manner of sin.
Nope.
because they're not going to turn to righteousness anyway. So in that context, to harden a sinner's heart, their heart is already hardened. But to change a sinner's heart to righteousness, their heart is not already righteous. That is changing them. To make
Nope,
a
you're
sinner
wrong
do more sin.
again.
Wait, last
You're
point. Last point.
wrong
To
for
make
so
wait,
many
last point. Last
reasons.
point. Last point. To make a sinner do more sin, the person's already sinned.
So
But to
what?
change a sinner to righteousness, God uses consent, brother.
Nope, not once. Doesn't say that
You
at
just
all. In
used
fact,
Saul.
the
Can you
Apostle
find
Paul,
another place?
the Apostle Paul directly contradicts you.
The
So
Apostle
again,
Paul?
so again, you're wrong,
What,
and I'm going to
brother, the
explain to you
Apostle
why
Paul?
that's your religion. So
Wait,
I'll
brother,
explain to
you said,
you. But are you gonna let me correct you or not?
yo,
Okay, so I'm
you just said Paul was
responding.
a false apostle.
I'm responding. It's an internal critique. You don't think he is. I think he is. So this is the problem that you're going to have. You just said that he can change the heart of somebody who maybe isn't a great person, and he can harden it, right? But the problem that you're saying is that, well, their heart was already hard, therefore they were never going to do what God wanted them to anyways. Well, that's a whole lot of malarkey, because if they were never going to change their heart, God wouldn't have to harden it. If these
That's not
people's
the point I
hearts,
made.
it is, just listen. If the people's, like the Canaanites, if their hearts were already hard to go out to battle, then God didn't have to harden their hearts. This is redundant. The hardening of the hearts is causing them to go out to battle, which is why it says that their hearts were hardened so that they would come against Israel. The hardening of the heart is the thing causing it.
Mm-hmm. And they were already outside of righteousness in God's eyes.
Again, no, this is the problem you're saying. Righteousness doesn't matter. God will never need anyone's consent ever. He doesn't need your consent.
That. You've only used Saul.
We are doing it right now as we speak. You
With
can't give me. It doesn't matter if it's hardened. God doesn't require. God, I promise. If you would pay attention, we're going to get there. So you haven't fixed the problem. The problem you're saying is that God can only harden the hearts of people, but he cannot lift the hearts of the people. Why?
Oh, he can. Not that he can only do it. He can
why?
do both.
I'm asking why. Then he can do it, can he? Because you just said he needed consent. Now you're saying he doesn't?
I'm saying the consent is when you change the heart.
No, wrong again. Their hearts were changed. They were hardened.
Yeah, from sin to deeper sin. How's that?
Okay, well then you can be changed from a regular person to a better person. God doesn't need your permission for that.
Yeah, there's no such thing as God from a regular person. It's either sinful or you have a new heart.
Again, wrong.
No, that's right, brother.
It's not right.
No middle ground, brother.
You can't just say that, like, if you're a sinner, God can't give you a new heart. Everyone's a sinner in your worldview. Everyone. So whether or not you're a sinner is irrelevant.
I said God can give you a new heart if you're a sinner. You make requests.
There you go. So no, it doesn't say it doesn't say you have to request for it. That's something you keep adding to the text.
I mean, everybody in the scriptures, that's what happened, brother. You just brought up Saul.
No,
I'm asking for another example. You're not finding one.
Oh, okay. So one example is not enough.
I'm saying you say he's now a robot. Show me.
I'm just asking, is one example not enough?
In a testimony
how many examples do I need to show you? I'm just asking how many. I'm not, that's
2 or 3.
That's the number of witnesses for a court case. We're not in a court case.
Yeah,
so how many times does God need to do something before you just admit that he can do it?
So you're saying you only have Saul as the example. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that.
So can we move to another one to prove it to
me,
to help me out?
Nope, because you're being a coward and you're not addressing the problem.
No, first, I think you're wrong about the Saul one, so I didn't want to labor too long.
But I'm not wrong.
Okay, I'm saying you are. I believe you
Saul
are. So if
did
you
not
move to 2 or more examples. I can
believe you can't demonstrate that I'm wrong. You're just saying you're wrong because you don't like what it says.
Brother.
He
No, brother. You
did.
say God turned into a
It's
robot, but you
just,
don't
it's
believe
just,
in
it's
God.
definite. It doesn't matter if I fucking believe in God or not.
So how
Like,
did
you don't
God turn
have
into a
to, you
robot?
don't have to believe in Harry Potter to critique what's in Harry Potter. Whether or not you believe it to be true is
How do
irrelevant
you?
to whether or not you are interpreting the text appropriately. Like, you don't need to believe that Voldemort exists to know that he's a bad dude. That's not required. So again, I don't need to believe in your God to know when it says that he didn't ask for consent. Nowhere in there was consent at all.
In there, he had to do everything God said.
It didn't matter. He didn't do it of his own volition. It was required of him
Right.
through
But
determinism
he
because
cooperated.
he didn't have a choice.
But he cooperated.
No, he didn't. He was a robot.
He everybody heard that. Okay, so can we find another example and let's see if everybody's a robot?
Are you going to address the problem yet?
No, you win that. You said he's a robot. I agree that that's what you're teaching. I'm saying that that is not what the scripture says.
That's just what it says.
Okay, you say he's a robot. No problem. Can you find another example of God changing somebody's heart without their consent?
Yeah, already we did Deuteronomy
Not to
30.
harden, changing their heart from sin
So
to
already,
righteousness.
no, there's no such thing as a non-sinner. Every time God circumcises the hearts of an individual, they're going to be a sinner. Doesn't matter who it is. You can't find me somebody who's not a sinner. Every time someone gets a new heart, they're going to be a sinner.
I'm just saying a new heart, brother. When he gives them the new heart, that's
yeah,
the law
they're going to be
within the
sinners.
heart.
They're going to be sinners.
That the Bible said they'll be.
It says all humans are sinners.
Yeah, I don't know what your context is there, but I'll concede to say that they still have a sinful nature, but they should not continue to walk in sin.
Is there any human being who has not sinned?
All have sinned and fall short of the glory.
Okay, so does every human being who gets a new heart change from being a sinner to a person with a new heart?
Some of them walk upright.
I didn't ask you about that. I didn't ask you about walking upright.
Okay.
I said
upright is not walking in sin.
I didn't say that either. What I'm saying is every human being that will ever get a new heart in your worldview is a sinner, aren't they?
Every human being who will get a new heart?
Yeah.
Yeah. Every human being.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
And all of your righteousness are filthy rags, aren't they?
Yes, all of my righteousness.
Okay, so then what that means is that everybody who receives a new heart is going to be a sinner who has no righteousness. Your righteousness is nothing but filthy rags.
Means, brother. No,
what that means?
When they get a new heart, we can walk upright. We don't have to walk in sin still.
Oh, you nailed it. Yes, when God gives you the new heart, you're not going to sin anymore because he gave you the new heart, which proves the point I've been telling you the entire time. Which God says in the Hebrew Bible that he's going to do it for his own name. So Ezekiel 36.
That part we agree. We're saying when. You're saying at the resurrection without consent. The person goes down wicked. You're saying God gives them a new heart holy.
I did not say that. I did not say that. I don't know how many times you're gonna. I don't know how many times you're gonna lie on me tonight, but I won't let you do it. You
get the new heart until the resurrection, brother.
That's what I said. But that's because everybody has to die in the Hebrew Bible. Everybody gets to die, and as it turns out, the people that die first prior to the receiving a new heart don't just end up in the ground forever because golly gee, they died first. That's not how that works. The people that are dead, according to 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, the people that are dead will be raised first. So the people that are dead, when the new heart is given, they'll also be given a new heart, just like the people who are still alive when God comes. So it doesn't matter if you're dead or alive. God's going to be giving people a new heart so that they can live in the new Jerusalem and the new heaven and the new earth. You don't miss out.
And the new heart,
you don't miss out. You don't miss out because you died.
It says a new heart that will put the commandments in your heart. You will be in harmony with God's will. Right?
Agreed.
So when they went
because
down
you have the new heart,
when they went down and they died, they was not in harmony with God's will. And
Wrong.
then when they resurrect, God forces them into harmony with
Wrong.
His will? Tell me how.
You're making a strict dichotomy that everyone who dies and has committed a sin is now a sinner. They're unrighteous, they're unsavable. This is
You said they're
stupid.
sinners.
No, you said that. Just
You
because
said
somebody
even when they get the new
just
heart, they're
because somebody
sinners.
dies and they've committed a sin, there's no difference between a person dying, having committed some sins, and a person still alive, having committed some sins. When the new heart is given, those that are resurrected will get the new heart, just like those who are still alive. Your time of death is not relevant to whether or not you're going to get a new heart. That's
So they're going to
ridiculous.
think different at that point, right? They're going to think different.
Everybody will think different.
Okay, so they went from thinking one way going down into the grave to thinking a different way coming out. That's what you're saying, right?
Identical to what's happening with the living people. They're going to be living thinking one way, and then they're going to get a new heart and think another way. It's the same thing.
Yes. And I'm saying that happens now. That is accessible to people now.
And it's not.
If it's acceptable to the living then, I'm saying the living now. We just have to figure out when is that new heart given. I'm saying it's given now.
It wasn't accessible to them now.
And this is the last point on your thing. It says the crucifixion. It is given now, brother.
But crucifixion has nothing to do with the new heart. Deuteronomy 30 says.
Oh yes, it does.
Deuteronomy 30 says that when you get the heart, when you get this renewed heart, you're going to follow the laws of Moses. Do you have to read for you that a second time, or did you get it the first time?
I already told you that I agree with that. So
you don't agree with it because you don't follow the laws of Moses. You have a spiritual interpretation of the laws of Moses, but you don't want to follow the actual laws of Moses.
Yeah, we're supposed to have a spiritual interpretation.
No, you're not. That's what people say if they're too lazy and don't actually want to do the laws.
No, that's
like,
what people
listen,
say.
I agree. I agree. If I was going to be a part of a religion that was full of laws that I didn't want to follow, I would bring up like spiritual interpretations of them too. I'd pay my taxes spiritually even.
No, what I would do is just join the other Christian bands of people that don't even do nothing with the law of Moses and don't care about the Ten Commandments. I do. Why would I join the?
I don't know why you keep saying the Ten Commandments.
Why not?
The laws of Moses are not the Ten Commandments. The laws of Moses are all the laws given to Moses.
I didn't say they were. I said the Ten Commandments and the law of Moses. Right?
You didn't say that. You just said the Ten Commandments just now.
And I said, yeah, I did. But the law of Moses is the book of the law.
So the new heart is the new heart is going to be given to everybody, and it doesn't matter if they're going to be dead or alive. Obviously, those that are alive are. No, not everybody. There's some people that are going to be left out because there are some people according to the Hebrew Bible that are unforgivable. So if you have been like let's say Nebuchadnezzar, if you're a Nebuchadnezzar, you're going to rise to everlasting shame and contempt. This is spelled out pretty.
Was saved. Nebuchadnezzar turned to God while he was living.
Nebuchadnezzar did not turn to God. That's preposterous.
He was restored
that story,
to
he was not. That's a lie. That never happened. Nothing in that book about Nebuchadnezzar was ever actually in history. The madness of Nebuchadnezzar was a mistake. It was about what happened with Nabonidus. They got the wrong guy. All right.
Oh, so you don't believe that part of the story of Nebuchadnezzar in the book of
Daniel? I don't believe any of that
stuff.
Nothing in Daniel like about Nebuchadnezzar is true because Daniel didn't live at the time of Nebuchadnezzar. He lived in the middle of the 2nd century, which is why he knows about the 2nd century. He doesn't know dick about Nebuchadnezzar. So again, I'm trying to read you a passage to illustrate what's happening here, and you keep diverting. So Ezekiel 36 says, I will sanctify my great name, which has been profaned among the nations, and which you have profaned among them. And the nations shall know that I am the Lord, says the Lord God, when through you I display my holiness before their eyes. I will take you from the nations and gather you from all the countries and bring you into your own land. I will sprinkle clean water upon you, and you shall be clean from all your uncleanness and from all your idols. I will cleanse you. Oh, interesting. He's cleansing people who fucking have idols. And then it says, a new heart I will give you, a new spirit I will put within you, and I will remove your body and the heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. I will put my spirit within you, make you to follow my statutes and be careful to observe my ordinances. So these are people specifically with hearts of stone who have idols. And God says he's going to remove that heart of stone, give them a new heart, and make them follow the statutes. This is not consent.
I believe that it is. I understand what you're saying. You know, I think that you have a understanding of this stuff outside.
Where's the consent here?
I mean, we're reading from the Bible. You don't believe parts of it. And
Where's
then
the
you don't read
consent
parts of
in
the New
this
Testament.
passage?
I'm just simply saying, brother, spiritual things are
In
spiritually discerned.
in the passage we're reading, where is the consent?
The consent of the people?
Yeah.
I believe that when he does this to them, it's the people that have called upon his name, but they have
Does the
idols.
passage say this?
It is. It's talking about the
Show me
Hebrews.
in the passage where it says this, because it says that they're
Let's
going
go
to have idols.
Let's go up to the top.
He's cleansing people with stone hearts and stone idols. These are
Yeah,
not
Jerusalem.
people. This doesn't
His
say that
people
these
had
are.
idols.
It doesn't say that these were people that were repentant.
His people had idols. His people have idols. These are his
I know they
people.
did. Yes. So you're proving my point, which is that God
This is the
will
house.
give.
This is the house
God
of
will.
Jacob, right?
God will give sinners a new heart.
Wait, 1 second. Let me ask you a question. This is God's people, right? This is Israel, right? This is
Yes.
the Hebrews.
Yeah.
All right,
This
so
is
the
Hebrews.
Hebrews. This is the same Hebrews that was at the base of Mount Sinai, saying all that the Lord says we will do, right?
It's the same Hebrews. There's only one group of
Okay,
Hebrews.
but they did not do it because of the heart that was in them. So then God says, "I'm going to
They-
give you a heart and cause you to do it." They wanted
There-
to do it, but they couldn't because they didn't have a
no,
heart.
they could.
No, they couldn't.
So
The
this
scripture
is
says right there, "Oh, if you had a heart within you to do it," and then they
Nope.
broke the covenant because they did not have the heart. They need the heart to do it.
Well,
Nobody can obey God
Well,
without
I
the heart,
agree
brother.
with you that there's a contradiction in the Bible in that the reason
I'm
why
explaining it
they
to you.
need the new heart is that you actually agree with me now. They need the new heart in order to actually observe all the commandments of Yahweh, which is a contradiction of Deuteronomy 30:11 when he says, "Surely this commandment that I'm commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away." So, despite
No,
the
it's
fact
not.
that this commandment is not too hard for them to follow, it's because of their wicked hearts that they don't follow it anyway. So it is within their it is within their ability to follow the law. They don't follow the law because they're a wicked, stiff-necked people. And the wicked, according to God, the wicked, stiff-necked people with stone hearts are going to be getting a new heart, and that new heart is going to enable them to follow these commandments.
Can you go back to verse 11 real fast? The one that you just went to. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Surely this commandment that I am commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away. But they didn't have a heart in the same verse. And then another, not the same verse, but in the same context. And then
the same
in
chapter.
Ezekiel 36, yeah. And Ezekiel 36, we just read it. God's going to, what? Well, let me make my point. That Ezekiel 36, God said he's going to put a new heart in them, and then they're going to be able to do it. So
that's
when
my
he says
point.
here, but let me make my last point. So when he says in verse 11,
you're proving my point true.
I know at this point, and I want to go back to verse 11 just to kind of land and say, okay, you had said all of that, but now if you could go back to verse 11.
Yep.
And surely this commandment that I am commanding you today is not too hard for you. It's not too hard for you if you receive the new heart. That's the whole context.
It didn't say if you receive it.
Brother, it's impossible if they don't receive the new heart.
It didn't say anything about consent.
If they I'm just saying this part first, and I'm going to show you consent.
None of these people. It doesn't say anything about consent here. Nothing. Nothing.
Can they do it without the new heart?
Yes, they can.
Okay, so why did God say, "Oh, if there was a heart within you"?
Because they're stiff. They're stubborn. They won't do it. Some people did do
the
it.
Heart in them, right?
Some people did actually do it. Zechariah and Elizabeth, it says, were righteous according to all of the commandments of the law. Blameless.
They had a heart. They had the heart for
it. They had a heart for it. But what I'm saying is that some people are actually capable of following this law, even though the Israelites specifically were stiff-necked people that didn't want to follow the law. That's why God's going to give them a new heart, because their current heart is not great. It's not that they can't follow the law, because they can follow the law. They just refuse to follow the law. So God says, "Hey, I'll fix it." No, it's not can't.
It is, brother.
It's not, unless God's a liar. God says this commandment that I'm commanding you is not too hard for you, so they can do it.
Yeah, with his parameters. One of them is the heart.
It didn't say with his parameters.
No, he says it in other places.
Zechariah, Elizabeth didn't have. Zechariah and Elizabeth were righteous. They were righteous before Jesus was ever even born. How'd they get the heart? When did they get it?
Zechariah and Elizabeth? They
When
what do you
did
mean
God
it's a
circumcise their heart?
Zachariah's a high priest. Zachariah's a
When?
high priest.
I'm sure he
When? So
was.
at
I
some
know he
point in his
was.
life,
When?
brother. At some
When?
point in his life,
When?
brother. When? At some
When?
point in his life.
Does it say that in the book anywhere, or did you make that up?
Brother, if it's impossible to do it without the heart. That's why I
No,
said,
it
oh,
doesn't
if
say
you do
that.
have a heart. It says it. Oh, if they had a
It
heart within
doesn't
them, brother. It
say
says
that.
it.
I know you're trying to quote Deuteronomy here, but we're in Deuteronomy 30 right now. And he says, this commandment that I'm commanding you today is not too hard for you. What's it mean for a commandment to not be too hard?
It means that they can do it.
It doesn't matter. There you go. So God said you could do it, didn't he?
Yes. How?
There you go. It
Oh,
doesn't
if
say
there was a heart in
it doesn't
them.
it
That's what
doesn't
he
say
said,
it doesn't
brother.
say that.
Can you search for? If I search on my phone, it's going to stop me from
It's,
being in this.
you want
chat.
you
It
want
says that.
Deuteronomy 5 is what you're looking for. I already know the verse you're talking about.
Okay.
Want me to read it for you?
Yeah, you gonna pull it up on the screen so I can see it?
Yep, it's 5:29.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't say what you think it does.
Okay.
If only they had such a mind as this, to fear me and to keep all of my commandments always, so that it might go well with them and with their children forever. So this passage reinforces a couple things. One, that he wants you to follow the law of Moses literally forever and not spiritually. It also doesn't say anything about their heart.
In the King James, oh, that there were such an heart in them, that they would fear me and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them and their children forever. But the heart is, God's saying
well,
that 'cause the heart's not
unfortunately, it
in
doesn't
them
say
to keep
heart
the
in
commandments.
Hebrew. The Hebrew word for heart is lev, and there's a couple of variants of it. That doesn't
could
show
just
up in
go
this
with mind.
passage. Well, the King James
go
is
with
wrong.
We could go with mind, is what I'm saying, not mine.
Mind. Yeah.
Yeah, we could
Mind
go with
and
mind, because
according
in
to
the
the
New
ancient
Testament it says,
Hebrews,
"Let this
minds and hearts are different in the Hebrew Bible.
In the New Testament, Jesus said, Paul said, let this mind be in you that was also in Christ Jesus. This is the new heart. In the
It is
context
not.
of the mind and the heart, as a believer
Well,
in the New
according to
Testament,
the
the
according to
mind
the
and the
New
heart is the
Testament,
same thing.
according to the Greek philosophy of the New Testament, not according to the Hebrew Bible.
We don't know philosophy. We're talking about what the New Testament says.
New Testament is based on bad Greek
Deuteronomy says they don't
philosophizing
have
of
a
the Hebrew
mind, right?
Bible.
But Deuteronomy
It
says they don't have a
says,
mind, right?
no, it doesn't say that. God is expressing a wish. He desires them to have a mind to fear him.
But they don't.
Well, some of them do.
All right, but most of them don't, right?
Well, quite a few of them
And
don't.
that-
We don't have
and
we
that's
don't, we
why
don't
it's
have
saying here.
we don't have numbers, but you know what we do know is that those that are sinners in this community will still get a new heart.
So only if they had such a mind, the people that are going to get that heart, get that mind, are the people
Nope,
that
didn't say.
want to.
Nope, doesn't say that.
Okay, all right.
You have to
only
keep
show me
adding.
Saul, and you said he was a robot to everybody.
You have to
can't
keep
find no other
adding.
verses.
You have to keep adding context, or not context. You have to
can't
keep
find
adding
any examples
words
except
to the
Saul
book.
robot.
You have to keep adding stuff to the book that's not there.
You
See, this
can't
is
find no
this is the
examples.
beauty of my hermeneutic, which is in my hermeneutic, I don't have to add stuff to it. I just read it and it just means what it says. When he says, I will give you a new heart and a new spirit, I will put it within you. He didn't say I'm asking for permission. He says, I will remove from your body. He didn't say I'm asking for permission. He says, I will put my spirit within you and make you follow. This is not consent. When God makes you do something, it's never going to be consent.
These are his people, right? That's the context. So if these
What
are
does
his
it? What does it mean to
people,
make somebody do something?
these are his people that call upon his
What's
name.
it mean? What's it mean to make somebody do something?
It depends. In the context of this, is not make like force.
What's the word mean?
In this context,
Nope. What's the meaning of the word make somebody do something? The phrase. What does it mean to make somebody do
I believe
something?
It means what the King James says, cause them.
Oh, causing. Yes, exactly. Causing. I will cause you. It's the same thing.
That's what
Making somebody
I
do
agree.
something and causing them to do that is the same thing. So what
And I
that
would say,
means
no, it's
is that
different.
God doesn't care about your free will, because that new heart that he's going to put in you is going to cause you to do what he wants. Doesn't
Do
matter
these
if you have
people want it?
consent.
Do these people
Doesn't,
want it?
doesn't matter.
No. Do they want it? Because that's the consent.
Again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't say, it explicitly
But
says
do
that these
they want it,
people,
brother?
it explicitly says that they're unclean.
Do they want it?
You'll never know because the verse
We
doesn't
just
say.
read the
It says
verses.
that they're unclean and they have idols. It doesn't say anything about them wanting it.
We just read the verses about these stubborn
Show me
Hebrews.
one verse where it says that they want it.
We just read it at the base of Mount Sinai when they said all that
We
the
didn't
Lord
read
says
it.
we
We're
will
talking
do.
about this passage here, which is
Yes, it's
different
the
from the
same
base of
Hebrew
Mount
people,
Sinai.
brother.
It doesn't matter if the same group of people.
So remember, they said all that the Lord
These
says
people
we
are
will do. They
dead.
want to.
The people
They
at the base
want
of the
to.
mountain are dead, champion. They're
This-
gone. They've been dead for
So
1,000 years. The people that Ezekiel is talking about are not the people at the base of that mountain. These are different people. They're different human beings.
are they? So are these the same Hebrew people that call upon the name that want to be identified by the Hebrew God? They
Some
say
of
Abraham is our
them,
father.
yes, and some of them we don't
Okay,
know,
so
and some of them
yeah,
maybe not. That's why it says he's going
so
to
they
put
made it.
away their uncleanliness and their
So
idols.
they
These are
chose to
people
follow.
that are unclean and have idols. It doesn't say they
They
choose
chose to
it.
call his
It
name.
doesn't say
They
that.
chose to call it.
Show me
They
where it
chose
says
to
that.
call his
Show
name.
me where it
They
says it.
chose that what chose that they said that
Show
they
me
chose his
where
name.
it says I'm putting a heart in the people that has called my name.
No, that's not what I said. I said they're all calling his name,
No, they're not.
and some of them are in vain. Yeah, they
No,
are.
they're
They're
not.
stiff necked.
Show me
These are
that
not God.
verse. Show me the
God doesn't say
verse.
these are. God
Show
doesn't say
me the
these people are
verse.
stiff. Just go to
Show
this
me the
one.
verse.
Just go up here. Just get up. Just go up in this one. It's gonna say it here, and in nearly every verse that we say. I mean, we're reading about the Hebrews right here. Let's just start at 22. Therefore say to the house of Israel, God's people. Okay, there you go. Thus saith the Lord God, it is not for your sake, O house of Israel, that I am about to act, but for the sake of my holy name, which you have profaned among the nations to which you came. I will sanctify my great name. Right? So I'll say they have profaned the name because they bear it, but they're not representing it right.
That means they're
I'm saying
sinners, right?
yeah, because you're
Oh,
soiling my
are
name.
these people that are explicitly repenting, or does it describe them as being
These are
sinners?
people that are struggling and wallowing
Does
in
it
stiffness.
say that they're consenting, or does it say that they're sinners?
The very fact that they are the people of Israel and they're seeking to follow in stubbornness is the fact that they're consenting to follow, but they're
But
stubborn.
are they sinners?
Yeah, brother.
Okay, so can God put a new heart in sinners?
These are consenting. This is the house of Israel.
It doesn't say that they're consenting. If you're part of the
They're
nation of
choosing to
Israel,
follow that God.
no,
They
it
can go back to
doesn't. It
Egypt.
doesn't fucking say
Bruh,
that.
they can go back to Egypt and go
It
get their
doesn't say
quail.
that. It says he's going to gather them.
Moses did the dividing at Mount Sinai, and those that continue to follow Moses, they chose to follow Moses' God.
This not Moses. Moses isn't here.
These are the Hebrews that came from that
I
place,
don't
right?
care. Those Hebrews are dead. The Hebrews that followed Moses had been dead for 1,000 years. Try to track.
So therefore, the house of Israel. I'm just simply saying, if this is the house of Israel, clearly it is. These are the people that say they want to follow the God of
It
Abraham,
doesn't say
Isaac,
that.
and Jacob. It's a given, brother.
They're
It can't be
dead.
the house of Israel.
The
Not one, that they
people
would be the
who
house of
did that
Satan.
were dead.
It says, therefore, say to the house of Israel.
Uh-huh.
It's still the house of Israel.
That's all the people that were born into the house of Israel.
Want
You don't have to
Abraham's
want
God.
to be in the house of Israel to be in the house of Israel. If you're born into that ethnic group, you're part of that ethnic group. It doesn't say anything.
Give assent to the God of Abraham.
No, they don't.
They're circumcised the 8th day.
50% of Jews today don't even believe in God.
Jews today?
50% of Jews on this planet as we speak are
I don't even
atheists. So when it says that he's going to circumcise the parts of the house of Israel, if this is all of Israel, that means there are people who don't believe in this God that are going to have their hearts circumcised.
Yeah, and I don't believe that God's circumcising all their hearts here. That's not what it says either. But
It says the house of Israel.
Even if he is circumcising their heart, these are the people that call upon his name but are stiff.
It doesn't say that.
It's the house of Israel. They do, bro.
No,
That's just
they
what
don't.
do. They have sacrifices. They have the whole
It
culture. They
not
have the feast.
again, not everyone.
You,
The problem, you keep saying that all of Israel is a
I didn't
monolith.
say all. I'm saying
There
that is
are
their
people.
culture. Their
There are.
culture is the
I
God of
know
Moses.
it is, but it's not
Oh, no.
anymore. 50% of them don't fucking believe in this God anymore. Just try to
Today?
track. This is crazy that you can't track this right now.
Are you saying today?
If you would stop yapping and listen to my words, we wouldn't have to repeat it 10 times. So I'm going to say something, and I'm going to make you say it back to me. Are you ready?
Go ahead, say it.
The house of Israel includes sinners and non-believers, yes or no?
No.
Well, then you're wrong. The house of Israel does include non-believers.
It said they had to be circumcised the 8th day.
They don't
They
have
had
a
to-
fucking
they
choice.
had to
They're 8 days old. They don't have a choice in it.
Can I
This
add,
is
can I add
this is
something?
the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Listen, if your
I
parents
say something,
circumcise
yes
you
or
on
no?
the 8th day, it's irrelevant. You didn't
I
consent to
wasn't done
that.
talking.
Yeah, I
wasn't
wish
done
you
talking.
would
I said
be.
that- I was saying they were circumcised the 8th day, and
Did they
many
choose
of the
it?
other requirements of the law of Moses they continued
Does
to fulfill.
does it matter?
Walk in the. So
Not
while
every
they're
one of them
doing all
did.
of those,
Champion,
while
not all
all
of them
those,
do that. Champion, not
brother,
all of them do it. That's my
as
point.
a
Listen,
as a
if you
nas-
have a
I'm
if you
saying
have
as
a
a
cap,
national people, they're giving assent to the to
I
God.
just listen, for fuck's sake. I cannot tell you. It's 2 in the morning. It's too late to be doing this right now. I need you to be an adult for 5 minutes. If you have a group of people, not all of them are going to believe and do the same things. Some of the people in that nation will be seeking God and some will not. Just like some of the people in America are seeking God and some are not. When God says to the house of Israel, he's speaking to those that are seeking him and to those that are just there. The children, the young adults, the women, the people who are just there. They're just in the house of Israel. They're just like anybody else. It doesn't say anything about what they believe. It doesn't say anything about their consent. It just says, to the house of Israel, I'm going to act for the sake of my holy name. So these are not people that strictly are consenting. It's the entire house of Israel.
And I would just simply say that I, even if I agree with that, which I don't, I would just simply say that there were requirements in the law of Moses that would avoid all of that. If you like, for example, Sabbath is a good example. It says, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, 6 days shall labor, do all the work. Then it goes into the manservant, the maidservant, even the stranger in your gates got to keep the Sabbath.
Yep.
So during the Sabbath, everybody, even the ones that you're saying are unbelievers and the young ones, they still have to keep the Sabbath in the gates
know.
of Israel. So in that context,
children
they
don't
are
consent.
the people that are under the requirement of God, even if
Children
they're
don't
false
consent.
or not false, they're under the requirement, assenting to be under those requirements.
It doesn't matter. Your argument is that every
There's
one of
the
these
assent.
individuals that receives a new heart is consenting to it, and the text doesn't
Here's the
say that. It
consent.
says that the new heart is going to the house of Israel. If you're
Here's the
married,
consent.
if you're born and raised as an Israelite woman and you marry an Israelite man, your consent is irrelevant. You're still part of this community. You can be a deadpan atheist, not believe in this God one bit, and you're still part of this community.
No, in the Hebrew, in the Torah, you would get booted out of the community, or you have to.
No,
You have to. Yeah,
wrong.
there's certain things,
Nope.
brother. The
Nope.
able-bodied men have to go up to the feast. It's babies
Nope.
circumcised
It
on
doesn't
the
matter.
8th day.
Going
Everybody
up to
keeps the
the
Sabbath.
it doesn't
brother.
it doesn't
Everybody
matter.
keeps the
None of that
Sabbath.
matters. None of it matters.
It
We're
does,
talking
bro.
about consent. We're not talking about whether or not
If they
you
keep the
have.
Sabbath, are they consenting
We're
to
not
keep the
talking
Sabbath?
about whether you have family duties. So
If they
I'll
keep
give
the
you
Sabbath,
maybe you need an illustration. So
If-
my best friend growing up, his father doesn't believe in any of this nonsense of
why can't you
Christianity.
answer that question?
Because I didn't hear your question because you're talking while I'm talking. I'm trying to give you an
You're not
illustration,
letting me
so
talk. That's
maybe
okay,
you can
bro.
actually pay attention to what's happening right now. My
Mhm.
best friend's father did not believe in Jesus. He went to church for 18 years every single Sunday because he was committed to his family and his wife
Mhm.
wanted to go to church. That doesn't mean that he's consenting to the Lord. He doesn't believe in the Lord. He doesn't think any of it's true. He's doing it because he's part of a family. Israel is
Yeah.
a family group. It's a clan. It's a large clan. There are people
Mhm.
in that clan who don't believe in this God, which means they're not consenting to getting a new heart. They don't believe in it. They can't consent to it. They can walk through the motions because they're part of a community and they have a sense of duty to their family, but that doesn't mean they're consenting to getting a new heart because they don't believe
your
in this
point.
fucker.
I got your point so long ago on that point, right? But now when we go to the person in the Sunday church that's going there for his family, I'm gonna say that person will not get the new heart. That person
Well,
has to agree to it.
Well, that's where
Has
we're
to.
left at then, because it doesn't say that in the text. It says that this is going to happen to the house of Israel. It doesn't say some of you. It doesn't say the ones that I like. It doesn't say the good ones. It
Oh, you're
says to
saying
the
all
house
of
of Israel.
Yikes. Yikes. That's not what it says, though, brother. It says not
It
all
does.
Israel is Israel.
It says the
not
house
all
of Israel.
What about the verse that says not all of Israel is Israel then?
What verse? Where's that?
Just type it in. If I type it, just Google
Is
it.
it?
and
I
it'll come up.
guarantee it's
Not
the New
all of-
Testament. I guarantee it.
Go ahead and type it. Go ahead. Not all of Israel is Israel.
I know the verse.
I don't think it's New Testament. But
It's New
maybe it is.
Testament.
I don't think so. Go ahead. You gonna type it in or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Romans 9:6.
Mm-hmm. So that in that context of Paul, I agree with Paul that even though Israel is there, right? Not all of Israel is Israel.
You've forgotten. I don't care what Paul says. I don't need Paul to interpret the text for me. This is the problem that you keep running into. Is you're
to say, hey,
well,
I'm
but
consistent
there's
with what I
no
believe.
reason to do it. Is my point. See, you're
No
gonna
reason to
like
do what?
die by Occam's razor every time because
No
you
reason
can
to do what?
interpret this passage perfectly fine without the New Testament. And in this passage, it says that the house of Israel, doesn't say some of them, it says the house of Israel is going to be cleansed of their uncleanliness and of their idols. It didn't say some. It didn't say only the ones that are
I agree
consenting.
here, though. I'm completely in agreement here. They're the house of Israel. The fact that they're there with that, I'm not saying all of them, but even if it was all of them, I'm saying the very fact that they are under the house of Israel is enough consent.
It's not consent.
Can I show you the example in the Passover in Egypt when they left and they put the blood on the doorpost, the lamb's blood on the doorpost? Everybody in the house probably at that time wasn't necessarily, I want to follow God. But when you put that blood on a doorpost, you're consenting to say
That's an
Passover.
action. First of all, that's not consent, and second of all, it's an action.
That's consent.
No, it's not consent. The same illustration is going to demonstrate why. If you're married to a Hebrew man and he decides for you that he's going to put blood on the door of your house, it doesn't matter if you consent to it. It's going to happen and you're going to get spared from the angel of death. Again, the woman didn't consent to it.
Exactly.
So what that means is that people who don't consent will still get it.
The man consented on behalf of his family.
It doesn't matter. You're missing the point. Either everybody needs consent or they don't. If a man can choose for somebody else what they're going to do, then you don't need consent. If a man can decide for his wife what's going to happen, then it just means consent's not necessary.
For the woman in that case, right? Because she's allowing her husband to make the decision. So that is
no,
consent.
I didn't say allow.
She's submitting to her husband in the Hebrew culture, brother.
She didn't have a choice.
She does. She could just go run the streets. She could leave.
She doesn't. No, she's not going to do that. Her family's there.
She's not a robot.
Her family's there.
She got a choice.
Okay, so unless she physically stops her husband from spreading blood on the door, then she consented.
By default, because that's her husband.
That's not how consent works. Do you know what consent means?
He's making a decision.
Do you want me to read you the definition of consent?
She gave. Is she submitting to her husband by consent?
Nope.
Is she staying in the house by consent?
Nope.
She could leave?
Nope, that's not what consent means. Not what consent means. Do you want to hear what consent means? Do you want to hear what consent means? Do you want to hear the word consent means before you sound stupid? Well, I'm going to read it to you. Consent is active, informed, voluntary, revocable agreement to engage in an activity. So unless you are voluntarily acting in favor of the engagement of the activity, you didn't give consent.
And the woman
if you're
staying in the house did.
if you're merely in a house where somebody makes a decision for you, you didn't consent to that. All you did was not stop it. You don't have to stop somebody. You don't have to stop somebody just because you not consenting to it. Listen, if something happens, if my neighbor's doing something, like, I don't have to stop them if I don't consent. I can just let them do what they're doing. They have their own free will. I don't need to force them to stop doing anything. Listen, there are people who did not consent to the angel of death saving them, and they were saved anyways.
They stayed inside the house. They understood the requirements.
Where the fuck would they go?
Outside to another
Why?
person's house.
Why would they do that? Why would they go outside?
They go outside every day.
Not to sleep. This happened at night.
I mean, if they don't want to stay in there and they know everything's happening,
where are they going to go?
They don't see the plagues.
Why would they go anywhere?
You don't.
Nighttime falls. Right? Everyone's going to bed. Why is wife leaving the house at midnight to go wander the streets?
You know they were up that night, right? They didn't go to sleep.
Well, I know, but it's the same thing. They left in the middle of the night. Why would she go wander the streets?
Well, they left in the middle of the night after.
Why would she leave her family?
If she doesn't want to consent.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't leave your family. No, you wouldn't. I don't. Maybe you would. I don't know what you're like with your children. I would never leave my children just because my wife made a decision that I didn't agree with. That's insane. So a woman staying with her family, is not consent. That's not how that works.
People that will leave today. Yeah, they left together too, right?
This is some crazy cope. I've not heard this kind of cope in a long time. Listen, just because you don't get up and leave your fucking family doesn't mean you consent to everything your family does.
I mean, that's your definition of consent.
No, that's the definition of consent in the dictionary.
That's how you perceive the definition as the all.
No, that's what the words say. The definition of the word consent is what I read out.
I'm saying if the wife stays there with the children up, standing on their feet while eating the lamb, putting it on their door, and then leaving right after, they leave together and walk together. They're agreeing. They're walking together.
She doesn't have a choice.
She's a robot. He's forcing her. Domestic violence.
She has a family. I don't know if you know this. You can't just up and leave your family. People do things for their family that they wouldn't consent to just because it's their family. You don't. Why the fuck are you talking while I'm explaining this to you? Just because you don't agree with something somebody in your family does, doesn't mean that you have to leave your family. I don't agree with a lot of stuff that my family did. I didn't consent to various activities that my family engaged in, but that doesn't mean I have to leave my family just to issue my non-consent.
Yeah,
this is some crazy shit.
I don't disagree with that. I mean, it is what it is. All I'm simply saying in that context, there was something to do, and then God blessed them. And right, God, right, and the same thing in the context of anything, right? The only place that you went was Saul, and you said he was a robot. You know, so all of Israel is under the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Right? They don't have to consent. The fact that they are called Israel is the fact that they put themselves under the God of Abraham. The fact that they stayed inside of the door and painted the door is the fact that they put themselves under the dictates of the God of Abraham.
Who's they? You keep talking about individuals as though every individual is part of a collective. That's not the way that fucking works. You get to be a part of not everybody in a collective. No, it's not. Not everybody, I know that. Just pay attention. Not everybody that's in a collective is consenting to everything that happens with that collective. Please tell me you understand that.
Yeah, I understand that.
So what that means is that something can happen to the collective that some people didn't consent to, but it's going to happen to them anyways.
Yeah, fine.
So what that means is just like the angel of death, just like there were people who were part of a collective that didn't consent, but it happened to them anyways. There are people in the nation of Israel, in the house of Israel, that don't believe in this God, that will get a new heart to follow these commandments anyways, because it's happening to the entire house of Israel, it says.
Mm-hmm. Can you show me the people in the house of Israel that don't believe in that God, that are not giving assent to that God?
Do you think everybody in the house of Israel believed in that God?
That they knew of him.
Do you think every person in the house of Israel believes in this God?
Knew of him, yes.
I didn't say no. I said believe.
Believe would cause.
Do you think every Hebrew in the house of Israel was walking with this God?
No, they were stiff-necked, a lot of them.
They were, but are they still part of the house of Israel?
Yes.
So what that means is if the house of Israel receives a new heart, that includes the people that are walking with God and the people who are not walking with God.
That would be like my children in my house, and some of them.
You got it. You nailed it. Finally.
Well, they're in my house.
I know, and they're not consenting. They're children.
Yeah, because I'm saying they could continue they could rebel.
Why would they? Listen, no, just because somebody does something you don't like doesn't mean they're going to rebel. That's stupid. That's not how families work. Sometimes people in families will do something that not everybody agrees with, and you grumble and go along with it anyways. You didn't consent to it, but rebelling would be a stupid thing to do. Just like I'm sure you've been in a relationship and you didn't agree with your partner, but you probably fucking went to that concert that you didn't want to go to anyways because you love your partner. It's not about consent. Sometimes it's just because the alternative, like leaving your partner just because you didn't consent to an activity, would be stupid.
I'm trying to, I got that. I don't understand how anybody could say that those people behind that blood-stained door didn't do what God said and consent to do what God said, okay? So I know individuals, you could say individuals, and then, we could, this individual did, this individual
If you have a house of 10 people, and the third eldest son says, I don't believe in your God, but I can't leave my family, is he consenting?
Yes.
No, that's not how consent works. Try again.
No, I'm saying, you asked me. I'm saying
it's crazy.
Staying in that house.
We need to keep this guy away from. We got to keep this guy away from women if he doesn't know how consent works.
Hey, 1 second. He has to stay up in the house.
This is
on
disastrous.
His feet, eat the lamb. He has to eat part of the lamb and then leave in the middle of the night.
It doesn't matter.
Walk to Canaan.
It does
so you're saying none of that
not
is consented.
matter
none of that is like, I'll do this.
Because leaving your family and your protection is your only option other than following the family. If you have to stop it and listen. I swear to God, this conversation could have been done an hour ago if you would just listen to my words and stop making me repeat it 5 times. If your family is doing something and you need your family and you love your family, it is true that you will do some shit with your family that you don't agree with and you don't consent to, because the alternative is to lose your protection and your family. There's many people in ancient Egypt that would have been part of some kind of a family system that didn't believe in this God. They didn't care about the angel of death, but they don't want to leave their family. So they said, okay, this is what's happening. I guess we'll do this. That's not consent. That just means the alternative is unpalatable.
Do they agree to go with their family?
It doesn't matter. They don't have a choice.
I'm just asking you, do they agree? They have a choice. What do you mean they don't have a choice?
They don't have a choice. The only thing they could have done
for protection, for companionship. I love them.
That's not consent to the blood on the door.
I didn't say consent.
That's what this is happening.
Agree to go.
They didn't have a choice. They would have died otherwise. So this is the way consent can't be coerced. You can't have consent while you're being coerced.
Wait, why would they die if they didn't go?
Because the Egyptians were trying to kill them.
But they didn't. They were trying to kill the people that went.
They were trying to kill the Hebrews. Did you not read the part? Did you not read the part where they mounted up all the chariots and chased after them?
Yeah,
they would have done the same thing to the other ones that stayed.
They were trying to get them back.
They were literally murdering babies in Egypt. They don't care about the Hebrews.
Enslave them again and bring them back to Egypt.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
that was the goal.
Yeah. You're not making it better. If the alternative is either leave Egypt under duress, under coercion, or become slaves in Egypt, What are you going to choose?
Yeah, watch this. In the wilderness, when they was eating manna, some of them said we should have stayed in Egypt. Some of them wanted
I
to choose Egypt.
know. Yeah, and those people were covered by the blood anyways, weren't they?
Exactly.
And did
Because
they consent? They didn't
whatever
consent.
all they had to do was put the door
They
post
didn't
with blood
consent.
and stay
They
in
didn't
the
do it.
house.
They didn't do it.
They agreed. They agreed
They
to
didn't.
the parameters.
No, they didn't. Nope.
They
Wrong
fulfilled
again.
the parameters.
Nope.
They fulfilled the parameters.
Wrong every time you say it.
They were bound by the parameters.
Nope, they were carried along with their
protected
family.
by the parameters.
They were carried along
covered
with
by
their
the
family.
parameters.
They were bystanders to
Protected.
the actions that were happening without their consent.
Hey, fine. If that's what you want to say, I'll agree with that. And because of that,
so then what that means, if you can be a bystander, I'm sure, but that doesn't mean individuals have all the consent now. Remember, this is about individual consent. I've been trying to do this for 30 minutes with you. I'm demonstrating that you don't need individual consent. You can have corporate consent.
That's what I was saying just now.
That's not what you've been saying at all.
Can I say?
We started. No,
wait, 1 second.
I'm not watching fucking anything. Because I'm tired of you backtracking on everything you're saying. This started in Daniel 12. In Daniel 12, you were saying that these people can't receive a new heart because they haven't individually consented. And then we went all this time, all through the Bible, demonstrating right now in Ezekiel and Deuteronomy 30 that you don't need individual consent because this new heart is being given to the congregation of Israel, to the house of Israel, including the ones who didn't consent. So what that means is that the original talking point that we started on a fucking hour ago that I had to pull your teeth out to get through was true. There are people that are going to be raised who are not necessarily people that are consenting, just like there are not necessarily people consenting in the Exodus that got to treatment of the whatever God was doing anyways. God doesn't need your individual consent because he's dealing with the nation of Israel as an entire people group, and he does this repeatedly. So I'm right for all the reasons I've articulated that you've gone circles to contradict yourself on.
And that's called corporate consent.
It's not corporate consent. There's no such thing.
He said all the nation of Israel. He's dealing with the nation as an entire thing.
Yep.
They
which is what I said.
At the
do the individuals consent?
So we agree here.
So we agree. Yes, God is going to issue corporate punishments and corporate rewards, even though individuals within that nation are going to be in various degrees of either righteousness or unrighteousness. So when God gives the people a new heart, a circumcised heart, some of them will be sinners. Some of them will be really bad sinners. Some of them might not be sinning all that much. It's going to be a whole array of different people. And whether or not they consented to it is not going to be relevant because it's going to be the entire corporate Israel.
Yeah, those who consented to be part of the entire corporate of Israel.
Wrong again. Nope.
Yeah, they agreed to be a part of Israel.
No, you didn't. You don't have to agree anything. When you're born into Israel, you are part of. I'm sorry. Did I consent to being part of my family?
That's different. You're born.
Did I consent to being part of my family?
No.
So you don't have to consent. You're born into it, right? Just because somebody doesn't make why do you do this? Do you want me to
parameter?
Do you want me to mute you every time you talk over me? I don't want to do this, but you're giving me a headache at this point. I don't want to mute you, but I'm going to start muting you.
Myself.
I was talking and you started talking while I was talking.
You know how many times you do that to me? But go ahead, brother.
I do it because you do it to me.
Oh my goodness. Go ahead.
The minute you stop talking over me, I'll stop talking over you.
Oh my goodness. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is not everybody in the nation of Israel is consenting to be there. You can't just leave your country because you disagree with something or you didn't consent to something. That's preposterous. It's stupid. Just because you don't believe the same thing maybe the rest of the house of Israel believes doesn't mean you're just going to up and move to a different fucking country. That's crazy.
So you're going to keep all their holidays, all their Sabbaths, do the sacrifices, join in all of that stuff. You don't really believe, but you're doing all of the things. You're considered part of the house of Israel, and the corporate consent of the house of Israel falls upon you, whether bad or good. It can.
Nailed it. Finally got it. Yep, figured it out.
That's what I was saying from the beginning.
That's not what you've been saying from the beginning. What you're saying from the beginning is that every individual that receives a renewed heart consented to it, and that's not the case because the people of Israel are part of a house of Israel. Not everybody consented to being born into that house.
I'm saying everybody who consented with following 8th-day circumcision, keeping the Sabbath, festivals, right? All those other requirements after you're born into the house, there's other requirements, or you could get stoned if you don't follow them. How's that? So you got to get past some of those requirements. Yes, that's what
That's not consent.
Okay, so you could say it's coercion. What
it's
is
coercion.
Okay, so if it's coercion and they really don't want to do it, if they're, I believe that if they're, as long as they identify with the house of Israel, God can do whatever He wants to do with them at that point.
I agree.
House of Israel.
You're proving my point now. The people in Dan, they're not consenting at all. They're not. They're born into it. No, they're not. They're born into it.
Then they consented circumcision.
I didn't. No, they didn't. You're circumcised when you're. No, you're circumcised when you're 8 days old.
Because 8 days old. That's true.
No child is consenting to their circumcision. It doesn't matter. We already explained this. If the alternative to living with your family is leaving your country and becoming a vagabond, you're going to do it. You don't have true consent. You have a situation where either you go along with what your family's doing or you leave the country and fend for yourselves. So what people are going to do is what they do in all cultures. They're going to stay within that culture and they're going to love their family and they're going to do shit that they don't even believe is true. That's why, again, most of the Jews where I live, there's a good number of them where I live, not as many as like New York. They're cultural Jews. They don't believe in any of this stuff, but they're still doing the festivals. They're still doing the community building. They're still going to temple or synagogue, really. And they're still doing a lot of these practices. They don't believe this shit. They're doing it because it's part of their family and their heritage. That's it. It has nothing to do with this God.
I agree. Yeah.
So what that means is that there are people that are going to get a new heart that don't care about this God, but they're going to be included in corporate Israel.
Yeah, that's the part where I don't agree with, but I got your point though. You know, I got your point. I don't think you're going to be able to prove that some people who don't consent, you said it's not fully consent. I think you said something like that just now. It's not like a complete, you just say, you said some other word. And I agree. It's not exactly
consent
like
cannot be coerced ever.
Okay. I don't think it's coerced. If they are part of it,
it is coerced. If you're you can't fucking leave.
But I believe the ones that are coerced are not going to be the ones that get the new heart.
Maybe you don't have any family, and maybe that explains why you can't have conversations and why you can't listen. Listen, you can't just up and leave your family without repercussions. There's lots of repercussions for leaving your family, especially if you need your family, especially if you don't have anywhere to go. Just because you don't believe in this buffoonery God doesn't mean that you're just going to go and leave your entire family, leave your entire heritage. That's not how this works. If you're so flippantly willing to leave your family just because like they believe a religion that you don't believe, I don't think you should be around your family more. They should remove you from that family. You're not a good family member.
I mean, I have a religion that my family is not. A lot of my family doesn't, but you know, they're part of my family. But I do remove myself, of course.
All of my family is Christian.
Yeah, I mean,
I literally I performed a wedding. I performed a wedding like 7 months ago. At a Christian wedding. I did the wedding. I don't believe in this God. I don't believe in this religion. I did the wedding as a Christian because I love my family. That's why I did it. I didn't consent to this God doing anything. I consented to taking care of my family because I have a biological duty to those that are in my family. Maybe even a moral duty. I didn't consent to God. I didn't ask God for a new heart.
Yeah, you don't have the authority to do that. But that's what you did. So it is what it is. That's what the world allows. That's not what God allows. Okay. So that's nothing. You can't act a part of a Christian for a day and say, well, I'm going to do this for my family. That's not Christianity.
You're missing the point. You don't just leave your family because you don't agree with their religion.
Yeah, I believe that
if you're part of the house of Israel, a percentage of them don't believe or follow this God. They haven't consented to this God doing anything. They've only consented to being part of their family, and trying to utilize their family to build relationship, to have some sort of foundation for their life. That's it. Just because you're doing stuff with your family doesn't mean that you're giving God consent to do anything to your heart.
I mean, I don't know how long you're gonna labor this point here. You know,
Until you open your eyes and see the truth of what I'm saying. God,
yeah, I mean, if
you don't believe in this God, you're not giving it consent.
If you don't believe in him, you're not giving him consent. Yeah, I believe if you don't do what he says, you're not giving consent. If you're not adhering to him, if you're not listening to him,
doing what he says is irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant because if you don't believe in God, it doesn't matter. You can do everything God tells you to, but if you don't believe in this God does not have consent. Your ability to follow any of these rules has nothing to do with your consent for God to change your heart.
I think you have a misunderstanding. I mean, I
don't.
I can't say it any other way. You know?
Does the tooth fairy exist?
No.
No. Okay. Can you consent to the tooth fairy changing your heart?
No.
Why? Why can't you do that?
Because the tooth fairy doesn't exist.
You fucking got it. So if you don't believe that this God exists, you can't give it consent.
That's why you can't give it consent. That's why you're arguing that way.
Because that's true. You can't give something consent that you don't believe exists.
That's why you're having this argument so fervently, because you don't believe in the God. So you
No,
can't give consent.
I'm having this argument fervently because you're not listening. If you were listening and you were actually capable of having a conversation, we wouldn't have to do this over and over and over and over again. If you don't believe that something exists, you cannot give that thing consent. It doesn't exist to you.
So God exists to me, and people can give him consent. He doesn't exist to you, so you can't give him consent, and you can argue that nobody can. That's why you're being so
I didn't say that.
fervent on this.
Nope, didn't say that.
I'm telling you, that's why
I didn't say that. No, it's not.
You just said does a tooth fairy exist? No. Can you give it consent? No. Why? Because it doesn't exist. Thank you.
In your mind, the tooth fairy doesn't exist, which is why you can't give it consent. This is not saying that nobody can give God consent. In your worldview, you think people can give God consent. I'm not arguing atheism right now. What I'm arguing right now is the theology of the Hebrew Bible. The theology of the Hebrew Bible isn't dependent on my worldview. I can grant that the Hebrew Bible is even fucking true, and my argument is still the same. Does it matter if the Hebrew Bible is true or false right now? If you don't believe, if you're a human being that does not believe that this God exists, you cannot give it consent because you don't believe that it exists.
Yeah, and because you don't believe he exists, you can't give consent. And you can argue with somebody about consent because you can't see it, because that God doesn't exist to you.
The God not existing. Okay, well, I'm a fucking Jew now. I'm Jewish now. All right,
no,
I'm Jewish now. I'm Jewish, and I believe in the God of the Hebrew Bible. My argument still stands. If you don't believe in this God, you can't give it consent.
No, you have blinders. You can't just make yourself a Jew. That's not how it works. But you just don't believe.
It's crazy that you're so smooth brained you can't figure out what's happening right now. My argument doesn't matter if I'm atheist or whether or not I'm Jewish. My argument has nothing to do with my position. My argument is about the facts of consent. Nobody can consent to a thing that they don't believe exists. You can't consent to the tooth fairy. Atheists can't consent to God. If I believed that there was a fucking every human being was purple, and then you asked me if I can consent to a yellow human being, I'd say no, because I believe all human beings are purple. You can't consent to things that you don't believe exist, no matter what the thing is.
Yeah. And what's your next point? What's the point you're making with that? Because I agree with that.
My point is clear that there are people in the house of Israel that cannot consent to this God changing their heart because they don't believe in it.
They don't believe he exists.
Yeah.
Okay. I would say I disagree with that. I think that's clearly a disagreement, but
it's not a disagreement. You can just Google it. Can you consent to an entity that does not exist?
That part I agree
can
with.
you
That's the part I said I agree with.
To an entity? No, you just said you didn't agree with it.
No, I said I don't agree with the fact that the house of Israel wasn't consenting, meaning like
I
where the
didn't
house
say
of
the house of
Israel.
Israel. Nope. You're not going to straw man my position. I didn't say anything about the house
Mhm.
of Israel not consenting.
I
I
thought
said
that's what we were talking about.
you're lost right now, bro. You're concussed. I don't know
Oh
what
no, I'm saying
conversation you think you've been
individuals.
having, but you're not having the conversation I'm in. I'm saying
You're
there
talking
are
about individuals.
individuals inside of the house of Israel that lack the ability to consent, and they're going to be receiving the heart because they're still part of the house of Israel.
I mean, if that's what you believe.
That's what you've said already based on our interactions with the text. And you keep going back on things that you've already agreed to because you're realizing that it makes me right.
I don't mind if you was right. I don't see that you are.
I am, based on your own words.
I see a person that cannot consent to what I'm saying or
This
agree
is
with it because you
crazy.
yourself don't believe in the God.
I'm
And you
gonna
said if you
I'm
don't
gonna
believe in the
write
God, why
down
would you
I'm gonna
continue?
write down on a notepad so that next time you contradict yourself, it'll be on the screen. So we're gonna say point number 1: people cannot consent to entities that they don't believe in. Yes or no?
Yes.
Gotcha. Good. We agree there. Boom. Point number 1 done. Point number 2: some people in the house of Israel do not believe in Yahweh. Yes or no?
No.
You'd be wrong.
There's our contradiction. I believe everybody in the house of Israel believes that there is a God. Now, do they believe
And
in
you'd
him
be
and
wrong.
they love him? Yeah. Hey, God said they're
I
stiff-necked. He
didn't
doesn't
say
say
anything about believing in a God. I said believing in Yahweh. Based on actual surveys, 50% of worldwide Jews don't believe
Oh,
in
you're
this
talking about
God.
today. I'm talking about in the Bible. I'm talking about here. I ain't talking about these
There
Jews
were
today. I'm
there
talking
were
about the
people
Bible.
in the Bible that didn't believe in this God either. That's why we've got Psalms and Proverbs talking about people who don't
I thought we
believe in
was
this
talking about the
God.
Hebrews that left in the wilderness, but right?
No.
That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about those people, okay? If
Nope.
we're talking about the people today,
We're talking about the Hebrews at the eschatological end time in Daniel chapter 12 when people get the new heart. Like, what conversation are you having? Why do I have to keep repeating to you where we're at in the conversation?
right? Remember, I was talking about the Hebrews leaving Egypt, so I thought
Nobody's talking about the
too.
Hebrews leaving Egypt.
Okay, you're talking about the Hebrew. You're talking about some Jews today too.
We're talking
50%
about
of them
people
don't believe.
receiving a new heart, which hasn't happened yet. This idea that during the eschatological end period, all the house of Israel is going to be receiving a new heart, that hasn't happened yet.
I believe it has, but okay.
It hasn't, because the house of
okay, so-
Israel isn't doing what they're going to do when they receive the new heart. Jeremiah says that everybody will know the Lord from least to greatest, and all of them will follow him. That's not happening.
Mhm. Yeah, Paul says the house of Israel is those that believe in Christ, right?
And
So,
I don't accept Paul's reinterpretation of the Hebrew
I
Bible.
know.
That's where you keep going wrong, is you keep insisting that Paul's weird, goofy-ass spiritual interpretation should be applied to the Hebrew Bible, but it doesn't need to be applied to the Hebrew Bible. It stands on its own.
Paul believes in that God that you don't believe in. Though.
I don't care what Paul believed. He is a heretic.
He knows more than you. He believes
No,
in
he
God,
doesn't. He quotes the Hebrew Bible wrong. He doesn't even know Hebrew.
Point number 1, people cannot consent to entities they don't believe in. You can't consent to the God Paul believes in, right?
I don't care if I can. That's not the topic.
So
the question
Paul's
is
gonna
whether or
say
not
everything
the
you
question is
disagree
whether or
with.
not Jews can consent even though they don't believe in this God.
If you're talking about Jews today, I don't know about Jews today. If you're talking about Jews in the scripture, the people that have to keep the Sabbath, the people that, right, every stranger in your gate, the people that choose to go through week after week after week of those things, they know.
No, they
know
don't.
that they may not know. They may not believe. They're assenting to the culture, to the faith, to the traditions, to the ways.
It doesn't matter.
In some regard.
Doesn't matter. If you don't believe in this God, you can't
That's all
consent
I'm
to it.
saying. You say that doesn't matter. That's all I'm saying, though.
Well, you're not saying anything then, because again, if you don't believe in this thing, you cannot consent to it.
I'm saying if you have some stiff-neckedness, but you're
Doesn't
operating
matter.
under
I'm
this
not.
thing
I'm not asking about
system, then this
stiff-neckedness.
thing can
I'm not
affect you by the
asking about
system.
stiff-neckedness. I'm asking about belief.
I'm saying if you operate under this system in any way, and the system has these things, the system, of course, God can apply a system to you. You're under the system.
But you didn't consent.
Not to the, maybe you didn't consent to the being in your analogy, but you consented to the system.
So what?
That's all I was talking about from the
Well,
beginning.
you're not
the house of
consenting to
Israel is a system.
God. That's what we're talking about.
I wasn't
Consenting
even
to
talking about
God.
consenting to God.
We've been talking
The
about
stiff-necked
consenting
people
to
are not
God
consenting
for
to
the
God.
last hour. For the last hour, we've been
No.
talking about consenting to God, because I read you Daniel chapter 12, and we talked about people getting a new heart, and you're saying, no, they all have to consent to it. And I said, no, they don't all have to individually consent to it. And now it seems like for the third time you've agreed with me, and you're going to go back and contradict yourself again, now that you're realizing that you agree with me, that not every individual who gets this heart is actually consenting to it to God.
Yeah, I said they were consenting to God's parameters, like his system, meaning like the stiff-necked people are obviously like away from
They're
God,
not, though.
right?
They're
Yeah, that's
not
what I
consenting
believe
to
they
these
are.
parameters because they have idols and they're unclean. So they're not
Thank
consenting
you.
to it. They're
Thank
begrudgingly
you.
staying with their family. Thank you for nothing,
Yes.
because I'm not agreeing with you. I'm
I didn't say you're
demonstrating how
wrong.
you're still wrong.
And I'm saying that if you think that that makes me wrong, that's exactly what I'm saying, what you just said. They're in the house of Israel, but they're operating outside of what God says.
And they're still
But
going to get a new heart.
Because they're under the system of Israel that God set up. They
But they
consented to be under
but they
that
did
system.
not consent to God to receive the
They
new heart.
consented to
They
be
didn't
under
ask
the system.
God
That's all
for
I'm
a new
saying.
heart. It doesn't matter if they're under the fucking system. They don't believe in the God. They
Just
didn't give this God consent.
it does, just like the people behind the blood-stained door. It didn't matter either, but they're consenting to being behind the
I
door.
know,
That's my
but
point.
what that means is they didn't give God consent.
They consented to the system, though.
It doesn't matter.
To the
The system isn't
requirement.
God. The system isn't God, and they
The
didn't
system is
consent. They
something
have
God
no
put
other
in
choice.
place.
They have no other
The system
choice.
is something.
They
The
have no other
system is
choice.
something.
Repeat your
Stop.
listen. You can repeat yourself as many times as you want. I'm going to keep repeating myself every single time. We've already covered this 5 times. Just because
God
you're
put it in
part,
place and they
just
did it,
because
brother.
you're part of a system doesn't mean you consented to be there. Because sometimes the alternative of being there is worse than being there. That just
You
because
always
you're
talking about these
still there,
sometimes.
just because you're still there doesn't mean you consented to it.
You're just talking about these sometimes. The mass majority of people that are in the system are consenting to be part of the system. We're in America.
No, they're
Go
not.
fly somewhere else. Go
No,
to
they're
the
not.
Philippines. If somebody said, I'm going to move to the
No, they're
Philippines,
not.
I
That's
have
not consent.
consented to be
That's not
under.
consent. That's not
It
consent.
is.
No, it's
I'm
not.
agreeing to it.
No, it's not.
If I go to the Philippines,
That's
I'm going to
not.
go there and be
That's not
criminal,
how
or am I
consent
going there to
works.
obey their laws?
That's not how
and then,
consent works.
okay. What do you say?
Not
Okay.
everyone just gets to leave their country. Not everyone can afford to just leave their country. Not everyone's
say to
even
be an agreement?
allowed to leave their country. Listen, leaving your country is not like refusing to leave your country is not the same as consent. This is not difficult. These are
I didn't
basic
say that.
English words.
I never said that.
You
I
did.
said
You
if
literally just said
moved
that
to
you
the
consented to
Philippines-
living in America if you don't leave your country. You said you can go. You can go to another country. No, the fuck you can't. There are a lot of people here in America that can't leave. That doesn't mean that they have given consent to living here. They
I'll
were
agree
born
with that.
here. Their family is born here. Their work is here. Their family is here. Their consent is irrelevant. They're here because all of their shit is here, and the option to go somewhere else isn't available. That's not consent.
Yeah, no problem. I guess maybe I'll use a different word, and I'll say that we can choose. I could choose to get up and move to Philippines, and when I
No, you
do
can't.
that, I can. What are you saying?
No, you
What are you
can't.
talking about? What are you talking about? Why are you saying
Not
that? This doesn't
everybody
make any sense.
gets to get up and
I'm
leave.
saying me.
Not well, I'm not everybody gets to. We're not talking about you
said
individually. We're talking about
me.
people in general. Not everyone gets to just leave their country and move to another country. You have to get a
said
fucking
me.
visa. You need money.
Yeah, it's just said analogy. Jeffrey is moving to the Philippines. He wants to move there. When he moves there, he's agreeing to submitting himself under another government. to
An
or at least I hope that he is.
analogy. Jeffrey lives in America, born in America, all his family's in America. He can't afford to move to another country.
Mhm.
Is he consenting to still being there?
No,
Oh, there you go. So there are
but
people that are inside of a country that didn't consent to being there, but they don't have a
yeah,
choice to go somewhere else, which is the point that I've
yeah.
been making this entire time, which has gone way over your head. That there
No,
are
I
people
agree with
inside
that.
the house of Israel that don't have the option to leave, and they don't believe in this God, and they're going to get the rewards that are bestowed upon Israel, whether they consented to this God or not. That's the whole point. There are people that are going to get this renewed heart that didn't do anything to earn it, they didn't consent to it. God is just reaching down into humanity and deciding on his own, I'm going to give these stiff-necked, wicked people new hearts, and then finally they won't be stiff-necked and wicked. That's the whole point.
Yeah, and these are the people that were to be calling upon his name or bore his
Nope,
name
doesn't say that.
around the nation.
Nope, doesn't say that.
Yeah. Wait,
No, it
what
doesn't.
nation of people was to
Show me.
represent God?
Show
in
me.
the
I
Old
didn't.
Testament.
I didn't say the nation. I said the
Yeah, let's show me.
individuals.
Let me show
I
you.
said the
Let me show you.
individuals.
Yeah.
Every time you go back to the nation, I'm going to take you right back to the individuals. The individuals in
Yeah, I'm
this
fine with the
nation do
individual.
not all consent, and they will still reap the benefits.
Yeah, I'm saying the consent to be part of the nation.
Doesn't matter. That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about consent to God.
Okay, thank you. So thank
I
you.
said
We already
thank you
said
for
that
not
we're talking about two
listening for the
different things,
50th
right?
time. I said consent to God 100 times now.
You just, but you know we're talking about two different things too, right?
No, you're deciding to talk about two different things now that you're realizing that your talking points don't actually work. This entire
I
thing
said
has been about consent for God to change your heart.
I was talking about obeying, putting the blood on the door.
No,
and I
you
was
weren't.
talking about
We've
obeying,
been
eating
talking
the
about the
lamb, and
new. We've been talking
leaving.
about the new heart this entire time, and now you're just lying. This is the sad thing. Like, you've gotten so far in this conversation by pivoting and obfuscating and just avoiding like actually reading the text, and now you're just lying. You're just saying I wasn't talking about that. I've been talking about the Exodus all this time. Stop lying to me. We're not
I
stupid.
mentioned the
There's
Exodus
like
15 times.
almost 2,000 people here that are watching you go back and contradict yourself
I didn't mention the Exodus
in this
like 15 times.
conversation, talking about the new heart. I'm talking about new hearts. I've been talking about new hearts for the last 20 minutes. Let me ask the chat. Hey, chat, let me put a heart emoji in the chat if you think we're talking about hearts and not the Exodus right now. Although you're on TikTok, I don't know how many hearts you're going to see. You'll see some hearts. I'm on TikTok and YouTube. I can guarantee there's going to be quite a few hearts that are coming on the screen. There's some hearts already coming on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody thinks we're talking about the Exodus right now. You're in an alternate universe. You're concussed.
There's 2 or 3 people that just text hearts. I mean, 3, okay.
And they're still coming.
So no, the people don't think I ever mentioned the Exodus.
You mentioned Exodus 20 minutes ago. We're not talking about that. This entire conversation is about the renewed heart that God is giving people.
Can I say something?
I agree that the Exodus was mentioned during the course of this conversation, but that's not what this conversation is about. You have no idea how to track a conversation, and it's driving me insane right now. I'm not going to do this. No, I'm not going to do a single more minute of this conversation. I've never talked to someone so lacking in ability to track a conversation, but so overconfident in their being right and having not actually understood or read the text. You're intolerable. Like, I don't know what your family is like, but I hope you don't get invited to family dinner.
I tolerate you.
No, you don't tolerate me. I tolerate you. Well, that was something. Fucking 3 a.m. Jesus Christ. I will never understand how these people cannot track. Not a single word of that conversation he was even part of. We spent 3 hours trying to talk about the simplest concepts, and it went right over his head. I will never understand how people get that stupid. I'll never understand it. Not just get that stupid, but then have the gall to think that, like, I'm the one that's being dishonest. Yeah, that guy was unreal. Unbelievable people. Oh, well. I said I wasn't going to stay up this late and yell at people on the internet, but here I am at 3 a.m. yelling at people on the internet. When I get these people that are this ridiculous, I feel like I should just cut them. Why am I wasting 3 hours yelling at insane people on the internet when I could just cut them and go to bed? Am I wasting my time here? Are these the type of people that we shouldn't talk to? I'm just serious. Like maybe I'll clip it. It might be a good clip or something. Fuck if I know. But like, am I wasting my time actually talking to these asshats? When will you challenge Jewish religion? Find me a Jew and I'll challenge them. Get them up here. I'm more than happy to talk to them. Velvet says we love how crazy it gets. A lot of people are saying, yeah, we're wasting time. Actually, I agree. It is wasting time. It is what it is. It probably is a huge waste of time. Is it at least entertaining? Are these arguments at least mildly entertaining? I don't know if I would listen to it, to be honest. If I was in the audience, I don't think I would listen to that conversation. But I get it that some people will. Some people come for the blood. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's funny as fuck.
Buddy, if I ever see that guy on my live, I'm putting a ban on the word brother.
Dude, the amount of times I got called brother while he doesn't even understand family dynamics is crazy.
I'm pretty sure Hulk Hogan has not used the word brother that many times in his whole life, so.
It's true. I'll never understand how somebody can refuse to actually read the Bible with you. And then when they demand you read it to them, they just play stupid, like they don't understand what the words mean.
Have you seen this, speaking of what McBaller Deluxe said in the comment section, have you seen this really bad argument going around where people are trying to use Wisdom chapter 2 to prove Jesus?
Oh yeah, that's a common one. Back when I was in Catholic school, we used to talk about that all the time.
Yeah, it's so cringe. Brother is an endearing term. I love this guy. Okay. Anyways, I just wanted to come up because that guy had my veins pulsing.
I know.
Yeah, but you have a good night, brother.
How many times can somebody agree to something and then go back and say I didn't agree to it? That's the thing that drives me crazy. If you agree to it, can we just fucking move forward and keep the conversation moving? Don't come back 20 minutes later and say you didn't agree to it. We all heard you agree to it.
Yeah, that's Christian specialty for sure. But I'll talk to you later, brother.
All right, good to see you, buddy. Get some rest. I'm gonna go bed after I read these supers as well. Oh well. Well, hey, Pat, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says I like this setup of topics. A good rundown. You know what? So we did the topical type of live yesterday with John. It was kind of fun. I was shocked though when John was up. A lot of people wanted to pick a topic. But today nobody. Well, actually, I think 2 people picked topics. Now that I think of it. At the beginning of the live stream, I guess people weren't all that interested in picking topics, but it is kind of fun to give them some choices. And Johnny says, Justin, do you like beer? I mean, I do. I don't drink as much of it anymore because of the extra calories. But I do. In fact, I still brew some of my own stuff. I'm a big fan of brewing at home. If so, what would you recommend? And if you like whiskey, what would you recommend? I'm looking to expand my tastes. Well, Johnny B, here's what I recommend. Everyone's different. In the wintertime, I like a good, really rich porter or like a stout, like an imperial stout or a milk stout or even a breakfast stout. In the summer, I like some stuff that's lighter, a little more crisp and fruity even. I could definitely go for a Belgian quad or a Belgian triple in the spring and summer months. Definitely could do a nice citrus wheat beer in the summer as well, like a Blue Moon or something of that nature. That can be pretty refreshing. Also some ciders. As for whiskey, I would say everybody has a very unique whiskey taste. I would start with a generic sweet whiskey. So something that's not aged very long. So you can get a tin cup. Tin cup is a very unaged, very young whiskey, very sweet whiskey. And it's cheap. It's affordable. So if you want a good, cheap, sweet Sweet tasting whiskey. I think Tin Cup is a good place to start. I mean, Jack Daniels, standard stuff is pretty good too. It's kind of sweet, kind of marshmallowy, but I think when you first start doing whiskey, you really want to get like the sweetest thing possible till your taste buds adapt. And for what I can tell, one of the sweeter ones is Tin Cup. There's another one that's called Quiet Man whiskey, and this is an interesting introductory whiskey too, because it's not that it's sweet, it's just that the flavors and everything are really dull, so they're not too extreme, and you don't get that what's the word I'm looking for? Like that isopropyl alcohol flavor. It doesn't give you that alcohol burn that when you first start drinking whiskey that people feel. You don't really get that with that one either, but you don't get a lot of flavor either. So it's kind of a trade-off. Those are two introductory whiskeys that I would enjoy if I was you. What I like, some of my favorites personally, I'm a big fan of Maker's Mark, big fan actually of just the classic Jack Daniels. The one I've got downstairs though is the Gentleman Jack. I think that's pretty good. I do still like some of like the standard 12-year aged whiskeys, like a straight bourbon. Although for straight bourbon, I think the minimum is only a couple of years, 2 or 3 years. I've even tried some one-off whiskeys by like famous rappers and musicians that started their own whiskey lines, and those are okay. There's a really fun whiskey distillery in Ohio that makes some pretty good stuff that's somewhat new. If you're ever in Ohio, recommend it. Like Tomfoolery Distillery, I like a lot. But there's good distilleries everywhere. I would say with whiskey, just try what you can find. There's a lot of good ones on the market. Bulleit's good. Jack Daniel's good. I mean, I'm talking about some cheap entry level whiskeys. Don't waste your time on expensive whiskeys. They're fun to drink every now and then, but you don't want to pay $100 for whiskey, especially if you don't like it. But there's so many good ones out there. I'm trying to think. There's another one in my head. I can envision the label, but I can't remember. Jim Beam's not bad, but for my taste buds, I think you could do better. Anyways, there's a lot of good ones out there. I would say go to the store, find one, read the flavor profile on the back of it, and see what you think. I see your Dusk Frame likes Canadian Club, and I got to be honest, the Canadian whiskeys are easy to like. They're blended whiskeys, which means they're taking already prepared whiskeys typically and blending them to get like a particular flavor profile. So they're like manicured whiskeys, and they're pretty good. They get a bad rap, but they're pretty good. Chris says, take this $2. I don't care. Well, thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. I'm going to need it for like some, what's the word I'm looking for? The old man in me is the word coming up is lozenge for my throat. What's the fucking real word you're supposed to say? Cough drops. There we go. I'm gonna need $2 for cough drops after my sore throat tomorrow. My dad used to say lozenge. There we go. But that's not what people say anymore. Dwight, thank you for the $1 super chat. And also, Adam says, did G really limit himself? If he could control Z, it's just pretend, isn't it? Well, that's my point. If he's just limited himself, you've got two problems. One, that means God can change his nature. You see what I'm saying? Either God is omnipresent and omniscient, or he's not. If he can change it, that means he can change his nature. But God's nature can't change, according to most Christians. The other problem is listen, just saying that somebody is omniscient is not the same as demonstrating that they are. I can say I'm omniscient. Doesn't matter to me. I can't prove it. But listen, if you're just saying, well, Justin, you're not God because you're not omniscient. I'm like, well, motherfucker, I limited myself. What now? I mean, it's a silly game to play when you go to that route. Pat says, God can please make my pockets fatter. Shit is light. Well, I'm sorry about your pockets, Pat, but you are sending me super chats. I've got some concerns. Take care of yourself, my friend. Don't worry about me. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. I know the economy is hard right now. And Dwight says, to add on to the co-host statement, if he ate cornflakes tomorrow, it's a spiritual fulfillment. Ta-da! I mean, that is kind of the thing, right? With spiritual fulfillment, they can basically be anything. And Barbara says, if thought is the creation and manipulation of abstract concepts and symbols, something omniscient, something an omniscient being has no need of. Conclusion, God can't think. I mean, that is the case, actually. Like, if God is outside of time, then God can't have thoughts. That's why they have to say this nonsensical stuff like God is pure act. He's purely actualized. He has no potential. Well, if he has no potential, he can't do anything. And Tim says, there's nothing worse than getting a Cranberry song stuck in your head, zombie. That's a good song. I can't say the ending of it. Was it A or oi oi? I forget now how it goes. Good song though, nice throwback. And helping Mega deconstruct it, let's hope for a safe splashdown for Artemis 2. I thought it was it making a splashdown today? Hold on. I want to see. I can't spell this properly. 1 second. Artemis 2. Yeah, it returned today, didn't it? Yeah, they prepared for re-entry 2 hours ago. Let me know. Did Artemis 2 already splash down? I assumed it was going to splash down during the live stream. And Slug Racer says, do you look at any psychology science on cult deprogramming for your profession? If so, is there anything that you found surprising or practical? Kind of. I've got some books on cults from when I was in school, and I think 3 of them specifically. Now, they don't call them cults. When you're in the academic environment, they'll call them modern religious movements. Cult isn't really the right word. That being said, there are some practical books that we had to do. There was one called Out of the Cult into the Church. And the general idea of the book was, listen, these people are in cults. They're dangerous. They're hazardous. What do we do to help deprogram them and get them into a healthy, good church that will take care of them? That book was surprisingly interesting and probably even helpful, despite the fact that you can ignore the church part. You can say out of the cult into anything else. Let me see if I got it still. Hold on. Yeah. I think I gave that book away at some point. I still have these 2 that are interesting. I can't say this one I would recommend, by the way. This is a good book put together by an actual academic. This is Comprehending Cults. This is Comprehending Cults, The Sociology of New Religious Movements by Lorne Dawson. And it's funny. I love going through books that I haven't done since seminary to see what I marked up. But I'd be interesting. There's a lot of really good chapters in here. You can tell the ones that I really liked because they'll have like so many marks in them that it like becomes unreadable. Like why do I mark that much? Why do I do that? I got a problem. Nevertheless, this book is really good. It goes over cults. It goes over types of cults, why cults form, how cults form, who joins cults, why do they join cults, and this is done from a sociological perspective. This is a actual academic sociological look at people who join cults. It's not bad. It's called Comprehending Cults. The next one, this was the book I was looking for. I'm sorry. I grabbed this so quickly I didn't read it. This is the book I was looking for. It's called Out of the Cults and Into the Church: Understanding and Encouraging Ex-Cultists by Janice Hutchinson. And this is a surprisingly helpful book, even if you don't want people to leave the cult and go into the church. It's not super academic, but it is pretty good. So if you want some basic advice of like, okay, how do we start deprogramming people? These 2 books I think are pretty good. And now I bet there are newer, better books out there. I just haven't had need to look them up. But those are two that I can personally say, out of all the ones I read, I've enjoyed them. I had some others that I had to read when I was in Bible college. I didn't keep those. I didn't find them to be all that helpful. But these two books I kept, and for good reason. Barbara says, my birthday tomorrow. I enter my 73rd year. Oh, holy shit, Barbara. Congratulations. You went a whole lot of times around the sun. You deserve some applause. A round of applause, actually. And Ampersand says, my offering to the king. Well, thank you, Ampersand. I appreciate that, my friend. And Bacon and Bush, good to see you in our tithes. That's tough when they put our and our next to each other. Are our tithes based on gross or net income? You know what? The good news is all tithes to Doug are free will offerings. No worries, actually, my friend. And Bryce Roney says partial fulfillment is an oxymoron. The word fulfill means to complete. If it's only partially completed, then it's by definition not fulfilled. This is actually a really good point. So, we deal with the partial fulfillment a lot. I feel like this is out of all the methods I've seen, this is the most succinct method to go about it, of just using the basic definition. A fulfillment isn't something that's partially fulfilled. It's something that's all the way filled. And so if Jesus fulfilled the prophecies, they have to be all the way fulfilled, not partially fulfilled. I like it. And Bryce Aroni, my friends, is also Messiah is supposed to bring peace on earth. Yes. Jesus says, I did not come to bring peace. That's right up with my kingdom is not of this world. It is. Right, exactly. So if Micah 4, Isaiah chapter 2, if we have these passages about world peace and, also all the others like Ezekiel, and Jesus didn't bring in a world peace, well, it just stands to reason Jesus didn't do any of that shit. And Chris says, I love these fake messianic prophecies. There was this battle and king and 750 years, there will be a Messiah. Back to Tom with the battle. So, this is 100% it. If you read all these prophecies, every one of them is contextually speaking about their time period. It's easy. You just got to read the whole thing. So why are we thinking, every one of these prophecies is about the time period around where the author wrote it? Except for that one, that specific one is actually just secretly and randomly about something happening 700 years ago. That's ridiculous. And House says, Justin, be careful. I can't do Heimlich maneuver through the TV screen. Take it from a trained person. Swallow, then talk. You know what, House? I think you're right. And I do have a habit of getting ahead of myself. I blame the ADHD a little bit, but yeah, I've been known to choke on food before. That's on me. And Nero's brother, the brother of said Nero, how is invoking the book of Esther as a reason for the war against Iran? Isn't this the opposite? Wasn't the Persians the savior of the Jews? Rocker for Doug's for sharing. So it's a really interesting question. So Esther basically became a prostitute or a concubine for the Persian king in order to save the Jewish people. And then some of the people who were hostile towards the Jews, like Haman, got his ass hung up on a pole and, impaled. Nevertheless, I don't know how. Maybe we should do that, actually. Give me a second to write on my notes to do the topic. Nothing in the Bible is coming true today. That'd be a fun topic. I don't know why they're thinking the book of Esther is prophetic. I've not heard this talking point yet. If there's something prophetic in that disgusting book, I don't really know of it. At least I don't know what people are doing with it. I'll have to look into that. I'm sure there's people talking about it. And Kindle Morris, thank you for the $2 super yum. Really appreciate that, friend. And also Barbara back with us. Jesus is the only Palestinian whose death we're allowed to talk about. Fuck. Pretty good. Yeah, you got to be careful. You got to be careful out there with your words. Slug Racer, thank you for the spirit. It says, why can one person recognize a foundational omni-contradiction and begin to question everything while others spend 10 painful years covering up? Slug, this is a great question. And here's my thought. My thought is it's kind of a sunken cost situation. where you've grown up believing a thing, you've invested in a thing, and then when it comes to leaving it, when you find new information, you're like, that's a big cost. I don't know if I want to immediately leave it, especially if it's leaving a religion, because leaving a religion could have a lot of extra costs. You could lose your salvation. You could be afraid of hell. I think the fear of hell keeps a lot of people in it. I don't think it ever kept me in it, but I can see for a lot of people why it would keep them in it. Even if you don't believe in the stuff, you can't immediately deconstruct, because the consequences, if you're wrong for some people, they would say is too much to risk. Jeff Peanut Butter says, I don't know if you care, but you're streaming under Baldur's Gate 3 on Twitch. Maybe switching the just chatting category is better for the future. Also, love the work you do with John. Well, thank you, Jeff. I really appreciate that. And my understanding, let me check. My understanding on Twitch is when you do a live stream, you have to pick a game. At least that's what it was for me. Let me go to my streaming dashboard, or whatever they call this thing. What do they call this? Let me hit the edit button. There we go. Edit. And then it says category. And then it basically forces me to pick a game. Let me see if I can just type in just chatting. Oh, fuck. You can do just chatting. Okay. I didn't know that. I didn't realize there was a game or a category called just chatting. No idea, friends. I really appreciate that. I just assumed, because I looked through the categories, that my category had to be an actual game. So I picked a Bible game for a while, and that didn't really pan out for me so well. So finally I was like, I don't know, maybe I'll fucking pick a game that people are playing, and maybe that helps. I don't know if that helps on Twitch to pick something popular, but I thought, well, maybe it does. And so that's how I end up doing that. But thank you for the suggestion. I don't know anything about Twitch. I'm completely brain dead. I don't know how Twitch works. I don't know the rules. I don't know like how to grow on Twitch. I don't know nothing about it. I'm just kind of fumbling around. I'm an old fuddy-duddy. And Dustframe says, I can't believe the Bible went woke. Isaiah using all these pronouns. I know. Who would have guessed that we were going to spend a disproportionate amount of time talking about Isaiah 53? I never could have guessed it. The amount of Christians that want to waste time on Isaiah 53, it's not that I'm shocked, and it's not that I'm disappointed. It's just that I wish they had something better. I wish they had something that wasn't as predictable. You know what I mean? And I swear I'm not a robot, or actually just not a robot, I swear. Oppressed and he opened not his mouth. You know that crybaby opened his mouth. Rocker for Doug. Justin's fucking rocking. Tivlo for Sharon. And you nailed it, robot. Jesus absolutely opened his mouth. Like when Jesus was on trial, yes, there was one moment where he didn't open his mouth, but elsewhere he did open his mouth. So I don't know how you can apply that to Jesus, that he didn't open his mouth. The best way to understand this is that this is a metaphor. This is a metaphor for the nation of Israel being led like lambs to the slaughter, which is what it says happened to them. It's not hard. Axehead says, and God spoke, yea, shall not consume the forbidden flavor, lest ye suffer the dreaded freeze. Amen. I might have to take a look at this to make sure I understand what's happening here. And God spoke, ye shall not consume the forbidden flavor, lest ye suffer the dreaded freeze. What's the forbidden flavor? Are we talking about like a freezy? Like a Slurpee or something? I get some brain freeze on a Slurpee, that's for sure, actually. And Hank says, the popularity of Christianity is an accident of history. I agree, actually. Without Roman and Europe imperialism, there'd be no illiterate cultists defending its myth as fact. I couldn't agree more. If it wasn't for the fact that it was being spread by the sword, I don't really have a good reason to believe that it would be popular at all. It doesn't seem to be the case. It's got some likable stuff to it, but Flanker says, welcome Artemis crew. Welcome home, Artemis crew. I'm going to get it eventually. Welcome home, Artemis crew. Praise Doug for their safety. Finally, something we can be proud of as Americans. A very rare thing these days. I agree. And you know what, though? The thing that is depressing about all of this anyways is that there are flat earthers right now inventing conspiracy theories about about how it was all CGI, it was all fake. They didn't really circle the moon. It's just a nonsense. It's depressing how dumb the Flurfs are. House 70, my friend, says, too long didn't read. Tony starts nice, then becomes nicely obstinate when the obviously obvious words start to push against his conviction. Final nuh-uh deployed. You know what? I wasn't actually upset with any of his obstinance or even pushback. I don't mind people being a little bit obstinate. What annoyed me was the nuh-uh. Because a nuh-uh basically means I'm not going to participate in this conversation anymore. I'm just going to decide that you're wrong and I'm right for no reason that I can actually articulate. The nuh-uh answer is the dumbest answer you can give somebody. Unless you want to look silly. Hank says, please free us from Tony's Groundhog Day. I'm sorry, I kept Tony way too long, as did that last guy. That's on me. I was trying to be nice to Tony, and because he was being nice, but I did keep him on too long. That's my fault. And I think it was going longer too because Skepticus kept trying to get in, and I get it. He wants to get a word in, but when you have two people debating on a topic, especially a long one like Isaiah, it can get hard to get to the end of it. Hank says, please free us from Tony's Groundhog. Yeah. Chris says, has Metaphorosaurus made the list yet? Glory to Doug in the highest. Great question. Metaphorosaurus did not did not get added to our list, but I have the list open right now and I can add to it right now. That's a mouthful though. Give me a second. Metaphorosaurus. There we go. I think we got it. That was a good one. It's on the list now. And JBB OnoTube says the authors of the New Testament should have just written a new book without bolting it onto the old. I'm with you, actually. But then I wouldn't get to enjoy your debates. You know what? They could have done that. They could have done like a Book of Mormon or something that's a little more distinct. They didn't. They wanted to piggyback. And Mr. V-Ball says, wait, a JC video game? Is it in default God mode? Oh, even I know what that means. Yeah. It certainly probably is the case. And House says, if you play the JC game, do only evil actions. Oh. Yeah, and you know what? Do I even have Steam on this computer? Hold on. Can I get Steam from the shop or do I have to go to the website? I think I thought I had Steam on here already, or Steam Link is what they call it. Is that right? We'll get it. I'm going to get Steam downloaded and get that I Am Jesus video game set up, and we'll get it going. See it. I think Steam Link is what I want, right? We'll find out. It's always like somewhat different for Mac, just ever so slightly. Not a robot, I swear. It says, when all else fails, kick over the table and strut around yelling that you totally won. Also, today's really big word is justifier. Pass it along. Rock hard for Doug. Isn't that crazy? That in order to be forgiven, you need a justifier. Like you need some sort of punishment. That's crazy. Jesus didn't say that, by the way. Jesus said, oh, fuck. Where'd my screen go? Why? No. I didn't want to go to full screen mode. I didn't ask for that. Sorry about that, friends. I opened up Steam Link on my computer and it just decided for no fucking reason it was going to go to full screen mode and just wipe out what I was doing. Okay. Maybe Steam Link isn't the app I need. Maybe I just need Steam. Right? So I see Steam download for Mac. And maybe it's better to download it from the website. Whatever was in the Apple Store might not actually be what I needed. Let me see. See, Steam. Oh, interesting. It looks like I might have already had it installed. Okay, so if I just type in Steam. Oh, I see. Yes, Steam and Steam Link are different. I should not have installed that. Okay, that's on me. So if I open Steam, it should open as a regular application without fucking up my computer. I don't know what Steam Link is, but apparently I don't need it. Okay, I'll get the Jesus video game going soon though. But anyways, yeah, justifier crazy debate tactic. Don't get that one. The Eric Deluxe says, I would believe in God if this moron would stop. I know. We did not have a lot of fun conversations tonight. The Eric Deluxe also says, where is this guy's caretaker? It has to be time for his meds. I know. What's that guy's name again? I almost forgot. My brain has tried to eliminate him from memory. Was it Elliot? I think it was Elliot. Let's see. POS. I think that was right. No, or Eli. Eli was the one I was thinking of. I don't know who Elliot was, but yeah, Eli was the one that everyone hates. Damon Barber says, former Black Hebrew Israelite here. Praise Doug. I don't know how you deal with these idiots day in and day out. Please take care of your mental and physical health. I'm trying, friend. I think today was getting towards me. My mental health was declining during that last call because he couldn't focus, and I shouldn't have let him do that to me. Hank says, implying you're a real Christian while being a KJVer is like saying you're a chef, but you only how to make instant ramen. Yes, that's the case. Yeah. It's so painful when you get Bible experts up here that think the king. It's just, it's hard. Eric Deluxe coming in again. Thank you, friend. Says, Justin, you are a Make-A-Wish Foundation superstar to give this guest so much of your time. I should not have done that. I should not have done that. That was a bad decision on my part. I'm not going to do this. I was just having this conversation like last night or the night before with Carnage. I have to stop keeping people on here that drive me insane and cause me to lose my mind. I don't know if it's worth anyone's time to keep those guests on here, or at least rather than getting upset with them, maybe I just start doing what Ian does and just make fun of them to their face until they get mad enough to leave. I don't know. But I don't know if it's worth my time just letting them get me agitated and yell at them because they can't track a conversation. I don't know if that's valuable use of my time. But Dustframe says, imagine if Jesus was a frog and instead of heaven, it was a big pond with lily pads. I'd worship Frog Jesus. Fucking A, maybe. Frog Jesus. I can get down with Frog Jesus a little bit. I'll think on that one. Valvifer, thank you for the $10 super. It says, I may or may not work at a company who produce scopes for the military with Bible verses etched into them. Some of the verses are 1 John 1:7 and John 9:5. And my favorite is 2 Samuel 22:9. It's nauseating. Oh, no. I can't say that I'm surprised. I know that people who are really into guns are also really into owning the Bible, but not reading the Bible. So it certainly it's not surprising that there are maniacs out there wanting Bible verses on their weapons of destruction when Jesus said, turn the other cheek. Mo, thank you for the super chat. Says, the more this guy calls you brother, makes me want to pay a stranger to knock me in the junk. He thinks 1 Peter 3:15 means call in headstrong. That's what it means. Yep. Call in headstrong, not track the conversation, talk over the host, and then, go back on what you've already agreed to. Okay. Roy, thank you for the $1.49 super thanks. And also, God-Eating Penguin, good to see you, says, nah, that person's foot gotta get tickled. Just made me belly laugh. You know what? To be fair, as a punishment for sin, I can see foot tickling take. I'm not crazy about getting my foot tickled. I don't think I'd like it. But as a punishment for sin, I might prefer it over other things. Silent Mike, good to see you, friend, says, this guy is full of something and it's not the Holy Spirit. It is most indubitably bullshit. Oh, well. Bacon and Bush, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, atheists must defend particle, nuclear, and astrophysics, chemistry, biology, evolution, having deep knowledge of all religions, and have belief. Theists only need feelings. Seems fair. It's the case. You need feelings. And listen, you don't need to study the Bible. You don't need any academic resources. You don't need to have any expertise in the field of study. What you need is the Holy Spirit. As long as you got the Holy Spirit, it's okay. It's okay. If you have the Holy Spirit, you'll be fine, because the Holy Spirit will tell you what these verses mean. Crazy. Mo says, drink every time he dishonestly says brother. Oh gosh. I think some people might have liver poisoning at this point. I hope nobody was doing that. And Ryan Brogue, let me get this right. Ryan Broguier. Is this French? Thank you, Brian. Sorry. Oh my gosh, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. I apologize for goofing your name. It's 3 a.m. I'm working the graveyard shift here, but thank you for the $99 super chat. I really appreciate it. It's super generous. Listening to an oldie titled Yapologist, and you made the point God is imaginary because he only exists in your mind and falls apart when you try to explain him. Fantastic take, and proven over and over on these calls. Their view does not align with the text. Cooked. It's true, especially the Phil Bros. If you talk to the Phil Bros, the God they believe in is not in this book at all. Not at all, Ryan. And it's funny too, because like the God that we're talking about today, even with that last caller, like he kept talking about like how I needed to believe in this God to read a book. Like this guy believes in the God and he still can't read the book or understand it. This God is utterly useless and imaginary. And Choco, good to see you, says Olympic level patience testers tonight. Holy shit, rock hard for Doug. I got to admit that guy tested my patience way more than I thought it would, because I expect it's on me. It's my fault. I expect that human beings are going to be able to track a conversation, and then when they admit to something or they agree to something, then 20 minutes later, when we're talking about something else, they're not going to then go back and say, oh, actually, that's not what I didn't say that. It didn't mean that. Like, oh, fuck, we're never going to make any progress here because you keep forgetting what you've already agreed to. It's so frustrating. I got to start, when I sense that these idiots are on the screen, I have to get my notepad out and just write down everything that they've agreed to, so that when they unagree to it, I can go back and say, no, motherfucker, you agreed to it. It's right here. It's already, I wrote it in the notepad. It's already there. Maybe it'll fix some of their nonsense. Who knows? Pat says, yeah, God be breaking all kinds of privacy laws. He really does. God has been property laws too. Remember when he killed all those pigs? Oh, those poor pigs. And Ryan, thank you for the additional $50 super chat. I really appreciate it. Super generous, friend. Let's get some W's for Ryan. Says, in regard to the caller, context, trust me, bro, so impressed you are still on the live stream. I shouldn't be. I should not have kept him on that long. I love it. From the West Coast. Glad to be in the community now. Love the chat interactions and the insightful comments beyond Justin's dictation. Yes, guys, I've been saying this for a long time. We've got a lot of really smart people in our Discord. Like, I know some people think I'm smart. I'm not stupid, but we've got a lot of really intelligent people in the Discord. You can get a lot of really cool opinions by conversing with people in the Discord, outside of what you'll hear coming out of my pie hole. So if you want to have good discussions on this stuff, join the Discord. You'll find people who want to have good discussions. And Pat says, God be trolling harder than his disciples do. Oh, for sure. If there's a max troll, God's his only omni property is the omni max troll. But give me 1 second. I have to fix this super chat box real quick and make it a little bit taller, because it's not. There we go. It wasn't quite tall enough to display the whole text, but we should be good now. Ryan, holy shit! What the fuck? It took me a second to catch what was happening here. When I was reading this number, Ryan. That's a crazy fucking super chat. $299 is out of this world. Artemis 2 out of this world. I cannot thank you enough for supporting the channel like that. Really appreciate it, friends. Is new here. My idea of God is that they were created in cultures to try and explain the history of their people. Some views expanded and some views prospered. And here we are, thousands of years later, arguing the authenticity of fallacious claims that are now backed up by generations of indoctrination. Am I close? I think you pretty much nailed it. I think there are people that they went out and they saw a world around them and they didn't know how to interpret it. They made up a God concept as a method to interpret the world around them. And some people accepted it, some people didn't. But the cultures that won out, those religions that won out, were the cultures that were successful. There's a reason why people aren't worshiping the god of Babylon, Marduk, is because Babylon got wiped out. There's a reason why people aren't worshiping the Kemetic gods in Egypt, because, you know, that religion was wiped out a long time ago by the Muslims. So, like, listen, like the religions that are popular today just because the cultures that propagated them have survived and because they were spread by the sword. So, Ryan, I agree with you. I make this argument a lot with Christianity. If you look at all the violence of the early Christian church and even up to the medieval period, you really can't argue that it wasn't spread by the sword. There are millions of people that were essentially just murdered by the church. Fuck, there were people. I got to show you something. Let me take this off the board. I got to show you something. I think in Wittenberg is where these are located, and there's Wittenberg and Munster. I believe you'll find these, but at least in Wittenberg, they're still there. Give me a second. Oh yeah, they got them in Munster too. Okay, but I think the ones I'm looking for are actually in Wittenberg. Hold on. Here we go. Here's the ones from the Munster Church. Maybe Wittenberg didn't have any, at least not that I have pictures of. So what you'll find very high up on this cathedral are cages. This is the Catholic Church had these cages crazy high up on their cathedrals, like way, 100, 200 feet in the air. And when they really didn't like certain heretics, they would put them in these cages butt naked and just let them starve to death and let the birds and the animals eat their bodies. This is the love of Christ, y'all. That if you go against the Catholic Church, we'll fucking hang you in a cage 100 feet off the ground and wait for you to die and the animals to consume you. I mean, I don't know what else to say. The church grew because it was dominated by violence. You were terrified to go against it, much like what we find in Islam today, where apostates get killed. I agree. Listen, if you have a religion where people will get murdered and or killed for rebelling against the church, yeah, I mean, it's going to grow. That's how that works. Anyways, you'll see a lot of torture devices and things like that in medieval Catholicism. It's pretty crazy. Pat says, yeah, King Saul got fired on his day off. I mean, King Saul of all people got the wrong deal. God gave him a new heart. He made one mistake with the new heart. He made one mistake, and that's basically preserving King Agag and some of the animals of the Amalekites. And God's like, oh, I regret making Saul king. Did you not know he was going to do this? You gave him the heart. And then God took the spirit back and put an evil spirit in him that fucked him up even worse. King Saul got a raw deal. And Bacon and Bush says, I believe calling people, I now believe calling people brother should be illegal. It was a JW for 21 years. I was a JW. My brain's going crazy here. I was a JW for 21 years and it didn't bother me. Tonight, we need a law. Listen, he called me brother so many times, I honestly stopped. Like, my brain started blocking it out. Like, it was just, it was gone. Like, I heard it a couple times, and then after that, it was just never to be heard from again in my brain. It was, wait a second. I'm just doing another page so we can watch your argument crumble again under cross-exam. I don't know who Adam is, but Adam says, Justin, just do another debate, Justin, so we can watch your argument crumble again under cross-exam. Well, Adam, my argument never did crumble under any cross-examination. It sounds like you can't track just like that caller couldn't track. But you're welcome. For you, Adam, next time I'm live, which happens to be Monday, if you come in, you're more than happy to cross-examine me all you want, and I'm willing to bet it's not going to go the way you hope. Interstate says, on Taco Tuesday, Trump conceded defeat in Iran. What? Hold on. No way. Hold on. Trump conceded defeat in Iran. This can't be true. As of April 11th, that's today, President Trump has not conceded defeat in Iran. Oh, but declared total and complete victory on April 7th. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, he's a clown show. So, I mean, let's be honest. It's a losing war. No matter how you look at it, we've lost. We've lost the faith of our allies. We've lost the goodwill of our allies. We lost the ability to have moral high ground. We lost all of it when we invaded and bombed a country that didn't do anything to us. They didn't. Listen, I get they're scary. Countries are scary. They're all scary. I get that. But you can't just go and invade a country because it's scary. You actually have to have a reason for it. They have to have provoked you by attacking you first. Yeah, buddy, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, bro, get yourself a shot of bourbon to help with the headache this dude is giving you. Hail, Doug. You know what? That was a fucking crazy headache too, by the way. Tomorrow is going to be a rough one. It's going to be a tough day. But we're almost there. Fuck, it already is tomorrow. Dave, thank you for the $5 super. Thanks. I appreciate that, friend. And also, Andre Cassell, I think I got that right. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says it's probably good to bring awareness to this type of gaslighting and lack of tracking. People do play stupid and don't take responsibility for it unless there's evidence. This is a fair point, actually. And I've seen this in real time where people they'll be purposely obtuse. And then when you show the contradictions in what they're saying, then they'll say, well, I didn't say that. You said that. I didn't say that. That's kind of what the last guest was doing. If anybody up here was kind of being dishonest, I think that was the guy. Tommy says, thoughts on Hebrews 11, 13 through 16. So this is the passage. Hebrews 11. I actually have to look that one up. Give me a second. Hebrews 11, 13 through 16. Oh, yeah. This was the end of the Hall of Faith. All of these died in faith without having received the promises, but from a distance they saw and greeted them. They confessed that they were strangers and foreigners on the earth. For people who speak in this way, make it clear that they are seeking a homeland. If they had been thinking of the land that they had left behind, they would have had opportunity to return. But as it is, they desire a better homeland, that is a heavenly one. Therefore, God is not ashamed to be called their God. Indeed, he has prepared a city for them. So I think this is talking about the people who didn't actually get to receive the eternal rest, even though they had faith. Let me go back a couple verses just to verify. Yeah, all these died in faith without having received the promises, but from a distance they saw and greeted them. Yeah. So I guess I might need some clarification on the question. So basically the general idea in Hebrews 11, 13 to 16 is that we had these people in the Hebrew Bible that had great faith, but they didn't even receive the full promise. They received kind of this temporary pattern of the promise, right? Where they were in the promised land, but they didn't get the eternal promised land. They didn't get the eternal rest. And so Hebrews is like, they would have hoped for what we have now in Jesus. What they envisioned doesn't even compare to what we're going to have in Jesus. And that's kind of like the thing that's happening in here is basically they're comparing the hope of the past to a better hope in Jesus, but it's also just poppycock. Skeptical Cryptid, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says you'd pin down the last guy on a point, show how it confirms your first point, then he'd deny round and round the merry-go-round. I am fascinated by your patience. It should be studied for science. Skeptical, it's crazy that somebody can be pinned down that many times and then go back on what they said just because they weren't willing to be honest. I don't know if I'm as patient as I am stubborn. Sometimes I'm patient. With that guy, I felt like I was patient for a while, and then I just wanted to commit felonies. Good question says 2 cheesy ones, Jesusaurus and Sora Jesus. Wait, Jesaurus and Sora Jesus. Those aren't bad, but good question. You know I love you, but I don't know if those are going to make it to the top of the running just based on the votes that I've gotten so far. We can definitely add them into the mix though, my friend. And Radish Rat, thank you for the super chat, says, I think the notepad method you stated using was a good way to prevent backtracking. You could even clip their answers and play it back to them live. I've done that before. But when it happens so much, when it happens so many times in a conversation, it's hard to keep doing it over and over again. I feel like with these people, I need to stop them, get the notepad out, and make sure they agree to every single thing step by step so that we don't get frustrated and I don't have to go round and round and round on the merry-go-round because they can't concede a point or have a conversation. Barbara says, he sounds like Elmer Fudd without the lisp. Oh. Maybe. Now when I hear the replay, I'm going to be thinking about that. Only LC says you got to be a stupid motherfucker to get fired on your day off. Well, it depends. Maybe you got caught doing something in public. And it got back to your employer. I'm not sure. There's a couple ways that could happen, but you know what? Yeah, getting fired on your day off is some crazy bullshit. I don't know how that works. Jumness says, Frog God, not much different because of the rib it. Oh, fuck. Okay. That's a fair pun. That's fair. That's fair, friends. And Barbara says, try Irish whiskey. Ooh. I do like Irish whiskey, actually. All of them. Even the cheap ones like Jameson. I've not met... Fucking hiccups getting me again. Goddamn hiccups. I've not met an Irish whiskey that I didn't like. Fuck. This is my life. I do like Redbreast. For the Irish variety, Redbreast is really, really good. I think that's a pretty classic Irish whiskey, or that's not Scotch. It's Irish whiskey. Yeah, it's pretty good. Been a minute. Bushmills, not bad. Coleraine, not bad as well. I do like it though. I do like it. And Uno Gustav, Gustav, I hope I said that right. Thank you for the super chat. Says, what are the 3 oldest religions based on written textual criticism? Okay, so as far as I can tell, the oldest religions go back to ancient Egypt, ancient Sumer, and ancient China, although I don't know if you can call it a religion. Maybe. So the ancient Egyptian writing system appears to be in a 3-way tie with the Mesopotamians, namely the Sumerians and the Chinese. Now, we know what they believed because we had texts. When it comes to what is the oldest religion, however, that's not textual based, it might be that we've got quite a few pieces of evidence. For example, we've got settlements in Turkey, ancient Anatolia, that are 12,000 years old. 12,000 years old, and we know that they were doing religious stuff. We've got quite a bit of things happening in that culture, like in Stonehill, Turkey, where they were definitely doing some religious statues and carvings and even some inscriptions. But we don't have like surviving documents where you can, read through what they actually believed. So you're when it comes to formalized religions, you're kind of stuck with some of the ones from ancient China, ancient Egypt, and ancient Sumer. The old Babylonian period is pretty old, but not as old as the Sumerian period. Matt, thank you for the super chat. Says, Playing and Reality by Winnicott explained a lot to me about religious people and normal people in general. I'm autistic. Performative behavior too. Matt, I didn't realize that about you. Thank you for letting me know. And I have to check out that book. I haven't read it, but I would say that religious people do exhibit quite a few personality traits. And even we would say they're prone to certain behaviors. Just like people that are on the conservative political spectrum, they're prone to typical behaviors. So when they're confronted with new information, people that are conservative, they tend to have a fearful reactionary experience to the new information. Whereas people that are traditionally liberal or left-leaning, when they're presented with new information, rather than having a fearful reaction to it, they have a reaction of inquiry. Well, tell me about this. Well, what about this? Well, give me the details. And I think that happens with religious too. A lot of people, they grow up believing a thing, they have the fear of hell in them, and the minute somebody threatens their security, rather than saying, hey, well, what about this? And what about that? They go right into defense mode, then become apologists. So I think it plays a lot into it. There's been some studies on it too. There's even studies that demonstrate that people who grow up religious are way more likely to fall for conspiracy theories because your brain has already been primed to distrust sources of authority, like secular authorities. It's been trained to distrust science, distrust anyone who's not a Christian or part of your religious group. And so people who grew up religious have a much higher propensity for falling into fake news and conspiracy theories because for them, this is all about fear and authority. And even one of the churches I used to go to, when people were asking pastors and leaders for resources, I was the only person in this particular church that had a formal education. And when people talked about getting resources to study, people would say not me, but other people on the leadership team would be like, well, this person is trustworthy. Buy a book or something by this person because this person is trustworthy. Now they don't know what's in that book. They haven't read it. They're just like, well, this is a good person. And that's kind of how a lot of the stuff in the religious circles go is they say, well, here's someone who firmly believes what we believe, so we can trust them. Go read their stuff. Whereas in the scientific community, you're like, no, we need to read everything. Who doesn't agree with me? I need to read their stuff because maybe they're right. And that's the difference between inside the church and outside the church. When you're inside the church, they do everything possible to convince you to read and consume data that will reinforce your opinion. Whereas in the secular world, typically the goal of learning is to get some level of diversity. And good question. Thank you for the additional super chat. Says, for stubborn Christians, is it a good idea to remind them that Yahweh is one of Elohim, El's kids, and not the best one? The best ones were Asherah, Baal, and Mot. Yahweh did love Mot, by the way. It's interesting that the deity of death was so well loved by El. So here's a good question. This is our last super chat, by the way. Good question. Here's why I don't talk about this topic all that much. Is because there's not a lot of really, really good biblical evidence to demonstrate that Yahweh was a minor deity, and that's the main source of authority for Christians. They're not going to agree to it, right? Now, we do have some archaeological evidence. We've got the temple at Arad. We've got the pottery from Kuntalet Ajrud. We've got some Canaanite literature. But these won't be convincing to the biblical believers because even in the Bible, it describes these people being worshipers of Yahweh, but then diddling with other religions, integrating other religions and defiling the true religion of God, right? So they're going to look at this outside evidence and say, no, this isn't proof that Yahweh was a minor deity. This is proof that they corrupted Yahwism with the Canaanite worship. And so that's why I don't bring it up. But when you're talking with scholars on these topics, scholars you're not going to get a lot of pushback. They're like, based on the evidence, it looks like Yahweh was a minor deity, maybe from the region of Moab or Midian, that when his people moved into the foothills, maybe during the Bronze Age collapse, it became dominant. And then obviously when the 10 tribes in the north got wiped out. It was Judea left over, so they were the victors, and they got to write the story, and their God became the supreme God. That's a rendition of history that most scholars are probably going to be okay giving you. So, anyways, friends, it is 4 a.m. I mean, on a normal time, I'd be waking up in like 2 hours or so. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do just yet. But thank you so much for spending the day and the night with me. We've been live now for 10 hours, which is insane. My cats are probably mad at me. I apologize, Volta and Faraday, for dragging this out so long. Friends, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate all the kindness, all the shares, all the super chats, all the support for the channel. It really means the world that everyone here supporting my work, supporting my mission, supporting what I do. And I couldn't do it without you. Without the audience, my channel doesn't have wings. So thank you, friends, for being the wings of my channel. And Bacon and Bush sent a last super chat. This is the last super chat, but go to fuck to bed. You know what, Bacon? I'm going. Thank you. I really appreciate it, friends. We'll see you again soon. Love y'all. I'll be live again on Monday.